It's okay, Uncle Red. Red is just a common little cold. I'll give you some antipyretic medicine to bring back and rest for 2 or 3 days. Sunset Zhenhong in a small green vest stared nervously at the gentle smiling boy in front of him, originally a serious national character with a face full of anxiety. Lin Yu troubled you, I believe in your medical skills, but Red is still so young, and I. Vortex Lin Yu held the baby Red who had just turned 1-year-old and shook it gently. The baby's fat face was abnormally red, and his small mouth was slightly open, spitting bubbles all at once. So cute! I didn't expect that the mature royal sister Shiri Hong would be so pink and cute when she was a child. Vortex Lin Yu looked at the sunset Red in his arms, and almost couldn't help but reach out and pinch the face full of collagen. Uncle True Red, rest assured, the Red Society will be fine. If you have anything to say, just say it. I also like this little Nizai Red very much, I can definitely help. Uzumaki Lin Yu looked at the sunset really red and wanted to stop talking, and with that serious expression, he couldn't help but be a little funny. Alas, Lin Yu, you also know that the battle situation on the front line is very tense. The second generation of Lord Mu died, the third generation of adults has just taken the throne, the people in the village are in turmoil, and they urgently need a victory to stabilize people's hearts. Yesterday the 3 generations of adults summoned the ninjas of various families to go. Sunset Zhenhong paused for a moment, and then said embarrassedly, I'm sorry Lin Yu, this is the village task. Uzumaki Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Sunset Zhenhong glanced at Vortex Lin Yu gratefully and said, so I want to ask Lin Yu if he can help take care of Hong. Of course, the clan will take care of Hong, but I just want to trouble you to see Hong's condition, otherwise I am not at ease. No problem, don't worry Uncle Zhenhong, I will visit Hong in the next few days. Uzumaki Lin Yu gently looked at the sleeping Sunset Hong and chuckled. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter of the Sunset family, Uzumaki Lin Yu sat on the recliner and pondered. 1,000 hands died, ape flying sun slash into the 3rd generation of Hokage, this should be during the Second Ninja War, then the battlefield that Uncle True Red is going to is most likely the country of rain. Pepperfish Hanzo, Sanshin, Zionin. Whew, don't think about it, it's useless to think so much now. Why hasn't this damn system appeared yet? Doesn't it say that it's okay to cross the necessary system? Vortex Lin Yu was very puzzled in his heart, and somehow crossed into this world where 1 death and 1 village died. Just a few years after being born, he encountered the destruction of the Vortex country, and luckily became one of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, and then was taken to Konoha village by the way. Yes, by the way. As for the specific reasons, Brother Lin Yu, I'm back. A pleasant and crisp voice sounded in his ears, and before Vortex Lin Yu could come to his senses, a weak and boneless delicate body threw himself into Vortex Lin Yu's arms, and his little head rubbed Vortex Lin Yu's chest, and his long fiery red hair was scattered on the side, and the aroma was charming. That's why, he's just a byproduct. Uzumaki Lin Yu's talent is completely inferior to Uzumaki Jishina in his arms, but because the two of them are childhood sweethearts who grew up together and have a particularly good relationship, they were forced by Jishina to take them away to live in Konoha village together. Konoha's top brass did not object, and calmly agreed. Uzumaki Lin Yu knew in his heart that he could become a means to balance Uzumaki Juzine, or a hostage, to accumulate chips for Juzine who would later control Juzine who became the pillar force of the Nine-Tailed People. Maybe the others didn't have this idea, but Uzumaki Lin Yu could be sure that Tuan Zhang's old dog must have this idea. It had been 4 years since he came to Konoha, and although he had not seen it explicitly during the first 3 years, Uzumaki Hayashi could feel that someone was watching him, and he was becoming more and more unscrupulous, even standing next to his bed one night and staring at him to sleep. Fortunately, this situation disappeared after 3 years, probably because he felt that Uzumaki Lin Yu was already harmless, and because the front line was becoming more and more tense, there was no need to waste manpower on him. Brother Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? Why ignore me? Uzumaki Juzine raised his head and looked at the stunned Uzumaki Lin Yu, shook his arm, pouted his ruddy little mouth, and his cheeks were round and very cute. I'm wondering what kind of meal to prepare for Juzine tonight. Isn't tomorrow a final test? I've got to make up for it. Uzumaki Lin Yu touched Juzine's soft and fiery long hair, and her body unconsciously shrunk back. This little Nizai's figure is getting better and better. Juzine's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he thought of something, and pouted and said, forget it, Brother Lin Yu, let's save some money and buy more medicinal herbs. Don't be like the last time. You can obviously cure the disease, but there are no medicinal materials, can only open a prescription for others, and you don't charge money. Vortex Lin Yu scratched his head in embarrassment and grinned, is there any? Haha, just a piece of paper and some pen and ink. How can you collect money from others? Helping others is a pleasure, and peace is precious. Good old man, I'm going to review my homework. Juzine got up from Uzumaki Lin Yu, stepped on it sharply, turned his little head and walked towards the bedroom. Shhh. Uzumaki Lin Yu croaked his teeth and rubbed his red feet that had been stepped on. It is worthy of being a blood-red pepper, although my existence is not as lonely as in the original book, but the nature of this violence has not changed. Alas, if it weren't for the lack of strength, who would want to be a good old man, the village subsidy would have ended last year. If I didn't have a good relationship, my small clinic would have closed down a long time ago. This damn system, how come it hasn't been shipped for 10 years? Uzumaki Linyu smiled helplessly, closed the roller shutter door, and walked towards the market. In the evening, Uzumaki Linyu cooked a luxurious meal to cheer for Juzine, and the long red hair of Juzine flew, but the small mouth still kept eating, the small face was round, and the squinting eyes were very cute. The night was starry, the bright moonlight shone into the room through the window, and the whirlpool Linyu lay on the bed and did not sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling. Strength. Damn it. At midnight, a strange line of text suddenly appeared in my mind. After the clouds parted, the water flowed for 10 years. The newbie pack talent awakening is ready, do you want to claim it? Super plugin deployed. Vortex Linyu had this idea in his heart, finally came, if I don't come, I really have to eat and wait for death, and meditate in my heart receive. Suddenly, a burst of electricity spread from the depths of my mind throughout my body, and it hurt sharply. Shout out a silent roar, what the hell is this newbie package? As soon as it was dark in front of him, Uzumaki Linyu fell straight on the bed. Whew, last night, is it a dream? My body. Linyu got up and looked at his hands, and pinched his body again. Although his appearance had not changed much, his physical fitness was 10 times stronger than yesterday. Although as a whirlpool family, Linyu's physique is much stronger than ordinary people, but just like the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye of the Uchiha Weasel and the ordinary Uchiha's 3-hook jade riding wheel eye, although they are all 3-hook jade, the pupil strength is too different, and Linyu's physique is also the lower medium in the whirlpool family. Elementary immortal body, Kagura heart eye, and Sherinan. Linyu looked at the words in his mind slightly surprised, but did not feel that it was not wrong. He was originally a combination of Uchiha and the Uzumaki clan, and he was also an illegitimate son. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan did not have Uchiha's arrogance and prejudice, and although Linyu was not welcomed in the clan, he did not suffer too many white eyes. Both parents died in the war, and only Uzumaki Jushine, who was also an orphan, accompanied him. Linyu gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, 3 black hook jades were dotted in his blood-red pupils, enchanting and strange. Phew, I finally have some self-preservation power. In the future, find some opportunities to copy some ninjutsu with the Sherinan. No way he is too poor, and there is a foodie sister to raise, so Linyu chooses the white, although it is a little dangerous, but it is worth the risk. Look at what other functions this system has. Don't the other predecessor systems beep or beep with a cold machine sound? How can I be pure words? Is it a defective product? No wonder I fainted last night. This second-hand product also dared to take out to deceive the crosser. Bad reviews and bad reviews. Linyu put away the complaining in his heart and looked at the words in his mind. Monthly mission, Mission 1, obtain a band from Hanzo, limited time for 2 months. Reward, experience Samsara Eye for 2 hours without consumption, freezing. Mission 2, get Saratobi to agree to go to the Rain Country battlefield. Rewards, King Kong blockade and 4 elephant seals. Task 3, hold Juzine in circles. Bonus, shuriken throwing mastery. Tips, refresh 3 random tasks every month, and the unfinished tasks will be stored in the task accumulation, and you can receive rewards as usual after completion. A total of 10 tasks will randomly and permanently eliminate a host's main abilities, such as Immortal Body, Chakra Eye, etc., and if the time-limited task fails, the main ability of a host will be directly and permanently eliminated. Phew, after reading the words in his mind, Linyu slowly exhaled a breath to keep himself calm. If it weren't for the gentle and approachable mentality he had maintained in the past 4 years, he would have already incarnated as a Zyuan person. This Pit Daddy's mission system, not to mention that he obtained the title from the mouth of the Ninja World demigod within 2 months, just the second time that made the 8 Flying Sun / agree to go to the battlefield of the Rain Country was already hell-level difficulty. The first is himself, except for the 3-body technique, there are no other ninjutsu. The 3-body art is still taught to him by Jushina after learning it from the ninja school, and the combat experience is almost zero. After going to the battlefield, a proper cannon fodder, not even a big-headed soldier. Do you want to expose Kagura's hard eye as a scout? Or tell Saratobi that he awakened Sherinan to copy a little ninjutsu, and you can randomly arrange hundreds of ninjas to take turns performing ninjutsu in front of me. In this minute, he will be captured by Tenzo to slice, and if he takes 10,000 steps back, he will also be grounded in Konoha village, riding wheel eyes and immortal human body, this proper 9-tailed human pillar force first candidate. At that time, don't think about completing the time-limited task, and you will be grounded in the village in the future. If you brush up on the task out of the village, then life is really dark. Fortunately, there is also a consolation task, holding Juzine in a circle. Is this considered 2 slaps to eat a sweet date? More of this kind of daily task. Let's go out again until we are invincible, and then a kick in a spot, a punch and a big tube of wood is how good. Linyu put away his thoughts of complaining. Since the task has been set, Linyu has also accepted the reality, cannot be invincible, then the development of wretched development cannot wave. Briefly cleaned up and came to the downstairs living room, which is a small clinic. Kanaha assigned the two of them a two-story cottage, a two-bedroom living room on the second floor, a kitchen and a living room downstairs, and a storage room and toilet outside, which is relatively good. The living room is where the doctor can be seen, a small sofa, a recliner, a bench, and the storage room is stuffed with medicinal herbs. Linyu looked at the figure of Juzine, patted his head, and almost forgot that today is the day of the final test, and blamed the second-hand system of Dog Day. System? On the clean and old wooden table were two steamed buns with a trace of heat, and a small note was pasted next to it. Brother Linyu, big smiley, rightward arrow big lazy pig. Looking at the cute expression at the end, Linyu bent the corners of his mouth. This Nizai can always make him feel moved in his heart. This made him even more determined to become stronger. The little sun wave feng shui gate can't protect you, and my vortex Linyu won't let you suffer a little more damage. Quickly stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth and finished eating, closed the roller shutter door, hung up the sign that was temporarily closed, and walked to the lively street. Linyu first went to the daily necessity store, and then went to the Sunset family to visit Sunset Hong, but did not see Uncle Sunset True Red. It was a woman holding Hong and shaking gently. After checking Hong's body, it was okay. He teased Red a little, and then took his leave and walked towards Kanaha Hospital. Linyu kid came to learn medical knowledge again. It's really diligent. That's not it. If my kid can have half of Linyu's efforts, I will have to burn high incense. Alas, it's a pity that Linyu is not a ninja and can't learn medical ninjutsu, otherwise your small clinic is afraid that it will have to break down the door. After all, the price is cheap. SHH. Don't talk nonsense. If Linyu kid becomes a ninja, then he doesn't have to go to the battlefield, then. Alas, that's also a war. Linyu greeted the surrounding villagers with a gentle smile. Linyu's ease and gentleness in the past 4 years, helpful was seen by them, and they had labeled him as good old man, and this person can be bullied in their hearts. As long as it does not involve personal and financial issues, Linyu is happy to help, and sometimes he also learns to take two to help his grandmother cross the road. Linyu, come to learn medical knowledge again. You kid is really diligent. Teacher Sueshin is going to trouble you again. You kid doesn't understand any trouble. He has been running to the hospital for 2 or 3 years. It's good to be young, it's motivated. Come on, come with me to the intensive care room today. Hinata Sueshin pushed the glasses on his face, and a smile appeared on his serious face. He was very optimistic about this hard-working teenager. I'm going to bother again today. It's really bothering you. Hinata Gakasei is one of the attending doctors of Kanaha Hospital, has a wealth of medical knowledge, and masters advanced ninjutsu such as palm cactus, which is one of Linyu's goals here. It was already afternoon after following Rixia Sueshin to check the intensive care room. Rixia Sueshin patted Linyu's shoulder, rubbed his sour eyes and said, "Let's go here today. Do you remember everything I just said?" I have remembered the teacher of Sueshin. Trouble you, you go to rest. Doctor. Quick, Panasonic Naka Ninja is about to die, and surgery is needed immediately. An eager shout interrupted the completion of the school, and several nurses pushed a cart, on which lay a middle-aged man covered in blood, crisscrossing wounds on his body, as well as burns on his legs, and the most serious was a knife mark on the chest that was deep in the bone, and the beating half of the heart was faintly visible. There was no time to say more. Quickly put on the surgical gown and walked into the emergency room, surrounded by green light on his hands, carefully treating the wound on the heart, and the bean-sized beads of sweat on his face would be gently wiped off by the nurse on the side. After half a ring, the green light in Hinata's hand disappeared, panting. After a while, Rixia Sueshin calmed down and said to the nurse next to him, "Okay, the patient's condition has stabilized, and then as long as you cooperate with drugs and medical techniques, you can slowly get better." After Sunrise finished instructing the matters that need attention, he turned around and walked towards Linyu, and did not care that he followed up the emergency room, patted Linyu's shoulder heavily, and sighed, "See, the world of ninjas is cruel. Ordinary medical technology is impossible to use in the face of such injuries, and it is difficult to even save your life. Work hard, young man." "I know, I'll study harder." "You, all right. By the way, why did you wear a pair of goggles today?" This one." Juzine was angry and punched, and one turned into a panda ISO. "That little Nizai is really a headache sometimes." Saying goodbye to the completion of his studies, Linyu hung his goggles on his fiery red hair, humming an untuned ditty in his mouth. Outside the ninja school, students poured out of the school gate one after another, jumping into the arms of their parents, detailing the results of today's test, some with confidence on their faces, some with a grievance on their mouths, and their parents rubbed their heads fiercely. Porphyry. A gust of fragrant wind came, and before Linyu could see it clearly, a fiery red figure threw himself into his arms, and his little head rubbed and rubbed. Juzine is wearing a light yellow coat today, with a tight black belt, outlining a small man's waist, and black leg-wrapping socks covering his knees, showing the perfect leg shape to the fullest. Taking a deep breath in Linyu's arms, Juzine raised his little head, and the joy in his eyes was undisguised. Brother Linyu, guess how my results are today? Linyu smoothed Shunji Uzune's fiery red long hair, looked at the happy little Nizai, and couldn't help but purse his lips and smile. Well, let me guess, it's not going to fail, right? Nope. People's theoretical knowledge is full marks, that is, it's that the actual combat results are not as good as a girl, Juzine pouted and retorted to Linyu, and then pouted his small mouth, looking very unconvinced. Niang Cannon. Just that yellow-haired one, he is sissy when he talks, Juzine nodded at a yellow-haired boy not far away and snorted. Linyu looked in the direction. Isn't this a small solar wave feng shui gate? Although people look a little more beautiful and speak a little softer, they are not a lady cannon. Linyu shook his head, looking at Xiao Nizai's unhappy face with a pout. It seems that Juzine's feeling about Bo Feng Shui Gate is not too good. This is also true. In the original book, Juzine's improvement of Bo Feng Shuman was also said after that hero saved the beauty that he liked her long fiery red hair, and before this, Juzine did not have a good impression of the silly and girly boy. And with the appearance of Linyu in this life, the bridge of heroes saving beauty in the back is impossible to appear again, and I can only silently say to Watergate in my heart, sorry little son, the famous flower of Juzine has the master. Subjectively speaking, Linyu still has a good impression of this cheerful and sunny boy. Perhaps he has been watched by the eyes for too long, and the little yellow hair wave feng shui man who noticed something turned his head and looked at Linyu in surprise, and then noticed Juzine in Linyu's arms, and waved to this side and showed a sunny smile. Okay, let's go home. Linyu took Juzine's small hand, smiled at Bo Feng Shuman and turned around. At this time, a laughter came. Hey, 2 tomatoes, big tomatoes to pick up the little tomatoes from school. As soon as he heard the 3 words tomato, Juzine clenched his small fists, his long fiery red hair was windless and automatic, the flames in his beautiful eyes burned, and he clenched his silver teeth and spit out a few words coldly. You dare to say it again and try. Omittedly, let's just say, tomatoes, big tomatoes, 2 tomatoes without a father and mother. The green-haired boy in the dark green velvet hat, sticking out his tongue, rolling his eyes and bouncing to provoke Juzine. Juzine clenched his small fist and was about to rush up to teach this green hat boy. Linyu took a step forward and stopped in front of Juzine, without looking at the green hat boy, stared at the middle-aged man in a green vest next to him, and said coldly, this gentleman, your tutor doesn't seem to be in place, I need your apology. Yamamoto Ichiro glanced at the 2 children in front of him and smiled playfully. Oh, that's really embarrassing, my family Green Lang said some big truth, I'm not here to lose. You this. Linyu pulled Juzine, who wanted to rush forward, took a deep look at Yamamoto Ichiro, took Juzine's small hand and turned to leave. Boom! The little ghost who didn't have the courage. I thought how arrogant, after all, it was just a mongrel. The last 2 words were very light, and even Yamamoto Midori next to him didn't hear it, but Linyu, whose overall strength had improved several grades, heard it clearly. His steps kept stopping, but his steps were faster. He was afraid that he couldn't help but slaughter him. He was not the good old man before, he remembered this green-haired man. At night, Linyu made a big meal to treat Juzine, but Xiao Nizai swallowed the food absent-mindedly, muttering in her small mouth, in the next actual combat class, I will burst that green-haired head. How come? It actually failed. After eating, Linyu lay on the bed and watched the green light in his hand flash and disappear after a while. It's impossible, the way chakra works, the chakra output of the corresponding attribute is exactly the same. Why does it fail? It is not a failure, the palm cactus is indeed used, but it lasts only 1/10 of the time it is learned. It's not that Linyu chakra is exhausted. Since awakening the primary immortal body, Linyu has been growing and restoring chakra every moment, which used to be like a water tank, but now it has expanded into a swimming pool, and the swimming pool is constantly storing water. Not to mention the shadow level, the amount of chakra of the elite shinobi is still there, and when it is fully restored, it must be more than the amount of ordinary shadow level chakra. Is it a matter of proficiency? Or is palm cactus not replicable? In the original work, Sherinan did not copy medical ninjutsu. So why can I? Although it is a mutilated version of the palm cactus. Linyu thought about it again, and said to himself based on his own situation and understanding. Palm cactus belongs to medical ninjutsu belongs to a development of Yangdun, and the immortal body is the ultimate of Yangdun. Although I am a junior immortal body, slightly inferior to the immortal body between the Thousand Hand Pillars, it is also much stronger than the physique of most of the Whirlpool and the Thousand Hands clan, so I can copy the incomplete version of the palm cactus. It's not called incomplete, it's just that it's not skillful in using it, but it just so happens that this incomplete version of the palm cactus is very suitable for the current situation. Linyu rubbed his temples and stopped thinking too much, closed his eyes and went to sleep. Early the next morning, after seeing the sullen Yoshina go to school, Linyu closed the roller shutter door, hung up the sign that it was temporarily closed, and slowly walked towards the ninja hospital. In the past few days, Lin Yu has been learning the knowledge of medical ninjutsu in the ninja hospital, and inadvertently, he showed that incomplete version of palm cactus to Hinata, which made Hinata Sueshin very surprised, touching the short beard on his chin and saying, "Genius, what a seedling." Immediately afterwards, Rixia Sueshin pushed off all his busy work and carefully instructed Uzumaki Lin Yu to use the palm cactus technique. After more than half a month, the glowing green light wrapped around the hand, exuding the breath of life. It's done, this is the full version of the palm cactus. Hinata Sueshin looked at the immature boy who was only 10 years old in front of him, and suddenly had a feeling that he had lived for more than 30 years in vain. Teacher Sueshin has worked hard for you, and without your guidance, I would not have mastered the palm cactus so quickly. In fact, on the third day of study, Lin Yu had completely mastered the palm cactus technique, but in order to block the mouths of some people, this was delayed for most of the month, and there was not much time left for him. What? Are you heading to the Rain Country battlefield? The ape flying sun in the white Hokage robe frowned and looked at the large and small in front of him, and the Hokage cloak was placed on the table next to him. The current ape flying sun chop is not the old smoking gun bald grandfather in the future, it is in the prime of life, and the bucket hat is not often worn. Yes, Naruto-sama, I am also part of Konoha, and I want to go to the front line to do my part. Without smelling second-hand smoke, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and said solemnly with a quiet expression on his face, "You really mastered the palm cactus." Ape flying sun chopper seemed to be asking Lin Yu, but in fact, his eyes were fixed on the Rixia Sueshin on the side. As an old man in Konoha Hospital, he has been practicing medicine for more than 20 years and has treated thousands of ninjas for Konoha, which he also admires very much. Yes, 3 generations of adults, Uzumaki Hayashi not only has completely mastered the palm cactus technique, but also has very rich medical knowledge, and can go to the battlefield of Uninja village to assist Tsunade-sama in cracking the pepperfish toxin. Rixia Sueshin replied helplessly. At first, he didn't agree, but there was no way. He was pestered by Lin Yu for an afternoon and poured a lot of chicken soup. Say what medical ninjas who have not been to the battlefield are not destined to make a difference. Chicks always have to learn to fly, go through wind and rain to meet rainbows, flowers and greenhouses. Then he vaguely agreed to vouch for him. Lin Yu would not be stupid to come alone to see the ape flying sun chop, although the current ape flying sun chop is much better than the old ape flying old man later, but he didn't want to waste his tongue to explain his sudden talent. So let Rixia Sueshin explain that this palm cactus is the result of his diligent efforts in the past 3 years, and even if he goes to check, he can find out that he has gone to Konoha Hospital from time to time to learn medical knowledge during these 3 years. So it took him more than 3 years to learn the palm cactus technique. Yes, he is a little genius. Ape Fei nodded, his eyes looked at the young man in front of him for the first time. Compared to the green face when he first saw it 4 years ago, the 10-year-old Uzumaki Lin Yu was more mature, and his height had reached about 1.6 meters. Ape Fei grinned and said gently to Lin Yu, "This is the second time we have met. The little guy has grown up so much at once." Yes, 3 generations of adults. Thank you 3 generations for taking me and Juzin in. Lin Yu bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "The Uzumaki clan has always been our Konoha's allies, but it's a pity that the support was not timely in the first place. I agree to your request. Tomorrow there will be a squad to deliver supplies to the front line, and you will temporarily join their queue and follow them to the battlefield of the Land of Rain." Ape Flying Sun Chop looked morning. I have to say that the role of one more medical ninja who can palm cactus on the battlefield is still very large, and Ape Flying Sun Chop thought about it for a while and agreed. "Thank you 3 generations of adults, I will go back and prepare." "Oh, don't worry." Sarutobi stopped Lin Yu and took out a forehead from the drawer and placed it on the table. "Since you are willing to fight for Konoha, then you should belong to Konoha, and from today onwards, you will be Konoha's lower shinobi Uzumaki Lin Yu, and after arriving at the front line, you will be incorporated into the logistics medical unit." After Lin Yu took the brace and left with Hinata Gakasei, the door of Hokage's office was opened again, and the unique cross scar on his chin indicated the identity of the person coming. "Hinata, did you agree so much for him to go to the front?" Sarutobi Hinata looked at his friend Shimura Danzo in front of him and said slowly, "I can't refuse a person who wants to die fighting for Konoha." "Then where did he get the chakra extraction method? I don't remember someone in Konoha teaching him. He is a survivor of the Vortex clan, and I don't find it unusual to know how to extract chakra, or even some of the Vortex clan sealing techniques." Forget it, it's just a dispensable pawn anyway, and there are more means to limit the strength of the pillar of the nine-tailed people. Tunzo, I warn you. The people in the village are all part of Konoha, not pawns in your hand, even Uzumaki Hayashi. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and didn't care. A small whirlpool Lin Yu, who knows a little medical ninjutsu, can't enter his eyes for the time being. He didn't come to find Hinata for this little thing. There is news from the Wind Country that the strongest wind shadow in all generations is about to arrive on the battlefield. Shimura Danzo and Ape Flying Sun Chopper conversation Lin Yu did not know. He was now in a big trouble. After returning in the afternoon and telling Juzine about his going to the battlefield, the little girl's eyes suddenly turned red, and she kept spilling in his arms, refusing to let him go. "Don't! I don't want you to go, I'm a relative to you now, are you willing to leave me alone? Juzine raised his head and stared at Lin Yu tightly, tears were about to flow out again in his red eyes, his silver teeth bit his moist lips, and his little face was full of fear and trepidation. She was afraid that Lin Yu would leave her, fearing that Lin Yu would have something unfortunate. Nope, I definitely won't let you go. I'll just hold you and won't let you go. Juzine wrapped his whole body around Lin Yu, and his small hands wrapped around his back, tightly locked. Lin Yu gently patted Juzine's back and comforted, don't worry, it's just to join the logistics medical unit, you don't need to fight the enemy, it's safe. And I also want to become stronger, so as to protect Juzine in the future, the frontline battlefield is the best place to experience. I don't listen, I don't want the protection of brother Lin Yu, it's me who wants to protect brother Lin Yu, who dares to bully brother Lin Yu, I will knock them all away with one punch. Juzine sniffed her cute little nose, shaking her little head but not letting go. You still don't believe brother Lin Yu, I'm the most afraid of death, and I will definitely hide far away when I encounter a fight. Lin Yu pinched Juzine's cute little face, gently picked her up, spun around in place, and said softly in her ear, I will definitely come back safely, there is a little cutie waiting for me at home, I can't bear to die. Humph, who is your little cute, it's really not ashamed. Juzine blushed shyly, pushed Lin Yu with his small hand, stomped his little foot fiercely, covered his face and ran upstairs, leaving a sentence. If you dare to lie to the old lady, I'll definitely blow your head out. Phew, Juzine's level has finally passed, Lin Yu calmly sank into the depths of his mind, and strange words gradually emerged. Monthly mission, Mission 1, obtain a ban from Hanzo, limited time for 2 months. Reward, experience Samsara Eye for 2 hours without consumption, freezing. Mission 2, get Sarutobi to agree to go to the battlefield of Ninja Village. Rewards, King Kong blockade and 4 elephant seals. Mission 3, hold Juzine in a circle. Bonus, shuriken throwing mastery. Lin Yu returned to the bedroom, took a deep breath, and silently said in his heart, receive. Suddenly, countless memories appeared in the depths of his mind, and the seal of the King Kong blockade and the 4 elephant seal was imprinted in his mind, as if he had used it countless times. Lin Yu said softly, King Kong blockade. Chakra surged in his body, and 4 golden chakra chains instantly appeared behind him, gently swaying behind him. King Kong blockade, a unique ability of the Vortex clan, can not only be used as a powerful attack weapon, but also can be used to create enchantments and seal-tailed beasts. Finally, I have a little self-preservation, I don't know how many chakra chains my limit is. It's not good to use all your strength in the village, God knows if a dark ninja with a fox mask will suddenly appear outside, and as for the remaining 4 elephant seals and shuriken mastery, it is not easy to cast now, you can only wait until you go to the battlefield. Oh yes, tomorrow I remember to go to Kanaha's logistics department to get a set of shinobi equipment, I can't afford to buy shuriken. Remove the chakra chain, Lin Yu lay on the bed and silently thought, using the eye of reincarnation without consumption, it is not an instant to become a big boss, you can hit whoever you want, and suddenly want to have a trick with Banyi. Since it was a delivery of supplies, the journey would be slow, and the average ninja team would arrive on the battlefield in 3 days, and skirmishes had been fought several times. And they have only just arrived at the border of the Fire Nation, and they are still some way from the frontline battlefield. The journey in the past 3 days was very calm, and there were no mountain bandits who robbed halfway, and there were no ninja sneak attacks from enemy countries, which made Lin Yu depressed for a long time, and he didn't even have the opportunity to copy ninjutsu. 3 days ago, Lin Yu had already tested it with chakra paper, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water 5 attributes he had, plus the yin and yang attributes that came with the Uchiha clan and the Whirlpool clan. His chakra eye could copy most of the ninjutsu, but unfortunately, until now, the ninjutsu he mastered was only the 3-body technique, the Vajra blockade and the 4 elephant seal, and even the instantaneous body technique. If you want to say why don't you learn, ninjutsu scrolls are very expensive, even Lin Yu on a rotten street like the art of how Fireball can't afford it. Besides, why work hard to practice if you can copy it with the Sharingan? Alas, it seems that there is no place for you for the time being. Lin Yu raised the goggles on his forehead, and as for the ninja protector, he hung it around his neck. There was no way, he could only go to the battlefield and look for another opportunity. Lin Yu's squad is a 4-person squad, counting him, there are a total of 5 people, including 3 middle ninja and 2 lower ninja, and the materials transported are just some ordinary medical equipment. This is one of the reasons why this road is calm. No shinobi village will spend energy sending an elite team to infiltrate the Fire Nation to intercept some ordinary medical equipment. On the dirt path leading to the battlefield, there was only the crunch of rolling carriages. The 3 Zongnin standing in front vigilantly observed the surroundings, and did not relax their guard because of the calm of these 3 days. They knew that the closer they got to the battlefield, the more dangerous it was, and the greater the chance of facing the enemy. Lin Yu and another subordinate shinobi were on guard on both sides of the carriage, also observing the situation around them. Sue! In the dense woods in the distance, a figure fell in front of a man in black. Boss, you have found a team of Kanaha's material transportation squad, do you want to kill them? Sue! Another figure fell, 3 middle ninja, 2 lower ninja, it seems to be ordinary medical equipment and materials. but I didn't expect that there was an unexpected harvest, and the fresh life was going to flow away from my hands again. Hey, I said Murata, those two shinobi I fancy, especially the red-haired boy, it's really fresh blood. Takeda, are you trying to rob me? Grab it, shut up for me. The middle-aged man in black looked at Murata with a low snort and said, is Murata Shinobu's news accurate? Confirm that, there don't seem to be any sentient ninjas in that squad, and I can't spot me in front of them. Good. Prepare to start, and when those 3 shinobi are handed over to me, you will quickly kill those 2 shinobi and then come to help me. Yes, swish, swish, swish. The muddy path was as quiet as usual, and a few birds chirped out of the woods and flew high into the sky. Lin Yu looked at the birds in the sky and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, pulled down his goggles, closed his eyes, and opened Kagura's eyes. Kagura's heart eye is very draining, even Lin Yu can't be open all the time. 1, 2, 3. 3 miles. Suddenly, his mind sensed 3 strange chakras, and they were full of hostility. One of them reached the level of upper shinobi, and the other 2 were the worst of the middle shinobi. The enemy was actually so close, Lin Yu's face turned pale, and he quickly shouted towards the Zongnin in front, guard, there is an unknown squad ahead. The leading Naka ninja Matsuno looked back at Lin Yu in surprise, and then took out the kunao, looked ahead vigilantly, and did not ask the reason. This is a war, rather believe it or not, the 2 people next to him are also on guard. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there was a sentient ninja hidden in your team. Yo, still a teenager, this time can make a lot of money. Ho ho ho, I like genius blood the most, the feeling of being strangled in the cradle is simply fascinating. Murata licked Kuwu and let out a sad laugh. Don't talk nonsense, do it. There was no nonsense on the black-clothed shinobu. Seeing that the other party was prepared, the sneak attack could not be successful, and he directly took the initiative to take the initiative head-on, and took Kuwu to fight with the 3 Zongnin. Oh, the boss can't wait, then invite our little genius to die. Murata, who was wearing a rain ninja brace, threw a few shurikens at Lin Yu, and his figure shook. Bite, bite, bite. Lin Yu picked up the 3 shurikens that Kuwu blocked, and he didn't have time to see the situation clearly. Poof, a handful of bitterness came out of the chest. Instantaneous. Oops, it's over so soon, I haven't had time to exert my strength yet. Boom. Lin Yu, who was penetrated by Kuwu, turned into a puff of white smoke, leaving a piece of wood in place, and in the red goggles pulled down by Lin Yu, 3 black hook jade that were not obvious loomed. Avatar? Abominable little ghost, take your life. Murata, who was being teased, became angry and chased Lin Yu and slashed wildly. Abominable little ghost, will you only hide? Lin Yu easily dodged the attack with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. In his eyes, Murata's movements were as slow as a snail, and Lin Yu gave up several times when he could find a chance to fight back. He was expecting, and in his blood-red pupils, 3 black jade swayed. Damn, this trick depends on how you hide. Murata's hands quickly made a print, and the 3 hooks of jade in Lin Yu's eyes turned rapidly, and his hands followed Murata's seal. Chen ugly. Water escape, water chaos. 2 streams of water shoot from each other's mouths towards each other. Poof. Murata lasted for 3 seconds before being hit by the current and flying upside down, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? Your ninjutsu power is actually stronger than mine. Lin Yu pouted quietly, my immortal body plus chakra eye in hand, it is not easy to deal with you with a medium forbearance. You must know that the awakening of the Ujibo clan is at least a special forbearance level, not to mention the immortal body. What Lin Yu lacks now is actual combat experience, ninjutsu and reaction ability, especially actual combat experience, which is basically 0, so he must be careful and careful. When the enemy first appeared, he had already opened the Sharingan, without hiding at all, or that there was no need to hide the Sharingan when this mission was completed. If the old dog of Tenzo upset him, a super Shinra Tianjing sent him to heaven. Damn, little ghost, don't be proud, shui dun shui zian jiao, shui dun shui xiangyu, burst. Murata was shot off again, this time even more miserable ribs, I don't know how many were broken, another mouthful of old blood spit out, defeated by his own ninjutsu twice in a row, and his grey face was full of disbelief. It seems that you have no value to squeeze, it's time to give you a ride. Without too much nonsense, an instant flashed in front of Murata, and Lin Yu cleanly pierced the opponent's heart with a shuriken. This was the first time Lin Yu had killed someone, without fear, without fear. A carriage was parked alone in a small puddle, surrounded by small puddles, caused by Lin Yu and the water ninjutsu named Murata. The battlefield had been disrupted, and the 3 Naka shinobi who were holding Konoha in black were away from Lin Yu and them, not giving them a chance to rescue and gather together. Bite. The black-clad shinobu pressed the 2 Konoha shinobi with a shuriken, and a corpse wearing a Konoha ninja suit next to him floated in a puddle. It had been a while since the battle, and the black-clothed shinobi had solved a middle shinobi, and it seemed that the strength was at most particularly high-level shinobi. They could barely resist, but it was a pity that the 2 subordinates, especially Uzumaki Lin Yu, He mastered the palm cactus art at a young age, and it was a pity that he encountered an accident just out of the village, and Matsuno Nakatabu resisted the attack of the black-clothed shinobu, silently thinking of a way out. Boom! Matsuno Naka Shinobu blocked the black-clothed shinobu's kick with both hands, his figure fell back sharply, his rough face was covered with cold sweat, and he whispered to his teammate next to him, "Retreat, the mission fails, and if we continue, we will all die. It's still too late to go." "Want to go? Have you asked me?" Shinobu in black clothes separated two shadow doppelgangers to entangle Matsuno and the two, and then quickly sealed his hands. Ugly Shenyun Ziai. A total of 44 seals. Water Dragon Technique. The water in the small puddles of different sizes in the battlefield quickly gathered together, gradually forming a hideous water dragon, roaring and rushing towards the two Konoha ninjas. Damn it! This range of techniques can't be dodged at all. Is it going to die? As soon as Matsuno burst a shadow identity, before he could catch his breath, a hideous water dragon swooped down from the air, and the fear of death flooded his heart. At the critical moment, a slightly immature voice sounded. Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon with the same sky blue hideous rushed straight from the other side and crashed straight into the sky water dragon. Rumble. The water dragons cancelled each other, the colliding water spray turned into heavy rain and fell around. Matsuno and the two watched the water dragon gradually dissipating in the air, allowing the impact of the collision of the water dragon to repel it, and they couldn't help but rejoice, and then they had a headache and fainted. Who is it? The black-clothed shinobu turned his head sharply to look to the other side. A thin figure, the long fiery red hair draped on the shoulders was gently blown by the airflow caused by the impact, the three black jade and the blood-red eye socket swayed, and the beautiful face that had gradually grown was filled with a trace of evil aura, and the body exuded an icy aura. Linyu deliberately controlled the water dragon to knock Matsuno and the two into the trees. After all, he was not used to fighting with goggles, and he didn't want to expose the chakra eyes so quickly, and he didn't know what Brother Tuza thought when he was a child. "It's you! You can actually kill Murata and Takeda." The black-clothed shinobu stared at the immature boy in front of him in disbelief. Without talking nonsense with the black-clothed shinobi, Linyu flashed instantly, and a strong sense of crisis came from behind, like a needle prick, and the black-clothed shinobu looked back with bitterness and no block. Staring at Linyu viciously, "If you want to kill me, you are still too tender." Kicking Linyu hard, Linyu twisted the momentum, and reflexively punched the black-clothed shangnin. The black-clothed shinobu quickly turned his head, and while Linyu had not yet returned his fist, his 5 fingers formed into claws and grabbed Linyu's arm, and he smiled. "Caught you." Linyu was expressionless, raised his leg fiercely, kicked towards the opponent, and slashed his right hand towards the other party. "I'm a yin." The black-clothed Shang couldn't help but curse in his heart. The actual movement was not slow, and he released the hand that was holding Linyu to prevent his lower body, and his right hand collided with Kuwu. "Bite." The crisp voice sounded. Linyu's wrist turned, his palm loosened. Kuwu quickly rotated to the left and flew, and his right hand directly grabbed the enemy's Kuwu with the force. Poof! Blood pierced the palm and flowed out, and the left hand took the opportunity to take Kuwu and slashed forward. The black-clothed shinobu who hit this fancy operation was a little caught off guard. A trace of blood dripped from the air, and the black-clothed shinobu in front of him had disappeared. "It's a pity it didn't cut the throat." Linyu looked regretfully at the black-clothed shangren covering his neck not far away. A bright red bloodline was still bleeding, very thin and not deep. "Little ghost, it's good to be useless, but that's all. I can see that your actual combat experience is too poor, your body cannot keep up with your eyes, your hands and feet are bound, and your strength is small." "Well, I remember your eyes." Linyu frowned slightly on the side. "Where is so much nonsense?" The two golden chains behind him suddenly burst out. How could the black-clothed shinobi have expected that Linyu would actually block the King Kong? Didn't he have a chakra eye that belonged to the Uchiha clan? There was no time to dodge, and two golden chains quickly wrapped around the black-clothed shangnin, sealing him all over and dragging him to Linyu. "What is your purpose?" Linyu looked up at the black-clothed shinobi. "Humph, I won't say it, little ghost you." Another golden chain penetrated the heart, and the eyes of the black-clothed shinobu were wide. Why not torture? Why not capture it and interrogate it? This is different from the captive in his heart. He closed his eyes unwillingly, and the breath of life dissipated. Linyu looked at the black-clothed corpse and said lightly, "I just ask according to the custom. It doesn't matter if you answer or not." Linyu looked at the two who were about to wake up on the side, and sighed in his heart. He was about to act again. He wiped the blood on his hand on his face, slammed his chest a few times, his face suddenly turned pale, and he walked towards the two tremblingly. Matsuno Naka Shinobu had just regained consciousness, and the memory emerged, and he jumped up from the ground to observe the surrounding situation, but only saw a teenager squatting on the ground, coughing silently, and next to a corpse dressed in black, tattered. After carefully walking over and confirming that it was the black-clothed shinobi, Matsuno breathed a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help but say to Linyu, "Little brother Linyu, is this what you killed?" "Ahem." I overdrew my vitality and used the forbidden withdraw blockade of the Vortex clan to barely get away with it. Lin Yu's pale face was bloodless, and his trembling body seemed to fall in the next second. I don't have to say much, little brother Lin Yu, I owe you a life, but if you have orders in the future, you will never shirk. Matsuno Nakashinobu's face changed for a long time, and it was dishonorable to say that he was saved by a shinobi, but he was a trustworthy person who did what he said. The other Zongnin next to him also thanked Lin Yu one after another. Lin Yu waved his hand and said with a sigh of relief, everyone is part of Konoha, either he dies or I die in the battle, for my own sake, I will do the same. Matsuno still expressed his willingness to keep his promise, but he didn't say more, simply cleaned up the battlefield, sealed the corpse of his companion with a scroll, and moved forward again, and the loot was all Lin Yu's. After all, people saved their lives. In the carriage, because he was a patient, Lin Yu was no longer responsible for guarding, and he was also happy to do so, lying on the carriage and thinking about the battle just now. That Kami Shinobu was right, I lacked experience, and my body's reaction speed was too slow to keep up with the rhythm of Sharingan. But it's also normal, after all, it's only been obtained for a short time, and there is no chance of actual combat in the village, and the Sharingan is too, and the black-clothed Shinobu dares to look at the Sharingan, which is stupid enough. If it wasn't an illusion, it would only take a look to solve that black-clothed Shinobi. Now I don't want to solve the big snake pill with one look like a weasel, I only ask for one look to solve a superior Shinobu is enough. In a certain tent of the frontline logistics medical unit, Lin Yu lay comfortably on the hospital bed to rest, while Matsuno Nakanobu went to report the task to the frontline commander Orochimaru. That's right, the current battlefield commander is the big snake pill. After all, the current big snake pill is not the mad scientist in the future, Ant Snake. Sarutobi Hinata is still very optimistic about Orochimaru, and has the idea of training him to become the 4th generation Hokage. As for Mito Minion and Shun Koharu in the battlefield of Iwa Shinobu Village, Kiki Shuumao in the battlefield of San Ninja Village, it was originally the situation of 1v3 in the country of Rain in the original work, but for some reason it became the country of Fire 1v3, and this pot may have to be carried by Lin Yu. Oh, little ghost, you are actually lazy here, is the old man sending you to sleep? The visitor has long blonde hair, 2 small braids behind his back, and a delicate face that is very beautiful. The only thing that is lacking is that he is unremarkable. Lin Yu listened to Tsunade's big grinning voice and pouted, I'm an injured person, and I'm recuperating. Hey, little ghost, you deceived others cannot deceive me, with the physique of your Whirlpool clan, that little injury has long been healed, and what is the overdraft vitality? My grandmother is Uzumaki Mito-sama, why haven't I heard her say that the King Kong blockade will overdraw the vitality? The person who came was Senju Tsunade, because it was the only remaining clan of Grandma Uzumaki Mito, so Tsunade also came to visit Lin Yu and Jushine, and Lin Yu also recommended that special secret method to him, and the two also had contacts and had a good relationship. Well, little ghost, you don't have to explain, and I'm not interested in listening to your lame reasons. I ask you, have you really mastered the palm cactus technique? Tsunade put away his casual demeanor and asked seriously. Lin Yu didn't answer, sat up and walked at Tsunade's eyes and stretched out his hands. Buzz. The fluorescent green light wrapped around the hands, and the rich breath of life flowed out. Well, the control is good, but it's not enough. You will study with me these days, and put aside your useless medical knowledge. Tsunade looked at it carefully, nodded, and then patted Lin Yu's shoulder heavily with a big wave. Useless medical knowledge? You can't just say it's useless just because it doesn't work on you. Lin Yu glanced at Tsunade's plain chest, and pouted his small mouth with disdain, and he didn't know how the back grew so. Abominable little devil, where are your eyes? Your methods are useless, they have no effect at all. Tsunade saw Lin Yu's eyes, subconsciously covered his chest, and remembered the many special secret medicines and methods that Lin Yu recommended to her, and her little face couldn't help but rise a blush, which was cute. Tsunade saw that Lin Yu had no problem with my medicine, it was your own body problem expression. His little face suddenly darkened, grabbed Lin Yu's arm fiercely and dragged it out. Very good, the old lady will help you loosen your bones today. Duh. Syllable. Boom. Don't. Stop it. The waist is going to break. Night. After teaching Lin Yu a lesson, Tsunade's whole person looked refreshed, and the pressure on the frontline battlefield was relieved a lot. He took Lin Yu to a large tent, which was full of injured Konoha ninjas, most of them ninjas who had been hit by pepperfish toxin. Although they have all been detoxified, the other wounds are also very serious, not to mention that a large number of injured people are sent in every day. Tsunade is very stressed, and he has not rested for a long time. I have to say that Lin Yu's arrival relieved a lot of pressure on Tsunade, and a ninja who can palm cactus is too important on the battlefield. Not only can the palm cactus quickly heal internal and external injuries, but with the amount of chakra and recovery speed of the Uzumaki clan, it is more than enough to treat more than 100 ninjas. If Lin Yu knew what Tsunade thought, he would definitely laugh at her again. Judging from the fact that he is now more and more suitable for the immortal human body, it is no problem to draw 1,000 bottoms. Although chakra only reached the shadow level, his recovery speed is fast. After treating a ninja, he will recover in 7 or 8 seconds at most. If it were not for the mental exhaustion, Lin Yu could completely transform into a ruthless perpetual motion healing machine. Look, palm cactus should be adjusted and used in accordance with the situation of the injured, not the more chakra, the better. Excessive output of chakra will destroy the normal circulatory system in the patient's body, make the patient coma, and more serious cases will threaten life safety. The green light in Tsunade's hand was entangled, carefully controlling the output of chakra, completely fitting the patient's wound, and after a while, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after a while, Tsunade wiped his white forehead and whispered to Lin Yu, "Got it. Got it. Snap. Who are you kid deceiving about? If you read it once and understand, then the palm cactus is not rotten on the street." Tsunade slapped Lin Yu's hand and turned his head unhappily. Lin Yu was a little speechless. I have the dynamic vision of the writing wheel eye to assist, observe the flow of chakra, and it is easy to learn whether it is good or not. Wait for it. When I grow up, I must hang you up and beat you. Lin Yu thought viciously in his heart, staring unkindly at the perfectly proportioned Tsunade in front of him. For the next few days, Lin Yu followed Tsunade to treat the wounded in the big tent, 24 hours a day, including 20 hours of work and 4 hours of rest. If a small team battle breaks out in front of you, then there is simply no time to rest. Rao as Lin Yu's immortal body is also a little overwhelmed, his mind is consumed too much, and his expression is a little sluggish. Looking at Tsunade, who was leaning on his shoulder next to him and finally coaxed to sleep, his fair and delicate face was still beautiful and moving, his ruddy little mouth was slightly open, and his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was worried about something. Lin Yu looked at it and suddenly was a little fascinated, and suddenly there was a sound in his mind. Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly sank into his mind to check. The task has been updated. Monthly mission, Mission 1, earned the title from Uchiha Madaraka. Reward, Perfect Immortal Body. Mission 2, Return to Konoha Shinobi Village from the Land of Rain. Bonus, Kaleidoscope Sherinan. Mission 3, The Princess Holds Tsunade. Bonus, Chakra Scalpel. Cumulative mission, 1/10th mission, obtain a band from Hanzo, 1 month left. Reward, experience Samsara Eye for 2 hours without consumption, freezing. Really? Hanzo's task entered the accumulation, and although there were still 9 tasks, Lin Yu still had a sense of crisis in his heart. Just like the one just refreshed. Get the title from Uchiha Madaraka. Your uncles, it's very hard for me to fight an elite upper ninja now, and isn't it casually slapped to death in the face of Madara who is at the peak of Super Shadow? What to do? Do I also have to learn from Kai Huang to give Banyi a foot massage? But the 8 doors of Dunjia are not ninjutsu, and they need to exercise their physique overnight to break the limits of the human body in order to perform. It takes a long time to accumulate. Do you want the system to let it release a task that rewards the 8 doors of Dunjia? But what if it sends some weird tasks? The princess holds Tsunade. This is very good, really fragrant, but you also have to find an opportunity. If you force Tsunade to hold the hand, the head may be burst. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately it was a holding hand. If it was a princess holding a big snake pill. It has been almost half a month since he came to the battlefield of the Land of Rain, and none of the 4 tasks Lin Yu has been completed. 3 of them cannot be completed, and the other one does not dare, for fear of being beaten. In the big tent, Lin Yu, who was busy treating the injured, wiped the beads of sweat on his face and sighed. There are still more than half a month, and I don't know if it's too late. It seems that I have to find a reason to try my luck on the battlefield. Alas, but how to find the reason? Lin Yu's face was gloomy, and he sighed again, which made the middle-aged ninja lying on the bed terrified. Could it be that his life was not long in coming? But I just broke my hands and feet. Could it be that I have an incurable disease? Woohoo, mother, I'm sorry for you. Forgive my son for not being filial. Lin Yu didn't know that the way he sighed made the ninja he treated think so much, and even the will was ready. After skillfully helping him fix his hands and feet with bandages, he walked to the next injured person. In the command room, Orochimaru sat on the first seat. On the left and right were Jiraiya and Tsunade, and the rest were Konoha Kami Shinobu, about 20 people, with a sand table map model in the middle. Orochimaru looked at the sand table with a heavy expression and said, "At present, there are 26 small-scale team battles with Yoshinobu, 7 sneak attack battles, and the number of meetings between elite squads is not less than 15 times, of which there are many losses and few wins, and the situation is very unfavorable to us. Lord Orochimaru, although we don't have a large-scale team battle victory, we can still accept this loss, as long as we continue to maintain this small-scale combat method, and wait for IWA Shinobu and Sand Shinobu to free their hands." A green-haired shinobu said confidently towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't even look at the man and looked down at his 2 teammates. The green-haired shinobu dared to be angry in the face of the big snake pill's disregard and did not dare to speak, and could only sit down with a symbolic cold snort. Tsunade touched his white chin and pondered, "After so many battles, I didn't see the figure of the demigod Zanko Hanzo. Even you and I have already been on the battlefield, so many times. This is temptation." It seems that it is not far from Hanzo who appears in the Pepperfish, and once he appears, it means that he is fully prepared. I agree with Tsunade. Jiraiya raised his hand in agreement. Well, I also think so. Notify the frontline sensing troops, strengthen their vigilance, and notify me immediately if there is any movement. Orochimaru nodded, he thought so too. After all, Hanzo was known for his caution. Report. Report Lord Orochimaru, there is an urgent report from the front, and Hanzo led the large army to appear, which is not far from here. A Naka shinobu quickly broke into the tent to report to Orochimaru. What? Perception of what the troops are for. The enemy only realized when they arrived at the doorstep, what a bunch of waste. Orochimaru's face was ugly, and if the war was lost because of this, he would be very responsible. Orochimaru, Tsunade, there's no time to discuss any strategy, let's meet the legendary ninja demigod for a while. That's all there is to it. Battlefield of the Land of Rain. Hanzo looked coldly at the three most prominent people in front of him, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. A cold, metal-like voice came out of the mask. I admire talented ninjas, give the three of you a chance, be loyal to me, and conquer the ninja world with me. Bah, even your little rain country is worthy of the princess of Konoha. Tsunade's face was full of disdain. Less nonsense Hanzo, let's shoot, let me learn the skills of the demigod of the ninja world. Jiraiya shouted arrogantly at Hanzo. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and smiled gloomily, his eyes staring at Hanzo without a trace of slack. In that case, boys, go on, fight for the Rain Ninja Village, fight for me. Fanatical fans of Hanzo flocked to them, in their eyes the god of the ninja world, Ninja Azura is dead, the entire ninja world has no enemy of Hanzo-sama, victory must belong to them. Up! Maintain a good formation, with the Akimichi clan as the forward, the Nara and Yamanaka clans as the flank auxiliaries, and the rest of the squads cooperate with each other, adapt to the situation, and the pepperfish Hanzo is handed over to us. Yes! Lord Orochimaru. The battle is about to start, but Lin Yu is still treating the wounded in the logistics medical department, and he doesn't know all this yet. Tsunade didn't have time to notify him, and there was no need to inform him. After all, he was just a medical ninja and didn't need to go into battle. Call. Finally stabilizing the situation of this group of injured people, Lin Yu's expression was a little pale. When using palm cactus to treat the injured, he also found a phenomenon, that is, his palm cactus can not only restore the injury, but also help him quickly recover chakra. In contrast to Lin Yu needs to pay double the amount of chakra to supply the injured, which is very chicken. A bit like the physique of Uzumaki Phosphorus, as long as you take a bite to absorb her chakra, you can quickly recover from the injury, and you can also replenish chakra. Lin Yu left the big tent to go to rest, and he had to think about what to do with that cumulative task, which was really a headache. Well, why are there so few people walking around outside today? Is it going to a collective meeting? Or did Hanzo hit him? Lin Yu casually pulled a person to ask him about the situation. Hey, don't you know yet? The demigods of the ninja world have all hit the doorstep. Lord Orochimaru, Tsunade-sama, and Lord Jiraiya are meeting the enemy. With that, he quickly ran away. Really? It's the battle of fame of the three shinobi. After this battle, the name of the three ninja will be known by the ninja world. And this is my last chance. Lin Yu took off his white coat, put on goggles, put on a trench coat, and rushed towards the battlefield. At this time, in the battlefield, Hanzo and Konoha Sanshin have broken away from the large army and fought in a plain. No way, their ninjutsu is too powerful, the scope is too wide, and if you are not careful, you will kill your own people. Bite. Holding Hanzo's side that Kuwu could not block, Orochimaru took the opportunity to speak towards Hanzo. How did you escape the detection of our sensing forces and sneak so close to the camp? Oh, you said this, you'll know later. Hanzo raised his leg and kicked the flying snake pill, and then dodged violently in place. Heavenly pain. Rumble. The earth split instantly, forming a large pit surrounded by cracks and stones splashing around. Big snake pill, be serious. Win the fight first, and then interrogate him. It's a terrifying weird force. If I get hit, even I don't feel good. Hanzo wiped his scythe unhurriedly. Want to win me? Go back and cultivate for another 20 years. Haijiao Yu Shenwei, psychic art. Boom. After a puff of white smoke, an ugly giant pepperfish appeared, twisting its fat body and spitting poison around. So that's the case. Did you swallow the ninja into the belly of the pepperfish and sneak in? Sneaking in from the depths of the ground to avoid perception is truly Hanzo. Orochimaru licked his lips and said sadly. As the three bursts of white smoke dissipated, three behemoths confronted the pepperfish. It was Toad Buntai, 10,000 snakes and slugs. At this time, the Toad text is too slightly immature, which is probably the appearance of Naruto's psychic Toad Yoshi during the original 4 wars. The slugs have not changed much, but they are slightly smaller, which is related to the fact that Tsunade has not fully grown. At this time, 10,000 snakes had not yet become the leader of the psychic snake clan, but his attitude was still arrogant. Great snake pill. This time I want 100 sacrifices or I'll eat you. The long purple body surged on the ground, setting off waves of chi. No problem, but your opponent is that guy. The big snake pill didn't look very good, and he was threatened by his own psychic beast, although it was not the first time, but it was still very faceless. 10,000 snakes snorted coldly, looking at the pepperfish on the opposite side, which was more than twice its body, and his eyes became sharp. This time the transaction was a loss. Standing on top of the pepperfish, Hanzo looked down at the three top ninjas of the new generation, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but it wasn't enough for him to release water, and he liked the feeling of killing geniuses very much. Up! The art of the great waterfall. Hanzo's throat bulged, and a huge ball of water instantly spat out of his mouth and hit the three of Tsunade, while the pepperfish quickly burrowed into the ground, leaving a huge black pit in place. When Tai, use oil, got it, don't feel hot. Zilai also looked quite embarrassed, but the imprint in his hand was not slow at all. His cheeks bulged out of flames, and with the oil spit out by Toadwenta, he shouted loudly, "Fire Toad Oil Flame Bomb!" The huge flame produced by the combination of oil and fire quickly collided with the water balloon. Rumble! The violent high temperature collided with the water current, quickly volatilizing into water vapor, which permeated the surroundings, as if forming a white mist in kind enchantment. "Tsunade, be careful!" Orochimaru shouted sharply at Tsunade, and his feet quickly flew towards him. Tsunade, who was reminded by the big snake pill, suddenly felt a pinprick-like feeling behind him, and he didn't have time to turn back, and the strange force fist hit the back hard. Boom! Hanzo, who was holding the scythe, was repelled and flicked his somewhat numb arm. "Sure enough, your threat to me is the greatest." In terms of ninjutsu, Hanzo is confident that the three people in front of him are not comparable to him, and only this woman's strange power makes him a little jealous, so he gives priority to attacking her. Abominable. Don't underestimate me. Being the first to be targeted by Hanzo is the first to be targeted. Doesn't that mean that she is the weakest of the three? Give priority to solving her, and then deal with the difficult two. Tsunade, who was underestimated, tightly squeezed his somewhat reddened fist. The anger value was already stacked, and the instantaneous strange force punched Hanzo again, and before Hanzo hit the ground, the figure flashed and rushed to the sky. "It's not over yet, eat me, it hurts." Poof! The scythe was instantly kicked away. The pepperfish Hanzo did not have time to dodge, and his chest was instantly kicked, and before Tsunade could show his joy, the pepperfish Hanzo in front of him snapped and turned into water droplets scattered. Water body. A bad premonition came to my mind. Tsunade subconsciously returned his hand to resist. Boom! Hanzo appeared from behind Tsunade and kicked her out, landing on the slug's back. Oh? Subconscious defense? It feels really acute. The blow did not succeed, and Hanzo was not discouraged, and said slowly, "But this blow, depending on how you block it," swordsmanship flash. Catching the scythe that slowly fell in the air, the half-hidden figure of the pepperfish flashed, and instantly came at Tsunade. The sickle representing death was coated with poison, and as long as it was lightly scraped, it could take away a fresh life. The feeling of death hung over Tsunade's palm, and she couldn't dodge this knife, and was about to resist this blow with her body. A ghostly figure flashed in an instant, kicked the pepperfish Hanzo, and landed next to Tsunade. "She's not alone," Orochimaru said grimly. The battle seemed fierce, but in fact, in just a few seconds, Orochimaru finally arrived and rescued Tsunade. Hanzo, who was kicked off, quickly stabilized his figure, patted his sleeves, smiled contemptuously, and before he could speak, a shout came from next to him. "That's right. She's not fighting you alone, Ninfa, messing with lion hair." I don't know when I got close to Hanzo, and his white hair stretched out quickly, tightly wrapping around Hanzo's body. Zilai also hurriedly shouted at the two, "It's now, fast!" Orochimaru and Tsunade naturally knew that the opportunity was rare, and at the moment when Jiraiya bound Hanzo, hidden shadow multi-snake hand, heavenly pain, the two hit Hanzo at the same time from different directions and slammed the ground. Was it successful? Zilai also withdrew his white hair and asked with a solemn face. "No, it doesn't feel right. It's not the feeling of hitting the human body." Tsunade's face was livid. She was almost half hidden just now, although it would not cause death, but she would also lose her combat ability. The white hair is retracted, leaving only a pool of water in place, and it is a water body. So where did Hanzo go? Sanshin quickly looked around. Because the water vapor was pervasive, the situation of the field of view was not very good, and the visibility around was very low. Not around, not above. It's below. Boom! The ground quickly cracked. A huge pepperfish broke through the ground, directly impacted on the slug. Bang! The slugs instantly cracked, turned into countless small slugs scattered and fled. The slug's combat effectiveness is really poor, or she is not suitable for fighting at all, but her life-saving ability is really outrageous. Not good. The slugs were knocked and scattered, and the three did not have time to react, and each fell from the air. A knife light flashed out from below, and there was no focus point in the air, and this knife was difficult to dodge. Swoosh! A deep bone knife mark appeared on Tsunade's back. Dark green venom quickly corroded the wound, and the flesh turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunade landed on the ground and barely supported his body. His face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and quickly cleaned up the toxins in the wound, tearing off a sleeve and simply stopping the bleeding and bandaging. Tsunade, are you okay? How is it? Jiraiya immediately rushed at Tsunade's side after landing. His face was nervous and angry. Just now in the air he was completely too late to rescue Tsunade. Looking at the pale Tsunade, his heart was full of anger. It's okay, I can still fight. Tsunade recovered a little and calmed her expression. She could fully withstand this kind of injury. The big snake pill stared at Hanzo with a gloomy face, and slowly analyzed. First, we used the water vapor generated by the water escape and the fire to cover the figure, and divided the two water bodies to confuse us, and we hid in the body of the pepperfish and dived underground to wait for the opportunity. You guys are also good, you can withstand several of my attacks without dying, you are proud. The icy heavy metal sound came out of the mask, very harsh. Tsunade, slugs are not suitable for fighting, let her scatter to support the other ninjas, just leave us one to pass on the message. Orochimaru shouted at Tsunade. The pepperfish. Leave the ugly thing to us, Lao Tzu will cut it into pieces and cook it. Toadwinter's huge body jumped and fell in front, and his nostrils exhaled 2 streams of white chi. 10,000 snakes also spit scarlet letters and rushed towards the pepperfish. They didn't help at all in the battle just now, and they were really angry in their hearts. Ho ho ho, then let's meet this ninja demigod for a while. Wind escape big breakthrough, water whip, atta boy. Sure enough, the battlefield is the best thing for me. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu has already copied at least a dozen kinds of ninjutsu, because of the 5 elements, as long as it is not the blood succession limit, physical skills and relatively high-level ninjutsu, basically he is not refused, the more the better. Why he hadn't seen Tsunade yet, because of the butterfly effect of the traverser, whether the battle of the 3 ninja fame would change anything, he didn't know. Lin Yu had some worries about Tsunade in his heart, and Lin Yu still cared about this one of his few friends, well, only a little worse than Juzine. Without further thought, the figure quickly swept past the place of battle ahead. He didn't have the heart to support the Konoha ninja. It was important to find Tsunade. Tsunade was definitely fighting the pepperfish Hanzo. There was still a task to complete. If it couldn't be completed this time, it would be difficult to have a chance. Call! Call! The embarrassed figure of the 3 embarrassed figures gasped in the messy battlefield. The ninja armor was already tattered. It was the 3 of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The 3 carried dozens of wounds of various sizes, the most serious being Tsunade, adding another deep stab wound to her left leg. Chakra was consumed heavily, and there was a faint feeling of detachment, but the 3 of them did not dare to show a single flaw. They have fully understood the gold content of the demigod of the ninja world, and in this era, it is difficult for Uchiha to have an opponent who beats him one-on-one. The 8 Flying Sun Slash and the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow in the prime of life may be able to match it. Even the 3 generations of Wind Shadow that are rated as the strongest in all generations are slightly inferior. Toadwinter, 10,000 snakes, and Pepperfish had both returned to the psychic secret realm, and at this time there were only 4 of them standing on the battlefield. Good, really good. You are the most talented young people I have ever met, and it is rare to fight me to this point. Although they were enemies, the appreciation in Hanzo's eyes grew, and he took off his mask and blurted out, I, the pepperfish Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, would like to call you Konoha 3 Shinobi. SHHH. Who wants you to be named for us? This toad fairy disdains your appreciation. Jiraiya dragged his scarred body and pouted. He has the most scars on his body, but his attitude is also the most arrogant. However, today is the day of your 3 ninjas canonization, and it is also the last glory of the 3 ninjas. As soon as the words fell, Hanzo's hands quickly froze, and the big snake pill squinted slightly and could only see an afterimage. His expression was stunned, and he roared wildly, be careful, retreat, it's late. Water Dragon Technique. The huge water dragon gathered around Hanzo of the pepperfish to form. The hideous huge dragon head is more powerful than the black-clothed shinobu I don't know how many times, combined with the perennial rainy environment of the rain country, but the power of the water dragon bullet art of B-level ninjutsu is comparable to A+ level ninjutsu. The hideous water dragon quickly swooped down from the sky and shot down at the feet of the 3 shinobi, causing the 3 to scatter and resist the impact of the water with difficulty. The physical strength that was originally insufficient reached the point of running out of oil, and after barely resisting the impact of the water dragon, Zi Lai also looked up at his teammates, suddenly saw a figure, and roared fiercely, Tsunade quickly dodge. The big snake pill also shrank his pupils, and the figure that had just stood firmly immediately rushed towards Tsunade, sighing in his heart, hateful, too late. Die. Hanzo instantly moved behind Tsunade, slashing the scythe in his hand towards Tsunade's neck, his eyes shining with bloodthirsty excitement. Worst. Unable to hide from the body, Tsunade had already felt the piercing edge behind him, but his body had reached the limit and could not move at all. Are you going to die? Tsunade's mind suddenly appeared one by one, her eldest grandfather, second grandfather, Grandma Mito, younger brother Senja Ropaki, her teammates, and Uzumaki Lin Yu. That little devil is still in the medical unit, he hasn't told him properly, the special secret recipe he gave hasn't taken effect yet, it's a pity. A hint of blush appeared on Tsunade's pale face. What was wrong with me? Why was I still thinking about that kind of thing at this time? The cold side was about to harvest into a living life, and the raw pain of the white skin seemed to have been cut. Suddenly, there was a sound from underground. Two-done heart decapitation technique. A pair of hands grabbed Tsunade's ankles and jerked them into the ground to pass by the scythe. What man? Hanzo Pepperfish will kill and drop the air, and his eyes are fiercely staring at the two people who broke through the ground in the distance. It was Lin Yu, who had just arrived to save Tsunade, and he used the newly copied earth to sneak into the soil, originally intended to avoid the impact of the water dragon technique, but he did not expect to save Tsunade, who fell on his head by mistake. Lin Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief, and couldn't help but be afraid for a while, looking at the pale face in his arms, closed Maime's Tsunade hand. The place where his hands touched was sticky, he knew that it was blood, and even he touched the knife mark that was deep in the bone. Lin Yu's heart was extremely angry. This was the first time he urgently had the idea of wanting to kill. However, thinking of the gap between the two, I still suppressed the thought in my heart and completed the task first. Gently put down Tsunade, who was held by the princess. His hands were wrapped in a glowing green light, touching Tsunade's tender pink back, and carefully treated. Zilaya, the big snake pill, also rushed to the two of them, and looked at the Tsunade in Lin Yu's arms and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Are you Uzumaki Hayashi? The big snake pill looked at Lin Yu's immature face and thought for a moment and said hoarsely, Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I will treat Tsunade first, you guys will drag Hanzo first, and the rest will wait until the battle is over. Orochimaru knew in his heart that now he was not asking Uzumaki Lin Yu how a medical ninja appeared on the battlefield. The most important thing in front of him was to deal with Hanzo the Pepperfish. Thank you, Lin Yu boy. Compared to the big snake pill, Zilai was much more enthusiastic, and looked at Lin Yu gratefully. Well, am I dead? Is this the Pure Land? The person in front of me is so familiar. Oh, it turns out to be Uzumaki Lin Yu. What the? Uzumaki Hayashi Yu. Tsunade suddenly opened his beautiful eyes and looked at the serious boy in front of him. His beautiful and gentle face showed a hint of handsomeness, and he felt that he was in his arms, and his face couldn't help but turn red again. Supporting his hands and getting up, leaning on Lin Yu, his posture was less embarrassing. Lin Yu, why did you come to the battlefield? I remember I didn't tell you. Heal your injuries and save your physical strength, and explain the situation to you afterwards. Tsunade pouted, did not say more. She also realized that now is not the time to waste time and physical strength. As for Lin Yu's murder of her, she is ready to find Lin Yu to settle the account later. Hey, my chakra has also recovered. Tsunade was surprised to find that his originally depleted chakra was recovering at an alarming rate. As for the recovery of the wound on her back, it is not surprising that if it were not for the battle, she could easily heal this level of wound, but it would consume a lot of chakra, which was an act of death in battle, so she could only assist in treating the injuries of her teammates during the battle. It can be said that if it weren't for Tsunade, the three of them would have been defeated long ago, but even with the physique of the Tsunade Senju clan, chakra is close to the bottom. This is a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, which can help people quickly replenish chakra, but the consumption is relatively large, fast. You go to replace the big snake pill, first solve Hanzo. Lin Yu's expression was very solemn. Whether he could complete the task or not depended on the next situation. Tsunade didn't ask much, and waved his lower arm gently. Although he didn't fully recover, chakra also recovered 2/3, which was enough. Big snake pill, change people, I'm going to kill Hanzo, this old yinbai. Tsunade shouted at Orochimaru and then smashed a punch at Hanzo to join the fight. The big snake pill glanced at Tsunade in surprise, then flashed out of the battle, gasped and came to Lin Yu's side, and said hoarsely, Lin Yu-kun. Lord Orochimaru, please rest assured, I can help you treat your injuries and recover chakra, please sit down here. Lin Yu smiled at the big snake pill and croaked his teeth. Is the Vortex family a unique physique? Interesting. The big snake pill glanced at Lin Yu with interest, and sat on the ground and let Lin Yu fiddle with it. After a while, the big snake pill felt the chakra in his lower body that had almost recovered completely, and looked at Lin Yu with a shocked expression. Lin Yu-jun is really surprising. Hey, big snake pill, are you okay? It's my turn. Jiraiya jumped left and right to avoid Hanzo's attack. His face was blue and his face was swollen, and he was depressed when he looked at Tsunade, who was fighting Hanzo back and forth. Then he saw that the big snake pill had recovered, but it seemed that he was still planning to chat with Lin Yu, and he was anxious. He also thinks about the nanny. Oh no, the daddy is bleeding back, and the feeling of being pressed and beaten is too miserable. The big snake pill was also not embarrassed and smiled gently. With Lin Yu as the milkman, the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. Melee Tsunade can completely suppress Hanzo. He only needs to throw ninjutsu next to him to prevent Hanzo's instant sneak attack, without chakra, and then come to Lin Yu to supplement. The battle situation has been locked. Even if they can't kill Hanzo, they won't lose, and they can still take over the battlefield in full condition when Hanzo retreats. Burst! Zilai also jumped down next to Lin Yu, simply lying directly on the ground, and the face that was beaten like a pig's head croaked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu boy is fast. I can't wait. I'm going for revenge. Lin Yu appreciated Jiraiya's bold and unpretentious personality, and he was also a little looking forward to what charm the Intimate Paradise published by Jiraiya in the future would make Kakashi so fond of it. Damn it! What the hell was going on? First Tsunade, then Orochimaru. Why are they all fully recovered? Is it because of that little ghost? Hanzo was very depressed and regretful in his heart. He didn't care about medical ninjas, so seeing Linyu recovering their injuries for Tsunade, he was very disdainful, and did not stop it. Even if the injury was recovered, there was no difference between chakra exhaustion and a lamb to be slaughtered. But he regretted it now. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who had just joined the battle, all looked alive, if not fully recovered, at least recovered most of the chakra, although he could still suppress them. But this feeling was very humiliating, and it was hard to cripple one, and it didn't take long to resurrect it in a full state. This really made him uncomfortable, and there was a fire in his heart that he couldn't let it out. Phew, he had to find a chance to solve that little ghost. With a kick to force Tsunade's hand back, he slapped his palm on the ground. Fire escape explosion flame array. A large number of detonation charms poured out from the ground towards the three shinobi. Retreat! Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya quickly dodged and retreated, and the pepperfish Hanzo smiled fiercely. Burst. A large number of detonation charms detonated with a sky-high fire. The earthquake trembled countless scattered stones, and the three shinobi avoided the impact of the explosion and the flying rocks, and when they calmed down, the half-hidden figure had disappeared. Not good. Linyu is in danger. Tsunade saw Hanzo disappear, instantly thought of Linyu, and hurriedly rushed towards Linyu's location, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru also changed their faces and followed closely. The half-hidden figure of the pepperfish quickly shuttled through the chaotic rocks, looking at the immature figure not far away, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't hope that the detonation charm could cause damage to the three shinobi, he just used it to confuse the vision and force them back. His target is Uzumaki Linyu. Only by solving this daddy can he regain control of the situation. Looking at the figure getting closer and closer in front of him, it seemed that he was frightened by his arrival. His body was motionless, and his pale face was terrifying, as if he did not expect his coming. Hanzo didn't think much about it. A medical soldier so far away from the battlefield was not his enemy at all. Raised the scythe in his hand and easily cut through Linyu's neck. Hanzo seemed to see the scene of blood splashing and human heads falling to the ground, and the hideous smile on his face was clearly visible. The three Tsunade, who had just arrived, immediately roared angrily when they saw this scene. No! Hanzo, you dare! Tsunade's roar did not affect the speed of Hanzo's swing at all, and the scythe instantly cut through Linyu's neck. Boom! Linyu, whose neck was cut off, turned into a pool of splashes, and at this time, the soil under Hanzo's feet instantly cracked, and a palm wrapped around a light blue light pierced through the ground and stabbed towards Hanzo's chest. Swoosh! Blood splattered, and Hanzo's figure appeared more than 10 meters away, with a long scar on his chest, which almost pierced his body. At the critical moment, Hanzo's body reflexively leaned back, causing the palm that had pierced the right chest to slash across the right chest to the shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Water body. Hanzo was afraid for a while. Just now death was only one step away from him. If it were not for the conditioned reflex of the body facing the crisis, he would have been seriously injured and dying just now. At this time, the three of Tsunade had already come to Linyu's side, and they were relieved to see that Linyu was fine. Tsunade patted his plain chest and said sharply, "It scared me to death just now. Linyu is not allowed to do such a dangerous thing next time." Okay. Linyu looked at Hanzo with a pitying face. He kept opening Kagura's hard eyes to observe the battlefield, and when he noticed that the chakra belonging to Hanzo was moving madly towards him, he left a water body in place, and then the body hit underground with the earth, using the newly obtained reward, the chakra scalpel, to carry out a sneak attack. He didn't mean to kill Hanzo now, so he stabbed him in the right chest, ready to force him to give himself a title after he lost his combat effectiveness and became a prisoner, and then slaughtered him after completing the task. But unfortunately Hanzo deserved to be a demigod in the ninja world, and this reaction of fear of death was really fast. Hanzo also came to his senses at this time and understood Linyu's plan. He didn't know that Linyu had Kagura hard eyes, he only knew that the other party actually left a doppelganger on the ground, and the body hid in the ground with earth, really a fearful of death, no, a sinister little ghost. It seemed that he felt the gradual difficulty of breathing, and his chest cavity became more and more uncomfortable, and Hanzo's face changed suddenly. Noticed? I used a chakra scalpel to cut off the meridians from your chest to your shoulders, and if you don't treat it quickly, you may have difficulty breathing and die. Linyu said with a faint expression. You nasty little devil. Boom. The ninja world's demigod is just like this, and even the doppelganger in body can't be seen, and it seems that the name of the demigod is just an exaggeration. Linyu's face was full of teasing. When Hanzo heard this, another mouthful of old blood almost spewed out, and thinking of the suffocation in the battle and the horror of almost being killed by a sneak attack just now, Hanzo finally couldn't help but open his mouth and said with a poisonous tongue, "Abominable little ghost, your name is Uzumaki Linyu, right? My pepperfish Hanzo would like to crown you the most insidious poisonous milk in the ninja world." Linyu's expression was excited when he heard this, and finally waited for you. Fortunately I didn't give up, I like this title. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya looked at the excited Linyu in surprise. This seems to be a derogatory title. Tsunade couldn't help but silently think in his heart, Lin Yu should not have any special love, right? Don't talk nonsense with him, take advantage of his illness to kill him, today is your time of death, Hanzo. Jiraiya gestured to Orochimaru and Tsunade, and quickly rushed towards Hanzo. Oh, you want to kill me, you are still too tender. Hanzo covered his chest with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, his expression was not panicked at all, he made a mark with one hand, the ground under his feet quickly cracked, and a pepperfish broke through the soil and swallowed Hanzo, twisted and dived into the ground again and disappeared. Damn, just a little. Zai also hammered the ground angrily, looking quite unwilling. After all, it is not so easy to kill the demigod of the ninja world, but what surprised me was that Lin Yujun could actually cause that kind of damage to Hanzo, even if he was careless, it was difficult to do. Although the big snake pill was also a little pity, he was even more surprised by Uzumaki Lin Yu's reaction, knowing that he was only 10 years old and dared to oppose Hanzo, a notoriously cautious mountain pepperfish in the ninja world. Courage and wisdom were indispensable, and he was more and more interested in him. It's just a fluke, I wouldn't dare if I did it again. Lin Yu smiled modestly, the task had been completed, he didn't care about the life or death of Hanzo the pepperfish at all, and it was a big deal to go to the land of rain and slaughter him afterwards. To put it bluntly, the completion of the task of Hanzo made Lin Yu feel relieved in his heart, and he used the Eye of Reincarnation without consumption. He dared to say that no one in the ninja world could defeat him in 2 hours, including Uchiha, of course, the family of the 6 old men could not be counted. Under the Ushibo spot, after coming to die and have a life-saving whole card, Lin Yu's whole person is a lot more optimistic, and he doesn't need to be careful to do many things. Hey, you three don't sleepwalk there, the war is not over yet, we still have to support the other troops. Tsunade looked at the 3 people in front of him speechless for a while, and he was also hammering the ground in remorse, and Orochimaru stared at Uzumaki Lin Yu with an ant smile, and Uzumaki Lin Yu was there looking at the sky and giggling. If it weren't for the war not over, she would definitely go up and slap them and beat them awake. The big snake pill came back to his senses, glanced at Zai Lei, and then said to Lin Yu, Lin Yujun go back first, the next battle situation has been decided, there is no need to trouble Lin Yujun anymore. Yes, Lin Yu little ghost, you go back first, I don't have the strength to protect you on the battlefield. Tsunade looked worried, but his words were not polite in the slightest. Lin Yu's purpose of coming to the battlefield has been achieved, ninjutsu has almost been copied, and there is no intention to stay, and now the big snake pill should still have the goal of becoming the Hokage, so he will not rob him of his battle merits. Logistics troops, Lin Yu returned to a small tent assigned to him, checking the loot. Phew, this harvest is really big, not only have I gained a lot of ninjutsu, but I have also completed the time-limited task, although there is a certain element of luck. But the words that can be received in his mind deeply attracted Lin Yu's heart, sinking into his heart, and strange words slowly emerged. Monthly mission, Task 1, obtain the title from Uchiha Madara mouth. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission 2, return to Konoha Shinobi village from the land of rain. Bonus, kaleidoscope Sharinan. Mission 3, the princess holds Tsunade. Reward, Chakra Scalpel, claimed. Cumulative mission, 1/10 mission 1, obtain a ban from Hanzo, completed. Reward, experience Samsara Eye for 2 hours without consumption, claimable. Lin Yu was very excited, finally he could experience the feeling of God. Open Kagura's heart eyes. Lin Yu frowned slightly, there were too many people in the entire camp, and they were still walking around, in case they happened to be discovered. Although Lin Yu was not afraid, but he would also cause a lot of trouble, affecting the next task. After pondering slightly, Lin Yu flashed out of the Konoha camp, without causing anyone to notice during the period. After all, the masters were fighting on the battlefield, leaving behind only a group of old and weak and sick. Lin Yu quickly shuttled through the jungle, and after a little estimate of tens of kilometers from the camp, he stopped at the edge of a cliff, looked around and sat cross-legged. Receive. As soon as Lin Yu thought in his heart, a force suddenly surged from the depths of his body, gathering in his eyes, without stinging or discomfort. The 3-hooked jade chakra eye automatically opened and rotated slowly, as if forming a golden pattern, but it changed rapidly, and then a circle of spiral stripes appeared in the eye socket, which is the most basic version of the reincarnation eye, which is Nagato's current eyes. When the Eye of Reincarnation appeared, Lin Yu didn't have time to appreciate the appearance after bringing the beautiful pupil, and his mind sank into understanding the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation that belonged to him. After a minute, Lin Yu silently said, freeze. The spiral stripes in the eye socket slowly disappeared, turning into black pupils again. Sure enough, it was possible to freeze the use of time. Lin Yu was relieved in his heart, he was afraid that the system was a second-hand. Fortunately, so far there was no miss. A line of text appeared in the depths of his mind. Limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation eye use permission, remaining 1 hour and 59 minutes, frozen. Lin Yu's reincarnation eye is similar to Nagato's reincarnation eye now, among which there are basic Shinra heavenly signs, Gyenchan heavenly citation, sealing technique sealing, earth explosion heavenly star, etc. However, he does not know Uchiha Madara's will tomb and Tenkaka shock star, and maybe the pupil technique that belongs to Madara. However, Lin Yu did not feel lost, because his awakened reincarnation pupil technique was also very powerful. Pupil Technique, Enchantment of Time. Lin Yu's exclusive pupil technique of Reincarnation Eye, which creates a realm of time to envelop the battlefield according to the caster's ability when launched, and time is controlled by the caster in the kingdom. It's a bit like Uchiha's monthly reading, but the monthly reading is the dominant time of the spiritual world, causing mental damage. And Lin Yu's time enchantment is to control time in reality, can freeze the enemy's time, and can also go back to his own time to recover injuries. It can be said that Lin Yu is immortal in the time enchantment, which is a very buggy pupil technique. If this skill was harmoniously redone in the Summoner Canyon, Lin Yu silently complained in his heart, putting away his mind to check the other loot. In the battlefield just now, ninja corpses were everywhere, and the ninja bag around his waist was scattered all over the place. Lin Yu took the opportunity to copy ninjutsu while cleaning the battlefield. Lin Yu didn't go too far, picked up about 12 ninja bags and stopped. After all, this is the spoils of the winning side, and it is difficult to explain if you take too much. Together with the 3 ninja bags harvested before coming to the battlefield, there are 15 in total, of which 2 are upper shinobi, 7 are medium shinobi, and 6 are lower shinobi. Lin Yu sealed all of this into the sealing scroll. He was so poor, he wanted to ask him where the sealing scroll came from. It's the one who sent the rich boy in black clothes, as a seal scroll in the Shangnin bag. Lin Yu counted the loot, his eyes were full of joy. These were all money, enough for him and Juzine to live for several years. Because of their participation in the war, those ninjas were eager to bring all their belongings to save their lives, and although most of them were consumed in the battle, there were also some left. 67 shurikens, 12 kunao, several soldiered rain pills, 3 sealing scrolls, 4 detonation charms. Lin Yu slightly estimated that it was about 150 W taels, of which the sealing scroll accounted for 100 W taels, and the other full numbers were calculated at most 50 W taels. Although it will not become rich overnight, you can also buy some beautiful clothes for Juzine to wear. Sure enough, war alias economic war is not nonsense. Lin Yu sealed all the things into the scroll, got up and patted the dust on his body, looked in the direction of the country of rain and pondered slightly. Now go back, or go to the country of rain for a circle. Maybe you can meet the Nagato trio by chance, and then mix the faces familiarly. It will be convenient to play the emotional card in the future. As for the reincarnation eye that captured Nagato, Lin Yu did not have that idea. Firstly, he did not have that idea at all, and secondly, the great filial piety must have been monitoring Nagato, and Uchiha may also hide in some dark corner to peek, although he has the eye of reincarnation, but now he still has no bottom in his heart when he encounters the elderly Uchiha spot. If in the late stage of the Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Ba Lin Yu, who was half cut into the earth, still dared to compare, forget it now. There are still 14 years left before the death of the original Uchiha Madara, when the time comes to attend the memorial service of Uchiha Madara, and he should welcome me. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart, and then his figure moved towards the direction of the land of rain. As for safety, Pepperfish Hanzo fled with serious injuries. With his nature, he must have summoned a master henchman to protect him to heal his injuries. In addition, most of the ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village are still in the battlefield. At most, a few crappy ninja in the Rain Ninja Village stay behind. Lin Yu is now completely worthless. Besides, this just has a little confidence. You have to she. At this time, somewhere in the land of rain. Don't try to escape. Senja Rope Tree kicked an enemy ninja, saw the other party struggling to get up and run back, and without too much hesitation, he chased after him. Not far away, the big snake pill who was fighting with the 3 upper ninja looked in the direction of the Thousand Hands Rope Tree from time to time. For the disciple of the rope tree, the big snake pill was still very concerned, not only because he was Tsunede's younger brother. The rope tree's own cheerful and optimistic attitude also slowly affected the big snake pill who had been an orphan since childhood, making him feel more love in his heart. At this time, glimpsing the Senja Rope Tree chasing the enemy shinobi, a trace of bad foreboding surged in his heart, and a sword forced back the 3 upper shinobi, running and shouting to the Senja Rope Tree, "Don't chase the rope tree, come back!" At this time, the Senja Rope Tree had chased after the position where the enemy ninja had just fallen, and suddenly heard Orochimaru yelling at him, and a feeling of death hit him, and he was about to turn around and retreat. The enemy who was fleeing in the distance turned around and smiled fiercely. "It's too late." Burst. Boom! With a loud bang, the detonation charm at the foot of the Thousand Hands Rope Tree instantly detonated, and the strong airflow set off endless stones to explode, and the Thousand Hands Rope Tree fell to the ground in a parabola from the air covered in blood. With red blood spit out in his mouth, he looked at the running Big Snake Pill with a regretful face, and said intermittently, "I'm sorry, Big Snake Pill teacher, sister I." The vision of the Thousand Hands Rope Tree gradually blurred, slowly closed his eyes, and the vitality gradually dissipated. Hey! The body of the direct descendants between the Thousand Hand Pillars. This is a rare experimental material. Maybe you can use this to obtain Mu Duan. This is a great achievement. At this time, the enemy was fascinated by the great temptation, and his hands were taken towards the chest of the Senja Rope Tree. "You dare!" Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Seeing that the rope tree was blown up and fell to the ground, the big snake pill trembled fiercely. Seeing that the other party still dared to make a move on the rope tree's body, the anger in his heart could no longer be contained. Countless snakes rushed out to bind each other, and the sword light flashed before flying on the body. A head flew up, and the head did not turn back. Quietly looking at the body of the rope tree that had lost its vitality, the body trembled, and muttered in his mouth, "Life is really fragile. Lord Orochimaru, this is a sand ninja." After the three upper ninja were solved, one of them brought a forward guard to the big snake pill when he cleared the battlefield, and it was the ninja he killed with one sword. The big snake pill glanced at the forward guard in the man's hand slightly, and did not spend too much thought thinking about why the sand ninja appeared on the battlefield. At this time, there was blood on his face, and the ninja clothes on his body had been stained red. The blood was not his, it was the three upper ninja. Lord Orochimaru. The big snake pill who became angry was very terrifying, and it could only be said that the three Shangnin were unlucky. The big snake pill was a little confused at this time, and his eyes were slightly clear after hearing the shout, and he said hoarsely, "Clean up the battlefield, guard each other, and discuss the rest after the war. No matter how to win the battle with your ninja village first." Judging from this, 1 or 2 or 3 Sand Shinobu should not have arrived on the battlefield yet. This is just a pioneer spy, used to probe the situation on the battlefield, but it's a pity for the rope tree. Thinking of the rope tree, Orochimaru looked a little lonely. He didn't know how to face Tsunade. Although this is a war, death is inevitable, and it is not his reason that caused the death of the rope tree. But what if, in case he is a little more cautious, the strength is a little stronger, this situation will not happen. Blood dripped from the clenched fist, and then suddenly loosened. His face returned to calm, but his expression became more indifferent, and he stored the body of the rope tree and rushed to other battlefields. At night, Linyu, who had had a day's luck in the land of rain, returned to the camp alone, obviously with nothing to gain. As soon as he arrived at the camp, Linyu saw a figure fly out, and quickly dodged sideways, and the figure directly cracked the thick branch and fainted on the ground. The figure slowly fell. Linyu looked, "Zi Lei? That's okay, it must be this product that annoys Tsunade again." Before Linyu could take 2 steps, boom! Another figure flew towards him. What? There was no end. Linyu stretched out his hand to catch the figure, but he didn't expect that the huge momentum made him take dozens of steps back before unloading the force, and he was surprised in his heart what happened to make Tsunade so angry. Linyu had a hint of curiosity and glanced at the person who caught it. Grass, big snake pill. Could it be that the Senju rope tree died? It should be, but why was he beaten out first? Lin Yajun? Orochimaru realized that he was being caught by someone, turned his head, and his gloomy face was a little more lonely. "Lord Orochimaru, why are you with Jiraiya-sama? Rope tree died because of my negligence," Orochimaru said without a trace of emotion, then patted his clothes and walked in again. Although he had already guessed this result, Linyu was still inevitably a little sad. He had seen the Senju rope tree once, there was no intersection, he was worried about Tsunade. Because of the butterfly effect of Uzumaki Hayashi, the current Tsunade and Kato are not lovers, at most just ordinary friends. So Tsunade, who lost the rope tree, lost her closest 2 people, and a grandmother Uzumaki Mito who was about to die. Tsunade lost almost all her relatives, and in the original book she also suffered from hemophobia. Linyu did not want Tsunade to repeat the same mistakes in this life. He still felt very good about Tsunade. Followed the big snake pill into the tent, and didn't care about Zi Lei who was spinning in circles in his eyes. This product must not be in tune, and he deserved to be beaten. The white cloth covered the thin body of the rope tree, revealing a pale and immature face. The Thousand Hands rope tree was only 2 years older than Linyu, but it was already a subordinate to the battlefield. Linyu was a hanging comparison that could not be compared. Like Akimichi Dingza of almost the same age, Nara Shikaku and others were still studying at the ninja school. Graduating from a ninja school at the age of 12 can only be said to be so-so, compared to Kakashi, who graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Naka Shinobi at the age of 6, although he is a Senju clan, but the talent of rope tree is really average. Tsunade sat quietly on the side, the tear marks on his face were clearly visible, his red and swollen eyes looked at the rope tree blankly, his sadness was vented, the tears had dried, and all that remained was deep numbness. Not long ago, she was still fighting off the ninjas of the Rain Ninja village with great momentum, and returned to the camp full of pride to resume her life, and saw Orochimaru coldly inform her that the rope tree died in battle, and in an instant, the joy of victory dissipated. Tsunade looked angry, disbelieving, and ran into the camp in panic, until when he saw the body of the rope tree covered with a white cloth lying on the shelf, Tsunade's tears flowed silently. At this time, Jiraiya, who walked in with a big grin, did not pay attention to Tsunade's face, so he croaked his teeth and said, "Tsunade, when this war is over, do you want to go on a date with me?" Boom! A fist slowly enlarged in Jiraiya's eye socket, and then Jiraiya only felt his body fly into the air, and 2 large front teeth flew up. "Sorry, I didn't stop him." Orochimaru lifted the curtain and walked in, looked at the corpse of the rope tree in front of him, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't protect the rope tree." Boom! The big snake pill did not resist, and also flew out with Jiraiya. Tsunade knew in his heart that it was not all Orochimaru's fault, because this was a battlefield, and no one could predict what would happen on the battlefield. Just like the 3 of them dealt with Hanzo, if it weren't for Linyu who suddenly appeared, then the person lying here now still had her share. However, she just couldn't help it, because this was her own brother, her dearest person. The sadness is difficult to speak, Linyu doesn't know how to comfort, in other words, if she loses Juzine, she must cut the enemy by 1,000 cuts, and then he used reincarnation to resurrect Juzine. Yes. The outer path reincarnation innate technique, the exclusive pupil technique of the eye of reincarnation, can summon the soul of the deceased from the Pure Land to resurrect the dead, provided that the deceased's body is intact. Thinking of this, Linyu stepped forward and lifted the white cloth and groped the body of the rope tree. Fortunately, the body was intact, it was not hollowed out as in the original work, and the injuries on the body were all recovered, and it was Tsunade's doing. Tsunade looked at Linyu sluggishly and did not speak, although Linyu's medical skills were good, but he was not as powerful as himself, let alone the art of resurrecting the dead, but there was still a little light in his eyes, with a hint of expectation. Linyu looked at Tsunade's weak gaze with a little expectation and grief, paused and did not hide it, wanting to truly resurrect a person. In addition to the reincarnation innate art, there is also the rebirth created by Cho's mother-in-law in Cheyenne Village and the blood succession limit dragon life rebirth of the dragon tongue of the future grass hidden grass flower school, but it is the caster which changes his life for the life of the victim. The latter two form are not to mention whether Cho has been fully developed. Even if the development is completed, it is impossible to save Kanaha's ninja. As for the dragon tongue behind, people have not yet been born. Therefore, Linyu planned to tell the secret of the Eye of Reincarnation, and he also had his own plans. Tsunade, it's not impossible to save the rope tree, it's just that the method is difficult. When Tsunade heard Linyu's words, he immediately grabbed Linyu's shoulder with an excited expression, shook it heavily, and couldn't say anything. Linyu, what do you say, can the rope tree still be saved? What is the solution? Tell me quickly, rope tree woo-hoo. In the end, Tsunade couldn't help crying again, her beautiful eyes stared at Linyu red, for fear that he would say something just a joke. She couldn't stand such a blow. The big snake pill also shrank his pupils when he heard Linyu's words. Does this kind of resurrection ninjutsu really exist? He didn't ask out loud, standing quietly on the side and looking deeply at Linyu, he became more and more interested in him. Linyu raised his hand to grab Tsunade's white and delicate arm, stopped her movement, and said helplessly, there is a technique that can resurrect the dead, and I also saw it from ancient books. The legend says that people with 6 immortal eyes can perform a ninjutsu called the innate technique of reincarnation, which can recall the soul of the deceased from the Pure Land and bring it back to life, and this kind of eye is called reincarnation eye. 6 Deo immortals, reincarnation innate, reincarnation eye. Tsunade muttered, some pale red lips slightly open. Then who has the eye of reincarnation? I don't know about this, only so much is written in ancient books. Tsunade's face was full of disappointment when he heard this. The 6 Deo immortals are legendary figures, whether they exist or not, the eye of reincarnation. The light that flickered in his eyes gradually went out. Seeing that Tsunade was about to fall silent again, Linyu gritted his teeth and said, I met a person when I was in the country of Vortex before, and his eyes seemed to be the legendary eye of reincarnation, but it was very small at that time, and I don't remember the appearance of that person. Really, Linyu, you've really seen someone have the eye of reincarnation? After Tsunade was confirmed by Linyu, he was full of fighting spirit again, and looked at the rope tree lying down and silently said in his heart, the rope tree is waiting for my sister. My sister will definitely find the person with the eye of reincarnation to revive you. The big snake pill stood quietly next to him, listening to the conversation between the two, the 6 immortals, the eye of reincarnation, and also knew the pupil effect of the eye of reincarnation. The first two fortunately he also heard about it, but the latter one is not something that can be recorded in ancient books. This whirlpool Linyu became more and more interesting. The big snake pill stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, and the whirlpool Linyu was a treasure boy in his eyes. Linyu did not avoid the big snake pill to speak, he had plans in his heart for the big snake pill, he also needed the big snake pill in the future. First reveal something to make him interested. After all, the big snake pill is a rare talent, a real genius. The war is not over, Yoshinobu is only temporarily receding. The big snake pill did not stay long, knowing that the rope tree still has a chance to be resurrected. He also has to seriously consider the next war layout, not to mention the newly emerged Yoshinobu. The situation is not optimistic. After Linyu comforted Tsunade for a while, he also returned to his tent, leaving Tsunade alone to be quiet. Lying on the bed, Linyu looked up at the top of the canopy and fell into deep thought. It is impossible to resurrect the rope tree now, his strength is not enough, he can't expose the eye of reincarnation, besides, it's not bad for this time, wait for the war to end and then resurrect the rope tree, lest this Taihanan go to death again. As for the longer the time, the greater the consumption. Sorry that no consumption is a cow, is cool, is willful. Can't use the eye of reincarnation as Uzumaki Linyu, he hasn't grown up yet, and when the trial time of the eye of reincarnation is over, there are a lot of people in the ninja world who can kill him, and Kanaha has a lot of them, 3 ninja, 8 flying sun chop, Kimoshuo Shigeru, Mater Dai. As for Danzo, I'm sorry that Linyu doesn't treat him as a person, that is, he is prejudiced, and he doesn't doubt that his love for Kanaha is deep, but he went the wrong way, went deeper and deeper, and became more and more extreme in the later stage, and his desire for the position of Hokage was even greater than the heart of guarding Kanaha. In what capacity? And it doesn't make people doubt, it's a real headache. Kanaha Village, Hokage House. What? 3 generations of wind shadows secretly sneaked into the land of rain? Is the message accurate? It was late at night, the lights in the Hokage office building were still bright, and Ape Fei-Ri rubbed his temples tiredly, and said with a solemn face, Lord Hokage, it is the news from the Dark Division, the Dark Department that was probed by the 3 generations of wind shadow when crossing the land of the river 2 days ago was discovered, and it should have reached the territory of the land of rain by now. The masked ninja replied respectfully, News from 2 days ago? Why did it just come today? What are you eating in the Dark Department, Tuanzang? Let him come to me. Sarutobi slapped the table hard, and the Hokage cloak was slapped off, which shows how angry he is. Syllable. The door was opened, and Tuanzang, wearing a white-sleeved jacket, walked in and said quietly, at the same time that my root Shinobu discovered the 3 generations of wind shadows, they also discovered us and sent 2 teams to chase and kill, and the news has just reached my roots. Forget about this matter. Ma sent an order for Kiki Shuumao to rush to the battlefield of the land of rain to support Tsunade in them. Ape Fei-Ri's face became a little better when he heard this, and he ordered to the dark part in front of him. Yes, the figure flashed, and the masked ninja disappeared in an instant. Kimu Shuumao? He can indeed withstand the pressure of the 3 generations of Kaze Cage, but are you so sure that Tsunade can hold Hanzo down? Send me, I'll deal with Hanzo the pepperfish. Tuanzang hugged his hands and said quietly, I believe in the great snake pill, and the 3 of them are my most proud disciples. Then you're not worried about the old man Oniki sneaking up on the side. Minion and Koharu will keep an eye on Oniki. Day chop, you will one day lose under your naivete. Tuanzang snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves and went out. Danzo, I know that you are not convinced by the teacher's choice of me as the 3rd generation Hokage, but your personality is really not suitable to be a Hokage. I hope that in the future. Sarutobi muttered as he looked at Danzo's back. Rain country border. Oh, Hanzo was actually injured, no wonder he didn't dare to come to see me. A man with blue hair and yellow eyes, wearing a white imperial god robe, looked condescendingly at Yoshinobu who knelt down on one knee in front of him, and the man was the 3rd generation of wind shadows. Yes, Kazekage-sama, Hanzo-sama has prepared a resting place for you, and I will discuss with you in detail when the adult is well from his injuries. The kneeling Yuren's face was covered with beads of sweat. He really deserved to be the strongest wind shadow in the past, and the momentum was really strong. It's really worthy of being a famous Hanzo who is cautious, but he was actually injured by 3 juniors, and the ninja world demigod I think is a vain name. Yuren trembled and did not dare to answer, lowering his head with a look that I could not hear. Lead the way. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Feng Ying threw off their robes and walked forward. 2 days later, Camp Kanaha. In the main account of the discussion, a ninja quickly walked in and interrupted Orochimaru and the others who were discussing tactics. Report. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Kiki Shuumao has arrived. The big snake pill's face that was interrupted from the discussion was very cold, and after hearing Kimu Shuumao's arrival, he eased up slightly, and waved his hand. Got it, please ask Shuumao Sr. to come in and discuss the war. After a while, a resolute man with short white hair and a short knife behind his back walked into the tent, and Tsunade waited for all the ninjas to rise up to greet him. At this time, the name of Kanaha White Fang has initially spread in the ninja world, and Kiki Shuumao's performance in the battlefield of Sand Ninja is quite amazing, killing Cho's son and daughter-in-law, suppressing the strongest wind shadow in all generations. It can be described as a husband and a husband, invincible. The big snake pill also got up and invited Kimu Shuumao to take a seat, but was waved by Kimu Shuumao and refused. This is not his main battlefield. The 3 generations of Hokage instructions only let him come to support against the 3 generations of wind shadows. There are no other instructions. He is not a greedy for military merit, just found a position to sit, just next to Jiraiya. Seeing this, Orochimaru was not reluctant. He still needed excellent military merit to compete for the 4th generation Hokage. The big snake pill paused, and continued the topic just now. The 3 generations of wind shadows suddenly came to the country of rain, and I don't know what the so-called plan is, and now Hanzo can't get injured. It's a good time to fight back, but because of the arrival of the 3 generations of wind shadows, what do you think? What else is there to discuss? Lord Shuumao has arrived, in my opinion. Directly attack the land of rain and take the first rank of Hanzo. There is Lord Shuo Shigeru entangle the 3 generations of Kaze Cage. Lord Orochimaru, Tsunade-sama, and Jiraiya-sama can safely enter the land of rain to face Hanzo. I look at it, the injured Hanzo is like a sick tiger with a lost tooth. There is nothing to worry about. We have Kanaha's 3 shinobi, which Hanzo himself said. Everyone, every word I say indicates that you should take advantage of Hanzo's injury to take the initiative. The first 2 days was because there were 3 generations of wind shadows to contain. They were afraid that the 3 generations of wind shadows and Hanzo joined forces against the 3 ninja, and now the arrival of Kiki Shuumao gave them a reassuring pill, and also wanted to vent the grievances of these 2 days. At this time, Kimu Shuumao suddenly spoke. What if it wasn't the 2 of them joining forces, but the 3? 3? You mean Oniki? It's not impossible. Orochimaru rubbed his beardless chin in thought. Uzumaki Linyu? That orphan of the Vortex clan? The green-haired shinobi Yamamoto Ichiro interrupted incredulously. How can that little devil have the ability to cooperate with the three adults to face the demigod in 2-day scale Oniki in the ninja world, with his minimal combat power? I am afraid that he can't even defeat a lower ninja. It's really ridiculous. Yamamoto Ichiro smiled teasingly and shook his head. Sitting on Tsunade's side of the red eyes, Nainuri Shinjo frowned, hearing the green-haired man laugh at Uzumaki Forest so much, even if he didn't quite believe that Uzumaki Linyu had the ability to cooperate with the three ninja battles. But Sunset True Red still said, since Tsunade-sama said that Uzumaki Linyu can cooperate with them, there must be a special reason. He's ridiculous. If one shinobi can assist three adults, then wouldn't it be better for me to cooperate with Hanzo and Oniki? Yamamoto Ichiro's smile deepened when he heard someone retort. Orochimaru looked at Yamamoto Ichiro, who was looking for a sense of existence in front of him, with a cold expression and did not say a word. Tsunade couldn't help it, and said angrily, "You know what a fart, you can't catch up with the role of Linyu kid. That's the truth." Zai also secretly nodded a praise in his heart. He also had no good impression of this green-haired ninja. After all, if rounded up, Uzumaki Linyu could be regarded as saving his life. Although your Tsunade has a higher status in the village than me, but this is on the battlefield. Except for Lord Orochimaru, our identities are equal. I made it clear here today, where there is Uzumaki Linyu, there is no me Yamamoto Ichiro. After speaking, Yamamoto Ichiro held his arm and looked at the big snake pill with a confident face. This guy is dead. Zai also silently complained in his heart, and I don't know which tendon this guy is wrong, but he dares to provoke Tsunade and force the palace big snake pill. Then you go. Orochimaru didn't look at Ichiro Yamamoto, hanging his head as if he was about to fall asleep. Did you hear that? Lord Orochimaru said. What the? Orochimaru-sama, you. Yamamoto Ichiro's confident face was embarrassed. He didn't expect Orochimaru to let him go. I don't want to say it a second time, get out. Orochimaru raised his head and looked at Yamamoto Ichiro with a cold face, and the killing intent appeared on his body, as if he would kill him if he said one more word. Yamamoto Ichiro's face changed like a traffic light for a while, and then he walked out of the main tent in ashes. Inside the tent, discussions continue. Damn it! It's all the scraps of Vortex Linyu, it's all him who drove me out of the tent. I must find a chance to kill him. The reason why Yamamoto Ichiro is so arrogant and dares to contradict Tsunade is because he has the support of Shimura Danzo behind him, and monitoring and squeezing Uzumaki Linyu is his task, although this is casually mentioned by Danzo at the beginning, but it is regarded by Yamamoto Ichiro as the greatest guarantee. It's just that now, looking at the rather playful eyes of his companions around him, Yamamoto Ichiro only feels that his brain is about to explode, and all the monitoring and exclusion are thrown out of his mind. Only the idea of killing people remains. He doesn't dare to kill people in the camp, but if Uzumaki Linyu goes to the battlefield, how? Do you agree with this proposal? If it's really what the three adults say, then I agree. I agree too. Agreed. Seeing that Kimushuumao, who was still thinking about Kimushuumao who had not expressed an opinion, the big snake pill slowly spoke. Does Senior Shuumao have any other opinions? Kimushuumao smiled heartily. I'm a rough person, I don't understand this, I agree. But I want to meet this kid named Uzumaki Linyu. No problem, Tsunade is in trouble with you. Tsunade nodded and walked towards Uzumaki Hayashimo's tent with Kiki Shuumao. At this time, Linyu is treating the wounded. The time-limited mission is completed. He is not in a hurry at all now, just waiting for the end of the war and returning to Konoha to receive a new generation of beautiful pupils, so he is very salty. Of course, the surface work still has to be done, so he treats the injured very seriously, and he must make him jump out of bed alive without a trace of injury all over his body before he treats the next one. In this way, 7 or 8 treatments a day were completely incomparable to treating hundreds of ninjas with Tsunade a few days ago, and the little day was very comfortable, because he didn't see Linyu in the tent. Tsunade took Kikishuo Shigeru to the wounded resettlement place. Just saw Linyu cure an injured person and wiped the sweat on his head. His face was tired. Tsunade looked at Linyu with a strange expression, and he wanted to say nothing, looking like you were actually this kind of person. Kimushuumao was different. He only saw that Linyu, who was full of exhaustion, healed the injured, endured the fatigue and continued to treat the next one. What a good boy. What surprised him even more was that the ninja healed by Linyu did not have a trace of scars on his body, and he could directly get out of bed and jump. With only the first impression, Kimushuumao had a good impression of the teenager in front of him. This is a good person. Ah, Tsunade, Shuumao-senpai, why are you here? After a while, after Linyu healed another injured person, he found that there were 2 people next to him who had been watching him. I want to call Tsunade soup sign. Tsunade corrected with a dark face. Hey, just that flat figure is almost like Juzine's sister. Linyu pouted and muttered. You, Tsunade glared at him fiercely, as if to say, you kid, wait for me, I want you to look good later. Aha, this is Uzumaki Linyu, it's really a hero out of a teenager, no wonder Sanchin praises you so much. He was recognized by Hanzo at a young age. It's not simple. Kimushuumao smiled and looked at Linyu, not minding Linyu and Tsunade in the slightest decode in front of him. This made him feel even more that this is the youth that a teenager should have, full of vitality, brains, strength, and a passionate heart, and the more Kim Ushuumao looked at it, the more satisfied he felt if he had a daughter. It's a pity that the one at home is a handle. Lin Yu didn't know that it was just the first time they met, and the handsome uncle in front of him had already almost arranged for him and even his daughter-in-law. Yes, Lord Shuumao, I didn't know that you and Tsunade were coming. You are now ordered to use the mobile medical kit for the 3 Shinobi Emperor to assist us in fighting Hanzo and Oniki. Tsunade's mood immediately became serious. It's just that after she finished speaking, she winked mischievously at Lin Yu, and it seemed that she had gradually walked out of the shadow of the death of the rope tree. Oniki? Could it be that 3 generations of Earth shadows are also here? Lin Yu was surprised. The power of Oniki's bloodstain elimination dust shield cannot be underestimated. If the Eye of Reincarnation is not unsealed, Lin Yu will not be able to escape the fate of being decomposed, and he himself is not fast enough. It is easy to be caught by the other party, and then it will be troublesome. There's no definite news, but we have to be prepared. Tsunade looked serious, both worried and a little proud. The 10-year-old boy in front of him can already participate in the shadow-level battle, and Tsunade has a feeling of honor, a little. Like Tong raising husband's cultivation record, damn it, how could I have such thoughts? Just as Lin Yu hesitated, an explosion rumbled outside, and countless rubble and dust tore the tent and flew in. Choke! The sound of drawing a knife surrounded Lin Yu's ears, and countless blades flashed, smashing all the rubble with unmistakable accuracy. Lin Yu's eyes only noticed a flash of swordlight, and then he saw that the white tooth knife had been sheathed, and then the flying stones in the air were shattered and scattered all over the place. What a fast knife! This was the first feeling in Lin Yu's heart, and it was indeed worthy of Konoha's white teeth. Ha ha ha, Uncle Ben is finally out. Just came out and saw so many ants to kill, the wind escape, practice air bombs. The huge body of the sand castle guarding crane wreaked havoc in the Konoha camp, and the air training bombs condensed in its mouth were fired wantonly into the surroundings. Rumble! 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 Damn, it's Ichigo, how dare he dare 3 generations of wind shadows? Aren't you afraid of losing human strength? Tsunade watched the scene of scattering and fleeing, with severed limbs all over the place, clenched his fists, and clenched his teeth to fly forward to stop Moritsuru. Damn, what about the big snake pill? Why didn't they see any of them? Report! Tsunade-sama, Kiki-sama, frontline Yameki Hanzo, 3 generations of Kaze Cage and 3 generations of Tokijonaki raid, Yoshinobu, San Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu are killing us together, or Akimaru-sama they can't support it. A Konoha ninja with blood on his arm gasped and shouted at Tsunade with a solemn and terrified expression. What? The old man of Oniki really came, damn it, how could they suddenly unite? Tsunade is now in trouble on both sides, on the one hand, the safety of his comrades, and on the other hand, the Konoha ninjas and wounded in the camp. Most of them are old, weak and sick, and they can't stop the attack of the tailed beast. Don't get tangled anymore, Tsunade, you go to support the frontline troops first, and I'll leave it to me here. Kim Ushuumao slowly pulled out his white teeth from behind, and his eyes looked solemnly at the raging Shao'er-He. He knew very well that his ability was finished by Shao'er-He, his sand-like body. His swordsmanship could not play a big role. He could only try to awaken the human pillar force in his body. Kimusama, Tsunade, leave it to me here. The sealing technique of our Vortex clan specializes in restraining the chakra lifeform of the tailed beast. I am more suitable to deal with it than you. Uzumaki Lin Yu stopped Kim Ushuumao, who wanted to step forward, and then ran to Shao'er-He without looking back, not giving them a chance to think about it at all. Lin Yu, you. He is right, the front line needs us more. Although it is the first time to meet, I actually have a sense of trust in his words, as if I can rest assured to give my back to him. Kim Ushuumao watched Lin Yu's back disappear in front of him, and then rushed towards the battlefield. Trust? In fact, I also have this experience. Tsunade's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, and then turned away without looking back. She believed that Lin Yu could solve Xiaojuru, she firmly believed. Ha ha ha, the feeling of freedom is wonderful. Before Lin Yu could get close, he heard Shao'er-He's arrogant tone. Approaching Shao'er-He slightly, looking at the behemoth in front of him, Lin Yu did not have the slightest sense of crisis. Even though Lin Yu's body was only the size of Shao'er-He's fingernails, but his momentum was not weak at all. Lin Yu crossed his waist and shouted at Shao'er-He with a playful expression, "Stinky Tanuki cat, I heard that you are the weakest existence in the tailed beast, and you are often hung up and beaten by the 9 tails. I don't know if it's true." Stinky Tanuki? Little ghost, was it you talking just now? Offend my greatest lord Xiaojuru, you have to die for me like that damn stinky fox. Shao'er-He turned his huge body and glared angrily at the small ant on the ground. He hated that others called him a stinky tanuki. He must kill him. Gee, I also heard that you were once beaten by the 9 tails and couldn't take care of yourself, and since then when you saw the 9 tails, you put away your tail and fled. Xiao'He shouted angrily, and his sharp claws grabbed towards Lin Yu. Hey, 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 stinky tanuki can't be caught, alas, it's really weak. Lin Yu jumped up and down and slowly led Shao'er-He towards the periphery of the camp. The The sleeping person in Xiao'erhe's body, Zuli Fengfu, frowned slightly, but he couldn't control Xiao'erhe. His strength was completely incomparable with Xiao'erhe, and he could only let Lin Yu pull Xiao'erhe and run out of the camp. Wu, saved. The survivors of the camp breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the behemoth go away, but no one noticed that a green figure quietly disappeared into the camp. About 100 kilometers from the camp, almost entering the country of rain, Lin Yu stopped, panting slightly, not physically tired, but tired mouth. Along the way his mouth did not stop, greeted Xiao'erhe. Well, it doesn't have an ancestor, and if I have to say it's 10 tails. Little ghost, why don't you run? Are you out of strength? Give Uncle Ben death. Xiao'erhe gasped and roared at Lin Yu with a hideous face. It's not tired, it's angry. No one has ever scolded it so much when it's so big. It's suddenly a little aggrieved, and its heart is roaring. You must burst this little ghost. Well, it's time to end this farce. King Kong blockade. Lin Yu stopped panting, turned to face Xiao'erhe, and suddenly 6 golden chakra chains appeared behind him to entangle Xiao'erhe's huge body. And one reason why King Kong blocked the Zooktail beast was that their bodies were too large and too easy to lock. Damn, this is the sealing technique of the Vortex clan, you sinister little ghost. The crane was wrapped tighter and tighter by the golden chakra chain, and King Kong blocked the chakra lifeform of the special K-tail beast, and it couldn't break free at all. In the end, he was bound to the ground like a rice dumpling, and his big eyes looked at Vortex Lin Yu, full of fierceness and disobedience. Lin Yu rubbed his chin and was thinking about what to do with Xiao'erhe. Killing can't be killed, killing is useless, and it will be resurrected in a few years. Lin Yu cannot do useless work. After thinking about it, he still uses the Xiao'erhe seal in exchange for some military merits and ninjutsu. After all, it is like the flying thunder god, he can't copy the multiple shadow avatar technique, or honestly cultivate and learn. Suddenly, a cruel laugh came from behind him. Die, Konoha lingered. Lin Yu saw a familiar green-haired ninja from the mirror-sized pupils of Xiao'erhe and slashed at him fiercely. Lin Yu smiled cruelly, turned his head, the spiral line pattern in his eyes gradually condensed like ripples, and his eyes widened. Shinra Tianzhang. Poof! The unimaginably powerful repulsion acted in front of Lin Yu, and the green-haired ninja flew back upside down like a leather ball, covered in blood, instantly losing his ability to fight, spitting blood on the ground. You, how can you have such great power? Yamamoto Ichiro looked at Lin Yu, who was walking towards him in horror, and fear spread in his heart. He had been following Uzumaki Lin Yu, and he couldn't bear it until he stretched out an unknown chain to entangle Ichigo, and he felt that his opportunity had come. I have to say that his timing is very accurate. Lin Yu needs to suppress Xiao'erhe, and his movement is restricted. If it is the level of White Fang, maybe he will really succeed, but unfortunately it is just a special forbearance that even Konoha Ryu Oi can't do, and it is not destined to have a miracle. Wasted a second of my reincarnation eye time, you damn it. Lin Yu has recovered his black pupils and frozen the eye of reincarnation. This life-saving resource is 1 second less. Lin Yu is not in a crisis moment or an important task, he does not want to waste a second. You can't kill me, I have. A shuriken pierced his heart, and Yamamoto Ichiro's vitality gradually dissipated, and the look of disbelief in his eyes had not disappeared. For the enemy, determine the enemy to kill. Lin Yu will never give him a chance to speak more. As for the person behind him, Lin Yu does not care. Anyway, even if it is on the head of Tuan Zhang, even if it is not Tuan Zhang, then this pot he also backs. Anyway, he is the backpot man, not worse this time. Just now, what happened to your eyes? How does it look like the old man of the 6th Dao? There is a lot of nonsense. The 4-elephant seal. Countless complex runes appeared in the palm of his hand, slapped on Xiao'erhe's body, and in an instant its huge body turned into chakra and poured into the human pillar force Fenfu's body, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao'erhe's huge body disappeared, leaving only an unconscious Fenfu monk. Abominable. The difference in numbers is too great. Tsunade punched an enemy shinobi, looked at the defeated Konoha ninja around him, clenched his fist in annoyance, and flew forward again. Hasn't support come yet? I can't stand it. I've asked Konoha for help, but I'm afraid that the reinforcements are. Orikimura didn't say everything, but he also understood that the reinforcements were afraid that they would not be able to catch up, even if it was Mitominya next door. They didn't have time to arrive, the other party attacked too quickly, people couldn't be prevented, and many tactics were not arranged, and they were beaten on the door. Damn it! Could it be that my dignified toad immortal, Ji-Lei, is going to die here? His opponent is the 3rd generation of Tokujo Naki, who has not yet learned fairy arts in his youth, and his abilities in all aspects have not fully grown, and he is completely pressed and beaten by Onaki, and he can only flee in embarrassment, and he must always be vigilant of the other party's dust. In case he is hit, he will really become an immortal. Kimushuumao fought against the old opponent 3 generations of Wind Shadow, but suppressed the 3 generations of Wind Shadow with the White Fang sword art that could break through the opponent's sand and iron defense. Orikimura barely entangled Hanzo, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, while Tsunade was forced to support the Konoha ninja who were surrounded and beaten by 3 ninja villages, and the situation was precarious. Fight against me and dare to be distracted. Tudun aggravated rock art. Oniki cast ninjutsu on his right hand, and a punch flew into Jiraiya, and the huge force caused Jiraiya to break 2 sternums, and the corners of his mouth sprayed blood and flew out heavily. Jiraiya. Tsunade repels his opponent and runs towards Jiraiya. Don't come here. I'm okay, I can stand it. Zili also struggled to get up. This fist is really heavy. Fortunately I am usually beaten by Tsunade, otherwise I am afraid that this punch can make me lose the ability to fight. It is worthy of the 3 generations of Tokage in the prime of life. It seems that only the teacher can compare with him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm going to capture the chips you used to exchange the resources of the Fire Nation, and when the time comes, I must make the ape fly bleed. Ahahaha. Oniki's small body floated up and slowly floated towards Jiraiya. Only the Toad immortals who died in battle. There is no humiliation to live Jiraiya. Zili also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a crazy look appeared on his face. He wanted to try the ninjutsu that had not yet been completed, otherwise, even if he died, he would not be willing. Good. It is worthy of being the apprentice of the ape flying sun, and he did not disgrace him. Then let me give you a ride, the art of dust escape and original realm stripping. Onoji clasped his hands together, and a cube transparent enchantment appeared in his palm and quickly enlarged, and then pushed out with both hands, enveloping Jiraiya at an extremely fast speed. No way. It's too late, I can't hide, am I just dying? Zili also lowered his hands a little dejectedly, and the transparent square became bigger and bigger in his eyes, shining brightly. Oniki boy, bully juniors, how do you live more and more back? A slightly hoarse voice sounded on the battlefield, and then a figure wearing a golden mask and a black robe fell in front of Ji-Lei, stretching forward with one hand to face the dust. Seal the seal. It was Lin Yu who arrived in time, and I saw him stretching out one hand to frantically absorb the dust chakra, and after a while, the huge white transparent enchantment disappeared, leaving only a wisp of white smoke in front of Lin Yu. Impossible. How can my dust fail? Onoji, who was floating in the air, looked at the 2 unharmed below, and his dust was eaten by the person in front of him. What the hell are you? Oniki said with an ugly face. The leader of the Eternal Life Organization, the Lord of Eternal Life, codenamed the Lord of Eternity. Lin Yu raised his hand and flicked the dust on his clothes. His eyes looked around, completely ignoring that this was a battlefield, as if everyone around were ants. Immortal Organization? I haven't heard. What is the purpose of your coming to the battlefield? Oniki looked at the pair of spiral striped eyes exposed on Lin Yu's gold-patterned mask, and his heart trembled inexplicably, resulting in a bad feeling. Don't worry, my target is not you, your bounty is too low to be worth my shot. Lin Yu turned around, did not glance at Zili from beginning to end, and slowly walked towards the other side. Although the footsteps were slow, each step seemed to step on everyone's hearts, and many ninjas around them stopped fighting and looked at the black-robed masked man with doubtful eyes. Well? Hanzo, who was fighting with Orochimaru, suddenly trembled in his heart, and a feeling of death lingered in his heart. Wielding his scythe to force back the big snake pill, he looked at the black-robed man who was walking towards him, frowned, and said like a great enemy, "Who are you?" Lin Yu stopped in his steps, stretched out a hand and said hoarsely, "The one who killed you." Vientiane Heavenly Lead. An unimaginable gravitational force applied to Hanzo, and his body flew uncontrollably towards Lin Yu. Hanzo felt sorry in his heart. What kind of ninjutsu is this? There was no need to make a mark, it was simply unheard of, and he hurriedly inserted the scythe into the ground to slow down the gravity, while making a seal with one hand to get out of the predicament. Humph. Humble ants, I don't know what kind of existence you are facing. The gravity in Lin Yu's hands suddenly increased, and the scythe instantly escaped, and Hanzo could no longer hold on, and his body dragged the ground and flew towards Lin Yu. Poof! A white palm penetrated Hanzo's heart, blood dripped down, Hanzo's face showed a painful look. It was unbelievable that he was defeated so simply, staring at the masked man with resentment, and then closed his eyes unwillingly, and the Ninja World demigod ended. What the? The Ninja World demigod died just like that? How is it possible? Who is this black-robed man? Oniki was shocked in his heart, although he had a premonition that the black-robed man was very strong, but he did not expect that he could kill Hanzo with one move. It didn't take much effort at all, and he could also crack his dust, swallowing saliva, and Oniki had the idea of retreating. What? Hanzo-sama is dead, how is it possible? Avenge Hanzo-sama and kill the black-robed man. Chakra must have been exhausted, kill him, and avenge Hanzo-sama. When Yoshinobu saw their leader and faith Hanzo die, his eyes directly turned red, and countless Yoshinobi frantically rushed towards Lin Yu. Before he could come back from his half-hidden death, he saw countless rain ninja rushing towards Lin Yu, and couldn't help but remind, be careful. Although I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend, the other party saved his life, and I don't want to see the other party surrounded by enemies. Oh, it's you who should be careful, a bunch of ants. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth under the mask smiled, and finally it was my turn to drive the Gundam. Totally Susanoo. The golden chakra condensed around Linyu, and then the arm appeared like a skeleton, and then a skeleton figure quickly condensed, and then the skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh and blood, the armor was draped, and a pitch-black sword condensed around the waist. Demon Deo Muramasa, the change is not over, the golden Tengu figure quickly rises, 2 armor-long legs appear under the waist, and when it grows to hundreds of meters, a pair of golden wings on the back spread, coercing everyone. When Susanna grew to a full body, a pair of blood-colored pupils suddenly opened in a dark corner somewhere underground in the ninja world. Who is it? In the battlefield, many ninjas looked at the golden samurai hundreds of meters tall, involuntarily put down their weapons, their expressions were dull, and muttered in their mouths, how can such an enemy be defeated? Is this the power of God? The gap is too big. Don't give up, maybe the other party is just a false appearance, we want to avenge Hanzo-sama. Yoshinobu forcibly lifted his spirit, inspiring everyone, although he did not believe what he said. Linyu, standing in the diamond-shaped square of Susa's eyebrows, looked down at the dense ant-like ninja below, squinting his eyes to feel this godlike power. No wonder Nagato was so seriously ill in the future, this is indeed a power that is difficult for mortals to reach. No more delay, Linyu's heart moved, and the mighty golden warrior pulled out the demon knife Muramasa, which was hanging on his waist, and waved his wrist. Rumble! A ravine deep underground appeared on the battlefield, spreading all the way to a hill in the distance. Boom! The hill was also split in the middle until the blade disappeared, and the ninja on the blade did not even have a chance to struggle and was sent directly to the Pure Land. Monster! He's a monster! Run, everyone! The fear of death suppressed all the remaining thoughts in their hearts, and now they just want to run for their lives. Did you run away? 3 more slashes slashed, and countless ninjas were instantly evaporated, leaving no corpses behind. Linyu had been careful not to swing his sword in the direction of the Konoha ninja, but it was also affected by a few unlucky ghosts, which could only be considered unlucky. Yoshinobu and San Shinobu were almost completely lost, and as for Iwa Shinobu, Oniki's little old man ran away with his legs between his legs after seeing the second form of Susanoo. After all, he had seen Uchiha Madara Susa power. The big snake pill looked at the golden samurai hundreds of meters tall in front of him, and the golden vertical pupils flashed with deep obsession. What a powerful force! It turns out that the legend is true, there is really an eye of reincarnation, if you can use it to study. Compared to Orochimaru's obsession with the power of the Eye of Reincarnation, Tsunade was different. Her beautiful eyes stared closely at the figure in the sky, and there was a feeling in her mind that he was the person she was looking for, the one who could save her brother Ropetree. Slowly walking to the feet of the golden samurai, Tsunade took a deep breath. I don't know why she didn't have much fear of the black-robed man, maybe the other party didn't slaughter the Konoha ninja. The red lips lightly said, Mr. Blackrobe, are your eyes the legendary Eye of Reincarnation? If so, can you please do me a favor, I can pay any price, and ask you to resurrect me. Lin Yado glanced at the weak-looking Tsunade at his feet, and sighed secretly in his heart, I'm sorry, I can't help you now, but soon. Stretching out his hand, the golden figure rose up and rushed to the sky, slowly disappearing, along with the corpse of Hanzo of the pepperfish, which was a great fortune. Don't go. You stop for me, you stop for the old lady. Tsunade looked at the figure flying into the sky, and suddenly felt a pang of panic in his heart, and he didn't care about the strength of the other party, biting his red lip and wanting to catch up. Tsunade calmed down, the other party is strong, the identity is unknown, the purpose is unknown, if we provoke the other party, maybe none of us present will survive. And since the other party has appeared, there are traces to follow, and with our Konoha's intelligence, it is still easy to grasp some clues. Orochimaru blocked Tsunade's path and said to her in a deep voice. He is also interested in the Eye of Reincarnation, and also wants to explore the Black-Robed Man, but his inner reason tells him that he can't and may die. Tsunade looked unwillingly in the direction where the Black-Robed Man disappeared, turned around and returned to the camp. As for the battlefield, what other battlefield was just the opponent's toy field? Ropetree, I'm sorry, my sister found someone who can resurrect you, but she doesn't even have the strength to face it. However, Tsunade raised his head to look in the direction where Linyu disappeared again, and his eyes rekindled his fighting spirit. The next time we meet, I must let you look at me squarely, and I want you to impress. At this time, Linyu had already lifted Susa, froze the Eye of Reincarnation, and ran towards the camp with a human pillar of strength. Silently glanced at the words in my mind, limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation eye access, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining, frozen. It took 20 minutes, of which the battle took 5 minutes, and the rest of the time was used to hurry. No way he was worried about Tsunade's safety, the rush was flying over, and he happened to save Jiraiya, which is not a loss. However, Linyu still had a pain in his flesh, but everything that needed to be done was done. A small part of it was for Tsunade, and the other big reason was the immortal organization. Linyu had a great ambition, immortality. Not only eternal life, but also the important people around you. This requires a huge organization as a foundation to support, study the secret of immortality, and already have a best scientific research candidate in the heart, the Big Snake Pill. It just so happens that the Big Snake Pill is also for the purpose of immortality, and in the original work, he created such a near-immortal art as immortal rebirth, which is a proper scientific research talent. But now is not the time to expose. The current big snake pill still has the idea of becoming the fourth generation of Hokage. The scientific research belief in the heart is not deep enough, and it is necessary to wait for the big snake pill to completely transform. And the big snake pill is not small, it is difficult to control, and he also needs someone who specializes in restraining his ability to supervise him, such as writing will eyes. These thoughts flashed away in Linyu, accelerating slightly, and the outline of the Konoha camp in the distance was roughly visible. Carrying the comatose Fenfu, Linyu walked into the main tent, and the three Tsunade and most of the upper shinobi were there, but there was no joy of victory on their faces, and most of them were a little sad. Linyu looked at everyone speechlessly. How to win the battle is the same as the one who died, silently complained, and then looked at the big snake pill. Lord Big Snake Pill luckily captured a tale of human pillar power to share the blessing. The big snake pill was originally a little low-headed, his eyes lit up slightly, but it was not for any one-tailed human pillar force, although it was also one of the major bargaining chips in signing the armistice agreement, but he didn't care much. This kind of thing was handled by the old man of the third generation. What makes him care is Uzumaki Linyu. There is no figure of Uzumaki Linyu in the battlefield, although Tsunade said that Uzumaki Linyu is dealing with a tailed crane, but the big snake pill has a faint intuition. Linyu and the black-robed man who suddenly appeared are inextricably related. After all, yesterday just said that he had seen someone with reincarnation eyes, and today it appeared. How can there be such a coincidence? Coincidence is often created by people on purpose. Even if Vortex Linyu is not a black-robed person, he must be connected to the immortal organization that the black-robed man said. So he asked the black-robed man to show up for Tsunade's sake? Or is it just that the target of their organization happens to be Hanzo the mountain pepperfish, just for Tsunade? Does Uzumaki Linyu have the ability to dispatch such a powerful black-robed person? No. And me, I was also present at the time. Uzumaki Hayashiyu is not the kind of careless person. He can completely avoid me and Tsunade alone, but did not do this. He is clearly saying that his big snake pill is also one of his targets. It's really interesting. Linyu stood below for a while without seeing the voice of the big snake pill. His eyes glanced at the big snake pill, who happened to meet the big snake pill with a look that I have seen through you, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Wasn't it seen through? It shouldn't be possible. If Linyu knew what the big snake pill was thinking, then his vigilance against the big snake pill would be a little higher. The big snake pill guessed that he was already 8 or 9 inseparable. If it weren't for his young age and strength did not match it, the big snake pill would suspect that he was a black-robed person. No, one Uchiha is not enough to stop the water, plus a Uchiha ferrets. Or you can add a dirt brother. The big snake pill didn't know that he just looked at him and made Linyu a little more difficult for the rest of his life, causing the big snake pill to shout in his heart after learning about it in the future. Which point are you? It's 100 million points. Covered in bandages, the masked man with his left hand hanging on his chest also looked at the two who had been silent for a while. In order to avoid this embarrassing atmosphere, the only intact mouth opened and said, it's actually a tale of human pillar power. Linyu boy, you are really capable, and you have a bit of my toad fairy. Embarrassing you. If you have a bit of grace, then I don't have to at least wrap half of my body in bandages. Linyu feels very speechless. Orochimaru realized that there were still many ninjas present, and finally came to his senses. Good job Linyu-kun, I will give you a big credit. Linyu thanked him and sat down next to Tsunade and asked in a low voice, why does everyone look sad? Did they lose the battle? Tsunade's face was a little complicated and said, we won, but the process was a little unexpected. Then slowly said the matter of the black-robed man killing all sides, and also said that he was ignored by the other party. Linyu smiled awkwardly in his heart, and said quietly on the surface, oh? Then why do you look scrappy and don't feel decadent? My Grand Princess Konoha, how could I just give up like this, wait for my future cultivation to succeed, tie up the damn black-robed man, beat him every day, and make him beg me to resurrect the rope tree? Tsunade glanced at Linyu arrogantly. Ahem. Linyu coughed a few times when he heard this. It seems that Tsunade still has a lot of complaints about the black-robed man. Forgive me rope tree, it seems that your resurrection is still much delayed. Due to the appearance of the black-robed man, Iwa Shinobu, San Shinobu, and Yoshinobu all conveyed a truce request to Konoha, for fear of encountering the terrifying black-robed man again, but Yun Shinobu did not express his position, and Kiri Shinobu did not participate in the war at all. At this point, the Second Shinobi War came to an end, but the small-scale war still did not stop, and there was still friction between the various shinobi villages until the agreement was completely signed. However, because of the black-robed people, each ninja village is very restrained in large-scale battles, and if there is a target of any black-robed man among the combatants, it will be a big loss and a blood loss. After a week of rectification, most of Konoha's ninjas were going back to the village to regain their lives, leaving only those guarding the border, waiting for the village to notify the change of personnel. Tsunade is also ready to return to Konoha. She also has to place the body of the rope tree, and Orochimaru also has to return to the village to report the battle merit statistics and battle damage to the 3 generations of old men. What? Are you not ready to go back with the large army? Tsunade stretched out his white palm and wanted to pinch Linyu's ears. Lin Yu avoided slightly, grabbed Tsunade's small hand and pretended to be serious. I want to go to the land of rain to see, because of the misfortune of many innocent people in the war, I want to see it with my own eyes, so that I can better understand the true meaning of peace. Tsunade's little face turned red, and he retracted his little hand and said, but you go to the land of rain alone. I'll accompany him, just because I also want to see this country and collect intelligence by the way. Jirei, who was completely healed from his injuries, also volunteered to grin. 2 months, you must return to Konoha in 2 months. The big snake pill took a deep look at Lin Yu and then left without looking back. As for the safety of the security, he was not worried at all. The strength of the black-robed man was not the strongest in the ninja world, but also ranked among the strongest. A small rain country, the other party could easily destroy the country. That's right, he has already determined that there is a connection between Lin Yu and the black-robed man, so he opened a small stove for the other party. Otherwise, according to the death order, they must return to Konoha to regain their lives, and the serious ones will even be treated as traitors. As for Zillei, the ape flying sun chop is used to it, just ignore it. I have to say that the big snake pill at this time is still quite humane, and Lin Yu also glanced at the big snake pill with a slight gratitude. Well, when recruiting you in the future, it's better to start lightly. With the big snake pill to deal with the 3 generations of old men, after solving the worries, Lin Yu and Zilla did not delay any longer, and after bidding farewell to Tsunade, they entered the territory of the Land of Rain. It took half a month. Lin Yu and Zilla also traveled most of the rain country, saw countless families broken by the war, and civilians wandered everywhere on the streets. Due to the death of Hanzo, the rain ninjas, who lost Hanzo's restraints, wantonly burned and looted in the Land of Rain, and ordinary people could not stop the power of ninjas. I can only watch my home destroyed and my relatives killed, and I feel hatred and fear for the ninja from the bottom of my heart. After staying in the Land of Rain for half a month, Lin Yu's mission system also refreshed a round of missions. Fortunately, it was just a simple task of treating civilians in daily pit Zillei, which was relatively rewarded with 3 basic rewards: Kanno Mastery, Physical Mastery, and Basic Illusion Mastery. Alas, after going around most of the country of Rain, I still haven't met the Nagato trio. Is this for nothing? Lin Yu and Jiraiya walked in a town in the Land of Rain, covered with small bags, which was a thank you gift for Lin Yu's treatment of civilians along the way, and the two of them were also known as the warrior duo, specializing in ninjas who bullied civilians. Zilai also hated this kind of ninja who bullied ordinary people, and he was merciless, and after half a month of getting along, he also had a great affection for Lin Yu, a young man who was gentle and sunny on the outside and full of fire love in his heart. Of course, this is what he thinks of Lin Yu. And Lin Yu's purpose is only to find the 3 Nagato, and it is a bit incidental to rescue these civilians, and he also wants to use this to attract Nagato them, but unfortunately it backfired. Boom! Thief! Catch the thief! On the street, a big man with a fleshy face, rough hands pushing and shoving a child with dirty blue-purple hair. The town is remote, lucky to avoid fighting, and many homeless refugees gather here. You talk nonsense. I obviously bought it. The blue-purple-haired little girl showed a touch of beauty under her dirty little face, holding a roll of bread tightly in her arms, letting the big man push her to the ground, and carefully protecting the food in her arms. Humph, where did you get the money from, a wandering little girl? It is clear that you stole it while I was not paying attention. The big man stretched out his big hand to snatch the food from the girl's arms. Don't. Please, this is everyone's hard-earned money to buy. It's everyone's food for 3 days. Please don't take it away. The little girl held the food tightly, and did not let go, and her small body slowly dragged a mark on the ground. The big man was impatient, so he wanted to kick the little girl away, and before his leg raised his arm, he was grabbed by a white palm, turned his head and looked, only to see a pair of enchanting blood-red eyes, and then the whole person collapsed to the ground. Hey, the other party is just a civilian, don't use the Sharingan. Zilla also held his arm and complained on the side. Getting along for more than half a month, he already knew that Lin Yu had the bloodline of Uchiha, and awakened the Sharingan. According to him, he opened his eyes on the night of the demise of the Vortex country. Lin Yu did not want to hide that he had the Sharingan, and casually found a convincing reason, believing that some people would make up their own brains. The person who stopped the big Han was Lin Yu, and Lin Yu kicked the money in the big man's pocket with a cold expression, since you can see the money in his pocket. Ha! Zilai also stepped forward with some doubts and looked at it. 3 of them are a little dirty, the others are neat and new. The little girl didn't lie, she bought it. Even the little girl's money is scammed, let him stay in the illusion for a while. Lin Yu didn't say that even if the illusion was over, this big man would become an idiot. Lin Yu didn't have the slightest mercy. If there was no him today, the little girl and her companions would have to suffer a lot of torture to fill their stomachs. And blue-purple hair, light orange pupils, beautiful face, is Zionin. Finally found it. Lin Yu picked up Xiao Nan, who had fainted due to lack of physical strength, and carefully stroked her hair. How is she? After Zilai also figured out the situation, he no longer cared about the big man who fell to the ground, looked at the little girl in Lin Yu's arms and asked softly, I have been hungry for too long, my mood swings just now, my body is overdrawn, and coma is the body's self-protection. Lin Yu's palm was wrapped in a glowing green light, brushing over Xiao Nan's thin and delicate body, helping her treat some wounds that were easy to infect. Alas, I don't know how much this girl suffered. Jiraiya, maybe we're going to stay here for a while. Lin Yu held Xiao Nan and walked towards the restaurant in front. Zi Lai also pouted and muttered in a low voice, "You should call me Zi Lai, yes senior. The little ghost is really rude." But he didn't care about these 7788 and stepped forward. These, and those packages, I want them all, and then pack them all. Lin Yu held Xiao Nan and sat in the restaurant, pointing to the menu and spit splashing, and the waiter next to her eyes shone and recorded, "This is a big deal." After a while, the table was full of all kinds of delicacies, and even Zi Lai, who was sitting opposite, felt his index fingers move. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yu hadn't started yet, he would have been unable to wait to start, and he was tired of eating more than half a month's military food pills. Well, what's wrong with me? I remember the bad guy was going to take my bread and then. That's right, bread. Xiao Nan's originally confused eyes instantly widened, and he quickly looked at his arms and finally breathed a sigh of relief after finding that the bread was still there. After Xiao Nan came back to his senses, he struggled to leave Lin Yu's embrace, holding the bread little face and looking at Lin Yu nervously, especially the ninja brace hanging around his neck, and his pale little face was full of fear and fear. Please, let me go, I just want to live, please let me go. Xiao Nan's voice was very humble and trembling. Listening to Xiao Nan's weak and humble words, a strong bitterness overwhelmed Lin Yu and Zi Lai. They saw endless suffering and sorrow in this poor little girl, about 5 years old, and did not know how much she had suffered because of the war. Lin Yu took a slight breath and calmed his mood. He knew more. He knew Zionen's life, displaced by war since childhood, and then met Yahiko and Nagato, founded the Xiao organization, paid silently behind Nagato and Yahiko, adhered to their beliefs, and finally died for protecting Nagato's body. She is a woman who stands behind her companions and pays silently, supporting Yahiko Nagato's dream from beginning to end, although she has not appeared many times and the ending is sad, but Lin Yu remembers her deeply. It is not because of Zionen's cold and beautiful beauty, he swears. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Nan's pale little face with nervousness and trepidation, and wanted to reach out and rub her head, but stopped in mid-air, pulled out a smile that he thought was very sunny, and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Do you remember what happened just now?" You are the little brother who saved me just now." Xiao Nan nodded her little head and thought for a while, and then remembered that it seemed that the little brother in front of her saved her before fainting, but she still did not let her guard down. "Hey, we're together, what you mean by that is, I'm a bad guy." Zi Lai also stared at Lin Yu with a malicious expression. "That's not to say, looking at your white hair, it looks like a lot in some way. Abominable little devil, what do you mean by something? Gee, you understand it on your own." Lin Yu pouted, his eyes couldn't help but glance down at someone. Poof. Although Xiao Nan didn't know what they meant, he pursed his mouth and smiled when he looked at the way they argued. Zi Lai also looked at Xiao Nan, who laughed out loud, and glanced at Lin Yu with a smug look in his eyes, as if to say, "Little ghost, this toad immortal is cooperating well." Lin Yu cast a reinforcing look and tried to pull Xiao Nan's little hand. Xiao Nan saw Lin Yu reach out and pull her, and her body couldn't help shaking, but she still didn't avoid it, and let Lin Yu pull her to the chair. A wisp of aroma drifted into her little Kyang's nose, and her little belly did not fight grunt. Her little face suddenly turned red, and her eyes schemed away, trying not to look at the table full of food. "Eat, these are for you." Lin Yu took Xiao Nan's small hand and sat on the chair and said softly. Xiao Nan swallowed his saliva, lowered his little head, and said in a deep voice, I can't eat. Alas, my little ancestor, I'm starving to death, please pity me, move the chopsticks quickly." Jiraiya looked at the table full of delicacies, and the herbs were about to flow. Xiao Nan's other small hand tightly grasped the corner of his clothes, bit his lip, took a deep breath of aroma, and said in a red-faced voice that was inaudible, If I can, I'd like to take my portion back to eat." "No problem." The waiter packed everything on the table and settled the bill with the other one. If it weren't for Lin Yu's good hearing, he really wouldn't be able to hear Xiao Nan's shy voice. "Wait, let me take a bite first," Jiraiya shouted with a confused look. Lin Yu ignored him, took the packing box in the waiter's hand, pulled Xiao Nan out, and said, "That uncle in the back remembers to check out." Abominable. The abominable little devil is mad at me, spend my money to pick up girls, shame. Ji Lai jumped up angrily and gritted his teeth. However, he still obediently took out his wallet and paid the bill. After all, there were not few ninjas he met along the way, and his small vault was still sufficient. A dark face followed a smaller figure in front of him. Xiao Nan looked up at the handsome and gentle boy next to him, and said with a shy face that, "My name is Zionen. My name is Uzumaki Lin Yu. Yahiko, Nagato come out soon, you see what I brought you back." Xiao Nan rushed into their secret base with a packing box taller than his body, which was a cave in the remote jungle outside the town. It seemed that the three had been living here for a while, and there were traces of polishing and transformation around. Yahiko and Nagato were discussing survival plans inside, but Yahiko alone said that Nagato was only responsible for listening and nodding. Xiao Nan is back. Yahiko beckoned Nagato outside, and saw Konan, holding an oversized packing box, looking at them excitedly. Wow, Zionin, where did you find so much food? It's so fragrant. Yahiko walked quickly to Konan's body and looked at the packing box that was taller than him with a surprised expression. After handing a copy to Nagato behind him, Yahiko opened the box. Wow, this is Shuxianga's signature onion chicken, this is boneless shark fin, and golden fried rice. Zionin, you are amazing. Xiao Nan twisted his little feet and said beside him, actually. In fact, this is a little brother gave it to us, duh. A sound of branches stepping on them came in, and Yahiko quickly put down the lunchbox, protected Konan and Nagato behind him, staring nervously at the two people who slowly walked in. Alas, let you be careful, how did you step on the branch? Lin Yu complained to Zi Lei. It's clear that you stepped on it yourself. When did I become a backpot man, and I'm not a group hide, huh? Why do I say Tenzo? Jiraiya silently complained in his heart, and then his eyes saw Nagato, to be exact, his long red hair, and frowned slightly. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan? These foods are given to Xiao Nan by you, we haven't eaten them yet, return them to you, please leave. Yahiko held back his hunger, covered the lunchbox, and gently put it at Lin Yu's feet while holding the packing box. Lin Yu looked at the orange-haired little boy in front of him, obviously his body had been trembling, but he still protected Nagato and Zionin behind him, revealing a hint of appreciation. Although the ideal in the future is a little naive, but it doesn't matter, while it is still young, it is not unchangeable, and you have to grab it from a young age with a baby. Lin Yu raised his head to reveal his face covered by a hood and said softly, the things I sent out have never been taken back. We don't need your stuff, please. Hey, you are Lord Patronus. Yahiko felt that the teenager in front of him was a little familiar, and after thinking about it, he blurted out in surprise. What's the situation? Lord Patronus? This time it was Lin Yu's turn to be a little confused. Could it be that he mistook me for someone? So the white-haired one in the back is the Toad Guard? Yahiko looked at Jiraiya who was standing next to Lin Yu with a look of surprise. What Toad Guard? Little ghost, I'm a great toad fairy. Jiraiya jumped up and took a standard pose. That's right, it's this pose, you really are the Toad Guard. Yahiko's eyes that have turned into little stars are full of excitement, as if fans have finally met their idols. Xiao Nan looked at Yahiko, and then at Lin Yu, his little head shook left and right, and suddenly a small light bulb flashed on his head. Oh, I see, you are the chivalrous duo who fought chivalrous and rescued refugees in the land of rain. Lin Yu suddenly realized, there were some impressions, it seemed that someone had called him and Zi Lei that, but what the hell is Lord Guardian? Yahiko's eyes were full of heat, and he stared at Lin Yu with a shining light. You are rescuing refugees in the land of rain, punishing ninjas who do evil, and bringing hope to the country of war-torn rain? Aren't you the guardian saint sent by heaven? As for you, it is the Toad Guard sent by heaven to protect Lord Patronus. I repeat, Uncle Ben is a toad immortal, not the guard of this little ghost. Jiraiya yelled in anger. I didn't expect me to be so famous. Lin Yu touched his nose a little embarrassed. So do you return these foods to me? Of course not, these are the food given to us by Lord Patronus, and we have finally received the protection of Lord Patronus, woo-woo. Yahiko quickly shared a lunchbox for Nagato and Konan, buried his head in eating, and cried while eating. A 5-year-old boy hides a fragile heart under his strong exterior, and he also wants to be protected by others. Ever since he learned from orphaned refugees like him that there were two ninjas who were everywhere to relieve refugees and punish evil patients, Yahiko had made them his faith and goal in his heart. Nagato, why don't you eat? Nagato held the lunchbox without opening it, his eyes under the long red hair stared at the forehead guard that Lin Yu hung around his neck. He remembered that the ninja who killed his parents was this kind of forehead protector. Lin Yu noticed that Nagato was staring at his forehead guard, and couldn't help but speak. Not every Konoha ninja is a bad person, sometimes what the eye see is not necessarily accurate, you have to feel it with your heart. I think I'm still a good person. Seeing that Nagato was unmoved, Lin Yu helplessly lifted his hood to reveal the long fiery red hair of the shawl. Long, Nagato, Lord Patronus is as red as your hair. Yahiko looked at Nagato and Lin Yu with a greasy mouth, and looked surprised. They should not be relatives. That's right. You and I are both orphans of the Vortex clan, and in a way, you are one of my few relatives. Lin Yu looked at Nagato who was silent and sighed in his heart. He was right, maybe Nagato's mother was one of his 3 aunts and 7 aunts. In this way, the future leader of Xiazai is still his nephew. How much face it is to say it. Later, he hooked the neck of the ape flying sun and said, you see that the leader of the Xiao organization who made the chicken flying dog jump of the 5 major countries is my distant nephew. I am his uncle. I didn't expect it. Ahem, pulled away. Dear ones, it turns out that I still have relatives in existence. Nagato looked at Lin Yu's long fiery red hair blankly. It was the same hair color as him, and a sense of intimacy was born. He wanted to cry out loud, but he held back, buried his head in the lunchbox and ate wildly, to hide the excitement in his heart. Xiao Nan looked at the two who gobbled up. The smile on King Li's little face grew bigger and bigger, her beautiful eyes looked slightly at the boy who was not much older than her, a strange thought rose, and a blush rose on her small face, cute and moving. You want me to teach you to be a ninja? After eating, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, 3 kneeled on the ground. Yahiko bowed his head and pleaded, yes, we want to become stronger, we want to change this bad country, bring peace to people, please fulfill us. Nagato and Konan also bowed their heads and pleaded, please fulfill us. It can be, but I can stay here for a month and a half at most before returning to Konoha. Linyu was a little embarrassed, he couldn't stay for a long time, he still had to go back to receive a new generation of beautiful pupils. Ah, you promised, please rest assured, we will study hard this month and a half, we will not do anything else, hardship is what we are good at, please whip us to your heart's content. The 3 assured with a pat on their chests. Whipping you 2 men has a hairy use, if it is Zionin. Linyu quickly put away the thought of violating the law and slowly pondered. A month and a half, there is definitely not enough time, it is better. Linyu suddenly stared sadly at Zi Lei, who was watching the play on the side. Little ghost, what do you think I do? I don't take apprentices. Zi Lei also looked at Linyu's malicious gaze, and couldn't help but feel a chill. That's not up to you, when you discover Nagato's eye of reincarnation, you can't ask me to let you take an apprentice. But before this, you have to solve Nagato's heart knot. Linyu thought slightly, not in a hurry, wait until he is leaving. At night, 2 figures sit opposite each other on a large tree. Have you decided? Are you really going to stay and teach them? Do you have any bad thoughts about me? No, little ghost, I warn you, it's impossible for me to take an apprentice, don't even think about it. Zi Lai also jumped up and yelled at Linyu. Hey, don't say it's so fragrant then. Linyu pouted and said disdainfully. I would say incense? I, the toad immortal of Miyama Mountain, even if I jump from here, lie on the ground, and face the sky on all 4s, it is impossible to collect those 3 little ghosts. Jiraiya raised his hand and swore to heaven. Nagato may have the eye of reincarnation. Boom! A figure fell from the tree in an instant, head to the ground, 4 feet to the sky. After a while, the face full of dirt also came up, staring at Linyu with bright eyes. Linyu, what do you say? Nagato has reincarnation eyes, is this true? Linyu pouted, if it's really fake, you can see for yourself. Jiraiya's head lit up, yes, I'll take a look and see if it's clear. With that, he jumped off the tree and ran into the cave. After a while, Zi Lai came back in ashes, sighed and said, I think this is not good, I can't do things that pry into other people's privacy. Put your ex-fart. The 2 biggest warriors in the whole of Konoha are you and the 3 generations of old men. You master and apprentice. One peeps at the female bathhouse of the ninja world, and the other peeps at the widow of the entire Konoha. Neither of them is a good thing. Let's wait for him to say it himself. Zi Lai also jumped on another big tree, slowly lay down, and Linyu guarded in the middle of the night. Oh, it seems that in some things it is quite principled. Linyu looked at the clear moon in the sky, and pondered in his heart, today is really a good weather, it didn't rain. Early the next morning, Linyu went to the city to buy some basic supplies and daily necessities, and then took Yahiko and the 3 of them to a stream far away from the town, and said slowly, not everyone can become a ninja, and those who can become a ninja are geniuses, but if you want to become a strong ninja, you must also have a goal in your heart, work hard for it, and persevere in order to be successful. Linyu's words made the 3 of Yahiko stunned, and they pondered what kind of goal they should have. But it's too early for you now, first lay the foundation, now let me cut down trees, split wood, and build the house we live in first. Linyu's words turned towards the 3 little ones and smiled gloomily. How? Suddenly, I felt that Lord Patroness's gaze was so terrifying. Yahiko, that's your delusion. Xiao Nan raised his cute little head and winked at Linyu, but did not notice any difference. Nagato, you think so too? No, I agree with Zionin. You, Nagato, you have changed, you will not refute me before. Yahiko glanced at Nagato resentfully, picked up the axe and ran into the woods rather unpleasantly. The corners of Nagato's mouth curved, and his eyes covered by long hair bent slightly, and he ran into the woods. Midday. Wow! So much delicious, Lord Patroness is so good to us. Yahiko looked at the table full of meat products. Harazi was about to flow out. This wooden table was the result of their morning. Starting from today, 3 meals a day, eating meat for about half a month. Great! Yahiko and Nagato shouted long live when they heard this. Only Xiao Nan wrinkled his little face, looked at his slender body, and muttered in his heart, eat like this for half a month, I won't become a little fat girl, and I don't know if Brother Linyu likes to be thin or fat. As we all know, the girls of the Hokage world are precocious. Of course, after half a month, your food will have to be solved by yourself, and you will have to bring our share. Linyu smiled and rubbed Xiao Nan's head. Then I have to eat more, and grow my body quickly. Ahem. Yahiko, eat slowly. Nagato, leave me alone. At night, Xiao Nan and they each slept in the sleeping bag that Linyu bought. Linyu was lying on the tree holding a branch. This place is far from the country of rain, it is no longer a continuous rainy day. As for the guy who called himself to inquire about intelligence, in fact, the small treasury is too sufficient to go out for a few days. Alas, if you know the 3-room, 2-hall technique, how can you still sleep in the wild? I don't know when the system will reward new Duen. Lin Yu opened Kagura's hard eyes and looked around, did not find the strange chakra, frowned slightly. Was Kuro definitely not monitoring Nagato? Or is his planktonic technique undetectable even to my Kagura Shinji eyes? Forget it, anyway, I don't have an idea about Nagato's reincarnation if it really provokes me, then maybe let him taste the power of the infinite explosion of heavenly stars. More than half a month passed like this. One day, a string of words appeared in Lin Yu's mind. The monthly mission has been updated. Monthly mission, Mission 1, fool Nagato and say I like you. Limited time for 1 month, reward, experience reincarnation for 2 hours without consumption, can be frozen. Mission 2, bump fists with the 9 llamas. Reward, Yang power refinement. Mission 3, invite Mikoto Uchiha to dinner. Reward, multiple shadow doppelgangers. Cumulative mission, 2 tenths mission, earn the title from Uchiha Madara mouth. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission, return to Konoha Shinobi village from the land of rain. Lin Yu looked at the bright half-moon in the sky with an unlovable expression, and his originally immature and young face showed a sense of vicissitudes. Alas, I was only 10 years old and took on a mission that I should not have endured at this age. Why? Why is my system so renovating me? The 2 of them are men. It's all boys. Do you think the red-haired one is a girl? Although he has long hair, although he doesn't talk much, it seems that he is a little shy, although he has very white skin, although he has so many characteristics that are very girl-like. But Nagato is really a pure master. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Time passes in the construction of houses by 3 child laborers built by Lin Yu's brutal whipping of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. More than half a month later, a small villa stood in the open space next to the stream, with no features, 2 rooms, a boy's room and a girl's room, and wooden tables and benches in the open space in front, a bit like an open-air picnic. Yahiko and Nagato's dirty little faces are full of excitement. They finally have a home. Crunch. Yahiko pushed open the door and stepped in cautiously, afraid that the house would collapse, and his expression was a little nervous and excited. He pursed his lips tightly, hugged Nagato behind him, and said with tears streaming down his face, "In the future, this will be our home." Nagato gently patted Yahiko on the back and nodded heavily. Without experiencing the days of homelessness and wandering around with hunger, it is impossible to understand their mood at the moment. Lin Yu took out a bunch of daily necessities from the seal scroll drawer, fell to the ground, looked at them with a smile. "I'll leave it to you next, I'll call Xiao Nan over." Yahiko and Nagato saw that Lin Yu had conjured so many things like magic, and their little faces were full of envy, but the movements on their hands were not slow at all. "Nagato, I love that red basin. But, I think you fit the yellow one. You're refuting me again." "I don't care, I want the red one." "Okay." Yahiko and Nagato immediately turned into marmots after Lin Yu left, burrowing around in a pile of daily necessities. Next to the stream, the river is crystal clear, and a beautiful girl who rolls up her trouser legs to reveal her white little feet is standing in the stream, holding a large stone in her 2 small hands, looking at the water with a serious expression. Syllable. The water splashed, a smashed grass carp turned around and the ice surfaced. Xiao Nan stretched out his pink little tongue and licked the corners of his mouth, his eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and said happily, "Great. Finally grilled fish to eat today. Xiao Nan remembers my share. Brother Lin Yu." Xiao Nan's narrowed eyes bent even more, stepping on the water splash and holding the fish and running to Lin Yu, slightly hesitating, but his eyes immediately became firm. "Brother Lin Yu gives. Xiao Nan go catch it again." Looking at Xiao Nan, who had been catching a fish all morning, Lin Yu felt like a bad person, and then looked at Xiao Nan's little flower cat-like face full of seriousness. He felt like a bad uncle even more. "Well, knowing that you love grilled fish, how can I rob you? He. Xiao Nan's slightly pursed little mouth suddenly burst into a smile, and the cold and beautiful in the original book dissipated into invisible. "By the way, Yahiko and Nagato are arranging the room, Xiao Nan, you." Before Lin Yu finished speaking, Xiao Nan raised his foot and ran towards the wooden house, and shouted in his small mouth, "No, those 2 tasteless guys don't know how to decorate, they will definitely make a mess of my room." Nagato and Yahiko don't have taste. Nagato's aesthetics seem to be a little problematic, except for the uniform of the red cloud and black robe. The nail polish is really indescribable. In the past half a month, Lin Yu has done everything in his power to create all kinds of coincidences, and the romantic atmosphere has been abandoned. He feels that his thinking is wrong. It is useful to create a romantic atmosphere for boys, and he needs to change his thinking. Come, everyone listen to me. Today we are not exercising physical fitness. I will give you a thinking lesson. What is your dream? One-on-one tutoring. Yahiko, you come first. Others think in place. Yahiko, who was named by Lin Yu, looked startled, and then looked a little distressed. Why was he the first? And after a slight hesitation, he stepped on his small short legs to follow Lin Yu. The shadow of the tree was hurried, and Yahiko, who was being carried by Lin Yu, watched the rapid changes in the surrounding scenery, and was slightly shocked in his heart. Is this a ninja? You can run like a flat ground on a tree. Yahiko watched the figure of the log cabin getting smaller and smaller, and couldn't help but speak. Mamoru, Teacher Linyu, where are we going? Soon. A towering pine tree gradually enlarged in Linyu's eyes, and his feet jerked a little, and after a few straightforward postures, he was already standing on the canopy. Yahiko, who just came back to his senses, gently patted his chest, and looked at the scenery in front of him. Wow, what a beautiful view, isn't that cottage over there our home, so small? Linyu looked at it casually. Compared with Konoha, the environment here is too much worse, and Yahiko, who grew up in hardship since childhood, will feel beautiful. Linyu looked down at Yahiko, who was carefully grasping the branch, and said softly, Yahiko, what is your dream? My dream is that the war will disappear, the world will be peaceful, and people will no longer have to suffer the loss of their loved ones. Yahiko looked up at her small face, full of hope. So what method are you going to use to achieve it? This. Yahiko lowered his head, thought for a while, and said seriously, I hope that people understand each other, can let go of hatred, and I will use love to touch their hatred, so that there will be no more war in the ninja world, and people can live happily and happily. Oh? So, if someone has caused you harm, will you choose to forgive him? Linyu's expression did not change, perhaps he already knew such an answer. Well, if someone really hurts me, I will choose to forgive him and try to be friends with him and get him to join us. The more Yahiko spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and he seemed to have imagined the feat of forming a huge team to influence the ninja world with him. What if someone hurt Nagato, or Konan? Linyu's tone remained unchanged. Hearing this question, Yahiko's expression changed, and then his eyes struggled painfully, his teeth cracked his lips, he exhaled deeply, and said in a low voice, I will choose to forgive them and find a way to resolve their contradictions. In the dark, damp, rat-skirted cave, Yahiko's skinny body struggled to get up from the weed-covered stone bed, staring blankly at his hands. What's going on? Wasn't I talking to Teacher Linyu? How did I get back here all of a sudden? Yahiko looked at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around him, and couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation in his heart. Is it all a dream? No, I don't believe it. Teacher Linyu, where are you? Nagato, come out quickly, don't hide from me. Toad Guard, whoa, I won't call you Toad Guard anymore, you guys come out soon. Yahiko's somewhat helpless voice echoed through the cave. Only after having it will he understand the pain of loss. He doesn't want to go back to that dark and damp cave, he doesn't want to live that hiding, he wants to have a home. Yahiko, you're finally awake, you've been in a coma for 2 days, it's great. Konan, hearing Yahiko's shouts, ran from outside the cave in a broken little floral dress. Great, Zionin, what about Teacher Linyu and Nagato, did they go out in something? Yahiko saw Xiao Nan's expression excited, and then after seeing Xiao Nan's somewhat broken skirt, he couldn't help but be afraid in his heart. Isn't Xiao Nan wearing the blue and white pleated skirt that Teacher Linyu bought for her? She likes that dress the most, it's impossible not to wear it, it must be washed. It must be so. Just when Yahiko was still harboring the last illusion, Konan's next words made him completely desperate. What Teacher Linyu? I don't know this person you're talking about at all, Yahiko, are you having a nightmare? As for Nagato, he went to town to find food and water for you. Xiao Nan bit his dry lip, a little confused on his little head. I don't know if Yahiko was sleeping. Is it all a dream? It turns out that all this is a dream. I said, how could such a good thing happen? It turned out to be a dream. Yahiko looked a little confused, a little unable to believe, obviously so real, it turned out to be a dream, hateful. It turns out that there are still 2 imps hiding here. A middle-aged man wearing a rain ninja brace carried Nagato in his hand and walked into the cave with a sinister smile. Throwing down the dying Nagato casually, he joked, hand over everything of value, or I will be rude to your companion. Who are you? What happened to Nagato? Yahiko put away his thoughts that he still couldn't figure out, took a step forward to block Xiao Nan's body, and looked at the middle-aged man with an ugly face. The middle-aged man kicked Nagato with his foot, causing Nagato to whimper in pain and sneered, this little devil stole my wallet and was caught and beaten by me, but he refused to say where his companion was. I accidentally let him escape, and then really found me your hiding place. You're lying. Nagato is unlikely to steal your wallet. In this way, you can take everything you see here. Yahiko looked angry but did not dare to roar loudly. He was worried about Nagato's safety, and he just wanted the middle-aged man to leave quickly. The middle-aged man looked around and pouted, in your place, the poor don't even want to patronize mice, what is worth my take? Since there is nothing you want, then please leave quickly, and I will also rescue my companions. Yahiko took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Hey, since I'm here, how can I come back empty-handed? Since there is nothing worthwhile, then let's play a game, it's very fun. The middle-aged man's tone suddenly became excited. I don't want to play any game with you, please leave quickly. Yahiko didn't want to play games with the middle-aged man at all, he just wanted the other party to get out of here quickly. That's not up to you. Without waiting for Yahiko to react, the middle-aged man stepped forward and slapped him away, grabbing Xiao Nan, who was protecting him behind him, with a cruel smile on his face. Yahiko struggled to get up, not caring about his high and swollen cheeks, and yelled at the middle-aged man, "You let go of Xionin, something is coming at me." Xiao Nan didn't say a word, biting his lip, tears silently flowed from his eyes, and his little face was full of stubbornness. "Oh, the expression is good and worthy of praise." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he threw Xiao Nan on the ground, and with a bang, Xiao Nan fainted. "Xionin, you are abominable. What a beautiful look. I do this to your companion, little ghost, you will hate me, right?" the middle-aged man asked Yahiko. Yahiko looked struggling, his heart was struggling with reason, his eyes were bloodshot, and he said word by word, "I will forgive you. After all, we don't have any deep hatred." "Oh, so what about this?" The middle-aged man stepped on Nagato's head and slowly crushed it, his face sinking deep in the mud and rock, and he roared silently, in great pain. "What the hell do you want?" Yahiko yelled at the middle-aged man. "Didn't I say that? Let's play a game, but you seem a little uncooperative." The middle-aged man's foot movements paused, and he looked at Yahiko playfully, his eyes full of mockery. "Well, how do you say to play?" Yahiko forces himself to calm down, and now only he can save Nagato and Konan. Jingle bells. Pick up that kunao and stab one of these two imps, then you and the other can live. What do you think? Isn't it interesting? Aha! The middle-aged man threw a handful of kunao at Yahiko, looking madly laughing. "Do we have some deep hatred? Why torture us so much?" Yahiko looked at the Kuwu who was lost in front of him, and his voice was already a little hoarse. "Why? It's just fun, didn't you say you would forgive me? How about it, choose one of the two, have you chosen which one?" Yahiko's pupils shrank when he heard this, his thin body couldn't stop trembling, he felt a little desperate, on the one hand, his dream, on the other hand, his companion, he couldn't choose. The middle-aged man looked at Yahiko, who was silent and struggling, faintly, and suddenly roared loudly, "Since you don't choose, then I'll help you choose." After that, the big foot slammed towards Nagato's neck. "Nope." Yahiko picked up the kunao on the ground, an unimaginable force erupted from his thin body, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the middle-aged man, his face was hideous, and he said madly, "You deserve to die. I'll kill you." Whoosh! Kuwu crossed the middle-aged man's body, and also cut through this illusion. The imaginary blood did not come, the familiar scenery around gradually came into view, and a rather familiar figure not far away was looking at him with appreciation and a trace of guilt. Teacher Lin Yu. Suddenly his spirit was tired, and before Yahiko could finish speaking, his body slowly fell. Syllable. Yahiko dangled his feet, his expression was a little low, and anyone who had a broken dream in his heart, and the person who denied it was still himself, would not feel too good. "Teacher. You're right, it's too hard for people to understand each other and let go of hatred." Yahiko paused, looking slightly pained. "Even I, a dreamer who aspires, can't do it, how can I ask others to do it? Hee, it's really ironic. I don't know how many times the chapped lip has been bitten, and the blood dripping from the clothes has solidified. I can sacrifice myself to fulfill others, but I can't watch Nagato and Konan's hurt. Others also have their own relatives, people who need to be protected, but I hope they let go of hatred and understand each other. It's a ridiculous dream. Worst. It seems that some overplay." Lin Yu looked at Yahiko with bleak eyes, and there was actually a trace of adult loneliness on that sunny and lively little boy. Lin Yu felt that he needed to correct him, sorted out his thoughts a little and spoke. "Yahiko, why do you have to insist on people understanding each other and resolving hatred in order to achieve true peace?" Yahiko heard that there was more confusion in his dim eyes, and he was a little puzzled. People did not understand each other, how could resolving hatred usher in peace? He didn't understand, but he didn't interrupt aloud, he knew that Lin Yu would explain it to him. Lin Yu pulled Yahiko up, looked into the distance and said slowly, "Yahiko, look at the woods under our feet, and then look at the woods next to the town in the distance. Do you find anything different?" I don't see anything different here." The town sighed. "Relatively neat?" Yahiko looked into the distance with wide eyes, and although he couldn't see clearly, he could slightly see that the trees in the distance were much neater than in the forest. "That's right, it's neat, it's all trees. Why is there a difference between the two?" Lin Yu continued without selling. "The tree close to the town, because it was planted artificially, people made rules for it, and it had to abide by it, so there was harmony and friendship between them. And in the forest, you have also seen, tall, short and thick various postures, branches are disorganized, thrusting each other, not restrained, just like the current country of rain. I have to say that before Hanzo of the pepperfish died, the country of rain could not be so chaotic, at least the rain ninja would be restricted and would not slaughter civilians. However, before that Hanzo died, the land of rain was already tormented by war, and many families were torn apart." Yahiko was a little puzzled. "So it's not enough to make rules, everyone has to follow the rules, including those who make the rules, and if someone breaks the rules, it is a breach of everyone's peace and needs to be sanctioned. In this way, everyone will follow the rules, war will not break out, and the peaceful and beautiful world that people hope for will come." Yahiko's eyes lit up when he heard this, and with some hope, he muttered, "Is there really a good world where everyone obeys the rules?" Lin Yu had a trace of memory in his eyes, some regret, and nodded heavily, yes. And I have seen that the people living in that country have a group of loveliest people protecting them outside. There are democratic rules inside, everyone understands that everyone obeys the law, and there is no war. I really want to see that country. Yahiko's eyes lit up and seemed to perk up again. Hee, maybe there will be a chance in the future. Lin Yu smiled, I don't even know how to go back. Let's go back. Lin Yu didn't wait for Yahiko to respond, lifted his back collar and jumped down. Teacher, can you not mention me like that, it's very faceless. In front of the cabin, Nagato looked at Yahiko with some concern. Yahiko, how are you? At this time, Yahiko was still a little low, and he hadn't figured it out in some places, and said to Nagato with a rather complicated expression, I'm fine, Nagato, the teacher is waiting for you, go quickly. Nagato suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and walked towards the dense forest in 3 steps and 2 turns. As for Zionin, grilled fish happily by the river, and Jiraiya, 2 foodies, still on the canopy of the tall pine tree. Compared to Yahiko, Nagato looked very calm, his eyes under the long red hair did not know what he was looking at. Lin Yu did not speak, he did not speak. Lin Yu looked at the silent little boy, and couldn't help but have an evil thought in his heart, and said lightly, Nagato, your eyes. It seems to be different from ordinary people. When Nagato heard this, the circle eyes covered by long red hair suddenly shrunk, his body trembled involuntarily, and his voice appeared very weak. I didn't. Yes. Lin Yu suddenly lowered his body and ruffled Nagato's red hair that covered his eyes, staring at the pair of reincarnation eyes whose pupils were slightly dilated because of panic and fear. It was really not his own eyes, and Nagato could not switch freely. Nagato was startled by Lin Yu's actions, and then his face became even more ugly, and his voice trembled. I'm not a monster, I don't know what's going on with my eyes, I really don't know. Lin Yu gently smoothed the corners of Nagato's trembling eyes, and his tone remained unchanged. Your eyes have your unimaginable power, the power that does not belong to mortals. This is the eyes of immortals. Nagato stopped the trembling of his body when he heard this, and with painful memories on his face, he wondered, really? Isn't this a pair of cursed eyes? Because I have suffered too much and suffered because of these eyes, is it really the eyes of immortals? Lin Yu put down Nagato's red hair and sat down cross-legged with him, looking at the sky, and slowly said, I have no reason to deceive you, your eyes are a treasure that many people dream of, and you don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate to have these eyes. Lin Yu sighed, fortunately Nagato can suddenly have a power that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, unfortunately he is just someone's pawn, and the use of the reincarnation eye that does not belong to him will seriously consume his life force. Nagato in the original book is because of the excessive use of the reincarnation eye, the body is emaciated, and finally killed by the plot. Do you want it? Nagato hesitated slightly, then showed a touch of firmness. What did you say? Rao and Lin Yu were a little surprised. Nagato took a deep breath, ruffled his long hair for the first time, and said seriously, you want my reincarnation eyes? I can give it to you. Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Yu felt that this baby's brain circuit was a little amazing. Was he forcing Uchiha to beat Lin Yu now? I know, I can give you these eyes, just ask you to protect Yahiko and Konan. In Nagato's heart, if these cursed eyes could be exchanged for the safety of Yahiko and Nagato, he would not hesitate to choose to sacrifice himself. Even if you don't give it to me, I will protect Zionin. As for Yahiko, I think you should protect him yourself, since you have such a unique talent. If you don't make good use of it, Madara will jump out and beat you. Nagato didn't understand Lin Yu's last words, but his little face nodded heavily. I will definitely protect Yahiko. Besides, how can you think you're the only one with such eyes? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, and silently said in his heart, Thaw. Lin Yu's 3 jade writing wheel eyes rotated rapidly, a golden pattern slowly emerged, and then unequal formation, a circle of spiral lines appeared in the eye socket. It was Lin Yu's thawed reincarnation eye. I have to say that the appearance of the kaleidoscope is much higher than the eye of reincarnation, and I don't know what aesthetic standards the big tube wood family is. Bad reviews. Nagato watched the changes in Lin Yu's eyes blankly, until when he saw the pair of circle eyes that were exactly the same as him, he couldn't help but blurt out, these eyes, same as mine. How? Have you looked carefully? You're not the only one with special eyes. Lin Yu smiled. Great, I finally found the same kind. Nagato's tense little face relaxed his guard after seeing those identical eyes. What is the same kind? It's like the two of us aren't human. Lin Yu complained in his heart. After Nagato was confirmed, Lin Yu quickly froze his reincarnation eye, silently counting in his heart. It actually took 10 seconds, and the loss was big. Seeing that Lin Yu's eyes regained their black pupils, Nagato hesitated. Just call me Lin Yu Senior, I'm a few years older than you and we are of the same race, just call me Senior. Forest. Senior Lin Yu. How can your eyes switch back and forth? I also want to learn. Nagato's gaze was expectant. Well. You're still young and can't control the eye of reincarnation very well, so you can't switch as easily as me. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Now he can't tell him Uchiha's plan. Wait until he is proficient in using the Eye of Reincarnation. Nagato was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he quickly cheered up. He now knew that he was not the only one with such cursed eyes. He was not a monster, and he still had blood relatives in this world. Nagato suddenly felt that his world was illuminated a lot. Nagato looked at Lin Yu a little shyly, and said in a weak voice, Senior Lin Yu, you haven't asked me what my dream is. Lin Yu, are we here to do this? In the end, Lin Yu also asked him a little helplessly what his dream was, and as expected, Yahiko's dream was his dream. Alas, how else to say that you two are true love? You are not together, who else can be together? The tasks of the system are not blind. Forgive me for being a 10-year-old child, I still have too little knowledge. Nagato has completely changed his opinion of Lin Yu, and gradually trusts Lin Yu, and nothing can win trust more than becoming a kind. When Lin Yu returned to the log cabin with Nagato, a wisp of white smoke rose, the fire had been extinguished, and there were fish bones next to it. Xiao Nan lay on the side and patted her little belly. Her beautiful and cute little face was full of satisfaction, and she burped a little from time to time. This surprised Lin Yu. If Xiao Nan was replaced by Juzine, then Lin Yu would not have the slightest strangeness, but it was the cold and beautiful Xiao Nan in the original work. He always felt a strong sense of discord. Abnormal. Very abnormal. Zi Lai also sat on the side with a hairgrass in his mouth, looking quite pleasant. It seems that his task of collecting intelligence has been done well in the past few days. As for the fish, of course, he caught it. After all, as a gentleman, he will not refuse the request of a cute girl. Seeing Lin Yu and Nagato come back, Xiao Nan pretended to want to get up, but he couldn't stand up for a long time, and he lay down on the ground again. Chu Chu said pitifully, Brother Lin Yu, are you back? Xiao Nan ate too much, and blamed the white-haired monster Shu Huang for shoehorning Xiao Nan to eat, or, ask me another day. Ji Laiya inside, this fish is fed to the white-eyed wolf. What is called weird maze? I'm only 24 years old. Well, hair is born. Yo ha. It turned out to be with this idea. No wonder Xiao Nan was a little wrong. Xiao Nan was originally a little unsure, but after seeing Nagato, the little doubt in his heart suddenly dissipated. Brother Lin, you must have a problem. Xiao Nan's little face sank, reasoning that Nan went online. The clues show that Yahiko, who originally talked a lot and was very cheerful, had been in a daze alone since he returned, with a gloomy face, like a middle-aged uncle who was decadent. And Nagato, who was originally silent and a little cowardly, simply changed after returning, with a smile on his face from time to time, and even ruffled the long hair in front of his forehead, revealing strange eyes that he had been unwilling to show them. Then there is only one truth. Brother Lin Yu. Well, reasoning Nan doesn't know how Brother Lin Yu did it, but one thing she can be sure of. Brother Lin Yu is really terrifying. Xiao Nan was afraid. They didn't know how much suffering they had suffered since they were children, how many times they had been scolded. Yahiko and Nagato had never changed themselves, and now they were successfully brainwashed just after being alone with Lin Yu's brother. God knows what kind of cruel torture Lin Yu would make them change so much. She was scared. She didn't want to tutor alone with Lin Yu, raised her little head and coquettishly said, Brother Lin Yu, we're just here, people are too full to eat. SHHH. When Lin Yu heard Xiao Nan's somewhat reverie voice, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and said with a straight face, I'll just talk about me. Lin Yu walked over and picked up Xiao Nan, and whispered to her in an undetectable voice, in the future, when there is no one else, only the two of us, you will. This way. Xiao Nan's pouted little mouth was suddenly smoothed out, a few blush rose on his little face, and his little hand slapped Lin Yu a few times, shy and annoyed. How could Lin Yu's brother be like this? Of course, he heard what Lin Yu said, but he didn't have time to care about it now. At this moment, he stared straight at Nagato's reincarnation eyes, as if he was looking at a peerless beauty, and almost flowed out of the hara, muttering in his mouth, found it. I finally found the son of prophecy, he must be the son of prophecy. Nagato's eyes looked away with some embarrassment, and his hot eyes made him a little overwhelmed. Jiraiya crawled to Nagato's side with both hands and feet, and said excitedly, Boy, how about worshipping me as a teacher and learning ninjutsu with me? Nagato looked grim and said lightly, I refuse. Zi Lai also looked embarrassed, still trying to sell himself. Do you know who I am? One of the things called Three Shinobi by Hanzo, a demigod in the ninja world, is Uncle Ben. Nagato pouted disdainfully, Senior Lin, you told me just now that Hanzo was killed by a strong man who also had my pair of reincarnation eyes. Abominable. Lin Yu, that little ghost. Uncle Ben is still a descendant of Mount Myoki. I can sign a contract scroll for you, a psychic and powerful ninja beast. I hate toads. Abominable. Lin Yu took Xiao Nan's little hand and walked on the street, and Lin Yu didn't ask Xiao Nan any questions along the way, but gently pulled her and accompanied her. Xiao Nan was a little apprehensive and scared at first, but Lin Yu didn't ask her any questions along the way, and gradually listened to the sound of the breeze blowing around her, the sound of the water gurgling, and her heart also calmed down, and her little head was thinking cranky. She suddenly found that she had changed a lot. Since she met Lin Yu, she had become less like her, and she couldn't remember the last time she was coquettish, as if the war had not spread to her homeland. She couldn't remember the last time she had a full stomach with Nagato and Yahiko, as if she had never been. She was a little dazed, she knew it was all true, but why? Why are the three of them so lucky? Xiao Nan began to be a little scared, afraid that Lin Yu had a purpose in being so good to them. Lin Yu felt some movement in his hand, looked down and saw Xiao Nan's somewhat pale little face. I don't know what this little girl is thinking. In fact, even if he knows, he can only dry stare. He can't say that his goal in the land of rain is them. He can't say that he is familiar with the plot in the future. First come to make a familiar face, so that when he does tasks in the future, the Zayas Ishin group can give a face. Lin Yu was a little helpless, not knowing what Xiao Nan's situation was, and looked around. Ah, I found it. Saying that, without waiting for Zionan's reaction, she pulled her to a street corner quickly. The location was very remote, there was almost no flow of people, and Lin Yu also took a lot of effort to find it. This is Origami Shop? Xiao Nan looked at the signboard that said Xiao Nan Origami Shop and covered his small mouth and was very surprised. Lin Yu did not make a sound, pushed open the old wooden door and crunched, and a paper aroma came to his face. Xiao Nan looked at it curiously. The store was not large, only more than 30 square meters, full of all kinds of origami, flower arrangements, different colors, a wide variety. The whole interior was covered with origami and colored paper of various colors. The floor was clean, only a small bed on the left near the window, a set of small tables and chairs, all brand new. It seemed that someone had changed the furniture here. Lin Yu has traveled a lot of places in the past half a month to find this origami shop. The original name is Yuanfei Origami Shop. Lin Yu does not know if it has anything to do with the Yuanfei family of Kana, but it doesn't matter. This place was bought by him for 10 times the price. The boss happily rolled up the cover and ran away, and by the way bought a new set of furniture according to his requirements. Xiao Nan curiously touched origami one by one, such as thousands of paper cranes, dragonflies, butterflies. He touched the origami flowers inserted in the vase again, and moved carefully, for fear of breaking them. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled, walked to Xiao Nan's side and said softly, "Don't be so careful, the entire origami shop is yours." Xiao Nan guessed when he saw the name of the shop, and now after it was confirmed, a huge joy welled up in his heart, and then he didn't know what he thought, suddenly laughed and cried, his eyes instantly turned red, and his voice whimpered, why are you so nice to me? I'm just a helpless orphan who ate this meal without a meal, why should you be so kind to me?" Xiao Nan didn't wait for Lin Yu to answer, and threw himself into his arms. His small hands hugged his waist tightly, his face was red and buried in Lin Yu's chest, and whispered, If you really have any purpose, don't tell me, just lie to me like this, I'm very good to raise." Lin Yu scratched his head a little embarrassed, his two hands didn't know where to put them. Not only Xiao Nan was too small, he was also a little boy, and he was a little helpless. "I have no purpose, if I have to say it, my purpose is you." Xiao Nan felt that his blush was about to burn, and said, "Sticky, then what do I have to be for your purpose?" Xiao Nan suddenly saw his blue-purple hair, plucked up the courage to raise his little head, and his more and more rosy little mouth opened slightly. "Linear. What color do you like, brother Lin Yu?" "Me? Let me think, blue-purple. I also like red, gold and black," Lin Yu silently added in his heart. "Yay!" The precocious little girl didn't think too much. Xiao Nan only felt that her head was about to catch fire, and quickly covered her face with her cold little hand, only revealing her half-squinted little eyes, and her heart couldn't calm down. At night, Lin Yu returned to the cabin with the sleeping Zionan. Lin Yu gestured quietly towards Yahiko, gently put Xiao Nan on the bed that had been made, helped her take off her shoes and socks, and carefully walked out. By the stream, the warm light of the fire resists the surrounding darkness and shines. Yahiko asked a little nervously, "Zionan, is she okay?" Nagato also looked at Lin Yu worriedly. Lin Yu sat next to the three, added some firewood to it, and shook his head. "It's okay, Xiao Nan is just a little tired." Yahiko and Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, immediately thought of their own situation, and looked at Lin Yu with resentment. "Teacher Lin Yu shouldn't also cast illusions on Xiao Nan, right? No, it's cruel. That's Yahiko's idea. Lin Yu, seniors won't have done some kind of test to Xiao Nan, right?" Nagato thought silently in his heart. He always thought that Lin Yu saying that the strength of his reincarnation eye was some kind of test for him, a test of whether he could give up the reincarnation eye and choose a companion. Well, at least he thought so. And Lin Yu didn't have this kind of thought at all, so he didn't have the kind of proclivity to pretend to be someone else's eyes. "Hey, little ghosts, how do you feel that at the end of the day, you are more vicissitudes than me, an adult? Is it early love?" Zai also drank the wine he bought from nowhere, and teased the three with a red face. "Nope." Yahiko and Nagato retorted at Jiraiya at the same time, and then looked at each other again, their small faces each blushing. "Yo, there is a situation, you two little ghosts, should you?" Jiraiya looked at Yahiko, then at Nagato, and suddenly I had discovered the truth. "Nothing." "Nagato, why did you just look at me with a red face?" Yahiko asked Nagato with a face and pretending to be angry. "Obviously Yahiko, you just now." Nagato was a little aggrieved, and he was not alone with a red face. "Nagato, you contradict me again. You've really changed, you weren't like this before. Yahiko, you listen to my explanation. I don't listen. You two imps are so funny, ha ha ha. Yahiko and Nagato looked at each other again, each grinning and laughing. It was such a good feeling, they liked it. Crash. Okay, it's time to sleep, otherwise Xiao Nan will be woken up by you. Ah, Teacher Lin, you will wait, my fish is still grilled. Yahiko, you said slowly, the fire has been extinguished. Nagato, you. After another 10 days, Zili still left early and returned late, and every time he came back, he carried a full body of alcohol, and I don't know if he let Orikimura know that he'd collected intelligence like this, whether he would be given a hidden shadow multisnake hand. Linyu, who was lying on the tree, looked at the three teenagers stepping on the tree below boredly. In the past 10 days, they have successively refined chakra, among which Nagato's talent is the most. This is of course, otherwise Uchiha would not have looked at him. After all, there is more than Nagato as the remnant of the Uzumaki clan. Linyu stopped looking at Yahiko, who fell from the tree again, and his heart sank. Monthly mission, Task 1, fool Nagato and say to Yahiko that I like you. Limited to 4 days, reward experience reincarnation I for 2 hours without consumption, can be frozen. Mission 2, bump fists with the 9 llamas. Reward, yang power refinement. Mission 3, invite Mikoto Uchiha to dinner. Reward, multiple shadow doppelgangers. Cumulative mission, 2/10 mission, earn the title from Uchiha Madara mouth. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission, return to Konoha Shinobi village from the land of rain. Bonus, kaleidoscope Sharinan. Limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation I access, 1 hour 39 minutes and 49 seconds remaining. Frozen. Alas, there are only 4 days left. It seems that I have to act quickly. After these days of fermentation, Nagato has trusted me a lot. I should be able to succeed. No. Yes, it must be successful. Nagato, I'm sorry, I hope you don't blame me when you grow up. Linyu sighed silently in his heart, and then his expression became firm. If he wants to blame, he blames the dog system for not being human. Hee, Yahiko, why can't you climb up yet? Nagato and I have already learned to climb trees. Kominami stood on the tree parallel to the ground, and Nagato stood on another tree and looked at Yahiko with a worried expression. Abominable. You guys wait for me, see I'll climb up and beat you up right away. Nagato. I didn't say anything. Nagato, come here, I'll give you a personal tutoring today. Nagato heard Linyu calling him, and he didn't bother with Yahiko's strange reaction at the moment, jumping off the tree and running towards Linyu. The top of the pine canopy is still the old place, but the mentality has changed, and the behavior will gradually be affected, such as Nagato also sitting on the top of the pine canopy at this time, his legs dangling. Nagato regarded Linyu as a kind elder, but because of the age difference, he did not have the sense of constraint with the elders, only a full sense of trust. The afternoon breeze gently blew the long red hair of the two, taking away Nagato's fatigue from a morning, and also taking away Linyu's salted fish days. He was going to exert his strength. Linyu said softly, Nagato, what do you think of Yahiko? Nagato was a little out of his mind. He enjoyed this condescending feeling a little, and hurriedly returned to his senses after hearing Linyu's inquiry. Yahiko? I think he's nice and there's a lot to learn from me. Oh, just think he's good? Feeling nothing else? Linyu continued to lure Nagato. Probably. There is another, I don't know what to say, I just think that Yahiko is a very important person for me. Nagato's little head mused. Oh, so what would you do if Yahiko was hurt? Nagato's expression immediately became excited and shouted, no, I will protect Yahiko, and there are you, senior. I just said if, and I can't be by your side all the time. What will you do if one day Yahiko is injured or even seriously injured and dying? I will kill that person and then help Yahiko fulfill his unfinished dream. Finally go down and accompany him. Nagato's white face became a little fierce, but in the end, it turned into a touch of firmness, and he looked seriously in the direction of the log cabin. You are miserable. You're in love. Linyu really wanted to say this to Nagato, but he couldn't, and he resisted the urge to complain. Nagato, do you know what you like? Like? I do not know. Nagato was a little confused. How can Linyu Sr. say something he can't understand? The hard life since childhood made him feel that he can only eat and can't eat, can live and can't live, bad people and good people. How can he care whether he likes it or not? He has no right to choose at all. A smile bloomed on Linyu's face and said with a smile, I like it, for example, if you hate ugly people, but it doesn't matter if he is ugly, and for example, if you hate fat people, but it's okay if he is fat. Like it is like this, you look at him everywhere and feel good. Do you like Yahiko? But, Senior Linyu, I seem to have heard Xiao Nan say that I like it between men and women. Yahiko and I are both boys, how can we? Nagato was a little hesitant and looked at Linyu a little nervously. What does Xiao Nan's little girl understand? I like a cloud. Do I have to go to the sky to find a mother cloud? I like a flower. Do I care if it's male or female? Like knows no boundaries. Nagato always felt that something was wrong, but with his insight it was difficult to express in words. He could only say with a bitter face, that is, do I like Yahiko? Do you think Yahiko hates him when he grows up ugly? Nope. Yahiko is the most handsome in my heart. Do you think Yahiko has some bad habits, such as hating him when he goes to the bathroom without washing his hands? Nope. No. Wouldn't that be fine? You just like Yahiko. But I still feel a little strange, Senior Linyu. Linyu immediately interrupted Nagato and didn't let him think deeply. Nagato, when you and Yahiko are together, especially when you two fight mouths, do you have a feeling of blushing heartbeat? Nagato was a little hesitant, his little head thought back, he didn't know how to lie, and said slowly, it seems that there is. That's right, blushing heartbeat is the feeling that only people who like it will feel. From a medical point of view, blush heartbeat is only when the human body has tension and anger. The brain will stimulate the adrenal glands, so that the adrenal glands secrete adrenaline, resulting in the external manifestation of blushing heartbeat, but Linyu will not explain. In a way, across a big dimension, Nagato really likes Yahiko. But I just feel wrong, although the words of the senior sound right, my performance does like Yahiko, but I always feel that something is missing. Linyu was a little helpless, and said with the mentality of trying it, in fact, on top of liking, there is another feeling. Senior, what is that? That is beyond liking, not only to have the feeling of liking, but also to have the consciousness of responsibility, like maybe a momentary good feeling, and this emotion requires countless such moments to superimpose. Linyu paused and continued, just like your feelings for Yahiko, not only now, but also in the future, you want to protect him for a lifetime, even if there is no reward for silent efforts behind his back, you will be steadfast. Senior, what is this feeling of liking above the name of this? Go! Say it out loud and let Yahiko know how you feel about him. At Linyu's eyes full of encouragement and expectation, Nagato took a deep breath and walked towards Yahiko. Abominable. Yahiko fell from the tree again, ate a mouthful of dirt and grass, his face was full of unwillingness. I won't lose to Nagato and Konan, I want to become stronger to protect them. At this time, a figure walked up to him. Yahiko looked up, and pouted with a rather unhappy expression. Nagato, are you here to see my joke? I was able to learn to climb trees in no time, just a little closer. Yahiko, Nagato looked at Yahiko nervously, his expression a little struggling and hesitating, but he thought of what Linyu Sr. had said. A small bubble emerged from Nagato's head. Linyu showed his white teeth, raised his thumb and said to him, roll over Nagato. Love is to be spoken out loud. Don't wait until you lose it to regret it. Snap! The bubbles broke. Nagato took another heavy breath, looked at Yahiko seriously, and said in a serious tone, Yahiko, I feel more than just like you, I love you. In the end, Nagato could no longer maintain his tight cheeks, closed his eyes, and roared out at Yahiko with a red face. Ha! Nagato, what the hell are you talking about? Yahiko looked at Nagato in disbelief. Did he find the wrong person to express? After saying it once, he was not so nervous, and Nagato's whole person looked extremely relaxed, and said to Yahiko, Yahiko, I don't just like you, I love you. What? Vomit! Nagato, how could you say such things to me? Yahiko heard it clearly this time, and said it to him, looking like he was constipated, and his expression was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Yahiko, you listen to me, I love you, I want to be with you for the rest of my life, protect you for a lifetime, let's fulfill our dreams together. Nagato's serious and affectionate gaze looked at Yahiko closely. Stop. Fulfilling your dreams can, but others can't. I definitely do not accept your love. Yahiko spread his feet and ran towards the tree. Chakra's control was not too good, and he learned to climb trees at once. Sure enough, people don't push themselves, they don't know how good they are. Yahiko, stop, listen to me well, it's not what you imagined, my love for you. Nagato saw that Yahiko was about to run, and hurriedly chased after him, trying to explain something. Gone to your love. I don't listen to your explanation. Yahiko covered her ears and fled back and forth in the tree. How I didn't expect Nagato and Yahiko to have developed to this point. Xiaonan had long been away from the two, and his little face with a little curiosity was full of disgust. Girls understood emotional problems earlier than boys. But the little girl is difficult to say. She also thinks that Nagato is true love for Yahiko. After all, the three of them have lived for so long. Nagato's attitude towards Yahiko, she knows better than anyone. Good thing I'm normal. Xiaonan patted his small chest and looked at Linyu with a small blush. Suddenly thought of something, ran to Linyu with small long legs, small hands reached into Linyu's palm, gently pinched, kingly cute little face flushed appeared. Seeing that Linyu did not object, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. She didn't want Linyu to misunderstand what she was too. Linyu's mind was so absorbed in his mind at this time, he didn't notice Sionan's careful thoughts. Monthly mission, Task 1, fool Nagato and say to Yahiko that I like you, completed. Reward, 2 hours of experience of reincarnation I without consumption, claimable. Mission 2, bump fists with the 9 llamas. Reward, Yang power refinement. Mission 3, invite Mikoto Uchiha to dinner. Reward, multiple shadow doppelgangers. Cumulative mission, 2 tenths mission, earn the title from Uchiha Madara mouth. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission, return to Konoha Shinobi Village from the Land of Rain. Bonus, Kaleidoscope Sharinan. Limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation. I use permission, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 49 seconds remaining. Frozen, seeing the 3 words that can be claimed, Linyu was excited in his heart, although he did not let Nagato say to Yahiko exactly according to the task, I like you. But this is obviously overcompletion. Well, the system does not send out a little overcompletion reward, really stingy. Linyu complained slightly, withdrew his heart, felt a touch of softness in his hand, and squeezed it gently, cold and cold, soft as boneless. Linyu smiled heartily, let's go, it seems that it will take a while for them to stop, let's go and prepare dinner. Xiao Nan raised his little face and smiled sweetly. What do you want to eat tonight? Grilled fish. And what? Oversized grilled fish. Linyu. At night, by the fire. Ha ha ha. And then you hid in Nagato for an afternoon. Jiraiya also heard Nagato's confession to Yahiko, and his expression was quite strange, and then he patted Yahiko hard and almost laughed out of tears. Yahiko looked at Nagato with a resentful expression. This is good, he no longer has any face in front of his friends, all blame Nagato, who likes is not good to like him, and what is more terrifying is that he also said that he loves him, who can stand wow. Nagato was watched by everyone, his expression a little shy, but he still spoke. I really like Yahiko, no, I love him. Nagato paused and looked at the others. I also like Jiraiya-sensei, Senior Linyu, young. I do not like you. Xiao Nan quickly interrupted Nagato's words, and his small hand tightly held Linyu's arm, looking like a master of my name. Nagato grumbled, he felt a little spoiled. Jiraiya is still an emotional idiot. As for Linyu, as the initiator, of course, he will not explain what the love in Nagato's mouth means. Linyu liked this kind of day a little. If it weren't for the concern in Konoha, if it weren't for the task on his body, he might have gone into seclusion and no longer participate in the big and small things in the ninja world, but he couldn't. He needed to become stronger. I don't know why. He had a feeling that there were many people like Yahiko and Nagato waiting for him to save. The laughter rang in the jungle for a while, and Jilai suddenly spoke, although I don't want to say it, but, Linyu boy, you are going back to the village. Linyu's expression froze, and he was stunned. Isn't there still about 10 days? Did something happen in the village? Juzine? Zilai also nodded with a rather solemn expression. I received news that Mito-sama is about to die, and in 2 days the 9-tailed human pillar force transfer will be carried out, and Jushina is the only human pillar force candidate. Are you leaving tomorrow? When Xiao Nan heard that Linyu was leaving, his little hand couldn't help but grab Linyu's arm tightly, and his little face was a little scared. Don't worry, I'll come back to see you. Linyu smiled and rubbed Xiao Nan's hair. Teacher, senior, are you really leaving? Yahiko and Nagato spoke at the same time, and then the two looked at each other and blushed. Yahiko gritted his teeth and turned his head away from Nagato, and looked at Linyu worriedly. Yes, something happened to my family in Konoha. I need to go back and see. I don't worry about her. Linyu smiled and nodded. Family? Is it the one named Juzine? She's a girl, she's Linyu. Who are you? Xiao Nan pouted a little angrily next to him, and even brother Linyu didn't call out. Speaking of Juzine, Linyu had a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. She is a girl as cute as Zionin, but she is more lively than Zionin. I can also be more lively and cute. When Xiao Nan heard that the girl was more lively than her, she was a little anxious, and quickly said to Linyu. Linyu was a little helpless, and then said seriously, everyone has their own characteristics. Juzine is lively and active, Xiao Nan has a cold temperament. I think such Xiao Nan is very good and attractive. Xiao Nan heard Linyu say that she was very good and attractive, and she didn't care about so many people present, so she quickly buried her red little face in Linyu's arms, and she was embarrassed. Hey, you're not yet an adult, what a system to hug and hug. Zilai, this bachelor is not happy. It seems that the 5 people present he is the only one who is not hurt and loved. Alas, how lonely. Well, you don't have to be so pessimistic. War will break out at any time. With Linyu's strength and medical ninjutsu, the village can't let him retire. There will always be a chance to see him again. Zilai also took a sip of wine and said rather uncomfortably. As soon as they heard about the war, Yahiko's 3 faces changed. It was because of the war that their family would be destroyed. Xiao Nan looked up from Linyu's arms, his small eyes were full of worry. Will Linyu be in danger? The little girl is also fighting now, directly shouting Linyu's name, without suffixing. There will definitely be danger, but he is good at medical ninjutsu, and he is not very likely to go to the battlefield in the logistics unit, so the danger is not great. Jiraiya pouted, a little envious that someone could be alone with Tsunade. Nagato looked a little strange, but he didn't say it. Linyu didn't want to expose the eye of reincarnation. He wouldn't stupidly say it for him. This was a secret between him and Linyu Sr. I decided, I will work hard to cultivate and protect brother Linyu. Xiao Nangxiao's face was full of determination. Lin Yu is even more helpless. How come these girls always want to protect him? He is actually very strong. Now after more reincarnation eyes, he has more confidence, really not afraid of the current ninja world war. Xiao Nan didn't care if he was strong or not. His little face looked at Zi Lei with a serious face. Teacher Zi Lei, please advise more in the future. Count me in. Me too. Zi Lei also put away his indifferent mentality, coughed twice, looked at the three serious and firm little faces in front of him, and said solemnly, have you thought about it? My training is very strict, and if I am not careful, my life may be at risk. I'm ready. Xiao Nan had to fight to protect Lin Yu. I'm ready, too. Yahiko will work to keep the peace. Me too. Nagato is going to fight hard to protect Yahiko and Konan. Well, more for Yahiko. Good. Then start tomorrow and accept the cruel trials of the Toad Immortals. In the early morning, before dawn, a figure was getting farther and farther away from the log cabin. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a final hello to him? On the top of the pine canopy, a little boy with orange hair asked softly to the beautiful little girl in front of him. No, when we meet again next time, I won't be able to stand behind him and watch him from afar like now. Xiao Nan looked firm, looking at the figure in the distance with a touch of affection, until the figure disappeared. His little face returned to coldness, and he jumped off the top of the tree. Nagato, don't you persuade Konan. Yahiko has some resentment, and his friends seem to have changed. Ha! You're right. Nagato remembered what Lin Yu had said to him before parting, and looked at Yahiko with a somewhat complicated expression. What am I right? Did you hear what I'm saying to you? Yahiko was a little mad and scratched his head very angry. Anyway, you're right. Nagato, do you still love me? Well, you're right. Oh, my god. Spare me. Yahiko is also running away from Nagato, and the speed is comparable to the teleportation technique. Lin Yu didn't say hello when he left. He believed that he could also take care of them. Anyway, there was always a day to meet, and the sadness of parting was still avoided. Lin Yu is now a little worried about Juzine. Although nothing happened to the transfer of the 9 tails in the original work, he still can't rest assured in his heart. The system will not go out on a mission for no reason. At least in the serious task, the system is still very reliable, and Lin Yu argues again for the second-hand system one last time. 2 days later, the Land of Fire, Konoha Shinobu Village. Lin Yu showed his identity and Konoha ninja certificate at the door of Konoha, and when his identity was verified, the guard quietly said to him, Lord Orikimura said that when you return, you will have time to go to his place. Lin Yu nodded. After saying goodbye to the unknown door god, he quickly ran towards the house. He didn't see any building collapses and casualties on the road, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that the 9 tails didn't break the seal, and the worry in his heart couldn't help but decrease a lot. I hope there is still time. Juzine is waiting for me. It turned out that Lin Yu's worries were superfluous. Wow! Brother Lin Yu, you have finally returned. Juzine wants to kill you. As soon as Lin Yu opened the door, like a dog smelling meat and bones, Juzine, who was resting at home, sniffed his little nose, ran to the door, and threw himself into Lin Yu's arms. I miss Juzine too. Lin Yu smelled the girlish fragrance on Juzine's body, and felt a sense of relief in his heart. Lin Yu held Juzine's small face, looked at it carefully, and found no damage. Very good. Juzine's little face was read by Lin Yu's eyes. Feeling the temperature on Lin Yu's palm, she felt that she could fry eggs on her face, and shyly twisted her head to break free, and said, Brother Lin Yu, why do you look at people like this? Old Lin Yu's face turned red, and he coughed and said, It's okay, I just think that my family Juzine has become beautiful again. How can it be as big a change as you said? It's only been more than 3 months. It's really pretty. Juzine covered her face, and then took out a small mirror to examine it carefully. Well, the eyes have become a little bigger, the nose has turned up a little, and the chin has been slightly pointed, which is really much better. Lin Yu looked a little embarrassed. He just said casually, how could he think that Juzine really found so many changes? He fixed his mind and asked Juzine, have you seen Lord Mito? Jushina put away the small mirror, and there was some sadness on her small face. I've seen it, woo-woo, Grandma Mito is gone, and I have one less relative. That 9 tails, said Lin Yu with some hesitation. Ah, you said that fierce stinky fox, here. Juzine pulled Lin Yu's palm and pressed it to his little belly, and his face was a little red. Lin Yu felt the soft and tender touch on his fingers, and his heart couldn't help but ripple, and he quickly stretched out his hand, and his old face blushed. Did the 9 tails have any bad effects on you? Juzine's small face frowned, and he shook his head. That's not true, it's just that every time I go to chat with it, it always yells, and I lock it up. When I grow up, I must beat it every day and let it kill me. Juzine said that his little face puffed up angrily, cute like a meat bun. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed in his heart, and he mourned for the 9 tails for a second, and then suddenly felt that Juzine's last words seemed to be hinting to him, if I murder her, will I also beat me? Juzine smoothly became a 9-tailed human pillar force. Lin Yu was a little happy and a little worried in his heart. Fortunately there was no change in the handover of the human pillar force, and he was worried that Juzine, as a human pillar force, would be subject to a lot of monitoring and restrictions in the future. Alas, it seems that some connections need to be developed, and some old Lin Yu does not think about it. He fools people to only start from an early age, such as the newborn Kakashi, Matkai, Uchiha Obito, and others. Or the pillars of the future Konoha families, Nara Shikaisa, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Haikya, the two brothers Hinata, and Naga's sister Fang Shuiman. If he gets along with these people, then he can walk sideways in Konoha village in the future. It's a pity that the strength is not enough, otherwise who dares to make a move against Yoshine, even if it is against Konoha? I hope Tuan Zhang will be honest and don't force him to expose his whole cards, Lin Yu thought in his heart. Then he sank into his mind and checked the monthly mission, Quest 1, Fool Nagato and say to Yahiko that I like you, completed. Reward, 2 hours of experience of reincarnation I without consumption, claimed. Mission 2, Bump Fists with the 9 Llamas. Reward, Yang Power Refinement. Mission 3, Invite Mikato Uchiha to dinner. Reward, Multiple Shadow Doppelgangers. Cumulative mission, 2/10 mission, earn the title from Uchiha Madara Mouth. Reward, Perfect Immortal Body. Mission, Return to Konoha Shinobi Village from the Land of Rain, completed. Reward, Kaleidoscope Sherry-Non, claimed. Limited time rewards, no consumption of reincarnation I access, 1 hour 39 minutes and 49 seconds remaining, frozen, no consumption of reincarnation I use permission, 2 hours remaining, frozen, the new generation of beauty eyes has arrived. Lin Yu couldn't wait to test his kaleidoscope's pupil technique, but he was not an eternal kaleidoscope, so he didn't dare to use it indiscriminately, a little afraid that he would become blind. In other words, if you become blind, can you continue to use the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Rebirth? Or a capo system bug? Lin Yu thought about it or forget it, in case it was all stuck and his eyes were really blind, then he would be finished. However, Lin Yu also has some ideas. Ordinary kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil power is fixed, with a little less, in addition to transplanting the kaleidoscope of blood relatives to promote to eternal kaleidoscope to obtain permanent pupil power. There is also a way is to transplant intercolumn cells to supplement pupil power. The latter's pupil power is definitely not comparable with the former is evolution, the latter at most brings a charging treasure to supplement pupil power, although the intercolumn cells will also increase slightly after transplanting the intercolumn cells, but not too much. I wonder if my junior immortal body can restore the pupil power of the kaleidoscope. Oops, can't sleep. Why think so much? Try it to know. Practice can produce the truth. Lin Yu was lying on the bed tossing and turning, originally wanting to take advantage of the late night. Juzine was asleep to meet his side of the 9 tails, let it settle down a little, but the 9 tails can see at any time, but without figuring out his kaleidoscopic ability and condition, Lin Yu can't sleep. Just do it. Lin Yu put on a trench coat, opened the window, and put on a mask just in case, skimming over the roof, and the target, the training ground of the Uchiha family. Why he chose Yusaibo's training ground, Lin Yu also had considerations. First, Uchiha and Konoha high-level discord, the dark part rarely goes to the Uchiha clan to hang around, which can reduce the risk of detection. The second is that in case it is discovered, I have the Sharingan, I am training in the Uchiha clan to take care of your dark part. As for wearing a mask, can I be ugly? It was late at night, and the training ground of the Uchiha family was very large and wide, and it was really worthy of being the first family of Konoha. This wealth is enough. This arrogance is great. No matter in any aspect, people are not only handsome, no matter what strength you were before, as long as you open the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye strength is close to the upper forbearance. If you open the kaleidoscope, then you can directly cross from the lower ninja to the shadow level. If you are directly from the 2nd hook jade to the kaleidoscope like my brother Tuzi and transplant intercolumn cells, then you will become a shadow level peak powerhouse. So it's not unreasonable that Uchiha has a rebellious heart, people are handsome, their strength is still strong, and the training ground is several times larger than yours. We shouldn't be Hokage who should be Hokage? It's a pity that the few people with the highest talent in Uchiha are die-hard fans of Konoha, the first Uchiha Kagami, and then to the Water and Weasel. If the 3 of them are also radicals, then the position of Hokage is not out of reach. Lin Yu found a relatively remote training ground, which was very deep and almost unfrequented. Lin Yu opened Kagura's heart eye and opened the detection range to the maximum, and he did not feel any chakra fluctuations in a radius of 30 kilometers, so he let down his guard a little, but the mask still did not take off. Lin Yu walked to the center of the clearing, the blood-red 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes in his eyes turned wildly. He couldn't wait to open the kaleidoscope. An innate pupil power surged from an unknown place in the body, surging as if a seal had been lifted. The 3 black jades in the eyes have disappeared, and a complex golden pattern appears in the eye sockets, a bit like the formation of a magic array, and the golden 6-pointed star has a little white-blue dancing flame, which is different from the kaleidoscope shape that all Lin Yu is familiar with, like a mutated version. Lin Yu didn't know if it was good or not. Anyway, there was a slightly jumping white-blue flame in his eyes, and there was an indescribable sense of weirdness and evil. Lin Yu resisted the urge to look in the mirror and check the kaleidoscope pupil technique that appeared in his mind. Immortality, the flame does not go out, and the life does not die. Painless and harmless, can burn impurities in the body, strengthen the body. There is a certain medical utility. Unsealed teleportation, targeting the undead, regardless of distance. Space teleportation, when multiple people teleport, will project a magic array to teleport. I went to your second uncle's dog system. Where is my Kamui? I blur, moon reading, Amaterasu. What about other gods? You can give 2 practical ones at will. These 2 pupil techniques have a fart use, or a combination technique, and the unsealed teleportation is useless without the immortal. You just don't give me a Huanquan Hirasaka, but also a time and space ninjutsu like Tensho Force. Teleport top fart. I might as well bring a light with me. Hey, it seems to be really special to teleport and ignite, Pit Daddy. Lin Yu wailed in his heart, and the joy of receiving a new generation of beautiful pupils disappeared instantly. People awakened kaleidoscope. What destructive power is amazing? A glance a month to read the second to kill the whole scene. Me. Give people an immortal flame, help people clean up impurities in the body, strengthen the body, and maybe heal people's injuries. This is not a pitfall. Lin Yu thought that there seemed to be a task to collide with the 9 horns, and the reward was the power of the Yang. Well, there is another means to save people, and now as long as Lin Yu does not want him to die, he can't die. If you master the power of yin and combine yin and yang to obtain yin and yang, you can create life, and everything that is broken hands and legs will be regenerated for you in seconds. Although the immortal inflammation is non-toxic and harmless, it is to burn the impurities in the body, rather than excreting the impurities from the body. Lin Yu still went home and took a bath, to wash away today's depression. Teleportation plus ignition, this is not increased at all. It seems that he can cast a half-body Susa. He seems to have forgotten to use it. Leave him alone. I have seen it completely. What is beautiful about the half-body? Lin Yu lay on the bed after washing, feeling that his kaleidoscope of pupil power was slowly replenishing, and he couldn't help but rejoice. Sure enough, my junior immortal body still has a role, so I don't have to worry about changing careers to do blind massage. I can concentrate on my poison milk. Oh, she is the leader on the road of confused young women's lives. But, Lin Yu's spirit flashed, then wouldn't he be able to leave an immortal flower here in Juzine, and Xiao Nan keep one, so that he can switch and use it at will? Bah. Accompany them. Well, I can't see that this pupil technique is still somewhat useful, and Tsunade also keeps one on the side. As for the others, I'm not Nagato, thanks. Nagato, who was far away in the land of rain, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose a little strangely. Who is saying bad things about me? Lin Yu sneaked into Juzine's room a little bit of a thief, tiptoed to the edge of the bed, stretched out his hand to caress Juzine's soft little belly through his clothes, without a trace of beautiful thoughts in his heart, and the 3 black jades in his eyes slowly turned. The surrounding environment changed, not Naruto's scene like a dark sewer. Jushine's inner world is much better than Naruto's, but after all, this is the dark side of the heart. This is a village, Whirlpool Village. The collapse of the country of Whirlpool is an eternal pain in Juzine's heart, and the 9 Tails is imprisoned in the depths of Uzumaki Village, which can also be said to be the sealed place that Juzine's heart has conjured. Lin Yu walked on the familiar path, looking at the familiar buildings around him, some nostalgia and some hatred, but these all dissipated with the wind with the fall of the vortex country. Soon a tall ceiling gate appeared in front of him, not the gossip seal in the original Naruto's body, but a composite seal dominated by the 4-elephant seal, supplemented by a variety of Uzumaki family sealing techniques, without revealing the slightest 9-tailed chakra, which should be related to the strength of Uzumaki Mito. After all, it is the last power left by the first wife in this world. Lin Yu is a little difficult. He still wants to talk to the 9 Tails face to face, although he can break the seal, but he doesn't want to let the 9 Tails out. After all, the current 9 Tails is not the 9 llamas after Naruto's mouth. It hates humans from the bottom of his heart. With the attitude of giving it a try, Lin Yu walked to the ceiling gate and knocked on the wooden door that was somewhat like the Mingshen gate. Hey, is anyone there? Can you hear me? Hey, I'm delivering the delivery. Your takeout has arrived. Just as Lin Yu wanted to give up, a roar came from inside the gate. It's noisy. Don't know what time it is? A pair of huge blood-colored demon pupils appeared behind the gate, like 2 blood-red lanterns. The hideous teeth spat out a trace of coldness. Little ghost, who are you? How did you get to this place? Hello, when we first met, my name is Uzumaki Lin Yu. As for why I can come, you should be familiar with these eyes. Lin Yu opened his chakra eyes and looked at the 9 Tails, without the slightest timid look. Sherry Nan? You are the descendant of that damn Uchiha spot. The sharp claws of the 9 Tails slammed on the gate, but they couldn't shake a bit. No, your surname is Uzumaki, and you are a member of the clan of that woman in Mito. But how can you have a chakra? I'll talk about these things later. I didn't come to you to talk to you about genealogy. 9 llamas. Lin Yu was a little funny. It seemed that the 9 Tails had been lonely alone for too long, and he actually had some gossip. Little ghost, what kind of expression is on your face? Don't think that the old man can't see it through a door. Then the 9 Tails seemed to have heard something incredible, and the blood-colored demon pupils suddenly shrunk. Little ghost, what did you just call the old man? How did you know that name? How do you know? Of course I know it by watching anime. Otherwise, I'll get it for you. Lin Yu pouted and teased. 9 llamas, do you see if these eyes are familiar? Lin Yu's pupils changed rapidly, and this time he did not stop to observe, and a second later, the spiral-striped circle eyes looked at the 9 llamas. Boy, you. This is the old man's eyes. How could you have it, boy? The 9 llamas widened his eyes and carefully observed Lin Yu's eyes, and his fluffy face was full of incredulity. Lin Yu didn't show the 9 llamas for too long, and after 10 seconds, he froze his reincarnation eye, and there was a toothache. All funds were burning. The 9th llama was silent. It could see that this was the real eye of reincarnation, and said in a deep voice, "What is your purpose in coming here?" With a little spoiled and silly smile on his face, Lin Yu said softly, "I just want you to be humble and help Juzine when she is in danger." Do you want the old man to humble a little ghost? Don't you want to lose face when you are the head of the 9-tailed beasts? The 9th llama looked disdainful and sneered. As for the latter, Lin Yu did not say that it would also do it. After all, the death of the human pillar force will also dissipate, although it will not really die, but that feeling it does not want to feel. Boy, since you have those eyes, I believe that no one in the ninja world can be your opponent. Why do you want an old man to help her? The 9 llamas were a little puzzled. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. His own affairs were only clear to himself, and he was not good at telling the truth, and said helplessly, "Even if I am strong, I can't protect Juzine all the time, and you are sealed in Juzine's body. This is only the most suitable for you." Hey, the old man doesn't want to work so hard. Isn't it comfortable to sleep here? What do you do with so many human things? In other words, if you ask the old man to do things, can the old man do any good? Drip, the 9 llamas Tsundere attribute is online. Lin Yu smiled on his face. This Tsundere fox was not hooked yet. Lin Yu thought about it and felt that the 9 tails seemed to have no need except freedom, so he had to empty gloves, and the white wolf said, "I promise you that Juzine is your last human pillar force, and when her life is exhausted or she voluntarily agrees to let you leave, you will be free." I'm sorry 9 llama, as long as I am alive, it is impossible for Juzine to die. As for Juzine taking the initiative to agree, how can you take the words of the little girl seriously? The current 9 llamas are a big help to Juzine. As for more than 10 years later, Lin Yu is afraid that he has already been invincible in the ninja realm, and the 9 llamas can go wherever he wants. The 9 llamas stared at Lin Yu tightly, and said in a deep voice, "Why does the old man believe in you, human? Trust is mutual. It's not that you trust me and I trust you, but we trust each other." Lin Yu's expression was quite serious, and now the combat power of the 9 llamas who integrated yin and yang was still very terrifying. The 9th llama was silent for a long time, and then spoke. "The old man has one last question. With your eyes and strength, it is easy to control the old man with illusion to do things for you. Why not do this?" Well, after all, I am not the kind of person who is very controlative, and since I know your name, of course, I also know that your nature is not hostile to humans, but in the past 1,000 years, you have seen too much human greed and meanness, and humans regard you as the embodiment of hatred because of their fear of your power. In fact, deep down, you still expect someone to understand you. Lin Yu grinned and smiled at the 9 llamas. Phew, Lin Yu woke up in reality and felt a little thirsty. Of course, this is a spiritual feeling. Although he did not complete the task this time, he also established a preliminary relationship with the 9 llamas, and Lin Yu believed that it would not be long before this Tsundere fox would let down his guard. Lin Yu gently helped the sleeping indecent Juzine cover the quilt, slowly exited the room, and the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, after Lin Yu sent Juzine to school, he tidied up the shop a little, closed the roller shutter door, hung up a sign that was temporarily closed every day, and walked to the residential housing area. He was going to visit the big snake pill. In other words, since the awakening system, this small clinic has been closed for daily use, or it will be closed anyway. It is not a problem to feed Juzine with his current savings. Well, you can consider what clinic to open after having the identity of a ninja. There are hundreds of thousands of taels of bounty for doing an A-level mission at will, and what kind of clinic to open, by the way? It seems that I still have a half-hidden corpse on me, and the head of the ninja world demigod should be worth a lot of money. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go out of the village to exchange it. The residence of the big snake pill is not unknown. After all, the current big snake pill has not yet begun to engage in scientific research, but it is soon. Lin Yu asked people for a while, and found the residence of the big snake pill. The door sign at the door is engraved with the 3 words Big Snake Pill. At a glance, looking at some gloomy mansions, Lin Yu couldn't help but snort, although there were some illusions, but he still had a not very good premonition, not life, but physical. I don't know if I felt wrong. Lin Yu stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. No matter what, the current snake uncle should be harmless. It is impossible to hit my flesh idea. Please come in. A slightly hoarse voice came from inside the door, and Lin Yu pushed the door open, walked through the cloister, and saw the big snake pill plate in a kimono sitting on the cushion. Lin Yu-jun, please sit. The big snake pill showed a feminine smile after seeing Lin Yu coming. Lin Yu sat opposite the big snake pill, a layer of goosebumps on his body. He couldn't bear the smile of the big snake pill, with his long black and silky hair scattered behind him. Because of the cultivation of self-created soft body transformation, the body of the big snake pill was as smooth as a woman. If you look at it from behind, it is a proper back killer, especially now wearing a kimono. Linyu just wanted to leave here quickly, and coughed, cough. Is there something wrong with the Great Snake Pill Senior letting me come? The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill stared at Linyu with interest, and the purple eyeshadow that extended to the wing of his nose was slightly enchanting, and he spoke, it's not a big deal, I just want to invite Lin Yujin to be a guest. Linyu spread his hands a little helplessly. If it was Zilei who said this, I would believe it, but if this came from the mouth of the senior of the Great Snake Pill, then I really didn't believe it. Oh? Does Lin Yujin know me well? The big snake pill took a sip of tea, not caring about Lin Yu's name for Jiraiya. I just think that Senior Orochimaru is a person who will not waste time, and with this kind of free effort, it is better to learn a few more ninjutsu to be cost-effective. The interest in Orochimaru's eyes became stronger, and he was no longer tempted. Yes, he was not a person who liked to waste time, especially recently he was building a batch of secret bases, and he had less free time. Lin Yujin is now a shinobi. According to the rules of the Konoha Ninja School, the newly graduated shinobi will have a guide to lead the team to do tasks. I know that Lin Yujin did not graduate from the ninja school, but Lin Yujin is younger. I heard teacher Yuan Fei inadvertently say, I want to combine you with the students of this graduating class, and assign an upper shinobi to lead the team. Lin Yu's brows frowned slightly as he listened to the words of the big snake pill. He didn't want to have a superior ninja to manage him, not because he was afraid but troublesome, so he was not interested in doing those D-level tasks of cleaning up the gutter and finding cats. Orochimaru paused and continued, I know that with Lin Yujin's strength, I definitely don't disdain to do D-level tasks with a newly graduated child, so I can ask Sarutobi-sensei to let me be your guide Shangnin. Lin Yu frowned and said, then I can also find Tsunade to be my guide Shangnin. Lin Yujin listened to me first, and it was not too late to refuse. The big snake pill looked very serious, and continued to speak, if I do Lin Yujin's guidance Shangnin, I won't interfere too much with your cultivation, you are completely free to use your time, and if you want to learn ninjutsu, you can also come to me, as long as I will, I can teach it to you. If Lin Yujin wants to take the task, you can use my name to take the A-level or even S-level task, and if Tsunade becomes Lin Yujin's guide Shangnin, I'm afraid it won't make you as easy as it is now. The big snake pill looked at Lin Yu with a mocking expression. Lin Yu felt a little helpless. Indeed, if Tsunade did his guidance on shinobi, he would definitely change his methods to torture him. He imagined that it would be impossible to be idle like now. The big snake pill was right. According to the current situation, the big snake pill was the most suitable for him. Lin Yu sighed and looked at the big snake pill helplessly. Then what does the senior of the big snake pill need my help? The big snake pill's eyes lit up, and his tone was slightly sincere. I only have one request. I need that one day in the future, Lin Yujin can ask that person to help me once. When the big snake pill said that person, his tone became heavier, and he was very sure that Lin Yu knew that person. Senior Orochimaru, who is that person you are talking about? Do I know? Lin Yu looked at the big snake pill with a confused expression, as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Lin Yu-kun, everyone is a smart person, so I don't say secret words. I need that person to help me block an enemy once, maybe the entire Konoha. The big snake pill looked serious without the slightest joke. Harm. It was still seen, although he knew that the big snake pill could not guess that the black-robed man was him, but he was also inseparable. Lin Yu was a little helpless. It seems that he still has to be more careful in front of smart people in the future. Okay, I agreed. Big snake pill. Teacher. Hee, Lin Yujin doesn't need to be like this, we can call it by our peers. Seeing that the goal was achieved, the big snake pill was a little happy, which gave him some guarantees for his plan, and even if he was discovered, he would be able to leave smoothly. Lin Yu refused the big snake pill's invitation to him to share lunch. No, the big snake pill had no intention of inviting him to eat at all. Seeing that Lin Yu promised to drive him out, non-stop to busy with other things, it seems that the big snake pill is really a person who is reluctant to waste a minute. Are you going to accept Vortex Lin Yu as his guide? Are you sure? Large snake pills. The 8 Flying Sun Chop has been a little weak recently, and it is the problem of signing the armistice agreement, the exchange of prisoner resources, the problem of the mysterious black-robed man, and the problem between the large and small families in the village. His brain is about to explode. If it weren't for the teacher's will, he would have wanted to dump the position of Hokage to Tenzo, and he had the idea of usurping the throne every day. Yes, teacher, Vortex Lin Yu's talent is very strong. At this time, the big snake pill still respected the 8 Flying Sun. Yes, Ape Fari rubbed his temples a little annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that this person in front of him was his favorite disciple, he would have thrown him out long ago, and it was not worth his attention at all. Then do as you say, but do you have to pick 2 of them at the ninja school to form a squad with him? No need, I've seen the people of this session, there are no talented ninjas. You, okay, I'll have the dark part send it to you. That teacher, I'll quit first. Orochimaru, don't live up to my expectations of you. The big snake pill paused slightly, his expression was a little complicated, but he immediately regained his firmness and said hoarsely, yes, teacher. SHHHHH. The Hokage's office was extremely silent, and Sarutobi always felt that there was some change in the big snake pill. Was it because of the rope tree? Alas, what a poor child, but how do I feel that Tsunade is not so sad? Isn't it his own brother? I'm sorry, I know it's unreasonable, but Kai won't cause trouble, please take me with you on this mission. Matt Daishung stood nervously in front of a Naka shinobu, carrying a baby behind his back, and his words were full of pleading. The Naka shinobu frowned, a little angry and a little helpless. What are you doing as a ninja on a mission? In the past, you dragged your feet, but now you also bring a baby to do tasks. You will drag us back even more, and even drag us down. My lord, I know it's not good, but Kai's mother just passed away. Kai is only 5 months old, and there is no one to take care of her. Madardai bent down 90 degrees to the other party under the gaze of the pedestrians on the street, and said, please give me a chance, I will complete the task and will not let Kai get in your way. The Naka shinobu hesitated slightly, but still said, sorry, you go find someone else. With that, he left quickly. Madardai watched the other party lose his figure after a few vertical jumps, and withdrew the hand that tried to hold the other party. His expression was a little lonely, but when his gaze fell on Kai behind him, the fighting spirit in his eyes was rekindled. For Kai, let him grow up healthily, I will definitely be recognized by others, youth. Burn it. Lin Yu and the civilian stood on the side of the road and happened to see this scene. Lin Yu was a little hesitant, but he still walked over and said hello, you are Senior Madardai. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Lin Yu, and I am also a subordinate shinobi. Madardai looked back with some surprise. He thought that his sincerity had impressed a certain ninja, and when he looked back, he found that it was a teenager of about 10 years old, very immature. The loss on Matt Dai's face flashed, and he gave Lin Yu a thumbs up instead. That's right, young man, I'm Matt Dai, do you want to burn youth with me? Madardai just said casually. The whole village people regarded his blood as humble, and felt that there was something wrong with him, but he didn't care, his youth, his blood. His son can comprehend it. Lin Yu's face seemed to be a little moved. Madardai is one of the top physical masters in Konoha. If he dares to fight hard, no one in Konoha is his opponent now, but now Kai is still young, he will definitely not do this really. But Senior Dai, you seem to be in some trouble? Madardai sighed and said, no one wants to team up with me, and if you don't form a squad alone, you won't be able to receive the mission. That's the case, but if that's the case, I should be able to help Dai-senpai. Madardai looked at Lin Yu with a slight surprise, and said a little puzzled, your age should be a graduate of this class, you should have your own guidance and patience, your 4-person squad should not let outsiders like me join. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, my situation is more special, there are only 2 people in my team, me and my guide Shangnan, and my mentor Shangnan is lazy, and I am in charge of receiving tasks. Of course, teammate selection is also. Madardai was excited when he heard this. Is what you said true? You really want to team up with me to take on the mission? During the war, prices skyrocketed, and it was difficult to make a living if he didn't go out to do the task, and it was better for him to say it alone, but there was also Kai who was waiting to be fed, and as a subordinate, it was impossible for him to receive the task alone, which was not in line with the rules, and it would not be treated special for him, who was mature. 10,000 years of patience, except for those who know his strength, no one is optimistic about him, let alone open a small stove for him. Seeing Lin Yu nodded, Madardai almost jumped up with excitement. His youth was about to burn, but considering Kai's safety, he still stopped the excitement in his heart, and asked Lin Yu with a little doubt, we haven't met before, why are you helping me so much? Because my body is not very good. I heard that Senior Dai has a unique way of exercising, and I want Senior Dai to take me to burn my youth together and cheer for my youth. Lin Yu Qian looked at Madardai with a serious and excited look. Matt Dai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Finally, someone can finally understand his youth. He didn't know what the purpose of the boy in front of him was, but, if you are working hard to burn your youth, then you are good friends with me, Matt Dai. Matt Dai's nose was sour, and he couldn't help but step forward. His thick arm suddenly hugged Lin Yu, and he said with tears in his eyes, thank you. Although we met for the first time, your sincerity and your insights on youth have deeply touched me, so let's fight for youth together. In this day full of youth, let's run 5,000 laps together. Lin Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. He originally wanted to dodge, but after a little hesitation, it was like this. Then hearing Matt Dai Kingchun's words, Lin Yu hurriedly interrupted, wait Senior Dai, shouldn't we go to the task first? The number of tasks is limited, and if some well-paid tasks are taken first, it will not be worth the loss. When Lin Yu has his own considerations, and Madardai go out on a mission with don't worry too much about safety, although the power of the 8th-door dungeon varies from person to person, but with Madardai in the prime of life at this time, the 6th door should be able to match the elite Shangnan, and the 7th door can go head-to-head with the shadow-level powerhouse, although it is not as good as the Kai Emperor but it is also relatively good. Konoha's Mission Commission office is on the first floor of the Naruto building, and the mission and commission, one represents the meaning of ninja survival, and the other represents the influence of the village, so the importance of handling mission commission is self-evident, and it is safest to set up in the Naruto building. Ninjas need to report and approve tasks above grade B to Naruto, and grade C and grade D only need to be recorded by the ninja in the management office, and then report the results to Hokage in a unified manner. Let me see, there are 13 D-level missions and 1 C-level mission. Lin Yu, which one do we choose? Madardai pulled Lin Yu to look at a notice board posted in the hall, but his eyes were firmly fixed on the C-level mission. This bulletin board is posted for D-level and C-level quests, and B-level and above tasks need to ask the front desk ninja to verify their identity and check their qualifications before they can view and receive them. D-level tasks are generally to dredge the river, find the lost kitten of the noble lady, help the civilians cultivate the land, pull turnips and the like, which are generally used for newly graduated ninjas to familiarize themselves with the task process, and the remuneration is very small, basically ranging from 500 taels to 10,000 taels. Don't look at the starting point as 500 taels, you must know that the price of the Hokage world is very expensive. A bowl of unadded Ichiraku ramen costs about 80 taels, plus the commission of leading the team to shinobi, the equal division between the squads. A D-level mission can live for 2 or 3 days, and it can't support the cultivation of ninjas. C-level tasks are actually similar to D-level, mainly escorts. Of course, it can't be a person with a distinguished status, most of them are some rich businessmen's cargo supplies, etc. No need to fight with ninjas. The remuneration is about 10,000 to 50,000 taels. The general shinobi will receive C-level tasks, no combat pay is still dozens of times D-level, very cost effective. Therefore, the C-level task is very open in the lower patients, and today it is considered Lin Yu's luck, and there is actually a C-level task left. Hey, Mater Dai, why are you here again? Didn't you say that you can't take the task alone without a team? A Zongnin in charge of task processing noticed Matt Dai standing in front of the bulletin board, and said with a somewhat impatient face, "You mess around like this again, don't blame me for being unkind. This lord, I have a team now, you see this one next to me." Mater Dai was a little embarrassed. He directly came to ask the Naka Shinobu if he could let him take on a task alone, but he was blasted out. The middle ninja at the mission frowned slightly, looked at Lin Yu's slightly immature face, and said unhappily, "Mater Dai, don't think that you can take the task by coaxing a newly graduated shinobi. The shinobi can't form a squad, only the middle ninja has the qualifications to establish a squad. Hurry up and let me go, don't influence others here." Mater Dai was a little embarrassed. He didn't know that there was no way to team up between Xia Shinobu and Xia Shinobi, and looked at Lin Yu a little apologetically. Lin Yu smiled to indicate that he didn't care, stepped forward and said lightly, "My name is Uzumaki Lin Yu, and the guide is the big snake pill, and as for this Matt Dai Shinobu, he is one of my current teammates." "Uzumaki Lin Yu? Orochimaru-sama? You wait first, I need to look up to see if what you said is true." The mission department Shinobu raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't heard the news of Lord Orochimaru's acceptance of apprentices, but the name Uzumaki Lin Yu, where did he seem to have heard it? Where was it? It was because he had some impression of the name Vortex Lin Yu, so he would go to confirm it. If some unknown hairy boy said that he was a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, he would definitely blast him out directly. Soon, the Naka Shinobu at the mission department quickly found the corresponding information according to the ninja number. It was just uploaded, personally approved by the third generation of Naruto Ape Hibiki. After seeing the above content, the Naka Shinobu's expression changed greatly, and he couldn't believe it. Impossible, how could there be such a thing? I saw that in addition to Lin Yu's basic information above, the column of the guide Shangnin really filled in the name of the big snake pill. And the most important thing was that there was a line of slogan below, "My disciple Uzumaki Lin, you can take any task I can receive in my name." You must know that Orochimaru is an elite upper shinobi, and has just been called one of the 3 ninja by the demigod of the ninja world, and his name has won a great victory over the past, and he actually agreed to give this unknown lower shinobi a task in his name, which is what Shinobu in the mission department finds incredible. Wait, Uzumaki Hayashi? Could it be that ninja poisoned milk? The middle ninja at the mission department circled around Lin Yu a little strangely, did not see anything approximate, and said in a slightly respectful tone, "The identity is correct, you can take tasks of any difficulty. Do you need me to take out the task manual above grade B?" Lin Yu saw that the other party was quite familiar, and he didn't have the mind to continue to punch his face, and said lightly, "No need, just that C-level escort mission." "Okay, please wait, I'll record it here." Naka Shinobu from the mission department took the order form, inquired about the information and registered it, and said, "Escort a caravan to the capital of the fire country. The commission fee of 50,000 taels is right. The client is now living in the Kanaha Hotel, you can go there to find them." Lin Yu nodded and greeted the excited Mater Dai, "Senior Dai, let's go, and strive to come back tomorrow." "Good. I won't hold back this time." Mater Dai was as energetic as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. Lin Yu looked at Kai, who was turned upside down by Mater, and was a little clear. No wonder Kai's brain case was not very good. It turned out to be upside down by his own father from childhood. Lin Yu paused slightly, turned back to Zhong Shinobu at the mission and said, "In the future, Senior Dai will take the task for me. I hope you won't snub him anymore." "Good." The mission nodded with a somewhat stiff expression. "This is the right person, and the 10,000 years of patience will also soar into the sky." "Lin Yu, I don't even know how to thank you. Thank you so much." Mater Dai heard Lin Yu's words, his big eyes under his thick eyebrows looked at Lin Yu watery, his big nose twitched. Except for his deceased daughter-in-law, no one had ever been so kind to him. Mater Dai gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "Or Lin Yu, I'll let Kai recognize you as a godfather." "What?" Lin Yu was a little confused. "I will become the emperor and his father. Is this okay?" "This can't work, absolutely not. If it is Hinata Hanabi, he definitely doesn't mind, but Matt Kai. Lin Yu fantasized about Matt Kai, who was dressed in a green tights, a watermelon head, and shiny teeth in the future, and said to him with a thumb, Godfather, let's burn our youth today and run 1,000 laps around Konoha. No, absolutely not. On the streets of Konoha, passers-by looked at a large and a small combination with some surprise. Oh no, there was a small one had a beautiful and gentle face, gradually sharpened corners, revealing a hint of handsomeness, and the other was wearing a green tights that had not changed for 10,000 years, a little free hairstyle, thick eyebrows, a big nose, and a sense of vicissitudes. This big one is Lin Yu and Mater Dai, as well as Kai and the burden on Matt Dai's back. In the face of some pointing gazes from pedestrians, Lin Yu didn't care at all, because they didn't know the strength of Matt Dai at all, although other aspects except for the physical skill Matt Dai were terrible, but Lin Yu didn't care. What he fancied was Matt Dai's super solo ability. The 8-door dunji is the strongest physical technique that can break out at any time in battle to surprise the enemy with one move. And Mater Dai is used to it. After so many years, other people's opinions on him have turned into the nourishment of youth, making him fight harder and harder. Konoha hostile. Is it the two of you who took the commission? A middle-aged rich merchant with a big belly in the caravan looked at the big one and the small one in front of him with some dismay. The caravan has a total of 5 people, except for the rich merchants who are 4 guards, none of them are ninjas, and the goods they transport are also relatively ordinary specialties. They buy some local specialties from more remote places, and prepare to ship them to the capital city of the Land of Fire to sell, earning a large price difference. Yes, this task is entrusted to us. What's the matter? Konoha actually sent a little devil to pick up the task. As for this uncle, the body is quite strong, but why are you still carrying a baby behind you? Are you Konoha here to trick me? Can you get the job done with this combination? The rich businessman with a big belly is getting angrier and angrier the more he talks, and he seems to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Matt stepped forward, and his voice was extremely firm. Please rest assured, I will do my best to escort your safety in the next step. It seems that he was moved by the sincere and firm voice of Mater Dai. The rich merchant can only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. As for refusing to entrust, he must go to the capital of the Fire Country today, otherwise the freshness of those specialties will not be guaranteed, and the price of selling will fluctuate greatly. Good. Then let's go now. Mater Dai looked very excited. He was finally able to perform the task again. As for preparation, Matt Dai doesn't know anything but physical skills, and it is enough to bring a kuno on his body, while Lin Yu does not need it at all. Just leave a note for Juzine when passing by his house. At the gate of Konoha, after showing the pass to the unknown door god, the group walked leisurely towards the capital city of the Fire Country. A C-class escort mission. The big snake pill in a secret base somewhere had just received a notice from Lin Yu to receive the task. After all, it was in his name to receive the task, and it was still necessary to notify him. Matt Dai? Is there anything special about this man? The big snake pill felt that the people Lin Yu contacted had a purpose, but he racked his brain and thought that the other party's physical skills seemed to be good, but it was only good. He had been doing it for more than 10 years, and he really had the strength and would not endure until now. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled, no longer caring about this person Matt Dai. As for that sea-level mission, there is a problem? Orochimaru didn't think so. He felt that Lin Yu just wanted to find an excuse to go out of the village, and it would be better to find someone as humble as Mater Dai to do something undesirable. For example, going to the base of the immortal organization, such as meeting with the Black-Robed Man or other members. The big snake pill smiled darkly. These problems were considered when he accepted Lin Yu, and he also wanted to use Lin Yu to contact this organization that dared to name immortality. Don't make me wait too long, Lin Yajun. At night, the capital city of the Land of Fire. No accidents happened along the way. There were no people in the team who concealed their identities, nor did they transport any special goods. Not even an ant blocked the way, and calmly arrived at the capital of the Fire Country. Although it is the capital, but it is only a small city around the capital, which belongs to the capital. Without going in to see the prosperous scene of the capital of the great country, Lin Yu and the pot-bellied rich merchant said hello and took their leave, and then returned to Konoha. Senior Dai, you go back to hand over the task first. I have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. Guessed correctly by the big snake pill, Lin Yu's purpose in leaving the village is not just to complete a sea-level task. He still has a lot of things to do, such as Hanzo's head should be dealt with, otherwise it will be moldy. But this doesn't seem to be good. 2 people go out on a mission, come back and I'm alone. This. Mater Dai was a little hesitant. Honestly, he felt that this was not good. It's okay, Senior Dai, you will say at that time that it is a separate task given to me by the great snake pill, and I need to complete it alone. Lin Yu was quite careless and sold the big snake pill again. Oh. It turned out to be a separate task assigned to Lin Yu by Lord Orochimaru. No wonder. I understand. Mater Dai suddenly realized, and then looked like he wished you good luck, which was quite funny. That. Lin Yu, how to distribute this reward? Said Matai with a red old face and some embarrassment. Well, my share will buy milk powder for Kai. Lin Yu teased Kai, who already had a little watermelon head in the future. How can this work? I just have to take my share. I'm not that kind of person. Mater Dai looked very determined. Senior Dai, these are regarded as the training fees for you to train me to exercise youth in the future, in order to burn my youth. What are these things outside the body? Lin Yu was a little helpless, and his expression pretended to be excited. Good. I will accept the gift of your youth, and let us release our youth together in the future. As soon as he mentioned the inadequacy of youth, Met's already insufficient IQ instantly dropped to a negative number, and his big eyes were full of sparks of youth. But there is also Orochimaru-sama's share. That's my teacher's investment in my youth. Please Dai-senpai must accept it. Lin Yu was really a little unable to hold back, the blood and chi on his body surged up, and his face turned a little red. But these are Lin Yu's surging blood for youth in the eyes of Mature Day. This teenager is very interested in him, and if it weren't for Kai, he couldn't help but pass on his understanding and love of youth to him. Thanks to Kai for inadvertently saving Lin Yu once. If Lin Yu wears a green tights and cuts a watermelon head, Juzine is afraid that he will die of disgust, and Lin Yu himself may be ashamed to explode. But this is impossible. I really don't understand. Why is it a toilet? Although he had expected it, he was still quite disgusted when he really saw it. Who would want to trade in the toilet? And not everyone wears a mask like Kakito, which can filter the air. Hey! The corner is also because he often goes in and out of the gold exchange house and is afraid of smell, so he has been wearing a mask. Lin Yu felt that he had the truth, pinched his nose and walked into the toilet, and then, Lin Yu was a little confused. Where is the secret door? Underground gold exchanger. Alas, the ninja demigod Hanzo actually died. Although 3 months have passed, I still can't believe it. A burly strong man looked at the bounty list with his bare shoulders, and when he saw the avatar of Hanzo in the top 5 of the list, he couldn't help sighing, 100 million taels. If I have these 100 million taels, what kind of ninja will I do? Find a small country to be the richest man, and hug the left and right. The reception staff of the gold exchange house looked disdainful. Just your strength that barely reached the middle ninja, and still want to have an idea of a ninja of Hanzo's level. It was really whimsical. This is the dark world, the underground gold exchange, but not Kanaha's task commission. The reception staff are all murderers, but they will not give you any good looks, unless you are an old customer of the level of Kakito, or strong and moody. For example, like the next one. Bang! The toilet connected to the secret door of the underground gold exchange house was directly blown open, and the dazzling sunlight shone into the dim underground place, shining on the heads of those who wandered in every dark corner. They have not been exposed to the sun for a long time. This extremely dazzling sunlight shines on them very uncomfortable. Some emotional people are already ready to move. If people do not give them an explanation, maybe they will entrust and receive bounty tasks on the spot. The face of the reception staff of the gold exchange office is the most ugly, and the secret base has been blown up. Isn't this stepping on the head of Tai Sui yet a break ground? Can establish a gold exchange in the ninja world is not 2 or 3 cats and dogs. Although the strongest gold exchange is intelligence capabilities, all over the countries of the gold exchange branch and countless bounty ninjas can provide a lot of information, although it is an agency similar to the middleman to issue tasks. But the above organization figures are also famous ninjas and rich people in various countries. It is only with rich roots that it can stand in the ninja world for so long. Otherwise, why would people in the underground world obediently accept the bounty task without directly destroying the gold exchange house? Am I not able to grab it directly? There will not be too much money in one division, so isn't it faster for me to grab a few more than to take on tasks? Not afraid of the forces behind the gold exchange, now there are actually people provoking the gold exchange house head-on. Most of the ninjas present showed bloodthirsty smiles. Can already imagine that this is a fledgling kid. I don't know where I heard about the underground gold exchange house, and I have a little ability, so I gave the gold exchange house a big deal with fanfare, but I don't know how to cause great trouble for myself and the family or forces behind it. Yo West. Since I can't find where the secret door is, then I won't look for it. Blowing up this toilet, won't everything be exposed? Can also volatilize the smell of the toilet. Lin Yu finally didn't have to hold his breath, and praised himself in his heart. Lin Yu glanced at the exposed passage slightly, and walked down slowly. The passage is not long, somewhat gloomy, and petal. Oh, are so many people coming to welcome me? Lin Yu's hoarse joking voice under the golden mask resounded in the underground gold exchange house. Damn, this kid is so arrogant. Oh Clang, this kind of person usually doesn't live more than a second. Hey, a second is up, that kid isn't dead yet. What do you think? Are you coming or am I coming? Hey, the owner here hasn't spoken yet. It's not okay for us to take matters into our own hands. That's right, I hope this kid is a little capable, and can let me warm up before doing the task. The receptionist of the gold exchange office stared at Lin Yu with an ugly face. As one of the heads of the branch, he had to solve this provocation, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Who is your excellency?" Such a blatant provocation of our underground gold exchange house did not put us in the eyes. Can I say that I couldn't find the secret door and did that? Lin Yu spread his hands a little helplessly. You think I'll believe it? The reception of the gold exchange house was full of anger. He thought that the black robe was entertaining him. What kind of joke? He actually blew up the entire perimeter of the base because he couldn't find the door, big brother, that was also made of money. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. As for provoking you to exchange gold, So what? Lin Yu's somewhat innocent tone changed, becoming very playful and confident. What do you say? You look for death. The reception staff of the Gold Exchange House felt that there were some teasing eyes around him, and he knew that his reputation would be gone if he didn't make a move, and the figure quickly rushed towards Lin Yu at that moment. Boom! A corpse flew out of Lin Yu's hand and smashed into the receptionist of the Gold Exchange, and the powerful force even hit the wall with him, and he almost couldn't buckle it. The reception staff is just a medium forbearance, not good at fighting. After hitting the wall with his head slightly regained some sobriety. After realizing that he was not an opponent, he hurriedly shouted around, "Who can kill the black-robed man? In the future, my commission will be reduced by 10%. If I can capture me alive, I will give him another 100,000 taels." The surrounding group of ninjas licking blood on the tip of the knife suddenly went crazy, and they took 10% less, and said that the 100,000 taels alone made their hearts move, and they could live for more than half a year. Although the black-robed man looks very difficult to mess with, there are many of them, there is no lack of elite shinobi and special shinobi-level existence. Drag him to death, this transaction can be done. The corner of Lin Yu's golden pattern mask raised a touch of coldness, not waiting for this group of ants to move. The enchanting black hook jade in the two holes on the mask rotated wildly, a golden magic array pattern instantly appeared, and a golden glow was magnified in his eyes. Overlord color domineering. The ninjas who were staring at him fell down one by one, their bodies twitching. Of course, this can't be the Overlord color domineering, this is just the illusion of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. I used to deal with this group of elite wandering ninjas who have not reached the upper ninja. It is really overkill. In other words, other kaleidoscope owners will definitely not do this. Sangha Jade can solve things. Why do you have to install a forced kaleidoscope? And it is not the goods of the second pillar. Lin Yu squandered his pupil power with a kaleidoscope charging treasure. Anyway, he was not vain at all. Lin Yu walked towards the reception staff of the Gold Exchange office. He deliberately did not cast illusions on him, otherwise who would take the money? Look at the corpse in your hand, I'm here to get the bounty. Lin Yu's enchanting pupils stared at the receptionist of the Gold Exchange, making him constantly break out in cold sweat and look terrified. After a while, after the receptionist slowed down, he looked at the corpse pressing on him, and said with a frightened expression, This is the corpse of Hanzo of the pepperfish? The receptionist ignored the pressure of the black-robed man, and repeatedly looked at Hanzo's corpse, his face becoming more and more excited. That's right, this is Hanzo's Buddha figure. I didn't expect that one day I could play with the body of the god of ninja like this. Well, why are the people I met such special talents? Lin Yu's face was a little cold, and he took a few steps back, slightly away from the receptionist of the Gold Exchange House. Now that it's confirmed, it's time for you to hand over the bounty to me. Lin Yu's tone was cold, and suddenly he made such a show, and the joy of getting a huge bounty was gone. But this lord, you did not take this task. I made a mistake, I'll make it up for you. The receptionist of the Gold Exchange House looked at the bitterness on his neck with tears in his eyes, and a trace of blood had slowly overflowed. After a while, Lin Yu flipped the heavy box in his hand, which was full of large bills. I didn't expect that your branch actually has 100 million taels of funds. It seems that I still underestimate your Gold Exchange office, and I will come often in the future. Lin Yu smiled on his face. He thought that he would have to go to another Gold Exchange House. Often come to a fart. I am about to be scared out of the urine, please get the money and leave quickly, okay? The reception staff complained in his heart. His face was indeed full of smiles, praying that this killing god would leave quickly, and he also wanted to take the bonus through Hanzo's corpse. Maybe he could be promoted 2 levels in a row. Are there anyone else in your gold exchange? Lin Yu suddenly asked. After destroying an underground gold exchange branch, Lin Yu did not stay for a long time, and after a thorough search, the figure disappeared in the night sky, and he still had a place to go. Lin Yu looked at Hanzo's corpse that he let into the scroll. His face was sad, and he sighed. Hanzo, it seems that our fate is not over, and we still have to get along for a while. Hanzo Pepperfish? You should be a person. I will not let me go when I die, and I still want to recycle. You Whirlpool. Lin Yu is really not a person. Lin Yu can't hear Hanzo's complaints, not necessarily. Maybe Hanzo will be reborn by who will be reborn in the future. Lin Yu can talk to him about how he made his fortune with his body back then. Will Hanzo directly lift the filthy soil body from the chi and directly ascend his soul to heaven? Lin Yu didn't think about this now. He was rushing in the direction of the land of rain. Yes, he was going to see Xiao Nan, although it had only been a few days. What? Just you came back alone? What about Uzumaki? Lin Yu sacrificed? No, sea-level missions generally don't happen between ninjas. Can it be said that there was an accident? An unknown door god looked at the somewhat embarrassed Matt Dai and said with a look of thought. Mater Dai's rough face was a little red, but he still explained it according to Lin Yu's explanation, and only after half a day did he get rid of the Deathstalker of the unknown door god. Mater Dai breathed a slight sigh of relief, unwrapped the burden behind his back and hugged it to his chest. His expression was full of tenderness and expectation. Kai, I will definitely pass on all my passionate youth to you. If your perception of youth can't exceed that of Uzumaki Lin Yu, then I will increase your daily training volume to 10 times. Kai, I thank you. It seems that I am not very bright in the future. It is because you have forced me to be a child. Ha! Dai, long time no see, do you also come out with children? A white-haired man also holding a doll greeted Maturde. Ah, it's Lord Shuo Shigeru, and it's a blessing to meet you. Mater Dai looked a little excited as if he saw an idol. Chinmu Shuomao smiled bitterly helplessly. Dai, we were also born at the same time, so don't be so outward. Lord Shuo Shigeru, this is not an outlook, it is respect for you, thank you for everything you have done to Konoha. Mater Dai said seriously. Well, don't talk about this today, the third generation of Hokage finally gave me 2 days off, I just want to accompany Kakashi well. Is your child's name Kakashi? He will definitely become a ninja like you when he grows up. Mater Dai looked at the white-haired baby held by Kiki Shuomao, and couldn't help but look at Kai, and said softly, my Kai will also become an excellent ninja. Is this kid's name Medi? What a strong child, he will definitely be full of youthful blood like Dai in the future. Kimo Shuomao was a little helpless, and he also knew some of the characteristics of Maturde. Ahahaha, to borrow your words, Kai he must be. Kai, who was held in his arms by Maturde, looked at Kakashi who closed his eyes slightly on the other side with wide eyes, and his small hands kept shaking, as if he wanted to compare with Kakashi. Kakashi's little face turned slightly, revealing the back of his head to show Kai, he has been arrogant since childhood, and he is worthy of being Kakashi who can be 5 or 5 with anyone. An underground base somewhere in Konoha. Orochimaru, have you decided to cooperate with me? Shimura Danzo, who was wearing a loose kimono, looked at Orochimaru indifferently, and seemed to be a little impatient. Wait, it's not time yet, Orochimaru said hoarsely. How long do you have to wait? Do you have to wait until the start of the Third Ninja World War? Ho ho ho, what do you think of Danzo? Big snake pill, you are crazy. But I like it. There was a hint of apology in the cold golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill, but it was fleeting, although there was still a way back, but he big snake pill never went back. In the training ground of the Thousand Hands clan, a golden figure with a double ponytail was sweating, and the perfect curves loomed in the soaked clothes, but unfortunately no one could see this scene. Tsunade's delicate face was full of determination. Certainly, you must beat that damn black-robed man, and Uzumaki Linyu, that hateful little ghost. Tsunade said. Linyu, a hint of red flashed on his face, looked down, and muttered with a small mouth, it's not so small, there are still ordinary standards. Immediately returned to normal, continued to train hard. Vortex Linyu grew too fast, she had a sense of crisis, not to mention that powerful black-robed man, her goal was to beat both Vortex Linyu and the black-robed man. To this end, she can devote all available time to improve herself. Late at night 2 days later, there was a jungle outside the rain. A figure stood on the top of the pine canopy, quietly looking at the log cabin in the distance, until the fire next to the log cabin was extinguished, and then quietly groped over. Chirping. The voice was very light and inaudible, and Linyu's heart trembled. This damn tofu dregs project, why not repair and repair? Linyu looked at Xiao Nan, who was still sleeping quietly and soundly, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't wake up, otherwise he would have to explain that he didn't want to expose his identity now. I wanted to reach out and rub Xiao Nan's blue-purple long hair, but he hesitated slightly or gave up. Linyu no longer delayed, the golden pattern appeared in his eyes, and a white-blue flame appeared, gently floating to Xiao Nan's chest and slowly sinking in, disappearing. Xiao Nan's sleeping little face surged with a flush, tempting and cute. The effect of immortal inflammation has been played, burning impurities in the body, can play the role of forging the body, painless and harmless, and there is a comfortable feeling of being a horse and killing a chicken. Xiao Nanshan slumped, although there were no impurities discharged, but as a girl's sensitivity, she felt as if her body needed a bath. Linyu gently helped Xiao Nan pull the quilt and said softly and gently, "Good night, my angel." The figure swayed, Linyu disappeared into the room, and the corners of Xiao Nan's mouth raised slightly, as if he dreamed of something happy. Linyu's figure was shuttling through the woods, and suddenly a white-haired figure stopped in front of him, and sure enough, he was still discovered. The corners of Linyu's mouth under the mask were slightly upturned, and he came with the mask to wake up Jiraiya, and someone had already noticed Nagato's reincarnation eye, which made him wary of the Black Absolute. "What are you? Why did it appear near our camp? Are you a black-robed man?" Zi Lai also looked at the gold-patterned black-robed masked man in front of him in surprise. His face was full of incredulity, but for a moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his face was ugly. "You are here for Nagato's reincarnation eye?" Linyu spread out his hands and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just passing by, and I'm not interested in children's eyes." Zi Lai's face was full of solemnity. The Lord of Eternal Life would also use this reason to deceive children? He didn't believe Linyu's words, but he had prepared for the worst, dragging Linyu with his life to buy Nagato and them time to escape, although he didn't know how many seconds he could get, but he had a clear conscience. "You should know that you are not my opponent. If I want to take away the eye of reincarnation, you can get it at your fingertips, you can't stop it at all." Hearing Linyu's casual tone, he couldn't help but think, could it be that the other party was really passing by? However, the fighting posture did not retract, still looking at Linyu cautiously. Linyu's figure flashed, leaving only one sentence, "But I don't have intentions for the eye of reincarnation. but others may not say, you have to keep it. Jiraiya looked at the other party's distant figure, withdrew his fighting posture, and frowned slightly. Could it be that there are others who want to seize Nagato's reincarnation eye? Phew, fortunately, Juzine had already slept, and a figure suddenly appeared by Juzine's bedside, silently. It was Linyu, who used the kaleidoscope pupil technique from the Land of Rain, that after getting rid of Jiraiya, Linyu found a place to test his other pupil technique, unsealed teleportation. The name is a bit pitted, but fortunately it is quite practical, no cooling, regardless of the distance limitation. He directly teleported from the Land of Rain to Konoha, and Linyu could also slightly sense that there was a teleportation coordinate in the direction of the Land of Rain, and he could teleport over at any time with the help of this induction. At the moment, Linyu was relieved a lot, did not look at Juzine, who was a little touching in sleeping posture. After helping her pull down the quilt a little, quietly opened the door and touched out. He still needs to go to the door god to report. What a trouble. Forget it, this kind of thing should be handled by the big snake pill. Don't really say, with the backing of the big snake pill, there is an excuse to do things. Anyway, everything is thrown at the big snake pill, but unfortunately the big snake pill is not destined to stay in Konoha for a long time. Linyu feels that he needs to develop a second backpot man. Tunzo definitely can't. How can this kind of trivial matter trouble the pot king of Tuanzang? Only the kind of bad thing that hurts people. Linyu can throw it to Tuanzang with peace of mind. Forget it, let's sleep. Tomorrow I have to go to Matterde's house. Early the next morning, Juzine got up sleepily to wash, and when she went downstairs to the living room, her beautiful eyes looked at the busy figure in the kitchen a little blankly, and she was slightly stunned. It turned out to be Brother Linyu. Then he suddenly slowed down, hugged Linyu's waist from behind with slender long legs, and said coquettishly, Brother Linyu, you are back. When did you come back? How did I not know? Linyu took off his apron a little helplessly, turned around and gently pinched Juzine's little nose. You little lazy pig, sleep so soundly, how can you know that I am back? Humph, you're a pig. I ate your rice. It seems to have been eaten. Poof. Juzine just woke up a little confused. With a little head that was a little unwieldy, he made himself laugh. Linyu also laughed, and Juzine was always indispensable with laughter. Okay, go out for breakfast, and go to school after eating. Juzine pouted, a little displeased. Today is the weekend ninja school holiday. Smelly Linyu, don't care about me at all. Linyu was a little confused when he heard this. Does the ninja school also have weekends? He didn't know much about this. He remembered that Boruto seemed to have it, but it was a peaceful time, and now it was the most intense war, and it was not the same. Forget it, the weekend is the weekend. Today I won't go to find Matt Dai, just got a huge amount of money. He wants to take Juzine to a good shopping wave, a big meal. Linyu rubbed Juzine's little dumb brain, and said softly, then as a reparation, how about taking Juzine out shopping today and eating a big meal? Juzine's beautiful eyes instantly lit up when she heard this, and then she pouted and said with some regret, I already knew that I would not ask senior sister Mikato to come out to play today, and brother Linyu was finally able to accompany me alone for a day. As soon as Linyu heard Mikato, he instantly thought of Uchiha Mikato, although in the original book Uchiha Mikato was a good girlfriend of Jishine, but that was when he grew up, but he never thought that they would become friends when they were in the ninja school. Linyu pretended to be puzzled. Mikato? Is it a friend of Jiaosina? Then I really need to see it. Jishina just wanted to say Uchiha Mikato's name, but when I thought that the reputation of that clan outside was not good, the clan was very arrogant and extreme, the little head was slightly pensive, and said with a sincere tone, Mikato, she is a very gentle and considerate girl, although she is from the Uchiha clan, I don't feel a little of Uchiha's arrogant attitude from her at all. She's my best friend. In the end, Jishina was a little anxious. She was afraid that Linyu was prejudiced against Uchiha, which in turn affected his opinion of Uchiha Mikato. This is not okay. Mikato is her only friend in school, and she doesn't want to lose her. Linyu was a little helpless, and said with a bitter smile, how can you think that I am prejudiced against Uchiha, although most of them are indeed arrogant and unfriendly to outsiders, but they have never provoked me. I don't go by hearsay, and then mark people casually. Besides, he still has a task to invite Uchiha Mikato to dinner, even if she has a bad temper, just like that smelly fart Uchiha spot. Linyu can only pinch his nose and invite her to eat, not to mention the alien Uchiha Mikato of the Uchiha clan. Gentle and considerate, knowledgeable, can cook, can take care of the family, is simply the best candidate for his wife. But Linyu is not a bulldozer, he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Xiao Nan is an accident, that's called cultivation. Whew, that's good. I made an appointment with Mikato to eat at noon, and I won't come back to eat at noon when I smell Linyu. Juzine patted his small chest and breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Linyu with a little regret on his small face, Juzine, you are not kind. Take my money to invite others to dinner, let me sit on a cold bench at home alone, can you bear it? Linyu laughed mockingly. Juzine's little face blushed, gritted his teeth and said, then you can also come, but we have to go to eat cheaper. It's not easy for you to make money, and we don't have much savings. Juzine pinched the very clean yellow bag, not too thick. The little face was a little lonely and ashamed. She wanted to help Linyu make money together, but she still had to go to school. Linyu was obviously the same age as her, but she was raised by Linyu. Linyu thought that Juzine was afraid that not enough money would affect the rest of his life, so he lowered his head and whispered in Juzine's ear. Juzine looked at the face that was close at hand, the white earlobe was dyed pink, the red face, and Linyu bit the ear, and then he couldn't be shy, the rosy little mouth slowly grew, and the beautiful eyes were incredible. Until Linyu took out 2 heavy boxes from the ceiling scroll and handed them to her, Juzine looked at Linyu with a confused face and said, "So, am I a rich woman now?" Linyu nodded heavily, and then said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry Juzine, you have suffered a lot with me over the years." "It's not." Juzine's eyes suddenly turned red, tears flowed down her eyes, and she cried, "It's me who tired Linyu, I can't help you with anything, I still want you to raise me, woo-woo." "How could it be? Juzine didn't help me manage the money for so long, if it weren't for you, maybe I would be proficient in smoking and drinking now." "You dare." Juzine's eyes were round, quite like an angry little daughter-in-law, and pouted, "Don't even think about this, in the future, your money will be put here by me, and everything you want to buy must be approved by me." Saying that, Juzine stretched out his small hand and groped on Linyu's body, pouting and saying, "Is there any more? Hand it over." Linyu helplessly looked at the small wealth fan Juzine and retrieved 2 sealing scrolls from him, and his beautiful eyes stared at Linyu tightly, as if Linyu would become bad if he had money. Of course, the scroll containing Hanzo's corpse and some special items Linyu was well hidden, and it was not found by Juzine. "There is really no more this time, Lord Juzine, don't you leave a little for the small one has earned so much money, and there is no credit in hard work." Linyu's tone was exaggerated, and his expression was a little aggrieved as he acted. You can only keep a little. Men will become bad if they have money, I have to manage you. However, are you earning all this money outside? No cost yet?" Juzine had an unreal feeling, and she still couldn't believe it. "I promise that in the future, I will only keep 100 million points, and the rest will be kept by Juzine." Linyu thought in his heart, it should be enough to leave 100 million points for himself, he doesn't need to spend money now. As for the future, after the organization initially gathers people, anyway, Juzine can't escape, let her be a financial manager. At noon, Kanaha's hottest yakiniku restaurant, Yakiniku Q Yakiniku. Linyu sighed a little that the luck of this barbecue restaurant is really good. From the war years to Boruto, after the destruction of pain has not closed, it is simply longer than Ichiraku ramen, but unfortunately this period of the uncle has not yet opened a ramen shop, according to the original book should be another 4 or 5 years. However, Linyu couldn't wait, he especially wanted to taste what the legendary Hinata 846 bowls of Ichiraku ramen tasted like in 30 minutes. Linyu thought that maybe he could inquire about Atsuki Ichiraku in Kanaha when he had time. "Hey, Mikato here we are." Juzine waved her small hand towards a silhouette at the door and shouted loudly, "Juzine, you tap." Linyu heard someone around him whispering, and his expression was a little embarrassed. What does it matter, there is no rule here that you can't speak loudly." Although she said this, Juzine still lowered her voice, all blamed Linyu, she had not yet broken away from the joy of becoming a little rich woman, even her voice became louder. Linyu cast apologetic glances at the surrounding customers, and then focused on the beautiful girl walking towards this side. The current Uchiha Mikato is really a beautiful girl, although her age is only 2 years older than Juzine, but the degree of body development is not comparable to Jushine at all. Mikato Uchiha wore a purple crewneck sweater today, and the pale yellow hip skirt on the lower body depicted the perfect silhouette, a pair of black leg socks of the same style as Jushine, but the slender long legs are straighter and more attractive than Jushine. It can only be said that Juzine has yet to develop. "I'm sorry Jushine, I'm not late, this is." Uchiha Mikato smiled apologetically at Jushine, and then looked at Linyu with some doubt. It was actually the same hair as Jushine, it shouldn't be his own brother. "Oh, we have just arrived. As for this one, his name is Stinky Linyu, don't worry about him, let's go shopping after eating." Kushina pouted at Mikato and motioned for Mikato to sit next to her. "Aha, my name is Uzumaki Hayashiu, you are Mikato Uchiha, thank you for taking care of my family Jushina often in school, it's nice to meet you." Linyu snorted, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Ah, I'm also glad to meet you, but I don't often take care of Juzine, but Juzine often helps me out." Mikato's little hand covered her small mouth and smiled. Linyu was a little puzzled, and looked at Juzine strangely. Juzine's little face blushed, and she hummed softly, "That group of annoying flies always revolve around Mikato, all disturbing me and Mikato to study, so I took a lesson to them a few times, so that they would take a detour when they saw me and Mikato." Linyu was a little embarrassed, he is not very violent. Where did Juzine's violent character come from? Doesn't it mean that the character is affected by the environment? Why didn't Juzine learn his gentle character? If Juzine knew, he would definitely have a small hand on his waist and said arrogantly, "This is genetic inheritance. You can't understand it." Mikato chuckled, "It's okay, they didn't do anything bad, but it's really annoying." It's because Mikato you are too gentle that you keep harassing you, look at me, who dares to come to me?" Jushina held Mikato's arm, and her little face was full of scream. "You are so violent, who is looking for you is not itchy to find beating," muttered Linyu in a low voice. "Stinky Linyu, what do you say?" Juzine's ears moved, and she seemed to hear Lin Yu say bad things about her. Lin Yu pouted and said, in the past, Lin Yu's brother was the elder, Lin Yu's brother was short, but now if there is confidence in the bag, it is called smelly Lin Yu, and women are really fickle. You were born a few days before me. I used to shout because I saw you working so hard, but now I find that you were getting worse and worse. Of course, I have to change the name. Juzine's round little cheeks puffed out, and he said rather unhappily, "Ha, I'm getting worse? How did I not know myself?" Lin Yu is really confused this time. He has done something bad to Juzine. Humph, think about it yourself. Juzine didn't know what he thought. His swollen little face was full of redness. He turned his face away from looking at Lin Yu, and took Mikado's little hand to look at the menu. She won't say it in front of Mikado. Jushina herself knows how her sleeping position is, but these 2 mornings when she got up and found that the quilt was covered, well, one day may be an accident, but for 2 consecutive days, there is only one possibility. Stinky Lin Yu secretly covered her. Stinky Lin Yu. Stinky Lin Yu. How can you peek at girls sleeping? Necrotic. Lin Yu didn't know all this. He was still pondering what bad things he had done recently and was discovered by Juzine. Could it be that his identity as a black-robed man was exposed? What did the 9 llamas say to Juzine? It's impossible, the 9 llamas don't know about the black-robed man, and besides, how can the arrogant 9 llamas talk more? Could it be that Juzine knew about Zionin? This is even more unlikely. The 2 are separated by a country. Lin Yu felt that he was going crazy. How could he be getting worse and worse? Juzine didn't know that Lin Yu almost turned over his memories from birth to now and looked for it. How could Lin Yu understand the girl's thoughts? Give me 10 copies of this, and this. Juzine said to the waiter lady with a puffed out her little face, as if she wanted to vent her little emotions on the barbecue. Mikado, who was sitting on the side, was a little stunned, and there seemed to be some cold sweat on her soft face. Juzine, we can't eat so much, and the price here is very expensive. It's okay Mikato, this time there is a big head treat. Don't eat white, don't eat. Juzine's eyes were boneless, and he smiled at Lin Yu, and he had bad thoughts in his heart. Lin Yu's treasury is all here with her, see how he pays the bill later. Lin Yu came back to his senses. Forget if you don't want to, bad is bad, the old saying is good, the stronger the strength, the worse the person. Who said that, you ask? I made it up. Don't worry, Mikato, I'll treat you, and Jushina pays. Lin Yu said with a smile towards Mikato. I just don't think it's cost effective. You can go to the market for the same price and buy more meat, and make your own cheaper. Mikato frowned, a little distressed. Mikato is really good at keeping a family, it's a shame to be cheap and rich. Lin Yu's gaze towards Mikato was full of appreciation, and he couldn't help but say, then next time we buy our own ingredients and go to the house to make them ourselves. Mikato, how is your cooking? Mikato's white little face blushed, and said a little shyly, also, it's okay, I'll do a little bit. That's great, I was thinking that someone could teach me some cooking, and Juzine always complained that my cooking was not delicious. Lin Yu made up his mind to cook with Mikado. Hey, you 2 are ignoring me and talking about love. Juzine's puffy little face appeared in Lin Yu and Mikado's line of sight, and his small hand tossed Lin Yu's head to the side, preventing him from looking at Mikado. Lin Yu was a little speechless. He really just wanted to learn some cooking. He couldn't eat the dishes he made himself. Mikato's face is a little red. She feels good about Lin Yu. She looks a little handsome. Her personality seems to be a relatively gentle kind. She is the type she likes, and she is interested in cooking. The more Mikado thought about it, the redder her face became, and she could only lower her head and not look at Lin Yu, and her little head was about to touch her chest. Stinky Lin Yu, why did you just say that you were a treat and asked me to pay? Juzine looked at Lin Yu a little angrily, waiting for him to explain. Oh, have you forgotten my lord Juzine? My little treasury has been handed over to you. I am penniless now. Can you bear that I work here to pay off my debts? Juzine sneered, thinking in his little head that Lin Yu was wearing a clean outfit, wearing a scarf on his head, cleaning the toilet with a sad face, and being reprimanded by guests with a face full of flesh from time to time, and he didn't know how happy he was. Juzine found that Lin Yu and Mikato were looking at him strangely, and his little face suddenly put away a silly smile, and he said with a straight face, well, since you have begged me so much, my lord Juzine will barely pay for you this time. Lunch was spent in a burst of laughter, and after the meal, Juzine, who had a small belly, pulled Mikato to go shopping, and Lin Yu originally planned to go back, but was also pulled along by Juzine, who was called the flower protection messenger, but actually carried a bag. In this way, Juzine walked in the middle, each holding Lin Yu and Mikato with 2 small hands, and from behind it looked like a family coming out to shop. In other words, Mikato, you should be graduating. Lin Yu carried a small bag and sat on the bench with Mikato and chatted. As for Juzine, she went to the toilet with a bitter little face, probably eating too much and eating badly. Mikato replied softly, and then lightly opened her red lips and said, the school will notify us of the class in 2 days, and I don't know which class I will be assigned to and which instructor I will be. Mikato was a little worried. She was also a subordinate. I don't know if she will go to the battlefield in the future. Her temperament is relatively weak, and she can't be ruthless, let alone go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Are you going to be divided into classes in these 2 days? Muttered Linyu. It seems that there are no outstanding characters in this session. Bofeng Shaman will not graduate in another 2 years, and Zille is still in the country of rain. According to the plot, Zille will also accept Watergate as an apprentice, but maybe something will change. Linyu saw Mikato's somewhat worried expression, and couldn't help but speak. Mikato, do you have anything to worry about? If it's convenient, maybe I can help. Mikato glanced at Linyu, her little face was shy, her beautiful eyes quickly glanced to the side, and said softly, also, it's not a big deal, it's just that I'm not ready for all this, and I have the illusion that I don't want to be a ninja. Linyu is a little silent. Mikato's temperament is really not suitable for becoming a ninja, she is too weak, she is most suitable for being a good wife and mother, but this means being slaughtered by others in the ninja world, and if there is no strength, life is not in their own hands, even if they are backed by a big clan like Uchiha, they are not still exterminated. Mikato, I really can't help you with this, becoming a ninja is doomed to face danger, even death, destined to become an executioner, and your hands are stained with blood, which is inevitable. Linyu sighed. Mikato is not Yahiko, she can't change her thinking with a single illusion. Yahiko is in a special situation, it just so happens that Nagato and Konan are his weaknesses, and the strong impact of the conflict with his dreams broke Yahiko's original dream. It is not a change but slightly corrects Yahiko's dream, the fundamental purpose is still the same, both hope that the war will not exist and the ninja world will be peaceful. Mikato, on the other hand, is different, she is already weak and gentle, and to become the opposite, other illusions other than other gods will not work at all. Mikato's expression was a little bleak, she also knew that this kind of thing would not work, and forced a smile. I also know that this is not possible, but I am not ready to enter the battlefield immediately. I haven't killed anyone at all, if only you could give me some more time. Linyu was a little embarrassed, he seemed to have misunderstood Mikato's meaning, and tried to ask, Mikato, are you saying that you just can't face it now? And after slowly getting used to it, it's still okay, right? Mikato nodded firmly, she also had a mind to protect Konoha. Haha, Mikato, don't worry, ninjas who have just graduated will not go to the battlefield right away, and they will usually be led by the instructor shinobi for a period of time before they have a very small possibility of accepting the mission to the battlefield. Linyu touched his nose and said a little helplessly, but I heard the graduating senior sister say that some time ago, they were sent to the battlefield to carry out a mission just after graduation. Did they lie to me? Mikato's beautiful eyes were full of puzzlement, staring at Linyu without blinking. This question was very important to her. Linyu smiled helplessly and said, that's because the Second Ninja World War broke out, and the situation was special, so even the newly graduated shinobi had to go to the battlefield, and now that the war is temporarily over, although there are still some minor frictions, there should be a period of calm. Linyu thought in his heart that there would probably be a calm period of 1 or 2 years, and then the Third Ninja World War would break out, but due to the intervention of the Black-Robed Man, one don't know whether it would be postponed or advanced. Really? That's good. Mikato's little face was a little surprised, and her hanging heart was slightly relaxed. Well, probably, but Mikato, I have another safest method, that is, you team up with me, my guidance shinobu is in a free-range state for me, generally it will not come to disturb us, you can also use this to slowly adjust your mentality. Linyu felt that it was better to be safe, maybe the Third Ninja World War would break out in a few days, and anything could happen with him, a traverser. Team up with Linyu? It seems like a good look, but will the school agree? Mikato was a little moved, and put her hope on Shinobu who still didn't know the situation. It was better to trust Uzumaki Hayashi, although this was the first time they met, she felt that the teenager in front of her was credible. After all, they both liked to cook. Aha, you don't have to worry about this, if you agree, I will talk to my guide Shinobu. Linyu threw the matter on the head of the big snake pill again, and he didn't care about it. That's great, thank you Linyu. Hey, little things, just teach me to cook a few more dishes in the future. Anyway, you don't have to think about it yourself. Linyu don't mention how comfortable. Mikado felt that it was really a blessing for Jushina to have a brother like Linyu, who had an appetite for her, a personality that matched her, and a hobby that was related to her. Oh my god, how could I have such a mind? You too. I'm talking about love while I'm away. Juzine's bulging little head suddenly appeared between Linyu and Mikato, staring at Linyu with a round face. She thought that Linyu must have taken a fancy to her girlfriend. No, she must not let him succeed. No, oh Juzine, it was Linyu who did me a favor, and I am thanking him. Discovered by Jushine again, Mikato's little face quickly turned red, and then reacted, why do I say again? And Linyu and I have nothing, why are you afraid of being discovered by Juzine? Linyu scratched his head and shouted that he was wronged. He really didn't have thoughts about Mikado now, he just wanted to learn a few more dishes to cook for Juzine. Oh? Is this so? How did I not know that someone still has such great ability? Juzine's face is full of disbelief. Linyu has a few pounds and a few tails, Juzine knows best, even the three-body technique was taught by her, how powerful can he be? Of course. I never brag. SHHH. I don't believe you. Linyu, is your teacher really the great snake pill, one of the 3 shinobi? Juzine's eyes were round, and although she had been confirmed by Lin Yu, she still looked incredulous. Lin Yu was a little helpless. After separating from Mikado, Juzine has been pestering him to ask questions about the East and West, but some things are really difficult to tell Juzine. He can only support the perfunctory past. Fortunately, Juzine is naturally big-hearted and won't think too much. Lin Yu remembered Mikato's rather resentful gaze before leaving, and seemed to be saying why he didn't tell her that the guide was the Great Snake Pill earlier, but since he agreed, Mikato could only accept it, praying that the Great Snake Pill really wouldn't care about them. Really, I've answered this question to you 100 times, Juzine. But the Big Snake Pill is one of the 3 ninjas. How can he take a fancy to you, crooked date? Lin Yu stumbled and almost hit the telephone pole, and said with a rather unhappy expression, what a crooked date. Your brother Lin Yu, I am a hidden genius, can be my guide to the upper patients. The Big Snake Pill is a blessing for 8 lifetimes. Juzine looked like you were deceiving a ghost, and muttered, who are you deceiving you? I don't know how many pounds and tails you have. I taught the 3-body technique, and I learned it for half a year. Lin Yu was suddenly speechless when he heard this. This was the black spot of his life. Lin Yu simply ignored Juzine, and kept a black face all the way. Juzine saw that Lin Yu seemed to be angry, and he was busy pulling Lin Yu's arm and shaking, and the setting sun shone obliquely on the shadows of the two, stretching longer and longer. At noon the next day, Matt Dai's house. Lin Yu, thank you so much for the last mission. Mater Dai brewed a cup of clear tea and handed it to Lin Yu, grateful. Senior Dai doesn't have to do this, it's your passion for youth that touches me. Hey, call Uncle Dai, Senior, or something is too raw. Aha, I am not good at anything else, but the understanding of youth, I recognize the second, and no one in Konoha dares to recognize the first. Well, what ninja would run more than 1,000 laps around the village every day, wearing heavy weights, and the cows would be exhausted to death? Lin Yu said with a wry smile, Uncle Dai, I came today to tell you something. There is a new person in our team, and I will introduce you to know you another day. Mater Dai smiled heartily and said, what is this? Young people should take advantage of their youth to do more things, and I originally joined temporarily. I have thought about it for a long time in the past few days, and then do a few tasks with Lin Yu. I will quit the squad and concentrate on training this kid Kai. Lin Yu's brows frowned slightly. Kai is still so young, Uncle Dai doesn't need to be so anxious. Besides, I just told Uncle Dai that there are new members to join. There is no other meaning. Uncle Dai, don't misunderstand. Mater Dai looked at Kai in his arms and said with a soft expression, I'm old. I know that my limits are like this, and I won't break through if I go on like this, so I want to put all my remaining energy on Kai. And when I save enough money in the past few years, I won't do tasks and concentrate on cultivating Kai. In a few years, Kai will grow up and be able to live on his own, and I will exert my residual enthusiasm to inspire the next generation of young people not to forget the blood of youth. Lin Yu was a little silent. He couldn't make a decision for Mater Dai, he couldn't stop it, he could only help him a little as he could. Lin Yu took out a burden from his arms and pushed it in front of Mater Dai and said, Uncle Dai, I want to ask you to do me a favor. This is the commission money. Mater Dai's brows frowned slightly, and he said a little unhappy, Lin Yu, what do you mean by this? If you have difficulties, I will definitely help, and the money will be settled. Lin Yu's expression was very firm, and he said in a deep voice, Uncle Dai, you should treat this as a transaction in which I purchased the mysteries of physical arts from you. Mater Dai looked stunned, his thick eyebrows furrowed, looked at Lin Yu for a long time, and then said with a bitter smile, does Lin Yu have to be like this? You know that even if you don't give me anything, I will teach you later, and I can't fail to keep what I promised you. Uncle Dai, maybe you don't need it, but Kai needs the medicinal materials for refining the body, the damage generated by the body after breaking through the limit. These all require a lot of money, and I am just a drop in the bucket. Mater Dai took a deep look at Lin Yu again, got up and went back to the room, and walked out not long after, holding a yellow diary in his hand, some nostalgic, some reluctant, but still handed it to Lin Yu. Red Eye said, this is all my experience in more than 30 years of cultivation. The medicinal materials I use after each breakthrough limit are gradually becoming perfect. You can abandon the previous process of my groping, and start directly from the medicinal bath at the back. This is a portrayal of my youth for more than 30 years. There is also the daily life of my wife and I falling in love. You must keep it. Lin Yu was still a little moved when he listened to the front, but he heard the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Was this to let him taste the sour smell of love when he was cultivating? This precious diary suddenly became unfragrant. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu said seriously, Uncle Dai, rest assured, I will return it to Uncle after I write down the contents, and there will be no damage. Alas, forget it, it's just a matter of increasing sadness when you look at it again, and when Kai grows up in the future, you teach Kai, let him see how his father looked when he was young, how hard he worked. Mater Dai waved his hand, looking nostalgic for the past. All right. Lin Yu is shameful. It is not enough to eat dog food alone, but also to let his son eat it. It is simply crazy. By the way, this physical technique is called 8-gate dunjia. Well, I know. Ahem, then what did you just want to ask me for? Lin Yu's old face was a little red, and said, "That's right, there is a new girl in the team, called Uchiha Mikato. She is relatively weak in nature, and she can't adapt to the life of a ninja. I want Uncle Dai to take her to do a few more D-level tasks, let her adapt first, and the task is entrusted to you equally." Mikato Uchiha? Uchiha families? That's a proud clan. There are actually weak girls, it's really rare. Well, I promised. I'm going to earn more milk powder money for Kaian this last time. Mature's eyes burned with flames, as if this was the last time he burned his youth. Lin Yu's head was big for a while. He felt that Kanaha's D-level tasks might face great difficulties, shouldn't it? Although D-level tasks are every day, but the number is generally not much, there should be no big deal. Lin Yu didn't know what he did today, adding hundreds of items to the number of D-level tasks completed on the resume of the Great Snake Pill. Of course, it was also on his resume. Although it was not Lin Yu and the Big Snake Pill who carried out the task, the entrusted was the names of 4 people, so there would also be a record on their resumes, which was equivalent to people sitting at home, and the work came from the sky. By the way, that little girl named Mikato Uchiha is beautiful, isn't it? Lin Yu fled from the Matt Dai family in embarrassment, and if he didn't leave, he was afraid that Matt Dai would even ask when he would become a family. The middle-aged uncle was really terrible. But fortunately, the purpose has been achieved. Naruto's strongest physical technique, 8 Doors Dunjia, has arrived, which is the ultimate physical technique that can press the 6 spots on the ground. The power varies from person to person, and the difficulty of cultivation also varies from person to person. The older you are, the more difficult it is to cultivate, and the age is too young to suffer so much, and you can't bear the pain of the limits of the human body, so few people have successfully cultivated the ultimate physical art of the 8 Doors of Dunjia, and only the father and son of Matkai can open to the door of death. I have to say that the brain is a tendon, and the physical skill is practiced into gold. Lin Yu is now 10 years old, which is already slightly older than the best age to cultivate the 8 gates of Dunjia, and his physique is special, making it more difficult to break the limit. Therefore, Lin Yu did not expect that he could fully master the 8-door Dunjia. He just wanted to use the cultivation method of the 8-door Dunjia to oppress his potential, so that he could quickly adapt to the immortal body, so that he could exert 100% of his strength. If he could successfully cultivate 1 or 2 doors, it would also be an unexpected gain, so this transaction would not be a loss. On the other side, Mater Dai looked at the large number of banknotes in front of him, a little puzzled that Broken Diary is so valuable, actually sold 1 million taels. Of course, Lin Yu took the money from Juzine, and it also caused Juzine to feel distressed for a while, and his small hand patted Lin Yu a few times and said directly, "You don't save some flowers. It's not easy to make money at once as 1 million taels. Don't let me find out that you take these to do bad things, otherwise I can't spare you." Lin Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. These are all his hard-earned earnings, and now it seems that he is spending Juzine's hard-earned money. But is his Juzine's? There is nothing wrong with this, anyway. Juzine is his. Lin Yu turned left and right in Konoha village, and soon came to a dead end. Lin Yu knocked 3 times on a serpentine stone, took a few steps back, a secret door opened in front of Lin Yu's eyes, and slowly walked in. This is the secret base of the Big Snake Pill built in Konoha, which has just been completed. Of course, this is agreed by the high level, and the current Big Snake Pill has not yet implemented human experiments, and naturally it is not afraid of being discovered. In the quiet and dim room, only a surgical light was on, and Orochimaru in a white coat was cutting a guinea pig with a scalpel, his brows furrowed, as if he had encountered some difficulty. Treadling. When the footsteps came, the Big Snake Pill did not stop the experiment he was doing, and the people who came did not disturb him, standing quietly on the side to observe. Lin Yu's expression was calm, looking at the Big Snake Pill that was still at the graduate level, and slowly thinking in his heart, although the current Big Snake Pill has a certain research spirit, it is still too early in time, some techniques have not been mastered, and he has to wait, and he just needs time. After a while, the Big Snake Pill took off his white gloves, disposed of the body of the mouse, and cleaned his hands before turning his head and smiling. "Why is Lin Yujin free to come to me? Are you also interested in science?" Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "This thing is too complicated, I can't learn it. I came here to ask teacher Big Snake Pill for something." The Big Snake Pill said with some pity, "That's really a pity, science is so mysterious and desirable. I thought I and Lin Yujin were the same kind of people." "It's the same kind of person, but not scientifically, but eternal life." Lin Yu calmly looked at the Big Snake Pill, he didn't pretend anymore, and simply showdown. The golden vertical pupils of the Big Snake Pill shrank slightly, and said quietly, "Lin Yujin is finally willing to admit that he has a connection with that organization." Lin Yu did not answer the Big Snake Pill, and continued the topic. "Just now, I invited Uchiha Mikato of the Uchiha clan to join my team, and I hope that the Big Snake Pill can help me solve this matter." The Uchiha family? That family is not easy to handle, and she should be a graduate of the ninja school. Her class is decided by 3 generations of Hokage. I can't be the master. Orochimaru was a little curious about how Lin Yu always brought strange people into his team, first the 10,000-year-old shinobi Matt Dai, and then the troublesome Uchiha clan. "But I've already told Mikato, Orochimaru-sensei shouldn't let my disciple be embarrassed in front of girls." Lin Yu laughed mockingly at the Big Snake Pill. "Huh, girl? Could it be the girl that Lin Yujin liked?" then I'm going to take a good look. But I remember that you already have one at home, don't you? The big snake pill's face was a little strange. Ra was also like this to Lin Yu at the age of 10. Openness is somewhat curious. Lin Yu's face was a little red, and he quibbled, no, explained, I just want to learn to cook with Mikato. What are your brains made of? How do you think about that kind of thing? Oh, I understand. However, Lin Yujun, the Uchiha clan is really difficult to handle. The big snake pill looked a little hesitant, as if he was not faking. Lin Yu seemed to suddenly remember something, and said, oh, I forgot to tell you about teacher Orochimaru. I went out of the village this time to go to the Immortal Organization base, and we agreed to your commission, but the remuneration you gave is too low, and you need to add more. The big snake pill's eyes were sharp, but thinking of the lawless black-robed man and his godlike strength, he felt a little longing, and then looked at Lin Yu with some helplessness and said, okay, I agreed, but I am only responsible for assigning that Uchiha Mikato to my squad. As for the problems that will arise in the future, you have to solve them personally by Lin Yujun. No problem. Lin Yu turned around and walked towards the door, paused when he was about to go out, and said with a slight hesitation, Teacher Orochimaru, let it go. As long as you don't forget that you are also a person, our Immortal Life Organization will help you solve your worries. The big snake pill looked at the direction Lin Yu left, and his mood could not be calmed for a long time. Vortex Lin Yu, what kind of person are you? Is the Immortal Organization really that powerful? It's really more and more interesting to be able to keep the strongest Konoha out of your eyes. Now Konoha, to tell the truth, except for Ape Flying Sun Chopper, Kikishua Shigeru and San Shinobu barely looked at it. The others are smelly fish and rotten shrimp. Either some have not yet grown, or they have not yet been born, and Konoha in this period is really not strong, otherwise they will not be pressed and beaten. Lin Yu didn't know what was going on in the big snake pill's heart, and he didn't care. He was sinking into his mind now, because the monthly task had been refreshed again. Monthly mission, Task 1, complete 100 D-level missions, 0/100. Reward 8 doors Dunjia, open the door, close the door. Task 2, help the grandmother cross the street once. Bonus, chakra recovery speed increased by 0.1%. Task 3, learn 10 home-cooked dishes. Reward, Mikato Uchiha favorability +1. Cumulative mission, 2/10 mission, earn the title from Uchiha Madara mouth. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission, bump fists with the 9 llamas. Reward, Yang power refinement. Limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation eye access, 1 hour, 39 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, frozen. No consumption of reincarnation eye access, 2 hours remaining, frozen. Dog day system. I don't have to work so hard to ask Matt to wear the task that you released the 8-door dungeon earlier, but fortunately, I gained the friendship of 2 strong people who can open the door of death in the future, which is not a loss. But these 2 tasks. Lin Yu sighed, this is good, since awakening the task system, he has been busy doing tasks non-stop. It is good to rest for a while. He seems to remember that nothing major will happen in the recent period. Is the task released also related to the time node? Lin Yu had some doubts in his heart but was not very sure, but even the system felt that he was not kind to Uchiha Mikato, so he simply followed their wishes. Fugaku, you find another wife. Itaki, pray that your mother is still so gentle and considerate. As for Suzuki, eat, fart, and go. Lin Yu looked back, a little sad. 100 D-level tasks. When does this have to be done? I'm afraid it will have to start the 3rd Ninja World War. Fortunately, there are Matt Dai and Mikato. I don't know if the tasks they do will also be counted on my head. If it is good, can capo system bugs? There are so many D-level tasks on my mission resume. Your system will not count. Lin Yu thought in his heart, and did not linger outside, and hurriedly went back to cook for Juzine. Lin Yu can remember the plot of Juzine being abducted by Union, and he doesn't know what the dark part of Konoha eats, obviously knowing that Juzine is the successor of the pillar force of the 9-tailed people, and let a few Union run the dragon trap to take away, which is really waste. I don't know if Union in this world will still do his old job. Lin Yu has some expectations, he wants to make extra money. Late at night, Lin Yu sneaked to Juzine's room again. He was ready to go to the 9 llamas again to chat and cultivate feelings. The familiar location, the familiar touch. Lin Yu's consciousness was blurred for a while, and the surrounding environment had transformed into a vortex village. Ha! Little ghost, why are you here again? And every time it is late at night, noisy old man sleeps. The 9 llamas smelled a familiar smell, and a slightly irritable voice came from behind the sealed gate. Aha, I'm sorry, this is also something that can't be helped. My affairs can't be exposed to Juzine to know, so I can only make this decision. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed, and he also felt that it was not good for him to disturb people's sleep. But just for a moment, Lin Yu reacted, the 9 llamas need to sleep? Even if you need to sleep, you can't sleep during the day? Besides, it stays here either sleeping or sleeping, and if I disturb its sleep, it still wants me to be with it. Lin Yu's face was a little dark, and he was almost deceived by a fox, and said a little stingy, can I go inside the door and take a look? The 9 llamas are a little weird, this kid wants to come in? It dreams of going out. You don't have to think about it, unless you use the key to open the seal, or break the seal, the door can't be opened. Lin Yu thought for a moment and wanted to make a try. Then if I don't open the door, can I go in directly? The 9 llamas were a little funny. Did this human come to make it laugh in the middle of the night? And his voice was a little ridiculous. I also want to know, if you don't open the door to come in, you may be able to get in through that door crack. Haha. Lin Yu ignored the ridicule of the 9 llamas. A golden magic array pattern appeared in his eyes, and a slightly jumping white-blue flame dotted it. Lin Yu stretched out his hand, and a strange white-blue flame appeared on his finger out of thin air, enchanting and ghostly. What kind of fire is this? The old man has never seen it. A hint of surprise flashed in the 9 llamas' demon pupils, and with its knowledge, it had never seen such a white-blue fire. This is called ignition. No, this is called immortality, and it is one of my kaleidoscopic pupil techniques. Lin Yu almost told the truth. Fortunately, the 9 llamas didn't know what the ignition was, and it was impossible for anyone in the entire ninja world to know. Immortal? I haven't heard of it. How powerful is it? The 9th llama looked at the small flame with some disdain and said disapprovingly. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed, so he had to quibble. The power is amazing, and everyone who has experienced it says yes. The 9 llamas were even more curious. All said yes. The power is so great, there are actually people who say yes? I'm afraid you're not really here to make the old man laugh. Ha ha ha, come, let the old man experience its power. Lin Yu blinked his eyes and said, really? It's very powerful. Come, if the old man calls out a word, the position of the head of this tailed beast will be yours. Lin Yu pouted. This poor fox couldn't get anything good, and said with disdain, I want that thing to have a fart. I'm not a tailed beast. Who are you framing? However, Lin Yu still threw the immortal flame into the crack of the door, and with apprehension, the white-blue flame slowly passed through the ceiling gate, without causing a trace of abnormality, and succeeded. Ha! If you really wear it, let the old man experience its power. The 9 llamas touched the white-blue flame with his nails rather carelessly. Sue! The immortal flame seemed to suddenly have spirituality, and it did not enter the chest of the 9 llamas before he could react, painless and senseless. What? I don't feel anything at all. Your little spark is too scum. The 9 llamas looked at the undead yin who disappeared without a trace, felt his body a little, and found that there was nothing unusual. Oh, you feel it again. A voice came from behind the 9 llamas. Before the 9 llamas could look back, a feeling of comfort that spread from the depths of his heart swept through his body. Shhh. Timaji. The old man felt that the chakra all over his body was boiling. The old man has not experienced such pleasure for many years. Little ghost, how did you do it? The 9th llama's huge pupils were full of a comfortable expression, and he looked out the door slightly, but did not see Lin Yu's figure, and then turned his head sharply, and saw a small figure lying on his tail behind him, with a real expression on his face. The 9 llamas were surprised. Impossible, how did you get in? Is it because of that fire? Bingo, that's right, but there's no reward. Lin Yu was lying comfortably on the furry tail of the 9 llamas, with his head resting on it. He just tried it, but he didn't expect to really come in. After that, teleported to the 9 llamas, here directly into the ceiling gate, or appeared next to Juzine? If it appeared directly inside the sealed gate, was it the entry of the ontology, or was it the entry of consciousness with chakra as it is now? These need to be studied slowly by Lin Yu himself, but the last thing he lacks at the moment is time. Just take your time. Little ghost, that flame is not simple, it can actually penetrate the seal, and I can feel that there is a flame beating at the mouth of my heart, transmitting the breath of life, which is pleasant. The 9 llamas looked at Lin Yu with deep meaning in his eyes. That's right, the immortal can burn impurities in the body. You are a chakra light form, of course. You will also burn chakra to make it better quality, of course. The most important thing is that the flame does not go out, the life does not die, but for you tailed beasts this is a bit insignificant. You will not die in the first place. Think of it as your deposit to protect Juzine. Lin Yu didn't care. Giving the 9 llamas a flower of meditation was at best a horse-killing chicken massage, and in his opinion, it had no effect. The 9th llama squinted his eyes and looked deeply at Lin Yu, and grinned. Thank you, little ghost, the old man accepted your deposit. The 9 llamas didn't say that their tailed beasts would also die, and there was more than one way. By the way, Juzine may face a calamity, but not recently. It may be in the next year or two. When the time comes, trouble the 9 llamas to take more care. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the figure disappeared. Lin Yu was thinking about how to complete the cumulative task. The strategy of the 9 llamas had gradually frowned. It was a matter of time to complete, but Uchiha spotted that. Now I haven't even seen anyone, let alone where it is. Even if you see a fight, people won't give you a title for no reason, and the entire Hokage has this privilege. So in the fight, either pray that the system refreshes the task of the 8 doors of Dunjia, and then give Uchiha a foot massage to complete the achievements of Medi in the future, but judging from the current situation of age spots, maybe you will be kicked into the Pure Land with one kick, which is not very good. Alas, what a headache. Everyone in Uchiha is an arrogant ghost. It is very difficult to get recognition. It is better to do more. Nagato confess Yahiko's task. Just move your mouth and flicker. Syllable. What big truth am I thinking? In case Ledzille also confessed the big snake pill, wouldn't it be a big egg? Hey, maybe the snake uncle will become a snake aunt. Juzine's little face was a little red. She looked at Linyu, who was a little stunned at the dinner table, and remembered that her quilt was covered well again this morning. Don't think about it, it must be a good thing done by stinky Linyu again. Could it be that Linyu also has thoughts about me? No, we are still so young, this kind of thing is too early. Juzine shook his little head, trying to sober himself up, and then raised his head and said bitterly to Linyu, Brother Linyu has some urgent things, and he needs to take his time. Linyu was stunned when he heard Juzine's words, the situation of the god horse. Does Kushina know that I'm struggling with how to deal with Uchiha? It was absolutely impossible, but Linyu still said, you are right, this matter is indeed urgent, but I will not give up, we'll keep up the good work. Shenma, you're going to keep watching me sleep. Juzine's beautiful eyes widened, looking at Linyu in disbelief, as if it was the first time she knew him, and muttered with a small mouth, is that matter so important to you? Very important. It's about my future life. Linyu cut the railway, he must complete the task, otherwise he will only accumulate more and more, and finally deprive him of his ability to become an ordinary person, which is unacceptable to him. Can peeking at me sleeping still have a bearing on your future life? Stinky Linyu is really getting worse and worse. Could it be that Brother Linyu really has an idea about me? Juzine feels that she has discovered a new world, but this behavior is very bad. She is a girl. How is it possible to be watched and slept every day? Juzine's little face was full of seriousness, and he continued to persuade Brother Linyu, don't you know that your behavior is very bad? Linyu thought about it, indeed. Now Uchiha is just an old man. He, a young and vigorous young man, ran over to beat a Madara who was about to enter the soil. The atmosphere was really not very good. He could only nod his head and said, well, this is really not good, but I can't think of any other way. Juzine is going crazy. You can't think of any other way to peek at me sleeping. Isn't it easy to please me? As long as you make me food every day, tell me nice words, praise me more, I will beat you and not fight back. I want you to go east and you are not allowed to go west. Someone I caught up with so easily, you actually chose to peek at me sleeping. Juzine said that she was helpless, and her Linyu brother may be an emotional idiot. However, the smelly Linyu and Mikato chatted very well, and they must not be given a chance. Juzine thought about it and decided to remind Linyu, be gentle with the girl, praise her more, maybe you will succeed. Madara is a girl? To praise him? Linyu was stunned. No, what he and Juzine said was not a thing at all. How could she suddenly go around? Linyu was a little embarrassed, and his face blushed and said what Juzine said. Juzine's face was full of joy when he heard this, and this nerd finally woke up, and finally understood that Juzine was good. At the moment, Miyazi finished breakfast, jumped to school, and was in such a good mood today, so beat a few fewer people. Linyu didn't understand why Juzine suddenly felt better, but this is not a bad thing. Juzine is happy. Linyu simply cleaned up, closed the door. He is going to find Mikato and Mater to get acquainted today, and then the experiment will not be calculated if he does not follow the task together. If it can be done, then it can be salted fish. Hokage Building, Sarutobi Hinata Office. Sarutobi Hinata was working and reviewing documents, and on the seats on either side sat Mito Manita and Koharu, who seemed to be chatting about something. Boom! The door of the office was pushed open, and the people who could come in without knocking could only hide the group. Ape Fei Ri frowned, and his tone was rather unhappy. Tuan Zhang, how many times have I told you, this is the Hokage office coming in to knock? You're deaf. Of course, this sentence is said in the heart. Tuan Zhang ignored Yuen Fei Ri Chop's words, walked over with a calm face, and said, Ri Chop, I heard that you were going to return Ichigo Renzhuli to San Ninja Village, is this true? Sarutobi looked at Tuan Zhang expressionlessly, and nodded slowly, yes, the requirement of the San Shinobi Village to sign the truce agreement is to return their tailed beasts. Boom! Danzo slapped the table with some annoyance, and said with a fierce look in his eyes, I don't agree with Hinata, give Ichigo to me, I can train it into a war weapon, which can add more heritage to our Konoha. Ape Flying Sun Chopper also immediately got up and confronted Tuan Zhang, this is the Hokage office, you can't be presumptuous. Also, are you sure you are becoming Konoha's heritage, not your own personal heritage? Don't think I don't know what you're doing behind your back. Then you can't just put a tail back, after all, it is a tailed beast, a weapon of war. Tuan Zhang still did not give up his thoughts about the tailed beast, and stared straight at the Ape Flying Sun. Ape Fei Ri slowly sat down, looked at the pile of documents on the table that collapsed due to the vibration, and said with a somewhat sad face, do you think I don't want to? But the San Ninja Village said that if they didn't return Ichigo, they wouldn't stop the war, and the ninjas in the village had already shed enough blood, and I couldn't let them go to battle again because of one tail. Mercy! Woman's kindness! Tuan Zhang looked at the Ape Flying Sun with disdain. Tuan Zhang, this matter Minion and I also agree, the village has just broken free from the war, it is not appropriate to make a big move now, and it is also advisable to back down. Koharu on the side said. Sooner or later, you will pay for your naivete. Danzo saw that Mito Minion and Koharu were helping Sarutobi to slash, and he knew that he had no chance, so he flicked his sleeves and slammed the door. Danzo is still so extreme, now Konoha really can't fight war anymore, the new generation of green leaves has not yet sprouted, the old generation is gradually withered, compromise is the best way. Sarutobi also knew that it was humiliating for the victorious country to compromise with the defeated country, and if it was before being Hokage, he would definitely say fight and fight, who have I been afraid of in Konoha, but now he is the Hokage, he can no longer be so willful, he has to be responsible for everyone in the village, the ambition that he once had is gradually extinguished, and he has become sleek. Nika, we didn't do anything wrong, concessions are the best option now. Mito Minion also said. I think this plan is feasible, the big snake pill is your disciple, we are very relieved. That's right, it's a good choice to let one of the three ninjas supervise the human pillar force and a genius who can subdue Ichigo. Mito Minion and Sleeping Koharu both agreed, and they had also seen the big snake pill, although it was a little gloomy, but I have to say that the talent is top-notch, perfect in all aspects, and has not made a big mistake, it is worth cultivating. Ape Ichop was recognized by the two old friends of the big snake pill, and a smile appeared on his somewhat wrinkled face, and his face was full of satisfaction. Then it was so decided, remove the dark parts around Juzine. As long as she doesn't go out of the village, let the big snake pill supervise the two of them. It just so happens that Lin Yu is also a disciple of the big snake pill. Uzumaki Lin Yu is a disciple of the great snake pill? When was this? Mito Minion was a little surprised, he actually did not receive the notice, and looked at Koharu, and she also shook her head to indicate that she did not know. This matter has not yet had time to inform you, that is, the matter of the past 2 days. Uzumaki Lin Yu is the apprentice of the great snake pill, isn't that your apprentice? I didn't expect that you already have apprentices, and time flies so fast. Koharu sighed a little. Gee, Uzumaki Lin Yu is only 10 years old this year, and he can subdue a tail at the age of 10, he is a good little genius. You have received a good apprentice. Mito Minion looked at the ape flying son with some envy. Ape Fei his old face was a little glorious, but he frowned a little when he thought of the information that had been passed on to him a few days ago. Uzumaki Lin Yu was actually involved with the Uchiha clan, which he didn't expect. Ape Chop hesitated slightly, but still said, it's just that Lin Yu, this kid is a little involved with the Uchiha clan, and he seems to have opened the three-hook jade writing wheel eye. Mito Minion and Koharu were shocked when they heard this, and said, what? Writing wheel eyes? Or Sangu jade? How is this possible? Vortex Lin Yu is only 10 years old, and isn't he a Vortex clan? How can I open the Sherinon? Sarutobi took out a piece of information from the drawer, some dust, with the name of Uzumaki Lin Yu written on it, and said, Uzumaki Lin Yu is the illegitimate son of Uchiha and the Uzumaki clan, both parents have died, no relatives and no reason, living in the Uzumaki family since childhood, and there is no connection with Uchiha of Konoha. Xiaochun was relieved when he heard this, but still frowned, that's okay, but after all, he has the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and he has also opened the three-hook jade chakra eye, and the talent is so good, if he is known by the Uchiha clan, will he be accepted? Humph. That clan only identifies with the people of their Uchiha bloodline, and is extremely arrogant to outsiders, but it is undeniable that they worship the strong and like geniuses. If they know that Uzumaki Lin Yu opened the three-hook jade at the age of 10, then they must re-enter the clan. Mito Minion doesn't have any good feelings for the Uchiha clan, but the words are quite truthful. Sarutobi frowned, he really wanted to take a puff of smoke now to relieve his boredom, but he just thought about it, so he had to say, the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has existed since ancient times, and it is impossible to resolve it, unless a Hokage appears in their clan. Impossible. Mito Manita and Koharu blurted out at the same time, let the Uchiha clan be the Hokage, then do they still have the right now? Don't even think about it. So, it's an unsolvable problem. Ape Fei said with a wry smile. That whirlpool Lin Yu. It depends on how the kid chooses, give it to the big snake pill. Well, that's all. Uchiha clan land. The Uchiha clan did not welcome foreigners to their territory, but they would not stop it, but they did not like it, and they would not give a good look, and the same was true for Lin Yu. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen looked at Lin Yu's gaze full of diswelcome. Lin Yu didn't care, he just came to find Mikato, he didn't bother to pay attention to the group of short-lived ghosts around him. After parting last time, Lin Yu and Mikato knew each other's addresses, but Lin Yu was quite unfamiliar with the Uchiha clan, and it took a long time to find Mikato's home. Uchiha Mikato has not yet opened her eyes, so the place where she lives is average, but it is also much larger than Lin Yu's house, and there is a small yard in front of it, in which some flowers and fruit trees are planted, and it grows well, and it can be seen that Mikado often takes care of them. The house was left to her by Mikato's parents, who also died in the war, and the village gave her a lot of pensions, enough for her to grow up. That's why she and Juzine, who is also fatherless and motherless, will become best friends, and they all have the same experience. Mikato, I heard that you are graduating, can you accept my date? Lin Yu felt that it was not the right time for him to come. Looking at the situation, if he went out, I was afraid that something would happen again, but Mikato had already seen him. Linyu could only smile bitterly and walk over. The current Uchiha family, not Linyu looked down on, but really rubbish. Brother Fuyu, I'm sorry, I already promised others to go out with him today. Mikato looked at Linyu, who was walking towards her. Her fair cheeks were a little red, and she ignored Uchiha Fugaku on the side. So beautiful. Uchiha Fugaku on the side was dumbfounded. He had never seen Mikato like this, and he must marry her as a wife. Fugaku secretly swore in his heart. Hey, Mikato, I'm not late. Linyu walked up to Mikato and flashed her a perfect smile. Linyu could already see who the somewhat handsome young man next to him was, Uchiha Fugaku, his biggest competitor. But now Fugaku has only opened the eyes of the three-hook jade chakra, and he is already 18. I really don't know how he would pursue Mikato, who is 6 years younger than him. Although Mikato is indeed mature and beautiful, her body proportions are also perfect, and her development is, ugh, it seems like it's really worth pursuing. Linyu didn't put Fuyu in his eyes at all. There was no kaleidoscope, and he couldn't raise a trace of his interest. Wait until you opened a kaleidoscope in your 30s and then come and fight with me. It's not late, Linyu, I was going out to pick you up. Mikato smiled at Mimi Hayashi. Damn it, who is this hairy boy? It was abominable to make Mikato smile at him. Uchiha Fugaku's face was a little hideous, but he still forced himself to endure it and pretended to be elegant. Mikato, who is this child? Why don't you introduce it to your Fuyu brother? Mikato wrinkled her good-looking eyebrows, a little unhappy. What, my Fugaku brother? What kind of onion are you? However, of course, she would not say so, and the other party was still the son of the patriarch, and said a little helplessly, he is a whirlpool. Yikes! After being stunned, Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses. His rather cold face was full of annoyance, gestured to the side, and said coldly, within half an hour, I want to know all the details of that little ghost, even how many times a day to go to the toilet, understand? Hiding in the shadows, Uchiha Kamato, who was responsible for protecting the son of the patriarch, was also a little stunned. Why did he even know when others went to the toilet? Could it be that the young patriarch has that kind of proclivity? No way. As a die-hard fan of the patriarch, I, Uchiha Tei, must not let the young patriarch go astray, and must correct the young patriarch. However, what the young patriarch ordered still had to be done, and after answering the order, Uchiha Teiki hid in the shadows again, looked at the figure of the young patriarch chasing him, and muttered in his mouth, I remember that I have a distant cousin who likes the young patriarch very much. My cousin is quiet and not picky eater, and at a glance, she knows that she is good at birth, and she has to find an opportunity to match them. On the streets of Konoha. Linyu, where are we going? Mikato said a little breathlessly towards Linyu. The two of them ran all the way from the Uchiha clan to the side of the shopping street, and Mikato, who had become a shinobi, was a little sweaty. Her ruddy little mouth was spitting out the fragrance, and her cheeks were dizzy. Of course, she won't admit that she was held by Linyu and walked on the street, a little shy and nervous to sweat. She is a reserved and gentle girl. Linyu's face was not red and breathless, as if he didn't even warm up. He saw Mikato panting slightly, secretly saying that he was a little too anxious to test the bug operation of the next D-level task, did not take into account that Mikato was a girl. Busy was apologetic, I'm sorry Mikato, I was busy getting rid of that uncle, I forgot. Mikato's originally pink and white face bloomed with a smile, stunned Linyu on the side, covered his mouth and chuckled, what uncle? Fuyu is only 18 years old, but he looks more anxious. Linyu was a little embarrassed. It turned out that the beautiful girl would also complain, felt the soft little hand in her hand, and couldn't help but tighten. I made an appointment with Senior Matt Dai to meet at the Hokage building, we are going there now, and Uncle Dai is also one of our teammates. Did Matt Dai senpai? I've heard of him and is a very experienced elite shinobi. Mikato was a little surprised, she couldn't imagine that Mater Dai was actually Linyu's teammate. The elite endures. Linyu was a little speechless in his heart. This must be Mikato's own beautified statement. Listening to what others said must be 10,000 years of patience undoubtedly, but it is undeniable that Mater Dai has a lot of experience, although it is more about how to make mistakes. This is incomparable with another 10,000 years shinobi Marusin Kasuk, but in terms of the strongest combat power, Mater Dai undoubtedly crushed Kasuk. Linyu scratched his head helplessly and said with a smile, Uncle Dai is indeed quite experienced. The corner of Mikato's mouth chuckled. She heard some embarrassment in Linyu's tone. She liked to see Linyu's helpless look, feeling the heat surrounding her little hands. The shyness on her face flashed away, and her steps became more brisk. The Hokage building is located in the center of Konoha, and it won't take long to walk from either direction. When Linyu pulled Mikato to the Hokage building, Mater Dai was already chatting with the Naka Shinobu at the mission reception, and he seemed to be quite familiar. Raider, I didn't expect that you are actually from the Moonlight family, it's really hidden. Mater Dai opened his furry mouth and looked at the moonlight in surprise, but he didn't expect that his friend who had just met was also a child of the family. Moonlight Raiden smiled bitterly and said, Dai, our Moonlight clan is just a small family, counting the newborn children, there are only a dozen people, and they are simply not comparable to big clans such as Yamanaka and Akimichi, let alone Hinata and Uchiha. Hey, that's not what I said, Big clans have the troubles of big clans, small clans have the benefits of small clans, and commoners like me can only burn their youth and generate electricity alone. How about electricity? Do you want to use youth power generation with me? Matt's big eyes under his thick eyebrows burned with fire, and there was a hint of demagoguery. Are you sure it's using youth to generate electricity, instead of generating electricity with love? As soon as Lin Yu arrived, he heard that Matterdai was fooling others to burn youth with him, but this method was not very good, and Matterdai looked like a scruffy uncle, who dared to agree. If a beautiful girl like Mikato invited him to generate electricity for love, Lin Yu agreed without thinking. Under Mikato's somewhat curious gaze, Lin Yu let go of her little hand, stepped forward, and said, "Uncle Dai, we're here, don't scare people." Matterdai turned his head when he heard the voice, and saw that it was Lin Yu who had arrived, and the word whiskers suddenly turned into inverted 8 whiskers, and said excitedly, "Look, this is one of the representatives of my youth school, Vortex Lin Yu. His understanding of youth is no worse than mine, don't you join us yet?" Lin Yu's face was a little dark, this was another stain on him, and said helplessly, "Uncle Dai, everyone's understanding of youth is different, we can't force others to burn youth with us and fight for youth, this is a kind of blasphemy for youth." After hearing this, Matterdai's face was abrupt, and he had a feeling of, "Master, I realized," and said with tears streaming down his face, "Lin Yu, listening to Jun Yi's words is like listening to a seed. Why should my own youth force others to understand? I am willing to do it as it started." After speaking, Matterdai looked at the moonlight with a pity on his face, as if to say, "You kid is a pity, you can't comprehend the true meaning of youth." Moonlight Raiden glanced at Lin Yu with gratitude, he really couldn't stand Matt Dai's fiery eyes. In the past, fortunately, he could still use tasks to plug Matt Dai's mouth, and now people don't lack tasks at all, they can take whatever they want, he can't take Matt Dai at all blame Lin Yu. Thinking of this, Moonlight glanced at Lin Yu with resentment, and Lin Yu's face was full of question marks. "What do you mean? One will be grateful to me, the other will blame me, be careful that I introduce you to Matt Dai." Moonlight Rush, I'm afraid it's not the father of Moonlight Blast. Lin Yu has not many plots in the impression of Moonlight Blast, it seems to be a short-lived ghost, or is it a tuberculosis, and his eyes are looking at Moonlight Swift with some pity at the moment, or do you really introduce Matterdai to him? In this way, Moonlight Storm will not be born, will not kill Horsey in a second, and will not live up to his beautiful girlfriend. The Moonlight Lightning was a little frightened by Lin Yu's gaze, this kid should not have any intentions for me. Why? Damn God, why did I have such a handsome face? Young and old are fascinated by it, it's really troublesome. Mikato stepped forward and pulled Lin Yu's sleeve, she didn't understand the eyes between these 3 young people, she was very simple. All D-level missions? Are you sure? Moonlight was a little shocked when he heard Lin Yu's request. You must know that the latest D-level tasks posted outside, there are many old accumulated D-level tasks that no one has received or unfinished have been sorted together, many of them have cancelled the commission, but a large part of them are deposited. After all, the commission is not expensive, just hundreds of thousands of taels. Sure, ask the senior to help sort it out, we should be able to pick it up, Lin Yu said with some concern. Moonlight Raiden was a little hesitant, and said, yes, but you, please do me a favor senior, we will do our best to complete it. Lin Yu's tone was very sincere, and he also fought hard for the task, but it was probably Mikato and Matterdai. Okay, Moonlight looked at Lin Yu's sincere gaze, helplessly agreed, turned around and went to the archive room. After a while, Moonlight moved out an old wooden box, took out stacks and stacks of task mandates from it, blew a breath, and patted the dust. Mikato frowned slightly, her small nose was a little uncomfortable, and she took 2 steps back to hide behind Lin Yu. Moonlight forgot that there was a girl present, looked at Mikato with slightly apologetic eyes, and then slapped the dust in the direction of Matterdai. Matt Day. Ahem, I counted, a total of 168 D-level entrusted tasks, all of which are accumulated over the years, some cats and dogs are missing or even dead, ninjas cannot be found, and the owner refuses to withdraw the commission, so they have accumulated until now. I see you don't have much hope. Moonlight slapped his hand, and the dust choked him. Dusty Matt Day. Lin Yu frowned, if it was all such a task, then it would be impossible for anyone to complete it, could it really only be done slowly? Lin Yu felt that he was a little greedy, he wanted to spend a few days to complete 100 D-level tasks, some whimsical, let's test it first, if it can be done, then let him do it for a few days, anyway, he doesn't need to do it. Lin Yu pondered slightly, and said, then remove those commissions to find cats and dogs, and we will take the rest. Well, I'll categorize, that's only 24 left. Lin Yu is shameful, is Kanaha's pet loss rate so high? 146 of the 168 cases are commissioned for lost pets, which must not be found by people from the Pet Association. Then can we also take those D-class commissions outside? Can't. These old commissions are handed over to you, I am already derelict in my duties, and you don't have to think about those outside the door. Moonlight Swift held the notice board like a protective calf, for fear that Lin Yu would get all the guys he ate with. Okay, that's all, register us. Lin Yu was a little helpless, it seemed that it was impossible to take advantage of the small advantage. Walking out of the Hokage office building, Mikato asked Linyu with some curiosity, "Linyu, is there a reason why you take on so many D-level tasks?" Mikato knows that Linyu is not short of money. It is impossible to take on so many D-level tasks because of the entrusted money. Linyu must have his own reasons. Linyu turned around, took Mikato's small hand, looked at her beautiful eyes and said, "Mikato, I took so many tasks because I want you to gradually adapt to the life of a ninja. Let's start with D-level tasks, then C-level, B-level, so that all the way, you will definitely be able to become an excellent ninja." Mikato was suddenly pulled up by Linyu in front of Matt Dai, and suddenly became nervous, quickly retracted her small hand, and said with a red face, "Yes, it's because of me, Linyu. You don't have to do this, I can slowly adapt." Linyu didn't care about Mikato retracting her little hand, the girl's reservedness. He understood that. "Your name is Mikato Uchiha, I think Hayashiyu Kid is right, there is no better way to adapt to the life of a ninja than to do a mission." Matt Dai, who had a somewhat gray beard, squeezed his eyes at Linyu and smiled. But Mikato was still blushing. If she faced Linyu alone, she wouldn't be like this, but in front of Matt Dai, who was like their parents, she couldn't let go. "It's nothing," I also agreed, "we will do these D-level tasks together." Moderdake remembers that he promised Linyu to take his new teammates to experience ninja life, and he was at the bottom of other tasks, but D-level missions were his specialty. Matt Dai looked at his daughter-in-law's eyes, looked at Mikato, his big eyes were full of satisfaction. What a good girl, the two are really matched. Moderdai didn't know that Linyu's family still had a Juzine who was devoted to him, otherwise his heart must be now. Good cabbages have been arched by pigs, and Linyu, this kid is not a son of man. Well, we don't waste time, let's get started right away. Seeing this, Mikado had to reluctantly compromise, but her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Finally she was also a ninja, and she was a little excited on the first day of the mission, and I didn't know if this dress was suitable, or say hello and go back to change clothes first. I'll take a look at the first task, looking for the missing Wang dog. Linyu almost threw the task mandate on the ground. "Kanaha, you are enough, the task is either a loss of pets or a disgrace, and there are no new tricks. Why don't you cut the old man of the ape flying sun? It's infuriating." As for tasks such as farming and pulling turnips, of course, it was impossible to accumulate, so Linyu had to continue to turn over to see if it was easier. Clean up the task, clean up the Qingshui ditch 10 miles outside the village, and help Uncle Lu find the engagement ring he has treasured for more than 20 years. Linyu, you meow a leg, you are obviously cleaning up, secretly not still a task of finding items, it's really a pit. King Shuaga Linyu also knows that the name is Shimizu, in fact, it is the largest garbage dump drainage ditch in Kanaha, and the taste is intriguing. Go in for a day, you have to take a bath for 10 days to taste. Sure enough, there was a certain reason why no one did these old tasks. Linyu looked at his two teammates and said a little apprehensively, "Otherwise, let's go back and pick up those D-level tasks that have just come out." "Mikato, you return my fighting spirit. Matt Day, isn't my face blown in vain?" In the end, Linyu still compromised with reality, and under the contemptuous gaze of Moonlight Speed, he took the D-level task on the notice board: find Lady Wang's lost pet cat, Zayaju. The commission fee is 1,000 taels. Uchiha Fugaku followed Linyu all the way, saw them enter the Hokage building and waited for them to come out, and then saw Linyu and the three of them going in and out for a while. His face was a little strange, but after seeing the power of attorney in Linyu's hand, his face changed slightly. How could Mikato be on a mission with that imp? Could it be that he was a member of Mikato's squad? That uncle next to him is the instructor? No, isn't that Metdine? How could Mikato team up with them? This is impossible. Uchiha Fugaku was a little resentful. Mikato teamed up with that little ghost, wouldn't it be that the two of them could see each other every day? He still understood the truth of getting the moon first in the near water building. He couldn't let Linyu succeed, he had to think of a way. At sunset, Linyu, Mikato, and Moderdai sat in the barbecue restaurant. Linyu's face was full of joy, because after he took the task, he slipped away under the pretext of something. The task was completed by Mikato and Matt Dai, and the progress on the systems task has changed from 0/100 to 1/100. Linyu is in a good mood, so invite them to eat barbecue at the rotisserie to apologize for not being able to do tasks with them. Moderdai felt nothing, he was eating meat, and a physical ninja like him needed a lot of meat every day to maintain his physical strength. Mikado was a little depressed. Originally she still wanted to do tasks with Linyu, but she didn't expect this guy to slip away directly, at this time looking at Linyu with resentment in her eyes. The barbecue in front of her did not move much, she rarely ate meat, and now she had no appetite. Linyu noticed Mikato's rather resentful gaze, and felt a little guilty in his heart, but he didn't want to do 100 D-level tasks. He had a big head when he thought about it, and he could only make up for Mikato from somewhere else. Moderdai didn't think much, he treated Mikato as a daughter-in-law, and he also carefully taught Mikato some of his experience on the way to the task. Although many of them are wrong, Mikato is very careful. There are some things she feels wrong, she will selectively forget. Linyu didn't know how to bribe Mikato, or give her a pair of kaleidoscopes to play with. I don't know if Mikato can withstand the stimulation and whether it will be badly played. Forget it, wait for the big snake pill in the future, see if he has any experimental results. Big snake pill. You need to grow up quickly. The big snake pill did not hear Lin Yu's fatherly urge him to grow up quickly. At this time, he was addicted to scientific research and could not extricate himself, and his golden vertical pupils were full of fascination. Science, it's really addictive, wonderful. Isn't that Mikado? How can you be with people who are not 3 or 4? Are you trying to lose the face of our Uchiha clan? A young man wearing the Uchiha clan emblem staggered towards them and said in an arrogant tone. The intention to deliberately find fault is obvious, even Materdai heard it. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Is it Uchiha Fugaku? What is the purpose of this? Is it Mikado? Lin Yuguan smiled and quietly watched the performance of the Uchiha clan. He wanted to see what kind of jumping bean clown it was. Brother Tianyi, why did you come here? Mikato looked at Uchiha Teneki, and her displeased mood was even more irritable. Even a good-natured person like her felt angry, let alone others. But it just so happened that there were 3 people here, one sitting quietly, and the other didn't hear it, just caring about eating meat. Mikato smiled at Lin Yu to apologize, got up and said, Brother Tianyi, let's go out and talk about something, don't affect people's business. Get out? No, Mikato, what is your relationship with this kid? Don't you like Big Brother Fugaku? Uchiha Tianyi looked at Lin Yu contemptuously, and almost wiped his neck. Tianyi, what are you talking nonsense? I have never liked Fugaku. Mikado heard Uchiha Teneki slandering her for liking Uchiha Fugaku, her little face turned red with anger, and even the title changed. Mikato, Brother Fugaku was so good to you, how can you not like him? Uchiha Teneki's face was painful, as if Mikato didn't like Fugaku for something unbelievable. Ridius, am I good to your mother? Will your mother marry me again? Lin Yu on the side laughed. He used to only think that most of the Uchiha family was arrogant, but he didn't expect that there was a brain problem. What kind of bullshit logic? Boy, what do you say? I originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to be unrepentant. Don't think about walking back today. Uchiha Tianyi looked hideous, looking at Lin Yu's eyes as if he was going to eat him. Lin Yu really wants to knock on this guy's brain door to see what is inside. Is Yusaibo stupid? Is it that the brain cells of the whole family are concentrated in a few people, and everyone else has E. coli in their brains? Lin Yu sighed speechlessly and said, What do you say? It's not easy to do things here, you come with me, we'll go to the training ground to solve it. Uchiha Tianyi said to Lin Yu very contemptuously, and then turned around and walked out. Good, by you, today is up to you. Lin Yu got up and followed Uchiha Tianyi. Lin Yu don't go with him, he is a middle ninja, and he is not at the same level as us. Mikato stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu's arm, looking very worried. She didn't want to cause trouble to Lin Yu. Lin Yu wanted to say, Silly Nizai, people are targeting me, how can I not go? I had to hold her Royi and said softly, then let's go together, a small middle patience, you can destroy it. Poof. Lin Yu, you are not a medical ninja, how can you fight Zongnin, and you are still a good fighter of the Uchiha clan. Mikato's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, but Lin Yu was willing to take her with her. She could watch from the side, she didn't want Lin Yu to be hurt for her. Lin Yu didn't say anything, and took Mikato's little hand to follow. Alas, I'm a lot older, and I have to worry about this kind of thing, so I'll follow along and take a look. Materdai was a little relieved about Lin Yu, stroked his propped-up stomach a little, and slowly walked out. Lin Yu followed Uchiha Tianyi all the way to the number 7 training ground. This is a public training ground, so there are many civilian ninjas who come here to train. This is the purpose of Uchiha Tianyi coming here. He wants to let Uzumaki Lin Yu be trampled under his feet in front of everyone, losing face. He has already obtained the information from Brother Fugaku, just a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, who can do some medical ninjutsu, and nothing else. Isn't this a sandbag sent to the door? Strong physique can't die, weak strength casually bullied. Uchiha Tianyi likes this kind of sandbag the most. The news that Uchiha Fugaku can find out is also Lin Yu's most superficial information. After all, the Uchiha clan has a bad relationship with Konoha's high level, and it is impossible to investigate too much ninja information, which can only be the information in the Konoha garrison. Uchiha Teneki shouted and cleared a clearing, and the curious ninjas around him came to watch, pointing at Uchiha Teneki and Uzumaki Hayashi in the field. This is what Uchiha Tianyi wants. He knows that Big Brother Fugaku must be secretly observing him, and he must not let Big Brother Fugaku down. Uchiha Tianyi hooked his finger at Lin Yu and said, Come on, you strike first, lest I will kill you in one move, and there will be no sense of experience. Before the words were finished, his eyes were black, and he fell to the ground with a bang, unconscious. Lin Yu's figure appeared behind Uchiha Tianyi, and the hand knife was not yet returned, and the other hand scratched his head and said, Why is this Zongnin so weak? Can't carry a single move? Uchiha Fugaku, who was hiding in the shadows, shrank his pupils and secretly said, What a fast instant, even I didn't find it, this whirlpool forest feather hides strength. After a while, Uchiha Tianyi covered his neck and struggled to get up. His expression was still a little confused, and when he saw Lin Yu standing in front of him, he shook his head and said angrily, You sneak attack. Unfair, I ask for a rematch. Uchiha Tianyi opened his chakra eyes, and a black gouged jade stared at Lin Yu tightly. He felt that this time he could see Lin Yu's instantaneous technique, so as to find a flaw and defeat him. However, Lin Yu had no intention of using the teleportation technique at all. He watched the ninjas around him gather more and more, and any trick used today would fall on some people's desktops tomorrow. Although Lin Yu didn't mind letting them know that he knew some C-level and B-level ninjutsu, he didn't need these to deal with the Uchiha Tianyi. Lin Yu wanted to test the endurance, flexibility, and blood chi of his body. In the past 10 years, no one has ever driven him into a corner. The first 9 years were not qualified, and this year he could not meet an equal opponent, either crushed or crushed. This Uchiha Tianyi in front of him was a stepping stone, and Lin Yu believed that as long as he defeated Tianyi today, according to the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, there would definitely be other clansmen who would come to challenge him to regain his lost face. You and I actually dare to lose your mind. The art of fireball. When Yashaibo Tian saw that Lin Yu didn't react for most of the day, he found that Lin Yu's eyes were sluggish and he didn't focus, and his heart suddenly burst into anger. Hateful. Don't think that if you win the sneak attack just now, I can look down on the Uchiha Teneki. As soon as the thought moved, Lin Yu suddenly rushed towards the Hao fireball that rushed straight forward, and he wanted to use his flesh to resist ninjutsu. Is this kid crazy? In the face of the Hao fireball technique, he rushed straight up? Alas, I thought I was a genius, but I didn't expect to be so stupid, and it was really unwise to use my body to hard connect ninjutsu. It seems that this game is over. Do you want to call the medical staff for him? I am afraid that there will be serious burns. The civilian ninjas who were watching around were all puzzled by Lin Yu's actions. They all understand a truth: the human body cannot resist ninjutsu, even if it is upper ninjutsu. In the face of middle ninjutsu or even lower ninjutsu, they will not choose the flesh to resist hard. This is foolish behavior. Mikato stood alone behind Lin Yu. She didn't have a herd mentality like the ninjas around her, although there was worry in her eyes. She believed Lin Yu more. Lin Yu was not a reckless person, he must have a reason for doing this. Looking at Lin Yu's not tall, but indomitable figure, Mikato, who was standing behind him, was full of security in her heart. Lin Yu's eyes reflected the rushing fireball, and the blazing waves of chi rolled in, and he felt the burning sensation transmitted on his skin, a little uncomfortable, like a sauna. This level of ninjutsu is not enough. Too weak. Lin Yu's chi and blood surged upward, his right fist was in the shape of momentum, and the strength condensed. He strode forward, and the whole person was like an off-string arrow, and he punched out. Rumble! Lin Yu's blast of chi directly scattered the fireball, and the strength did not decrease, and it broke the army all the way, impacting on Uchiha Tianyi. Bang! In Uchiha Tenika's frightened eyes, an invisible wave of chi penetrated his body. Uchiha Tianyi flew out upside down like a broken kite. His mouth couldn't help but spew out a bright red bloodline, and his eyes still had a look of horror. How could he blast my Hao fireball with one punch? This is impossible, this is not scientific. With his last thoughts, Uchiha Tianyi fell heavily to the ground, causing exclamations from all around. Am I right? The art of destroying the fireball with one punch? Obediently, this is too fierce. This is the Hao fireball of the Uchiha clan, which is larger than the Hao fireball of ordinary ninjas, and it was actually destroyed. Hey, that's just that Uchiha Tianyi is too weak. His level of Hao fireball, in exchange for any upper ninja who is proficient in physical skills, can be destroyed with one punch. Alas, it can only be said that the Uchiha clan is not as good as before, and it was actually a 10-year-old shinobi who defeated the genius of the family. It was really. Alas, it's coming. These last two sentences must have been deliberately said by someone in order to cause Uchiha's hostility towards Lin Yu. Although it was not clear who it was, whether it was the dark part of the Hokage lineage or the manpower arranged by Uchiha Fugaku, they did not want Uzumaki Rainu and the Uchiha clan to get too close. As long as today's events are passed on, the Uchiha clan will definitely come to the door to regain face. As for whether Lin Yu's exposure of the Sharingan in future battles will cause Uchiha's cultivation heart. Uchiha Fugaku offended me, the young patriarch. You still want my clan to cultivate you? Bah! Don't face the imp. Uchiha Tianyi, you beat me so badly, I don't let my brother teach you a lesson, just snicker and laugh, and still want to grab resources with us? Sangha Jade is only, the current Uchiha clan does not lack elite shinobi, they lack a shadow-level powerhouse, and it must be a shadow-level surnamed Uchiha. After all, Lin Yu is surnamed Uzumaki, not Uchiha. Even if they open the Sangha Jade writing wheel, they will not put down their sons and beg Lin Yu to join the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, if the Uchiha clan knew that Lin Yu had their Uchiha bloodline and had already opened their eyes, they would think that Lin Yu would be imprisoned or directly deprived of his chakra eye in order to prevent the bloodline from passing out. The probability of the former and the latter is not small. After all, it is the arrogant Uchiha clan. They do not allow the bloodline to spread out, which is forbidden for the big clan. Hey, according to what you said, isn't this Lin Yu's lower patience already comparable to upper patience? It's just that the physique of Shangnin, it's impossible to compare with Shangnin. You must know that Shangnin generally masters the change of chakra nature. A-level ninjutsu will be several. Want to use the flesh to resist A-level? That would certainly be an act of death. Redhead? This kid should be from the Whirlpool family, no wonder the physique can be compared to the shoulder tolerance, this makes sense. Hey, I thought it was a genius. It turned out to be a child of a large family, but I could see Uchiha overturning, and this wave was really not in vain. Most of the onlookers around were ninjas, and if the civilians could even know Linyu, they would say a few good words for him. However, Linyu didn't care, his eyes looked in one direction defiantly, and then he didn't care about the fainted Uchiha Tianyi. Linyu left his hand, otherwise this punch wave was enough to kill Uchiha Tianyi. The battle ended so quickly, not because Linyu was too strong, but because Uchiha Tianyi was too light on the enemy, so he was a medium ninja, at least he had to go through 1 or 2 moves before falling. Linyu is a pity, the middle ninja is still too weak, and he can't let him experience the fun of fighting at all. I hope the next Uchiha is not too weak. Linyu turned around and took Mikato's little hand and left dashingly. In a certain shadowy place, a young figure stared at the back of the two with a livid face, especially when Linyu pulled Mikato's little hand. A killing intent rose in Uchiha Fugaku's heart. This kid is my fierce enemy. Uchiha Fugaku slowly restrained his emotions. He was the son of the patriarch, he couldn't have killed Linyu in public, he wasn't stupid, otherwise he wouldn't have looked for Uchiha Tianyi, a stupid hat, to test Linyu. Uchiha Fugaku has an ambition, he wants to be a Hokage. He hadn't spoken to anyone, but he knew the minds of some people in the clan, who lacked an opportunity and a strong leader. Uchiha Fugaku ordered the 2 subordinates to take Uchiha Tianyi back for treatment. His eyes stared in the direction Linyu left, his eyes were fierce, he was a person who did big things, and he could endure emotional problems. Uchiha Fugaku was thinking, can this person Uzumaki Linyu be used? As for how to use it? Of course, it depends on Uchiha Mikato, she is a member of the Uchiha family after all. Knowing the strength of the family, it couldn't be easier to pinch a ninja like Uzumaki Hayashiyu, and he believed that Mikato would make the right choice. The figure jumped, Uchiha Fugaku swept towards the clan, he was going to talk to his father, he was an adult, it was time to prepare for some thoughts. Uchiha clan land, Fugaku family. Uchiha Fugaku is the son of the patriarch, and the place where he lives is naturally also a mansion, not only covering a large area, but even the training ground has an indoor one, which can be described as a local tyrant behavior. Patriarch Uchiha dragged his slightly tired body home, his somewhat aged face was very sharp, and outside he was Konoha's feared head of police, taking the lead in maintaining the majesty of Uchiha. And at home, he is the head of the clan, and he wants to seek benefits for the clansmen. Anyway, whether it is outside or inside, he only has the Uchiha clan in his heart, and the others are outsiders. Patriarch Uchiha walked into the hall, turned on the light, and found Uchiha Fugaku sitting on a futon waiting for him. His eyes changed slightly, and he thought a little in his heart, it seems that the child has grown up. Sitting silently in the living room waiting for him, without even turning on the light, waiting here for him to return. It seems that it is a secret conversation between father and son. Patriarch Uchiha took some tea leaves, made a pot of tea and put it on the table. Fugaku saw that he took the teapot, poured a cup for his father, and then returned to sit on the futon. His tutoring was still very strict, and he was also full of respect for his father. Taking a sip of hot tea, Patriarch Uchiha exhaled a turbid breath, looked at Fugaku and said, "You haven't slept so late, do you have anything to tell me?" Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment before immediately firming up and said, "I want to ask my father this time, what are your plans for the future of the Uchiha clan?" Patriarch Uchiha seemed to have expected it, took a sip of tea carelessly, and said, "You want to ask, when will we Uchiha accumulate the foundation of rebellion?" Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank, but he didn't expect his father to say it so bluntly, looked around and whispered, "Father, you don't panic, there is no eyeliner around, this is Uchiha's territory. It's not so easy for the dark to sneak in." Patriarch Uchiha saw Fugaku's concern and explained. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was still young, he couldn't do anything calmly, such as rebellion, which had the scourge of extermination, he couldn't say it. At that moment, he said with some hesitation, "Then father, when are we going to start?" Patriarch Uchiha sighed when he heard this, his calm mind could not be maintained, this was the biggest regret in his heart, and he said a little helplessly, "It's not the time yet, we have to continue to wait for the opportunity, wait for a time when everything is ready." Uchiha Fugaku has some doubts, everything is ready? Could it be that the father had already been deployed? Patriarch Uchiha ignored Fugaku's doubts and paused and said, "I can't see this opportunity, I can only pin my ideals on you, Fugaku. Father, I believe that we will meet that moment together, and Konoha will inevitably fall into the hands of us Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were a little fanatical, as if he had seen the era of Uchiha ruling Konoha. Patriarch Uchiha didn't answer Fugaku and changed the question, "Fugaku, do you know why the Uchiha clan is so obsessed with the position of Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku looked stunned, he was also a little curious, but he didn't interrupt his father's words, he just listened carefully. Seeing that Fugaku didn't answer, Patriarch Uchiha said to himself, "Because this position of Hokage originally belonged to us Uchiha. It was forcibly taken away by the damned Senju clan." What? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were horrified when he heard this secret news, he never thought that the position of Hokage actually belonged to them Uchiha. What the hell was going on? Don't be surprised, that's the case, you'll know when you become the Patriarch. Patriarch Uchiha continued, at the beginning of Konoha's founding, the Senjukuma of the Senju clan invited Uchiha Madara, the leader of our Uchiha clan, to be the first Hokage, which was supposed to be the best of both worlds, but it was destroyed by that one called Senjuma. To say that the election of Hokage requires democratic voting, you need the consent of the ninja of all Konoha. This is a conspiracy against our Uchiha, as we all know that our Uchiha clan unites and helps each other, the strength of the clan is strong, and it must have offended many people, so they took advantage of this and let the position of Hokage and Uchiha lose their arms. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this secret, he was a little stunned and said dumbfounded, I didn't expect that there was such a thing. The position of Hokage actually belonged to us Uchiha from the beginning. The more Patriarch Uchiha spoke, the more resentful he became. Otherwise, why do you think that so many of our Uchiha clan have the intention of rebellion, and they are not forced, especially the second generation Hokage Senjuma, who make everything difficult for our Uchiha clan and oppress our living space? If it weren't for him, the position of Hokage would always be firmly in the hands of us Uchiha, and then we Uchiha would be Konoha's heavens. Maybe it's the first family in the ninja world now. Uchiha Fugaku's look of yearning after hearing this, the first family of the ninja world. What a great honor. He immediately clenched his fists, and his face was full of excitement. Father, rest assured, I will definitely let this glory bloom on Uchiha again. Patriarch Uchiha looked at Fugaku with a look of relief on his face, with a hint of fanaticism and firmness in his expression, and said, Fugaku, all this is handed over to you. You have to carry the glory of Uchiha and fight. I will tell you another secret that only a patriarch knows, a secret that belongs to us Uchiha alone. Uchiha Fugaku was a little stunned, followed by a strong desire bursting out of his body. Having a kaleidoscope means becoming a shadow-level powerhouse. It means that the Uchiha returns to glory. How can he not be excited? Fugaku hurriedly got up and bowed down, and said sincerely, Please father, tell me how to get the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Patriarch Uchiha's cloudy eyes had a glimmer of light. He had already made arrangements for Fugaku's future path. Fugaku could only follow his path, and his dream could never fail. After taking another sip of tea, it was already a little cold, moistened his throat, and said, The secret will be known when you become the patriarch, and I will retire in a few years. When everything in the family is in your hands, you have to keep it well. Uchiha Fugaku respectfully responded, he can still afford to wait for a few years. When the time comes, he will carry the glory of the entire Uchiha and fight. The opponent is the entire Konoha. Thinking of this, the blood in Fugaku's whole body seems to boil, scorching, scalding. As for a small whirlpool Linyu, he had long forgotten about Cloud 9. Because of his father's words today, his entire mentality changed, and he no longer attached himself to one person and one thing, but enlarged his gaze to the entire Uchiha. As for the idea of the Uchiha family, in the words of Itachi, Uchiha is a family whose vision is limited by the concept of family. The narrow vision blocks their vision, and the blinded chakra eye is no more than a frog at the bottom of the well. Linyu didn't know that Fugaku had gradually given up thinking about Mikato and forgot about him, and after he sent Mikado home, he waited for Uchiha to come to deliver the sandbag. But after waiting for several days without seeing anyone, Linyu thought that you had changed his sex? Is it so faceless? Linyu didn't know that in the past few days, Uchiha Fugaku wantonly beauty pageants in the clan. The first requires talent, the second requires beauty. Fugaku naturally likes beautiful women, of course, talent is more important. Uchiha Fugaku was the young patriarch. If he can be seen by the young patriarch, wouldn't it be a step to the sky? So in the past few days, the Uchiha family has exploded, all kinds of sales of their daughters, or sisters, and sisters. No one cares about Linyu at all. Even Uchiha Tanika's brother Uchiha Taeki is the same. He carried his distant cousin Uchiha Teimei over in a palanquin, although the person is not good, but the talent is indeed okay, ranked among the top few, very hot. Compared to his cousin's happiness, Uzumaki Linyu is not in Uchiha Taeki's heart at all. It's a big deal to find an opportunity to bury him in the future, but if his cousin's happiness is gone, then he is too bad. He is very optimistic about the young patriarch and his cousin. The gun can't shoot the bird. Linyu can only live a salted fish life helplessly these days, occasionally join Mikato when they do tasks together. He can't always find an excuse to slip away, otherwise the gentle Mikato is also very scary. Don't live too dashingly. There is a cute Yoshina at home, and a gentle and considerate Mikato outside. He seemed to have forgotten about some blonde girl and hadn't been looking for her in a long time. On this day, Linyu received the news of the big snake pill to meet him, and it seemed that something had told him. It was still the dark and damp underground base, and Orikimura was wearing a big white coat as usual, and he didn't know if he had washed it or not. After seeing Linyu coming, the big snake pill smiled and said, I haven't seen you for many days, Linyu-jun. Linyu has a feeling of hatred for the current big snake pill. Can you indulge in studying your science well? Don't keep thinking about calling me. I haven't seen me for a few days, and I'm calling me again. Linyu was in a displeased mood, so he didn't want to come to this base full of drug smell, and said unpleasantly, Is there something wrong? I'll leave without anything, and I still have to work hard for my life goals. The big snake pill asked curiously, Linyu-jun's life goal? Can you talk about it? I'm curious. The big snake pill licked his lips. He was very curious about what Lin Yu's life goal was. Could it be one of the purposes of the immortal organization, right? Eternal life? Or the pursuit of the ultimate in power? If Lin Yu knew it, he would definitely complain, "Hey, this is your own life pursuit, okay, don't impose it on me." Lin Yu felt the need to remind the big snake pill. He was a busy person, and his eyes were serious. "My life goal is very great, and it can be summed up in one sentence: since I have accepted all the beautiful girls, then you have to make do with men and men." The black question mark at the end of the big snake pill, Uzumaki. Lin Yu is so superficial? He doesn't believe it. Is this a code word? What's inside? It should be. Maybe it is the secret of the immortal organization, but Lin Yu can't say it explicitly. But why did he tell me? The big snake pill found that he had a bit of a headache and couldn't understand what Lin Yu meant, so he had to say, "Lin Yujun's goal is really meaningful, and I hope to see the day when I understand." Lin Yu's eyes soared, and his tone was unclear. "Really? You really hope that day comes? Ahem, is there something wrong with you looking for me?" Although I don't know what Lin Yu's somewhat excited expression means, the big snake pill can only be regarded as Lin Yu's sense of longing for achieving his life goals, straightening his mind, and then ridiculing. "I just received a notice that the third generation of Hokage is preparing to remove the dark monitoring around the human pillar force. As long as she does not leave the village, I will supervise the safety of the two of you." What? Remove the dark part? 3 generations of that old man will be so kind? Danzo didn't refuse? Lin Yu was a little unconvinced, and asked a few questions in a row. The big snake pill was slightly helpless, and spread his hands and said, "I also received a notice, and I will be fully responsible for your affairs in the future." Lin Yujun can completely embarrass us now, hee. What do you mean by embarrassment? Lin Yu was a little angry. The arrangement of the ape flying sun slash disrupted his plan. If the big snake pill betrayed the village in the future, he would inevitably be interrogated, but the problem was not very big. He had promised the big snake pill to be ready when he guided the upper shinobi. After all, there is an example in the original book, Mitarashi Ajiki Beans. Although most of his subordinates were purged when Orochimaru defected, several people close to him were left behind. Mitare Ajiki was just one of them. Yakushi Pocket, a double-faced spy, no, maybe a three-sided spy. He and Orochimaru are superior subordinate relations, and they still stay well in Konoha. Not to mention that as Orochimaru's closest teammate, Jiraiya and Tsunade, Sarutobi didn't even ask. What was the reason? Of course, Sarutobi Hinata knew that Jiraiya and Tsunade could not defect to Konoha, and trusted them very much, and because of their strength, Konoha could not lose them. So to sum up, Lin Yu didn't panic at all about making a deal with the big snake pill. It was a big deal to slaughter Yuen Fei Ri. I would be the Hokage, and the big snake pill would be the consultant. Lin Yu also just thought about it, how boring it was to do Hokage, and he didn't even have time to do tasks, so he was not interested. Besides, there are at least more than 10 years before the big snake pill defects, and by then, Konoha really doesn't have to be Hokage's final say. You say Hokage status the first in the village? Who dares not to listen to what is said? No, you are wrong. At that time, the rulers of all the big families in Konoha will be Lin Yu's acquaintances, and by that time, will you Hokage really dare to convict Lin Yu? Not afraid to offend all the Konoha high-ranking people? Not afraid of being overthrown? Of course, more than 10 years later, the 3 generations of old men have a high probability of abdicating. It should be Bofang Shuman to succeed the 4th generation of Hokage, and by that time, Hokage will be my people. You said that Orochimaru defected? No, he just went out on vacation. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to contact the wave of Feng Shui Gate. Brush a wave of good feelings. Lin Yu turned to leave the big snake pill, thinking silently in his heart. I heard that Yun Yen is coming to Konoha to sign the agreement recently. Lin Yujun should be careful. The light fluttering voice of the big snake pill came. Lin Yu's brows frowned. Is it going to be ahead? As for the fact that in the original work, Jushina was sneaked into Konoha by 3 Union Shangnin, and took advantage of Jushine to come home from school and plundered him, Lin Yu laughed. Can 3 of your upper ninja quietly infiltrate Konoha and kidnap a Konoha ninja student? Will 3 of your upper ninja be killed by a ninja school student? The plot needs to be arranged. Now is not a time of peace, the war has not stopped. How can the village be so lax in defense? Only by taking advantage of the excuse of signing the agreement can they avoid the detection of Konoha ninja and enter the village in an upright manner. Drawing on the example of Union kidnapping Hinata later, it is easy to understand. Union Village is the #1 thief's den in the ninja world. Early the next morning, under Juzine's heart-wrenching gaze, Lin Yu hastily finished breakfast and snatched the door first. He really couldn't bear Juzine's eyes that looked at his bad uncle. He was going to go to Konoha Hospital today to visit the next day. Juzine held his cheek in his small hand, looked at Lin Yu's rather embarrassed figure, and sighed slightly. Alas, why does brother Lin Yu keep teaching? Do I sleep much better than usual? Juzine remembered that Lin Yu came to sleep again last night. Her round little face was a little hot, and she was also a little angry, pouted her rosy little mouth, and muttered, Stinky Lin Yu, repeatedly teach and do not change, know that mistakes are still committed, and then dare to peek at Miss Ben sleeping. I will give you a punch. Isn't my usual appearance beautiful? It can show you enough during the day, you have to peek at night. The more Juzine thought about it, the more angry he became, picked up the small bag and went to school. Today is the unhappy Juzine. When you get to school, first flatten that green hair, smooth the breath, otherwise you won't have the intention to study today. Green hair, Kanaha Hospital. It has been almost half a year since the last visit to Nikoshitagakasei. Linyu still admires this old man who is selflessly dedicated to Kanaha, and Hinata Sueshin has helped Linyu many times, and he is an important collaborator for Linyu to complete his first mission. Compared with Linyu half a year ago, Linyu now has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the biggest external embodiment is temperament. In the past, Linyu was soft and approachable on the outside, and he was a well-known good old man, but now Linyu has more confidence than before. That's right, Linyu's gentleness and approachability in the past can be said to be inferior. He did not dare to offend people, let alone show his inner thoughts, and often wore a mask to be a man. Now it's different, he has the confidence to be unscrupulous in Kanaha. Of course, he can't be blind and arrogant because of this. Linyu himself is a gentle person, at most with a little black belly. Now he has the strength to protect himself, and because of the system, his potential is infinitely amplified. Linyu, you finally came to see my old bone. I heard that you shined in the battlefield. Are you now capable and forget me as a leader? Hinata Gakasei touched his short beard, although it was meant to be questioning, but from Hinata Gakasei's smiling demeanor, it could be seen that he was very satisfied with Uzumaki Linyu's performance. Teacher Sueshin, don't make fun of me, I'm just playing soy sauce in the logistics unit. What shines? Don't you come to visit you whenever you have time? I'm still waiting for you to learn 2 more hands here. Linyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He really almost forgot about the study of the day, but it was not that he was ungrateful, but he was busy doing tasks, really forgot. I heard Naruto-sama say, even the tailed beast you can subdue alone. However, I still hope that you can work more on medical ninjutsu. After all, saving people is much more difficult than killing people. The smile on Hinata Sueshin's face was even greater. He admired Linyu very much, and he was very pleased that Linyu was willing to continue to learn medical knowledge. This is a ninja who has not been affected by his strength. Of course, this is what Hinata Gakasei thinks. He thinks that Linyu's diligent efforts in the past 3 years are to become a medical ninja. In fact, Linyu just wanted to make ends meet. After all, he couldn't do anything. He could only use the memories of his previous life to learn more about the medicinal materials of the ninja world and cure the colds of ordinary people, but he didn't expect that it would take more than 3 years to learn. Suddenly, an eager figure rushed into the hospital, still holding a bloody person in his arms, shouting madly, "Doctor, where is the doctor? Quick! Save him!" Linyu was a little helpless. How could he encounter this kind of thing as soon as he came to the hospital? Although in the ninja world, injury is the norm, but always encountered by him, it is a little painful. Originally he wanted to invite Hinata to eat a meal, but now it depends on the situation. For Sunrise Sueshin, saving people is the purpose of his life, and other things can be put aside, and he ignored Linyu, a student he was still very optimistic about just now, and ran to the side of the injured with a solemn expression, and initially checked it. No, the internal organs of the injured person have been seriously damaged, and one of the kidneys has been ruptured, and it needs to be rescued quickly. What else are the medical staff watching? Don't hurry over and lift people yet. Hinata Sueshin yelled at the somewhat sluggish nurse next to him. When was it? Did you think he was explaining on the spot? The new nurse hurriedly broke away from the fear of blood in the field, beckoned her companions to carry the injured person onto the cart and into the emergency room. That injured person seems to look a little familiar. Is it Kato broken? But didn't he die on the battlefield? Linyu had some doubts in his heart. He didn't know much about Kato. He only knew that the other party was Tsunade's lover in the original work, and he was a ninja with a sense of justice. Could it be that it was because of the intervention of the immortal organization that Kato escaped? Linyu pondered slightly, but he was not very interested in Kato. But the other party's spiritual technique was somewhat interesting. If he had the opportunity, he wanted to get it for the big snake pill to study and study. He himself did not dare to think about it. He did not have that talent. Quick! Hurry up and ask Tsunade-sama to come. I alone can't save the lives of the injured. There was a sound of urgency in the emergency room, and then a small nurse hurriedly pushed the door out and ran outside. She went to find someone to inform Tsunade. Linyu was a little curious. In the original work, Kato Broken seemed to have died because his internal organs were beaten away, and now it seems to be a problem of internal organs. How can someone always attack Kato Broken internal organs? Linyu sighed. According to normal circumstances, he couldn't turn a blind eye, and besides, he and Kato had no grudges, and the other party was not Tsunade's lover. However, Linyu always felt a feeling of saving his competitors and was a little irritable, but he still walked into the emergency room. After all, the personality still needs to be maintained. Phew, Linyu, you are here. Quickly help me stabilize the breathing of the injured person. His lung is pierced, but fortunately it can be maintained for a while. You quickly come and take over. Sunrise School stereotype. Linyu came, and whether he was from Kanaha Hospital or not, he was directly requisitioned. He knew Linyu's ability very well, and he could still do it to keep the injured person's breathing smooth. Lin Yu frowned slightly, not because it was difficult to do, but because he also noticed that Kato's current situation was not optimistic. Almost all 5 internal organs are damaged, the lungs are pierced, the kidneys are cracked, and more seriously, there is a hole in the heart, which should have died a long time ago, but it can only be said that Kato is a medical ninja, and he has been using chakra to protect Kato's broken heart all the time. Otherwise, the corpses are cold. Lin Yu took over the position of the Japanese school, the green light on his hand lingered, slowly helped Kato brake to maintain the operation of the lungs. The repair was very slow, and there was still some slightly black liquid corroding around. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Is it poison? Lin Yu can save Kato broken immediately, as long as an immortal flame is on the line, even if his internal organs are flown away. As long as he does not die, Lin Yu can save his life, should he give it to him. Boom! Break, I'm coming, you must hold on. A silhouette with a golden double ponytail rushed into the operating room, and there was a sense of anxiety in the pleasant voice. Lin Yu, well, don't think about it. Even Lin Yu felt that he should shake his hands so that Kato would die directly. The person who came was naturally Tsunade, wearing a light green coat, a bit of a prototype of a cloak with the word gambling in the future. Wearing a pale yellow training suit inside, it could be seen that Tsunade was training just now, and before he could change his clothes, he followed the ninja who had been notified to Konoha Hospital. After all, Tsunade is one of Konoha's top medical ninjas. Saving people is also one of his professions, and his biggest profession is of course the future fat sheep. Although Lin Yu was a little unhappy in his heart, Kato was also one of Tsunade's former teammates, and it was normal to care about his safety, and he pouted slightly and said, I was originally a medical ninja, is it strange in Konoha Hospital? Tsunade was a little strange, she could hear Lin Yu's tone was slightly unhappy, and said suspiciously, what, was you domestic violence by your family Juzine today? Tsunade seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming to Konoha Hospital. Her tone was a little mocking. She also knew the violent nature of Kushina, which was very similar to her. She planned to wait for Kushina to graduate and accept her as a true disciple. Lin Yu's face turned dark, and the movements in his hands paused, and he gritted his teeth and said, my family Juzine never beats me. But I remember Lin Yu, when you came last time, it seemed that you were beaten into a panda eye by Juzine. A light and fluttering voice suddenly came, giving Lin Yu a heavy blow, and Rixia Sueshin wiped his sweat. He seemed to remember Lin Yu and him about this. Ha ha ha. Panda eyes, laugh at me to death. Tsunade laughed with his hands crossed at the waist, 2 golden ponytails swinging behind his back, and Lin Yu really wanted to reach out and hold them in his hands. But the teacher of the Japanese school is also true. At that time, Lin Yu just said casually, he actually remembered so clearly. This time he can only black face. The strength in his hands seems to have increased a lot, causing Kato to scream in a coma. Fortunately, this moan pulled Hinata Gakasei and Tsunade back, otherwise Kato was afraid that he would ascend to heaven. Ahem, I almost forgot that I am still saving people. Tsunade and his internal organs have residual poison oozing out, and you need to peel off the toxins and configure antidotes. Leave it to me. I see he's out of help, how about we go out for a drink and talk slowly? Kato, I think I can still salvage it. With Tsunade's joining, Kato's life was saved, but he didn't have to think about a complete recovery, unless it was an organ transplant, otherwise he could only lie in bed for 3 years and 5 years. Unfortunately, the technology of organ transplantation is not yet mature. There are still many problems to be solved. If it is a small operation such as transplanting eyes, then a little experienced medical ninja can complete it, and like important organs of the body, transplantation is easy but also need to consider the degree of matching. If there is progress in the study of primary cells like the future, then such surgery is also pediatric. Of course, Lin Yu didn't need this technique at all. As long as he mastered the power of Yang, this injury could be recovered in the blink of an eye, and there was no need to spend a lot of effort on transplantation. After the successful operation, Lin Yu didn't want to stay, but he took him by the hand and asked some very gossipy questions, such as why is your guidance Shinobu a big snake pill? Shouldn't your best choice as a medical ninja be me? There were also some inquiries about the situation in the Land of Rain before Tsunade stopped. Of course Lin Yu picked everything he could say, and by the way, he invited Tsunade to wait for a meal together, and the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. Drop by and pick up Juzine from school. Well, perfect. Am I not dead yet? Here it is. Hospital? Ahem. Kato woke up from his coma and found himself covered in bandages, unable to move on the hospital bed, his lower abdomen empty, and he felt as if he had lost something. Hinata Gakasei stepped forward to check and found that the patient's condition was quite stable, and said softly, this is Konoha Hospital, your condition has stabilized, and you will not worry about your life. Ahem. Thank you doctor, but how I feel weird. There is that feeling. Kato's face was very pale. If he couldn't move his body, he wanted to see if his thing was gone. How is it possible? Those 2 things are gone. Can you still feel the kidney deficiency? Lin Yu looked surprised. This time it was not fake. He was really surprised. After all, he personally removed it for Kato, all broken into slag, and it was useless to keep it. Kidney deficiency? That's right, that's how it feels. What did you say? My kidneys are gone? Kato's pale face was even more ugly. but he could accept it, and it was good to be alive. Although your kidneys are gone, other internal organs can slowly recover, which is already a great luck and misfortune. As long as you recover well, you can still become a ninja in the future, but it will be a little weak, said Hinata Gakasei looking at the test report. It is already very rare to become a ninja, and you must know that there are countless ninjas who lose their ninja qualifications due to injuries every year, and Kato is still relatively lucky. Really? Can I still be a ninja? Kato looked excited. He didn't care about his kidneys, he only cared if he could still be a ninja, because he still had a dream of becoming a Hokage. Even if he is the first kidney deficiency fire shadow in history, he is willing. It's true, Break, you need to recuperate lately. And what happened to you? It hurts so badly. Tsunade stepped forward and asked. This is the job of the Dark Ministry, let's ask if it's not good? Linyu stood behind Tsunade, staring at the two golden ponytails, with some malice in his eyes. Kato looked at Tsunade's delicate face obsessively. He hadn't seen Tsunade for a while, but he didn't expect Tsunade to be much more beautiful. He already had a good impression of Tsunade, and this time he was saved by the other party. He felt that this was an arrangement given to them by heaven. Tsunade, thank you for saving me. I don't know how many times you saved me, I don't know how to repay you. Tsunade waved his little white hand when he heard this, and said dashingly, saving people is originally the job of a medical ninja, this is as it should be, and there is no reward. Kato took a deep breath. He didn't want to hide it anymore. He wanted to take this opportunity to express his feelings for her to Tsunade, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Tsunade, actually, I am to you. Abominable little ghost, what are you doing? Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, with a blush on his cheeks, and stared back at Linyu rather irritatedly, his eyes vicious. It turned out that Linyu couldn't bear it just now, and quietly reached out and grabbed the two golden ponytails behind Tsunade's back and pulled it, which felt good. Tsunade naturally won't let Linyu go. His little hand is about to screw towards Linyu's ear. This little devil hasn't beaten him for a long time, and his skin is itchy again. How could Linyu let Tsunade succeed, jumping up and down to avoid Tsunade's attack? Just now, he noticed that Kato's eyes were wrong when he saw Tsunade, so he deliberately pulled Tsunade's beautiful ponytail to divert her attention. Linyu, this little ghost, dared to grab her braids, pretending to be the same as adults, and she almost regarded Linyu as a peer. I didn't expect the little ghost to be a little ghost, how naive. Thinking of this Tsunade, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. What was wrong with her? Why is Linyu naive? She is so angry and lost. Linyu was originally a 10-year-old teenager, shouldn't it be like this? Tsunade didn't think deeply about it. She had now pressed Linyu to the ground, ready to carry out a long-lost, severe beating. Linyu didn't care, with the strength of his current body, as long as Tsunade didn't use strange power. The little hand that hammered on him was just like a massage, and it was really a little comfortable. Kato looked at the two people who were playing on the ground. The artistic conception just now was all gone, and he swallowed his saliva. He felt that when he was well, he would find an opportunity to confess to Tsunade. Kato looked at Linyu for the first time. At first he just thought that this teenager was a hospital intern and didn't care much, but after seeing that he could play with Tsunade comfortably, and the Hinata Gakushin on the side actually did not interrupt them, Kato felt very strange. This teenager is not ordinary, but he has no other ideas. Linyu is too young to threaten him at all. He only thinks that Linyu and Tsunade are brothers and sisters. Thinking of his siblings, Kato suddenly remembered Tsunade's younger brother Ropaki died in battle. No wonder, the truth. It turns out that Tsunade thinks of this boy as a younger brother. Alas, my poor Tsunade. Linyu didn't know that Kato had fantasized about him as a substitute for the rope tree, and he was still thinking about how to break Kato's thoughts, not Linyu's inappropriate person. It's that Kato is too vain. He has to think about Tsunade's future. They can't be together. Feeling the delicate body with temperature on his back, Linyu's heart moved, and suddenly it turned over and be the master caught Tsunade and held it in his arms. Where could Tsunade have expected that Linyu, who usually let her bully, dared to resist her, and was held in his arms by Linyu without paying attention, with a shocked look on his face. Linyu saw that Tsunade was a little stunned, knowing that this was a good opportunity, and busily said to Sueshin Asahi, Sueshin-sensei, I went on a date with Tsunade, and I will invite you to dinner next time I have the opportunity. Without waiting for a response, Linyu held Tsunade's hand in Kato's somewhat messy gaze and snatched the door out. Tsunade didn't even resist. She actually didn't resist. At this time, Kato's mind only had the picture of Tsunade lying slightly coquettish in Linyu's arms. In fact, it's just that Tsunade is a little angry, and her cheeks will be a little red when blood rushes up, and if she doesn't resist, she is blindfolded. Kato looked at Hinata with bitterness, and asked with a hint of hope, Dr. Sueshin, aren't the two of them brothers and sisters? How do you go on a date? Sister and brother? I only remember that Linyu has a younger sister, but his relationship with Tsunade does not seem to be as simple as that of brothers and sisters. Hinata Gakasei said to Kato with a deep expression, if the medical genius and the princess of the medical ninja can come together, how medically talented the childborn should be. He may be able to teach him to become a talent in the future, and he can also spread a good story in the ninja world. Therefore, he does not mind pushing the boat, but he is very optimistic about Linyu's future achievements. Kato asserted that his face became even paler when he heard this. How could it be? I would lose to a 10-year-old boy. Did Tsunade have that kind of proclivity? In addition to this, Kato couldn't think of any other reason, and his heart suddenly felt disgusted. It turns out that Tsunade is this kind of woman, or my Hokage position. Thinking of this, Kato cut off Asahi Gikasiai's sincere gaze. Dr. Sueshin, can we have a good chat? I want to know how soon it will take me to recover. Although your condition has stabilized, you still need to stay in the hospital to observe how well you recover. Dr. Sueshin, if you don't mind, I want to have a long conversation with you. Success. I'm almost half 100, don't scare me. Let go of me. Outside the hospital, Tsunade broke free from Lin Yu's embrace. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Yu tightly, and she lightly opened her red lips and said, just now. Why do you say that? What do you say? The corner of Lin Yu's mouth evoked an evil smile. Now he still looks like a 10-year-old boy, he is simply a gray wolf. Tsunade's face turned red, and he said, just go on a date with me. Damn it. How could I be so shy in front of a 10-year-old teenager? Tsunade patted his pink cheeks. Could it really be that because he was too old, a child would feel his heart when he said it? Lin Yu pouted and said, that, of course, it's fake, I deliberately said it to that Kato. Hey, do you really want to go on a date with me? Lin Yu saw Tsunade's face getting more and more ugly, and his heart suddenly felt a little uneasy, broken. Could it be that the play was out of touch? Tsunade's fists clenched, anger burning in her beautiful eyes, and she said word by word, lie to me. And what does this have to do with Kato? Lin Yu helplessly spread his hands, looking a little innocent, and said, I'm helping you. Didn't you see that Kato looked at you like he was going to eat you? I'm thinking about your future, he is not worthy of you. Kato breaks my affectionate gaze. And didn't you cut my kidney deficiency? Tsunade was a little puzzled, and slightly loosened his clenched fist, a little disbelieving. Why didn't I see that there was a problem with the broken gaze? You little devil really knows a lot. Hey, it's really kind. Lin Yu was slightly unhappy with Tsunade's title of Kato Break. But his name is just one word. Do you call him Kato Kami Shinobu? He's also my former teammate. In other words, little ghost, you shouldn't be jealous, right? Tsunade looked at Lin Yu with some ridicule. She really had no other feelings for Kato, just an ordinary teammate. But well, it's no wonder, who called me this Princess Kanaha so attractive, even a little devil like you can attract it, ha ha ha. Tsunade pretended to be dashing to hide the blush that appeared on his cheeks. Lin Yu's old face turned red, saying that he didn't think that it was fake, who could be indifferent to Princess Kanaha, but now he is really too young, he can only prevent trouble before it happens, and solve all potential threats, so that he can wait until he becomes an adult. Lin Yu put away his other thoughts, looked at Tsunade seriously, and said, then do you want to go on a date with me? Please eat, please eat. Say what dating, does the little ghost understand what dating is? I happen to be hungry too, so I can barely eat with you. Don't misunderstand, I'm really hungry, it's impossible for the two of us, the age difference is too big, and when you grow up, I'll be old. Speaking of little ghosts, will you dislike me for being so much older than you in the future? If you dare to dislike it, the old lady must beat you to death now. Little ghost, why don't you talk? How can it be? Under Tsunade's rather resentful gaze, Jushina trotted to sit next to her, smiled sweetly at her, and said, hello Sister Tsunade, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Tsunade awkwardly greeted Jushina and said, yes, I haven't seen him for a long time. Jushina is getting cuter. Whatever. Tsunade's sister is beautiful. Well, the atmosphere is very good. Lin Yu feels that this feeling is good, and I hope that it can be the same in the future, so that he can become a big winner in life. But illusions are always shattered in the present. Lin Yu, do you say that Sister Tsunade is getting more and more beautiful? Juzine winked at Lin Yu. Tsunade's beautiful eyes also glanced at Lin Yu, as if to see what Lin Yu thought of her, and she was quite curious in her heart. Of course, Tsunade is indeed much more beautiful without a ninja suit. Lin Yu told the truth that Tsunade's beauty was indeed the top of Kanaha, especially recently it seemed to have begun to develop twice, and it was no longer the appearance of Wangzhe's little steamed buns. Hey, isn't it beautiful for me to wear a ninja suit? Tsunade took a sip from his glass, his cheeks slightly red. Don't misunderstand, this is smoked by wine. After all, even if the good feeling is great, Lin Yu is only a 10-year-old boy now, and he can't even drink with her. How can he blush when he praises? What about me? What about me? Lin Yu, look if I've been lately. Juzine brought her little face to Lin Yu, intending to let him find that she also became good-looking. Lin Yu was a little helpless, he could see Juzine almost every day, and he didn't find anything different at all, but it was impossible to say this, no matter how strong his kung fu was, he was afraid of twisting his waist. Divine skill. Juzine seems to be cuter than before, I really want to make people pinch it. Nasty, Tsunade's sister is still there. At most, go home and let you pinch. Juzine blushed a little face, and the last sentence was inaudible. But the people present are all ninjas, don't be too keen in hearing. Lin Yu's face remains unchanged, but his heart is a little stupid. Looking at Juzine's round and cute face, Lin Yu is a little abrupt. How come I didn't find that this Nizai will seduce people before? Hey, Lin Yu little ghost, you said that you came on a date with me, what is the situation now? I don't make light bulbs. Tsunade looked at Lin Yu rather unpleasantly. What's the use of cuteness? The little ghost is really still a little ghost, and he doesn't understand the charm of women. A mature royal sister style like me is the most attractive. How can this little girl film of Juzine compare to me? I almost didn't say, do you Lin Yu have an eye problem? Ha! Appointment? Juzine's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression suddenly changed from shy to vigilant to scrutiny. His gaze checked back and forth on Lin Yu and Tsunade, his small eyes dripped and turned, and he suddenly deflated his mouth, and said to Lin Yu, is what Tsunade said true? Are you really dating her? Well, even Tsunade's sister doesn't call anymore. Jushine's face change is really fast. Lin Yu scratched his head, his expression was a little embarrassed, he didn't know what to say. The situation he was most worried about came. He already knew that he wouldn't call Juzine, and he now regretted it a little. This, Tsunade, she. Listening to Lin Yu's answer, Juzine's small mouth was stunned. It was actually true, they really came to date, but why did you call me on a date? Let me make a light bulb? Juzine's eyes suddenly turned red, and he was about to burst the embankment, and a light bulb suddenly lit up on his little head. Syllable. Yes, since the two of them are dating, how can they call me? This is not redundant. I know. It must have been this old woman who forced Lin Yu in my family, and Lin Yu's brother was gentle and embarrassed to refuse, so he called me up to sabotage. Juzine feels the truth again. Looking at Lin Yu's gaze changed, as if to say, count you acquaintance. Notify me to support the field, see how powerful I am Juzine. Lin Yu didn't know that Juzine's psychology changed so quickly, only to see Juzine's red eyes become very sharp in the blink of an eye, staring directly at Tsunade next to her. Juzine, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look at me with such eyes? Tsunade is a little confused. How can the situation change more rapidly than the battlefield? Isn't the target of the fire gathering just now Lin Yu? How suddenly Juzine was so hostile to himself? Jushina sniffed his little nose, and his round little face was full of seriousness. Sister Tsunade, you are already an elite shinobi, there are countless ninjas in the village who pursue you, and seedlings like Lin Yu will be left to our group of juniors. Tsunade, you can't rob men with juniors. Besides, the age difference between you and Lin Yu is more than 10 years, how to see that the two of you are not suitable? You better give up. Someone actually robbed Lin Yu with me, and she is still a big beauty in Konoha. I really don't know where the smelly Lin Yu can be seen by Tsunade. Juzine always thought that Lin Yu was the dish in her pot, but she didn't expect that she was not the only one who started this dish, and she suddenly had a sense of crisis. Lin Yu looked at Juzine blankly, and was shocked by what she said. How did I not find that Juzine could say so much before? From Tsunade's sister to Tsunade, and then to the back, it was almost clear that Tsunade is an old woman. Seedling? Where did Juzine learn the words? And it was clear that I was cultivating her, and how did she become the object of my cultivation? Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened, she was the most unbelievable one. Her impression of Jushina was still that this was a girl with a strong personality and a cute appearance, but today she beat up for Lin Yu. Also said she is old. This is her most unforgivable. How old she is at the most youthful age. Tsunade originally wanted to go back and think about whether she was a sister and a brother for Lin Yu, but now there is no need to think about it. This boy she grabbed. She's Tsunade. Never admit defeat. Whether it's drinking, gambling money, or robbing men. Tsunade narrowed his eyes and said to Jushine, I remember that Konoha didn't have a clear rule that you can't like people younger than yourself, and sister, I can wait for Lin Yu to grow up. My Senju clan's lifespan is much longer than ordinary people. Sister, I can afford to wait. You, how can you do this? Lin Yu is obviously mine. Juzine pouted. After all, she was only 10 years old. The words just now had already squeezed out her brain cells, and now in the face of Tsunade's rather scoundrel words, her little face suddenly became anxious, red, really like a big persimmon. Yo, Lin Yu is not your private property, his ownership should belong to all of us. Tsunade saw that Jushina was anxious, and he felt a little stunned in his heart. Bullying a little girl is also fun. Lin Yu felt reasonable when he heard the first half of Tsunade's sentence, and nodded in agreement. Lin Yu is not whoever he is, you are mine. But as soon as he heard the second half of the sentence, Lin Yu's face was as dark as paste. What is ownership? I, Lin Yu, am a person, not a cargo. Lin Yu felt that he needed to stand up and explain, and coughed. Cough, I said. Tsunade and Kushina yelled at Lin Yu at the same time. Lin Yu was stunned. Wasn't he still robbing me just now? It's all because of you. Date well, and bring some little girl. Stinky Lin Yu is all your fault. If you are willing to reject this old woman directly, how can there be so much trouble? Tsunade and Kushina looked at each other, both snorting and tilting their heads. Well, the sisterhood just now disappeared in less than a minute. Is this plastic sisterhood? Naturally, he couldn't eat it, and Tsunade went home quite comfortably with a bottle of wine. She naturally didn't have much resentment in her heart, on the contrary, she still felt quite happy, fighting with the little girl, dispelling the pressure of hard practice these days, and now she felt relaxed, but her feelings for Lin Yu became more and more subtle. As for Juzine, she was not so relieved. She was puffing out her round little face, and her small hands were clutching Lin Yu's sleeves, ready to pull him home to serve the great punishment. Lin Yu kept saying good things along the way, but today's Juzine oil and salt did not enter, and the little hand had a lot of strength, so he dragged Lin Yu home. Lin Yu did not dare to resist, for fear of accidentally hurting Juzine, so he had to let her do whatever she wanted. Back home, Juzine waved his small hand and threw Lin Yu onto the sofa, crossed his waist, tiger face, and stared at Lin Yu without blinking. According to the normal process, Lin Yu felt that he should now hold his hands to his chest, look at Juzine with a scared face, and then said in his mouth, "You, don't come over." Of course, if you change to the girl canon of Wave Feng Shuman, maybe you really do it, huh? Why do I also think that Watergate is a sissy canon? It must be influenced by Juzine. Lin Yu sorted out his clothes, sat up and walked next to Juzine, reached out and pinched her bulging face, and said softly, "Okay, it's just an ordinary meal, now I haven't even eaten food," and then puffing out my face Juzine will be as round as a leather ball. Juzine wrinkled her little face, raised her hand and pushed Lin Yu, so that the messy palm was away from her cheek, and then stared at Lin Yu without blinking. After a while, Juzine suddenly threw himself into Lin Yu's arms, and said with red eyes, "Stinky Lin Yu, you are mine. I don't allow you to go on dates with anyone else. Stinky Lin Yu, I'm such a relative as you, I don't want to lose you again. Lin Yu, or, let's cave now." Juzine blushed and whispered in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu's face darkened, pulled Juzine out of his arms, looked at the blushing and cute face, and pretended to be angry. "Juzine, where did you learn all this? I don't remember ninja schools teaching people cave houses." Juzine's little feet touched the floor, a little shy, his big eyes did not dare to look at Lin Yu, and whispered, "What Sister Mikado said to me, it seems that their young patriarch recently chose relatives in the clan, and then they will get married and enter the cave room, and after entering the cave room, they can be together forever," and Sister Mikado was happy for a while. Fugaku chooses relatives in the clan? Did Fugaku give up Mikado? What's going on? Lin Yu was a little stunned, no wonder Yushibo didn't come to trouble him in the past few days. The truth. It turned out that Fuyu's kid was empathetic and in love. This change was really big, and Lin Yu didn't do anything bad. Why did Fugaku suddenly lose interest in Mikado? Could it be that Fugaku likes men? Lin Yu was instantly terrified. No way. Anyone can be together, Jiraiya and Orochimaru can be together, Senjukuma and Uchiha Madara can get married, but even Uchiha Fugaku can't be like this. Or my weasel would have been born. Isn't Naruto going to die alone? How else do I gather a lineup of 3 swords with Soil, Waterstop, and Weasel? No, this matter must be clarified. Fugaku chooses a man or a woman. In case it is a man, there is no one in the Uchiha clan who can have a better personality than Mikado, and she is beautiful. Fugaku has no reason to choose someone else's. Lin Yu did not dare to gamble, and if he lost the gamble, he would lose a capable general. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, he was ready to explore the Uchiha clan land, and said to Juzine, "Juzine, the cave room is something that can only be done between adults, and Mikado is also true, and I don't make it clear with you." Juzine deflated her small mouth, but she didn't give up. Her small hand tightly grabbed Lin Yu's clothes, and said firmly, "I don't care, I want to be with Lin Yu all the time, I want to enter the cave room." Lin Yu's face was full of helplessness, and he gently stroked her red hair and said, "We can always be together without entering the cave room, and I will never leave Juzine in this life." "Really?" Juzine's small eyes were bright, and he muttered with a small mouth, "But I still think it's safer to enter the cave room, Mikado," and I said, "If you enter the cave room and are separated, then you can be beaten to death." After that, Juzine raised his little powder fist and squinted, "If Lin Yu dares to abandon me, I will beat you all over the ground to find your teeth." Juzine said the words that made Lin Yu tremble in the cutest tone. Lin Yu complained in his heart, "Mikado, what the hell did you teach Juzine? It's almost breaking my Juzine." Lin Yu thought that he would have to make Mikado look good in the future, but the most important thing at the moment was to appease Juzine, lowered his head to her forehead, and said softly, "I won't leave Juzine, I promise." Will you still go on a date with Tsunade? And will you go on a date with Mikado? Juzine's little face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Hey, Mikado, why are you here?" Juzine's expression tightened, and his little head turned his head a little embarrassed, but he found that there was no figure, and when he turned his head again, there was still Lin Yu's figure in front of him. Juzine's long fiery red hair flew, fire appeared in his eyes, and he gritted his silver teeth and shouted, "Stinky Lin Yu, don't catch the old lady, otherwise I have to arrest you and go to the cave room." Phew, finally escaped. It seems that he can't go home in the past few days, he has to wait for Juzine to dissipate. Lin Yu took advantage of Juzine's efforts to turn back and used the fastest teleportation technique to escape so far, and for this reason, he almost hit the telephone pole in a direction that he couldn't tell the direction. How about a few days at Konoha Ryokan? Or talk to the big snake pill about ideals? Forget it, don't talk about it. First go to the Uchiha tribe to explore the situation. If you don't determine Fuyu's situation one day, Linyu will not be at ease for a day. Originally Linyu would not worry about this kind of thing at all, because this is simply impossible. But this system is getting more and more wrong. Linyu is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Don't give me a task to make Uchiha Fugaku fall in love with a certain man, blah. You can't even think about this kind of thing. The entire Uchiha clan G Linyu knows Mikato alone, and Fugaku and that Uchiha Teniki, the two of them combined can barely be considered individuals. I don't know that the water is born now. According to the original Itake, it will take at least another 10 years to be born, but for some unknown reason, Uchiha Fugaku chose a relative in advance, and I don't know if Itake will be born early. Forget it, just like Fuyu, one shot will definitely not be able to enter the soul. Maybe it is because the standard cannot be won every time to cause the weasel to be born 10 years late. Linyu touched Mikato's house and knocked on the door. After a while, no one answered. Linyu frowned. Could it be that Mikato was not at home? Linyu looked up at the lighted house. Could it be that Mikato was taking a bath? Shall I go directly to the living room and wait for her? This doesn't seem good. Can't do this. Alas, how do you move your legs? You will be fully responsible when Mikato asks. Linyu's legs, be a person. Mikato has been in a very good mood recently, and she can't help but hum a ditty when doing tasks, because Uchiha Fugaku, who has been pestering her for a long time, seems to be about to get married, although it is not officially married, but the problem that has bothered her for a long time has finally come to an end. The target of the marriage heard that it is Uchiha Fugaku's close confidant, Uchiha Teiki's distant cousin Uchiha Timi. Mikato has not met Uchiha Teiki's cousin, but she has a good impression of this fellow clan who let her get out of the sea of suffering. Thank her for capturing Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Mikato is very happy today, because tomorrow is the marriage ceremony of Uchiha Fugaku, and I don't know why their young patriarch is so anxious. Is that woman named Uchiha Tami really that beautiful? No matter. Anyway, I have to celebrate today. Do you want to call Juzine? But she should still go to school. Do you want to go to Linyu? Mikato has just finished 2 D-class tasks, and her fair cheeks have a slight blush, which is the sequel of catching a cat. Alas, the fat orange cat's body was so flexible that it took me a lot of effort to catch it. Recently, she and Mater Dai often divide the work to complete D-level tasks, normally 2 a day. One person is responsible for one, with Mat Dai taking her in the early stage. Mikato is now a junior D mission killer. Linyu didn't come to accompany me on the task today. Mikato made another note in her heart to the lazy Linyu, gritting her teeth and hating a little. Obviously he was the leader of this squad, but he didn't do business all day. Let her come to work. Mikato had unknowingly walked to Linyu's door, but found that there was a sign saying that it was temporarily closed, and she was suddenly a little lost. Not at home. Mikato has no plans to stay. Anyway, she is used to living alone. Besides, today is a big day to celebrate. Mikato got home and looked through what was still in stock in the refrigerator. I'll see, eggs, flour, cream. How about making a cake? Mikato's eyes were shining. She hadn't eaten cake in a long time. It was time to treat herself for a hard day. I remember that there used to be a decorated turntable at home, so I think it was in the warehouse. Mikato rummaged through the small dark warehouse next door, and soon found the piping turntable, a little dusty, but still usable. What is it? The wine left by my father? Mikato's little white hands were dusty, and she was carrying a small wine altar in her hand, and the hood was sealed with red paper, a bit like a daughter red style. It should be the daughter red that belongs to the ninja world. Mikato's eyes were a little sour. She thought of her parents again, and after a while, Mikato held the small wine altar and closed the warehouse with a piped carousel. She was ready to be willful today. Kiss. Wow, it's so fragrant. Mikato gently took off the red paper, unscrewed the plug of the wine altar, and suddenly a strong wine aroma wafted out. And I don't know how long Mikato's father has been put. In short, this taste is a little mellow. Mikato just smelled the little face and there was a few blush. In Konoha, minors are not allowed to drink alcohol, whether civilians or ninjas. Mikato is a good student in the school, of course, she knows this, but she wants to be presumptuous today, and she doesn't know if it's Linyu's loss that she didn't come to accompany her on the mission, or Fugaku's joy that he no longer pesters her, or if she remembers her parents and can't bear that the wine they left behind continues to be dusted in the warehouse. Mikato decided to be willful for one time today. Just once. Just today. Mikado carefully poured herself a glass. The white liquid flowed from the mouth of the altar, very mellow, smelled a little pungent at close range. Mikado's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She didn't like the smell, but she was also curious. I don't know why so many adults like to drink. Just take a bite. Mikato brought the cup closer and took a sip with her red lips, grunting. Ahem. Mikato was suddenly choked by the spicy drink. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red, and she patted her slightly shrugged chest for a while before slowing down. I didn't taste anything the first time. Well, take another sip. Purr. Ahem. The tongue is spicy, drink until the stomach is warm, still haven't tasted, drink the last sip. Purr. Lin Yu turned over the door of Mikato's house and came to the living room. Suddenly a burst of wine aroma came to his nose. Lin Yu's brows frowned slightly. Why is there such a heavy smell of wine? Mikato, a girl's family, is impossible to drink, and Mikato is not yet an adult. Is it a man from Mikato's family? Thinking of this, Lin Yu's face was a little dark. Could it be that Fuyu's bastard deliberately made a real and false move, and the fake really made Lin Yu think that he really gave up Mikato, and now he uses the strength of wine to make a move overlord hard on the bow? How can this be endured? Lin Yu instantly entered the living room, and the scene in front of him made his face change greatly. His eyes stared at Mikato without blinking, swallowed his saliva and said, "Mikato, what are you doing?" Mikato had not had time to change her clothes when she returned home. Her coat had been taken off, only wearing a light purple shirt. The alluring silhouette was clearly visible, and the lower body was still black leg-wrap stockings, but the stockings had faded to her calves, revealing fair and greasy skin. On the side table, a small wine jar rolled to the side, and the inside was already empty. Mikato's beautiful eyes are like water, her face is delicate, it seems to be a little stuffy and uncomfortable. Mikato's small hands always want to take off the stockings on her feet, but her body is a little delicate and weak, and every time she wants to take off, her hands will slide to the white and red thighs on the side. Lin Yu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. How had he ever seen such a scene? Even before the crossing, he was just an otaku. Well, we really haven't seen this face. Mikado felt her thinking slow down, and there seemed to be a hallucination in front of her eyes. What did she see? Lin Yu. Lin Yu actually appeared in the living room of her house. How could it be? It seems that I was drunk and said that I would only drink a small sip. How could I not remember how much I drank? Oops, the head is a little shaky. Mikado made a slight murmur in her mouth. Lin Yu couldn't hear it clearly. He didn't know how to react now. Even if he let him face Uchiha Madara, Lin Yu could deal with it calmly, but now Mikato, Lin Yu felt that she was much more terrifying than Madara. Lin Yu saw Mikato get up from the sofa shakily, walk to him, and wanted to reach out to help her, but he didn't expect to be held by Mikato's backhand, and the seductive red lips blew slightly on his face, some wine, and sweet. Mikato stretched out Royi and gently touched Lin Yu's handsome face, and said with a blue breath, "It's quite a real feeling. Do you want to try it in person?" Mikado, who was drunk, was simply another person, becoming more and more bold. Her red lips gently touched Lin Yu's face, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, like water rippling, as if she really wanted to kiss her. Lin Yu looked at Mikato's red lips getting closer and closer with some confusion. Now it is not hiding is not. Does Mikato have such a good impression of him? Even if you are drunk, you should not rise to this stage. Is Lin Yu turning into a wolf at this moment? Or incarnate as a wolf? The distance between Mikato and Lin Yu is getting closer and closer. Lin Yu can already feel Mikato's breath scratching his face, a little ape, and at the moment, his heart is crossed, and he slightly turned his head to avoid Mikato's attack. Holding Mikato's delicate body at the waist, Mikato exclaimed, thinking, "Why did I fly? I was hugged by the fake Lin Yu in front of me." Mikato buried her head in Lin Yu's arms, her face was red and transparent. She didn't know now, what she saw was real Lin Yu. This time, her ugliness was seen by Lin Yu. Yikes! This made her how to face Lin Yu in the future. Mikato was a little angry with her greedy cup, and they all said that drinking was wrong, and now she jumped on the Hokage desk and couldn't wash it. Will Lin Yu think that I am a casual girl, and my usual gentleness is pretending? What can I do? Mikato's little face hid in Lin Yu's arms, and she didn't dare to look at him, or pretend to sleep, just treat it as a dream, wake up and kill and don't admit it, well, just do it. Mikato, who was already a little drunk and drowsy, fell into a deep sleep after a while under the hint of underlying psychology. This made Lin Yu, who would face Mikato later, breathe a sigh of relief. Holding Mikato's soft and delicate body, Lin Yu's beautiful face was also red, and quickly carried Mikato to her room and covered her with a thin quilt. The fragrant body left, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pity. Looking at Mikato's quiet and sweet face, Lin Yu secretly said in his heart, "Abominable Mikato, bullying me is not the right age. If you put it in 7 or 8 years, see if I don't eat you." Mikato fell asleep, and Lin Yu was not good to ask her about Fuyu, but Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Why did Mikato, who was gentle and dignified on weekdays, actually drink secretly? If it was changed to Juzine to drink secretly, Lin Yu would not be surprised at all. Hey, why don't I feel strange about anything that is placed on Juzine? Lin Yu touched his chin and pondered, could it be that Juzine is a little devil who does nothing evil in my eyes? Lin Yu fantasized in his mind about Juzine's swollen little face, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, viciously opening his teeth and dancing claws, and couldn't help but smile. Then, seeing the sweet Mikato in front of him, Lin Yu couldn't help but slap himself. Bah! Lying next to Mikato, she was actually thinking about Juzine. Lin Yu, you are a scumbag. Lin Yu stopped thinking about it, gently exited Mikato's room, tidied up the messy room a little, jumped on the eaves in a flash, and disappeared into the night. Lin Yu was ready to go to Uchiha Fugaku's house to investigate the situation. As for where is Fugaku's house? The biggest thing about the house is Lin Yu needs to prove himself to others. He's not a scumbag, he's just a true love fulfiller. For example, the friendship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru was destroyed by Tsunade, a third party. So Linyu wants to clean up the bad guy Tsunade. Another example is the deep relationship between Yahiko and Nagato. Zionin is always an uncertain factor, so Linyu wants to extinguish the seed. As for Kushina and Mikado, Watergate, I think becoming a Hokage should not be hindered by women. If you are a bachelor, you will definitely not die in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Fugaku, congratulations on finding true love. Linyu's figure drifted erratically in the dark. The Uchiha clan land is not like the Hyuga clan, white eyes all day, for fear that someone will attack their Hyuga clan land. Moreover, the Chakra Eye is more suitable for combat, not conducive to exploration. If it is a night exploration of the Hyuga clan land, Linyu will definitely not jump left and right on the roof like now. Linyu disguised himself slightly, did not wear a gold-patterned mask, but took a fox face mask at the intersection. Of course he gave money. It's not yet late at night, the Uchiha Patriarch's house is still brightly lit, and many Uchiha people are coming in and out, very busy, because tomorrow is the day of their young patriarch's marriage. Dating is different from marriage. You don't need to put on a lantern, distribute a wedding post, etc. You only need the elders of both sides to be present, exchange tokens and go through the scene, and set a wedding date. Linyu sighed on the roof of the big clan's trench chi. This room is big, there are more than a dozen guest rooms, and I don't know which room is Uchiha Fugaku. Linyu was lying on the roof, ready to go down to try his luck, when suddenly his ears moved, and a little sound came from a guest room below. No, cousin, I don't want to go back, I just want to live in Fugaku's brother's house. Uchiha Teime's somewhat bloated fat face was coated with a thick layer of foundation, and at this time the expression was coquettish to Uchiha Taiki. Alas, cousin Teimei, according to custom, a woman cannot live in a man's house before making a marriage, which is unruly. Uchiha Taiki's serious face was filled with helplessness. He spoiled the sister very much, and relied on him for everything. At the moment, too, sighing, Uchiha Taiki said again, "Let me go and talk to the patriarch." Compared to the happiness of the young patriarch, these mundane etiquette patriarchs should not pay too much attention. When Uchiha Teimei heard this, his face suddenly became turbulent, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he said in a loud voice, "I know that my brother hurts me. It's like brother Fugaku hurts me. Uchiha is too beautiful? Is this the object of Uchiha Fugaku's marriage?" Linyu gently uncovered a tile on the roof and fixed his eyes. Burst. Linyu was almost scared to death. The look of horror on his face lasted for a long time, and he muttered in his heart, "This is impossible. She definitely can't be the mother of the weasel. How can this woman give birth to a weasel? Could it be that all of the Itaka's genes are inherited from Fugaku? If you inherit a little bit of Uchiha's beauty genes, wouldn't the cold and handsome face of Itaki be ruined?" Linyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suddenly realized. No wonder Fugaku was married now, and the weasel was born 10 years later. What does this mean? It shows that Fugaku and this Uchiha Tami have not been together for long, and they put her on leave. Then Fugaku married another woman until something in line with his heart, so the birth of Itaki was delayed for 10 years, and Linyu felt that he was the truth. Fugaku is the scumbag. He's not. Linyu is now very glad that Mikato did not have a good impression of Fugaku, a scumbag. No, if this conjecture is correct, then Fugaku has not given up his thoughts about Mikado. It's just that Linyu doesn't know that the first condition in Fuya's heart to choose a relative is good talent. If he knows, he may change his opinion about this Uchiha Teimei, and he can stand out among many Uchiha people, and there will definitely be no problem in bloodline talent. Linyu was very unhappy with Fuya's scumbag behavior. Can the young patriarch be scum? Can Uchiha, the first clan of Konoha, do whatever he wants? Who? Uchiha Taiki is a superior ninja after all. Linyu's slightly surprised voice was heard by him, pulled out the long sword inserted behind him, and the figure appeared on the roof in a flash. The fox mask. Dark parts? Uchiha Taiki was still one step late, the other party was already far away, and he seemed to see the fox mask revealed by the other party turning his head in a trance, and he was not very sure. He shook the long sword in his hand with a cold glow on his face. Of course, Linyu deliberately turned his head to let Uchiha Taiki see the fox face mask, and deliberately shifted his attention to the dark part. After all, he did not have many traces to hide when he sneaked in this time, and threw this matter at the dark part, and he was not afraid of Uchiha investigating deeply. Even if Uchiha goes to confront the 3 generations of Hokage, with the nature of Ape Flying Sun, he will definitely think that Danzo is monitoring Uchiha again. He knows this old friend very well. His attitude towards Uchiha is very hostile. It is not impossible to infiltrate the Uchiha Patriarch's house, and in the end this matter will be over. Tuanzang will invisibly carry a small pot for Linyu. Of course, whether things will happen like this depends on our Hokage-sama's brain hole. Linyu had already returned to Mikado's house at this time. Of course, he sneaked in, and was not discovered. He didn't dare to go home now, and he didn't want to sleep on the street, so he had to stay at Mikado's house for one night. Linyu didn't admit that he was fascinated by Mikado's drunken posture. Linyu was lying on the sofa in the living room, smelling the scent of a slightly beautiful body, and some couldn't sleep, thinking about the future development in his mind. First of all, the task is definitely the first premise, and it is the key to improving his strength. Then the matter of the immortal organization is not urgent for the time being. Occasionally let the black-robed people show their faces, develop contacts, cultivate talents is the next priority. It's still too early, and it's another 5 or 6 years to wait for Kakashi and Obito to grow up a little, and Ilinyu will start to get busy. Alas, the White Fang committed suicide, Matt wore a hand-torn ninja knife to the 7, and the Battle of the Godless Bridge. The road to flickering in the future is really long. The first 2 are good to say, the pressure is not great, but the Soil Brother behind is blackened. Linyu feels that it is necessary for the Soil Brother to blacken, otherwise awaken the kaleidoscope does not know that it will be the year of the monkey, but how to face the Uchiha spot at that time. And how can I make Brother Tuza believe in me instead of believing in creating a world with Rin? Or, let me become Nagato as well. That Kakashi is miserable. There is Brother Tuzi in the front and Medi in the back. With questions full of questions, Linyu fell into a deep sleep. Uchiha Patriarch's house. You said that a dark department infiltrated our Uchiha clan to find out intelligence. Yes, clan elder, just now I saw with my own eyes a man in black with a fox face mask snatching away from the roof of the house. Judging from his instantaneous speed, at least a superior ninja level, I am not sure to catch up. Uchiha replied with a slight bow. Aren't even you sure you're catching up? It seems that our Hokage-sama is really talented. Patriarch Uchiha pressed the door of his head with some headache. How could the dark department find the door at this time? The Uchiha has not yet started the plan. Could it be that someone from the clan has caused trouble outside recently? Also provoked UN Fury to behead? Patriarch Uchiha said to Taiki, has anything happened in the clan recently? Uchiha Tei thought for a moment and replied, Patriarch, recently the clan has been busy choosing relatives for the young patriarch, and nothing major has happened. In Uchiha's eyes, the conflict between his younger brother and Uzumaki Linyu was simply a child fighting, and there was no desire to say in front of the patriarch at all. Alas, what an eventful time. Patriarch Uchiha paused slightly, and said to Taiki, there is no need to tell Fugaku about this, I will find an opportunity to ask Hokage to understand, the clan has been a little settled in the past few days. Yes. Borders of the Land of Fire. Swish, swish, swish. 3 gray-robed figures fell on the steep rocks on both sides, dressed in a style that did not look like the Konoha genre, judging from the only bare dark brown arms and the forehead of the 3 cloud symbols on the head, it should be the team that came to Konoha to negotiate the truce. Slow down, this is already in Konoha's territory. Hey, what's so great about Konoha? They're just a bunch of villains who picked up cheap. This kind of thing can be done by any small country. Why should we let Yunin come to Konoha to negotiate? Yes, we are not here just for negotiations this time. You have to remember your mission. Okay, Boss Tlita, but when will the other party join us? ISS, the shorter of the 3, asked with a slight shrug. We won't join them, after all, our goals are different, but the objects are all Konoha. The carriage is coming, go. The bulging muscles on Tlita's arms were terrifyingly terrifying, and his eyes stared coldly in the direction of Konoha village, and his figure flashed more than a dozen steps away. On the sheepgut path below the 3 of them, a carriage came with them, surrounded by more than a dozen ninjas. They were the Union ninjas who came to negotiate, and they were Troda's helpers in delaying time. Konoha, Hokage Building. At this time, the Hokage building was brightly lit, and the ape was flying in the prime of life, and the daily work was until the early morning, and after approving today's last document, he rubbed his bloodshot eyes, took a short break, sat quietly on the chair and looked at the photos of the first generation and the second generation of Hokage in the upper right. Ape Flying Sun said darkly, First Lord, Teacher, I will definitely pass on your will of fire, so that wherever the leaves fly, there will be a successor of the will of fire. Click, please come in. Ape Fei made up his mind, and there must be something important about someone coming to him so late. A masked Dark Division officer opened the door and came in, took out a scroll engraved with secrets from his arms and handed it to Sarutobi Hinata, saying, Naruto-sama, this is the latest news discovered by the Dark Ministry, combined with Kato's confession that we found that the Fire Country has signs of Sand Shinobu sneaking in. Kato broke? Is it a practitioner of the Kato clan's spiritual transformation art? He was actually attacked by Shinobu. What is the purpose of Shinobu sneaking into the Land of Fire? Sarutobi opened the scroll and took a closer look. There is nothing to find out yet, but we will find out as soon as possible. Not as soon as possible, but definitely find out. The person who can almost kill Konoha Shinobu definitely has a big role in coming to the Land of Fire, informed Danzo. Let him drop what he is doing, and immediately confirm the location and number of Shinobu hiding. Sarutobi gave orders to the Dark Ninja with a rather serious expression, and he couldn't guess what the purpose of the Shinobu was. Yes, after the Dark Ninja retreated, Sarutobi sat back in his chair, his face pensive. What is Sand Shinobu doing in the Land of Fire? Steal a tail? But didn't the agreement already say that Konoha would return Ichio? Could it be that Cho that woman came to seek revenge on Shuumao? No, probably not. Even if Cho wanted to come looking for revenge, his younger brother Kaizo would never allow her to come nonsense. Alas, Union's negotiating team will come in a few days, and I don't know if there is a connection between them and Shinobu. I hope everything goes well. But if you dare to underestimate us Kanaha, then I won't be too polite to them. Uchiha Mikato turned over slightly, rubbed her slightly red and swollen eyes, and looked around a little blankly. The bed, quilt, wardrobe, pillow were all in her own room, no problem, but how did she feel that she forgot something? Hiss. My head hurts a little, and I already know that I don't drink so much greedily. Wine. Did I drink yesterday? I remember finding the wine jar left by my father from the warehouse, and then not paying attention and drinking all the wine, and then I seemed to see. Mikato's fair cheeks turned red all of a sudden, she remembered. She thought that Linyu in front of her was an illusion yesterday, and she couldn't help but want to reach out and try the touch, so she touched his cheek. Then, Mikato remembered that she still wanted to kiss Linyu. Ah, shame on me, how could I do such a thing? Then she forgot. Thinking of this, Mikato quickly checked the clothes on her lower body. Phew, fortunately, everything is intact, there is no physical discomfort. Mikato's face is red like a ripe apple, and the thought of Linyu carrying her into the room makes her feel a sense of shyness in her heart. But he didn't do anything. Mikato was a little disappointed at the same time. Didn't she have a little attraction to Linyu? Mikato stood up and showed her perfect body, although immature, but already a few notches higher than Juzine. Mikato rarely pouted, feeling a little angry that Linyu didn't do anything to her. No wonder it is said that boys are late to the emotional aspect. Last night was such a good opportunity. Linyu actually did nothing. Mikato felt sorry for Linyu. Linyu, Mikato, you are leading people to commit crimes. I'll be locked up in a little black room. Mikato changed into a houseclothes. She drank too much alcohol last night, and she was a little dizzy today. She planned to take a day off today, and say hello to Dai Senpai when the time came. Anyway, they are all acquaintances. After washing up, Mikato walked lightly to the living room, ready to clean up the residue of last night. Hey, why is it so clean? Did Linyu clean it up for me before he left? What a good man. Mikato saw that the table was as clean as new, and she couldn't help but praise Linyu's careful behavior. I just cleaned up. Ugh. Mikato turned around and saw Linyu lying on the sofa, her expression as if she had seen a ghost, and her small mouth screamed violently. Mikato, you listen to me explain, I didn't mean it, Linyu's sleepy insects were all shocked by Mikato, and quickly jumped in front of Mikato to cover her little mouth. If he was heard by the neighbors, then he would be bad. Mikato's rosy little mouth was covered. The two were on a skin date. A strange feeling arose in Mikato's heart. Her little face was slightly red, and she hurriedly raised her hand to slap Linyu's palm away, pretending to be angry. Didn't it mean it? Then why do you sleep in my house without saying hello? Still holding me to sleep. You were drunk yesterday, how can I have a chance to talk to you? Linyu said with a bitter smile, and then he was stunned, found that the sentence was wrong, and quickly corrected. What is it to hold you to sleep? I just carried you to the room to sleep. I didn't do anything bad to you. I swear. Mikato blushed her little face, did not dare to look at Linyu, and said softly, really? Father Linyu possessed his body and said with a straight look, I definitely didn't touch you. Knowing that this was the case, but hearing Linyu personally admit that he didn't touch her in the slightest, Mikato was actually not happy, but there was a trace of loss and anger in her heart. Mikato snorted with a straight face, ignored Linyu, and turned to walk away. Did I say something wrong again? Linyu scratched his head, not understanding why Mikato was suddenly angry. If Linyu knew why Mikato was angry, Linyu would definitely complain loudly. Woko, the ninja world is precocious and not precocious to this point, breaking the boundary. Linyu felt that he still had to live in Mikato's house for a few days, and he couldn't provoke the owner of this place. Hurriedly trotted up and said with a smile, Mikato, didn't we say that you want to teach me how to cook? Or today? I think I'm a genius in cooking too. Mikato glanced at Linyu when she heard this, and said lightly, but I'm not in that mood today. Later, I will go and tell Senior Dai that I am not comfortable today, and I will do the task another day. I'll go, I'm a little dizzy today and don't want to work too hard. I'm a doctor, I know massage techniques, I'll come. I don't want to go to the wet market. It's rough work, of course, I'll do it. I want to take a shower first. I'll help you. No, you go. Under Mikato's rather playful gaze, Linyu went out non-stop. Mikato hummed a nice song in her mouth, and her mood was quite pleasant, and it was good to be willful occasionally. Uchiha Patriarch's house. Brother Fugaku Teimei is coming to bring you breakfast. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the behemoth in front of him with a purple face, younger than him, but physically stronger than him. Okay, I'll get up first, thank you Sister Teimei. Oh, what's my sister, just call me too beautiful, we'll be a family soon, oh roar. Uchiha Fugaku's head hurts a little, he doesn't know which tendon he smoked. Why choosing a relative first depends on talent. Isn't talent and beauty coexisting? However, in front of him, Uchiha Teimei's talent and identity are the most beneficial to him. His cousin is a close confidant around his father, and his grandfather is the elder of the Uchiha clan, which is of great benefit to him becoming the patriarch in the future. He just endures it. Anyway, it's just a matter of a moment. Woohoo, Mikato, how nice it would be if you could awaken your bloodline too. Uchiha Fugaku recalled Uchiha Mikato's appearance, and then looked at Uchiha Tami's blood-basin mouth in front of him, and tears suddenly flowed unconsciously. Brother Fuyu, are you moved to tears for my deep love for you? Roar, roar, I'm so happy. Uchiha Tami hugged Uchiha Fugaku's somewhat thin body and kneaded it vigorously. Fugaku's heart was in pain. Why? Why are we all handsome men and beautiful women in the Uchiha family, but this Uchiha is too beautiful to look like this? Could it be that the heavens gave her a natural advantage to weaken her appearance? If yes, then please give her back her figure. It's better if I turn off the lights. Uchiha Fugaku feels that his great journey to revive the Uchiha clan is still far away, and he feels that he can't hold out at that time, and this body type will kill him. In the past 2 days, Linyu stayed at Mikato's house, and by the way, he completed the system task and Mikato learned to cook, and lived a beautiful life. Mikato is worthy of being a woman with a good wife's attributes. Except for Mikato's little temper on the first day, Mikato is taking care of him for the rest of the time, allowing him to experience the regal enjoyment. This is compared with the previous life. Linyu suddenly does not want to go home. At home he is Juzine's hard labor, but Juzine also has Juzine's good. As for what is good, wait 2 more days to think about it. Duh. Mikato pushed the door in a ninja suit. Her beautiful eyes looked at Linyu, who was drinking herbal tea and eating dessert. Her eyes were quite resentful. Why did she have to go on a task? Linyu could be lazy and enjoy it in her house. It's not fair. Mikato's steps were much heavier, and she walked to Linyu and said displeased, Linyu, you didn't accompany me to do the task today. Linyu ate the dessert hand for a while, turned his head and said a little embarrassed, it's Mikato. I originally wanted to go to you to do a task today, but I just went out and felt a stomachache, as if yesterday's cake ate my stomach, so I'm ready to destroy them all, so that Mikado won't let you also have diarrhea. Yes, Mikado's look of disbelief, lazy, and looking for such a lame reason. I'm not Yoshine, so foolish. Juzine, am I good at fooling? Ahem, Mikato, how did you complete today's mission? Linyu saw that Mikato was not as foolish as Juzine, and quickly coughed to change the topic. As usual, it was quite interesting at first, but there were so many tasks that I could complete with my eyes closed. Mikato looked at Linyu with resentment, blaming him for not doing it with him. Mikato, now is the moment for you to accumulate experience. The most important thing for ninjas to go out on missions is to be patient. Now is a D-level mission you are impatient, then after receiving B-level, A-level, how can I rest assured of you? Linyu said bitterly. But you also said yesterday that the most important thing for a ninja to perform a mission is strength, and last time you said that the most important thing is team cooperation. Are you playing me? Mikato pouted wordlessly. She felt that everything Linyu said could not be trusted. Linyu smiled awkwardly. How could he not remember that he had said so much of the most important? He had not guided. Memory should not decline. Ahem, these are all important to ninjas anyway. Mikato, I hope you understand, I don't want anything unexpected for you. Linyu looked at Mikato seriously. The last sentence was true. He didn't want to use reincarnation innate on Mikato, let alone use reincarnation innate on Mikato. He liked the original Mikato. Mikato heard Linyu's concern for her, and her heart was sweet, and she said a little embarrassed, I know, I will do the task well. Mikato cleaned up the table, her little head thought slightly, and said, when I handed over the task today, it seems that I heard Uncle Moonlight Rush say that the Yunin mission is coming, and I want us to suspend the mission for a few days. Linyu, do we want to ask Shangju Zine to go out for a few days and relax? Yunyin is here? Is it so fast? Linyu's eyes narrowed slightly, although he had been prepared, but the other party's target was Juzine, and it would definitely be false to say that he was not worried at all. Stepping stones are good. Stepping stone identity, don't cause me any trouble, otherwise. A touch of blue in the depths of Linyu's pupils passed quietly, just as he wanted to try the power of the reincarnation eye. I don't know how to compare the reincarnation eye. Of course, using the reincarnation eye to deal with Union, a few upper ninja, that is really chopping wood with a cow knife. If they dare to hurt Juzine, Linyu does not mind going to Union Village, and will be known as the strongest spear and strongest shield for a while. Linyu put away the fierceness in his eyes, sighed slightly and said, forget it, Juzine is still angry with me. I think I'd better go back and coax Juzine first. Let's make an appointment to discuss. Mikato covered her mouth and chuckled after hearing this, and said, it's okay, but do you need my help, Linyu? Juzine is not so good to coax. No problem. Just wait for my good news. Linyu gestured at Mikato. So when are you going back? If you don't finish eating, I want to make beef brisket char siu and popping tofu today. Do you want to learn? Wow. Ahem, okay then, I'll barely try your craft. So, you're staying at Mikato's house these days. Juzine looked at Linyu with a flat tone and gaze. Linyu, who had eaten a little bit, touched his little belly, as if he hadn't noticed Juzine's expression, and said quite pleasantly, yes, Mikato's craftsmanship is really good. Juzine has not eaten it, don't worry. I will take Juzine with me to taste it when I have the chance. A blue tendon appeared on Juzine's face. Originally prepared to use the Cold War scene in the book to sanction Linyu, but Lin Yu's words made her break her defense. What opportunity to take me to taste, said as if I was rare. Juzine grinned at the little tiger tooth and said fiercely, eat, I will go to Mikato myself without you bringing it. You first consider whether you can eat it yourself in the future. Juzine danced his little hand and pounced on Lin Yu's shoulder, and after a while, Juzine saw that Lin Yu did not move, relaxed slightly, raised his eyes and looked at Lin Yu. Why don't you resist? Juzine's beautiful eyes were filled with water mist, which was pitiful. Lin Yu caressed Juzine's long hair, his expression became softer and softer, and his eyes were apologetic. Juzine's little face turned red, waiting for Lin Yu's sweet words. She had already thought about it. No matter what Lin Yu said, she would not easily forgive him. She asked Lin Yu to coax her a few more times. Lin Yu smoothed the long hair of Juzine's ear and said softly, good, don't be naughty, come and listen to it. Jing Juzine looked at Lin Yu dumbfounded, and it took a long time for her to react to what Lin Yu meant. The transformation of the blood red pepper was completed. Lin Yu, you give me death. Boom. Lin Yu's family shook 3 times, as if it had been renovated. Konoha Inn, room 308. A figure stood at the window and observed the surroundings, perceived it for a while, turned back to the other 2 figures and said, Boss, I haven't found any signs of the dark part of Konoha for the time being. Well, don't let your guard down, that old guy of Ape Fae is sinister and cunning, this mission must not fail. Boss, don't worry, isn't it just a student in a ninja school who is not even a ninja? Does it need to be so serious? What if Konoha found out? Can they still start a war with our Union village for a student? ISS is right, even if Konoha knows? Maybe they will obediently offer that little girl to us Yunren. Buntai, don't underestimate Konoha, but this possibility is not impossible. Troda looked in the direction of the Hokage building from the window, and the corners of his mouth smiled contemptuously. They were not afraid of Konoha. It is the secret of the village that Juzine became a 9-tailed human pillar force. Except for a few high-ranking people in the village, few of Konoha know. Lin Yu can know because he is the closest person to Juzine, and even Lin Yu was arranged by Yuen Fei Ri to arrange for the big snake pill to monitor. The Union mission asked for negotiations and consultations as soon as possible early in the morning. It seemed that he did not want to stay in Konoha for a long time, and Sarutobi could not help it, and he must also be cautious about the negotiations between the diplomacy of the 2 major powers. Sarutobi Hinata wears a Hokage cloak, dressed very neatly, and next to him stand Mito Manita and Koharu. They are Konoha's high-level advisors, qualified to participate in this negotiation. By the way, to protect the Hokage, it is inevitable that Union directly captures the thief first. Of course, this is unlikely. After all, the current Yuen Fei Ri chopper is recognized as the strongest in Konoha, just these few little minions, so that they can't beat Yuen Fei Ri chopper with one hand. You're going to increase the supplies to 10 times? Ape Flying Sun's face is very ugly, and the other party's exit is 10 times, which means not to put them in Konoha's eyes. That's right. We Union have nothing to lose, why should we sign an armistice? This is what I mean, and it is also the meaning of the strongest 3 generations of Lei Ying Lord in the history of our Union. The Union messenger looked arrogant, he firmly believed that Ape Flying Sun did not dare to take him, he did not dare to gamble with the lives of the ninjas in the village. This is also the fact that all countries have studied the Ape Flying Sun, and they know his personality. If they change the group to hide as a Hokage, they want him to take out 10 times the material compensation? The heads are all cut off for you. It's about the same if you give him 10 times the supplies. Tuanzang is a mercenary person, who does not get up early without profit, and may not see the Union mission when he sees it. Sarutobi was silent, and Mito Minion on the side said in a deep voice, 10 times is too much, and there is no grudge between us Konoha and Union, and the truce is a good choice for you and me. The Union messenger sneered and said, no hatred? I remember that your 2nd-generation Hokage is called Senju Village or Senju Kyuma, but he was killed by our Union Golden Horn Silver Horn Lord. Alas, the death is miserable. You, Mito Manyan glared angrily at each other, and couldn't help but make a move. Koharu on the side quickly grabbed Mito Minion's clothes, shook his head, and then looked at Sarutobi Hinata. They had to listen to Hokage's orders. Since the other party's lion opened his mouth to ask for 10 times the material, Ape Fei Ri's face has always been calm. And even just now the other party insulted his mentor. He didn't blink, his hands were folded together, his green tendons were erect, he was forcibly killing intent. 10 times the material impossible. Twice. We Konoha will produce up to twice as many supplies. Ape Fei Ri tapped on the table to divert the anger in his heart, and did not look up at the Union messenger. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist slaughtering him. Hinata you. Mito Minion's face changed slightly, not understanding why Sarutobi Hinata compromised. Twice? Do you Konoha send Hanako, or do you look down on us Union and want to go to war with us? The Union messenger did not retreat, and even threatened the Ape Flying Sun. He clearly knew that the more he forced Yuen Fei to slash, the less he dared to make a move. You Yun Shinobu are really arrogant. Mito Minion didn't finish his words before he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hinata. Minion stopped talking. Then for the first time, he looked squarely at the Union messenger and said, this matter will not be decided for a while, so let's summon the representatives of the Konoha clans later, and if more than 2/3 of them agree to the messenger's request, then do as you say. The Union messenger was overjoyed in his heart. This was something he never expected. He could actually contain most of Konoha's combat power here. He just wanted to make things bigger, so that the attention of the dark part of Konoha was focused on the Hokage building, so that Troda and they could act smoothly, but he didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. The Union messenger said quietly, "Cough, since you Konoha are so sincere, we will give you a copy of Union special products before leaving. Thank you so much." Too much deception. After the Union mission went to the drawing room, Mito Minion slammed his fist on the wall, and his anger was fully displayed. Union specialty? Is this saying that we Konoha are a small land in the countryside and have never seen the world? Koharu's face was also gloomy, and it was the first time that they had been looked down on in Konoha. Sunko, don't you have a point? Have you really become so cowardly? Mito said angrily. Sarutobi gently took off the Hokage pipe, picked up the pipe on the table, and put it in his hand to fumble, which he had bought a new one that had not been used for a few days. Union Messenger's attitude is so arrogant, and the negotiation requirements are also difficult for strongmen. The purpose is already obvious, they have other purposes, but they are Yang conspiracy. After all, we can't attack them. Once we attack them, the consequences are much more serious than this. Are we just watching? Mito Minion was a little reluctant. Of course not. If you want to make a move, you must also have a reason to shoot. Stand on the reasonable side. I believe you don't need me to say more. You also know what the advantage is. Is it unreasonable? Poof. Koharu on the side looked at Mito Minion strangely. How did she not know that this old friend of hers still had such a side? Aha, I'm sorry, I'm so angry, only the word comes to mind. Mito Minion pushed his glasses to hide his embarrassment. He is a reader. Ape Flying Sun was also stunned, and then said a little helplessly, so now it depends on what purpose they came to Konoha. The reason why I summoned the representatives of the various families is also to facilitate their start. Lead the snake out of the hole? The word is good, there is progress. Mito Minion smiled, I'm a reader. Ape Fari Chop ignored the sneer of his two old friends, and said with a serious expression, inform the Dark Department to closely monitor the movements of the Union mission, and report it immediately as soon as there is a situation. In addition, call the representatives of each family. We have to do a full set of plays. After Mito Minion and Kohara left in response, Sarutobi Hineda's face turned gloomy and he muttered, specialties? I don't know who took whose specialties. Although I Konoha don't want to fight, I'm not afraid of war. They have already been bullied to the doorstep, and he no longer wants to cause bad diplomatic relations, nor does he want Konoha's spirit to be trampled underfoot. I believe that the tribes of Konoha will not agree. Ape Fari sighed. He was still a little weak. Even if he really caught the handle, did he really dare to kill? Ape Fari asked himself. He can do it. But 3 generations of Hokage can't do it. Ape Fei Sun lit his pipe, took a sharp sip, and didn't know what he thought, and his brows suddenly stretched. Tanzo, you're such a good guy. Good morning, Lord Jushine. Juzine rubbed her eyes and snorted lightly. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Linyu, and then walked into the bathroom with her own care. Toothpaste and towels are ready for you, please use them slowly. Linyu said with a smile on his face against 2 panda eyes. I'm going to eat salted tofu brain for breakfast. I'll do it. And a glass of hot milk. No problem. Gollum. Phew, Linyu looked at Juzine who was washing and raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He paid for his death behavior yesterday. The 2 panda eyes on his face were only physical punishment, and he was also forced to sign dozens of unequal treaties. For example, in the future, you can't go to Mikato alone with Kusuna on your back, you can't eat Mikato's cooked rice alone, you can't stay at Mikato's house. With Juzine's little brain, she can only come up with this kind of treaty, and after coercing Linyu to personally write down a treaty that she is satisfied with, Juzine went upstairs with evidence in her hands. She wants to hide, can't be stolen by some villain. Linyu's face was full of bitterness with 2 black circles, but his heart was happy. Did I sign it? Did I press my fingerprint? Nothing. I don't admit it. Even if I wrote it myself, so what? I have sleepwalking, and I like to write nonsense. However, these days it is still take more care of Juzine. With Juzine's memory, as long as she is treated for a few days, she will immediately forget today's events. Linyu, I forgot to say, I still have to eat the old woman's Xiaolongbao. Juzine's somewhat smug voice came from the bathroom. Linyu interrupted and quickly answered, took his coat and went out. Linyu remembered the old woman's Xiaolongbao, on the other side of the commercial street, some distance from here, but the taste of that Xiaolongbao was indeed good. The amount of meat was sufficient, the juice was full, and it was absolutely splashed all over the face when you took a bite. The name is the old woman's Xiaolongbao, but the business is a middle-aged woman. Linyu does not know, and has not appeared in the original work, but with the taste of this Xiaolongbao, it should not be buried. Juzine hummed the long hair and combed her long hair, and she was in a good mood. It would be nice if brother Linyu could be so obedient every day. Juzine frowned at the thought of this little face, although Linyu is usually very good to her, but she prefers Linyu who is dedicated to her. What to do? Juzine frowned, her lips biting her fingers, slightly tangled. She listened to some girls' gossip at school. If a man disobeys, he must be served by family law. If the family law is enforced more, men will not dare to disobey. Juzine still remembers that they said that there was a boy's father in school, and the typical wife management is strict. It seems to be called Nara Shikaisa. Be sure to ask him another day how his mother enforces the family law. Juzine remembered this in her little head, and asked it the next time she was in a practical class in the whole school. She didn't know which class Nara Shikaisa was in, and she didn't know what it looked like. She only knew that it was a boy who was afraid of trouble with a pineapple head. Juzine was thinking about it, and did not notice that a figure flashed away at the window. Just do it, and in the future, I will tame Linyu by Juzine. Juzine has established a goal in life today, and her little eyes are shining, as if she has seen the better days ahead. Boom! With a pain in his neck, Juzine fainted on the table in front of him, and ISS pouted disdainfully. With such poor vigilance, will the village really need such a little girl? Shut up! Hurry up and take her. This little girl has a special chakra, and the village may need to study her special chakra. Gee, is it for experiments? That's really miserable. The words were miserable, but there was no mercy in her tone, and he picked up Juzine and stuffed her into the sack. But now in the daytime, a little girl is still too conspicuous. And what about the other? Doesn't it mean that two people live together? Troda searched around but did not find Lin Yu's figure, and said a little strangely, "Boss, could it be that the information is wrong?" "Never. Forget it, our purpose is this little girl, the other doesn't matter, evacuate Konoha first." Troda is ready to leave Lin Yu alone. Anyway, their target is a Juzine. "Boss, go quickly, a dark part has touched it." The slightly hurried voice of Wentai, who was blowing the wind outside, came. "Go." The negotiating team did not last long, so we withdrew first and quickly returned to the Land of Thunder. "Hey, I thought I could fight the dark part of Konoha this time, but I even found out that we couldn't do it. What a waste." Three figures quickly disappeared in the room. The comatose Juzine was packed in a sack and felt nothing, and in her body, deep in the ceiling gate, a pair of blood-colored demon pupils quietly opened, fierce, enchanting. Yikes! Two black-robed figures landed on the roof of Lin Yu's house, and one of them frowned. "Is it late?" Another cat-faced mask darkly said, "Their target is just a little girl? He is a little strange. Union is just making a big splash just to kidnap a little girl?" In short, first report to Naruto-sama. That, the safety of that little girl? The cat's face was a little unbearable. Maybe it was too late to catch up now. You continue to track, I'll report. Remember that all three of them are upper shinobi, don't forcibly expose yourself. I understand. After the two dark parts left, Lin Yu's figure appeared from the shadows. His face was expressionless, and the dark part was decent. It seemed that the root of Tuanzang was not yet the only one. If these two dark parts went back to regain their lives, then Lin Yu might have to send them to the Pure Land. This has nothing to do with their task. This is just Lin Yu's approach from the perspective of Juzine's relatives. It has nothing to do with the views of others. I only do what I think is right for the people closest to me. As for Yun Shinobu, their end has long been predetermined. Juzine has Lin Yu's immortal inflammation on his body. If Lin Yu wants to, he can save Juzine now, but his purpose is not just to save Juzine, otherwise these three Yunin can't take Juzine at all. Lin Yu wanted to see how the credit of the 9 llamas was? After all, the original is the original, and it is not the same as the real situation he is facing now. Also, is Konoha really decayed and bullied into the house without saying a word? Although it is a little unbearable, if Konoha really chills him, he will take Yoshina away. No matter what task you have, it is not as good as a hair of Juzine. But now it seems that the situation is developing in a better direction, and it depends on how the ape-flying sun should decide after receiving the news. Lin Yu had some expectations. This old smoking gun grandfather in the original work, when he was in the prime of life, would it be a compromise? Or tough once? The importance of Kushina to the village is self-evident, the 9-tailed pillar force, Konoha's ultimate weapon. Although the weapon is too cold, it is better than an ordinary little girl. Hokage office building, while the meeting was still continuing. What? 10 times the supplies? This can't be, we won't agree. The patriarch of the Chu-Deo clan heard the unreasonable request of the Union messenger and roared loudly. The Nara patriarch on the side frowned. He was thinking about Union's purpose in doing this? Stalling for time? And then what for? Stealing Konoha's secret information? But Konoha's confidential information was stored in the Hokage building, and now that so many family patriarchs had gathered, Union had no chance at all. Plundering the new generation of Konoha seedlings? Ninja schools aren't that good to invade either. Waiting for an opportunity to wreak havoc in Konoha? Alas, what a hassle. Patriarch Uchiha and Patriarch Hinata did not make a sound. Their eyelids drooped. They didn't want to participate at all. They came just to make up the numbers. To say that 10 times is 10 times, there is no room for maneuver. The Union messenger had a firm attitude and did not give in half a step. You Union, this is blackmail. We Konoha are victorious nations. Patriarch Akimika's body exploded in anger, and he swung his fist to punch him in the face and loosen his cheekbones. Whoosh! Don't you say that, I almost forgot. I just walked shit luck and picked up the fruits of victory. Do you think you Konoha can really win? We Yunin haven't entered yet. The Union messenger seems to have lost his mind and said such words in front of Konoha's third-generation Hokage ape Flying Sunday. What do you say? At this time, the patriarchs of all the clans in Konoha couldn't help but stand up and glared angrily at the Union messenger. Even the Hyuga patriarch, who has been silent, has a bright eye, and his momentum is gradually rising, and he has a sign that if you don't explain clearly, you will make a move. Hey, did I say something wrong? Didn't you Konoha win by picking up people's bargains? Can this kind of victory also be called victory? This is called. The Union messenger dared to send Konoha to be sure that Konoha did not dare to offend Union village. As long as the task was completed, he would be able to leave dashingly at that time, and blow a wave of people who he was also in front of Konoha Hokage. Urgent! A dark minister pushed the door directly in, interrupting the Union messenger's words. Do you Konoha have any qualities? Don't know to knock? Just your quality. The Union messenger was interrupted and cursed directly. With the arrival of this dark part, Ape-Face Sunko's eyes that had been hanging down gradually became sharper, and he ignored the cloud-hidden messenger, and said in a deep voice, "Is there any situation? Report Naruto-sama." The Dark Department discovers that 3 cloud-hidden mission ninjas have infiltrated Konoha and snatched a little girl, and the 23rd is already tracking. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is a little lost. Just snatch a little girl? Yun Yin is at this point? So how else does he make a big move? Are you sure you just snatched a little girl? Ape Fei Riko asked a little unwillingly. Yes, I'm sure, it's a ninja student named Uzumaki Shine. The dark part is truthful. What? Uzumaki Ju Shine? At this time, not only the Ape Flying Sun was frightened, but also several high-ranking people who knew the inside story had a little panic and anger on their faces. Who is Ju Zine? Konoha's 9-tailed human pillar power. The 9-tailed is the head of the tailed beast. How terrifying the combat power is Ape Flying Sun Slash is very clear. Don't look at the first generation to subdue the 9 tails is easy, but that is the first generation. There was only one in the first generation, and it is unceremoniously said that the 9 tails can hammer everyone present to the ground. At that moment, Ape Fei Ri gritted his teeth and stared at the Union messenger and said, Yu Yun Ren is so daring, dare to kidnap our Konoha's human pillar power. Do you want to start a war with our Konoha? The Union messenger is a little confused. Isn't it a chakra special little girl? How did it involve Renzhuli? He also knew the importance of Renzhuli to the village. The Union village have 2 Renzhuli. If anyone dares to move them, it is an enemy of Union. The Union messenger said with some trepidation, is this a mistake? How can we kidnap Konoha's human pillar force? If you make a mistake, you will know later. Notify down, and go down with all your strength to hunt down those 3 Yunin and recapture Uzumaki Jushine. Ape Fei Ri paused and said firmly, if you encounter resistance, it doesn't matter if you live or die. You can't do this. We don't know that this is the strength of the people in your village. We can change the content of the negotiation. How about 8 times? 5x is okay? 2 times. 2 times we also agree. The Union messenger is still trying to delay time. As long as Union is out of the Fire Nation, then it's not up to them to decide. Heck, even if that Uzumaki Shina is just an ordinary little girl in Konoha, it's not something you Yunin can take away at will. This is the dignity of our Konoha. Patriarch Chudeo, who had been holding his breath for a long time, finally felt comfortable. Sarutobi Hinata did not object to the words of the Akimichi patriarch, and the Nara patriarch on the side seemed to know him for the first time. His eyes were quite appreciative. This kind of words are suitable for the Akimichi patriarch. In fact, the most suitable should be. Patriarch Nara glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage and sighed slightly in his heart. You. The Union messenger was intimidated by the momentum of the Autumn Deo patriarch, and his words were not clear. You will know when the time comes. Now please don't leave this place for half a step, otherwise don't blame us Konoha for not speaking of diplomatic etiquette. Patriarch Nara got up and said lightly. The Union messenger lowered his head like a dead ash. He could only hope that Troda and they could get rid of Konoha's pursuit and return safely to the Land of Thunder, when he would not only be safe, but also have great achievements. On the other side, in the forest outside Konoha, 3 figures shuttled through the woods, startling a burst of birdsong. I said, boss, this is all out of Konoha. Do we still have to hurry so quickly? ISS felt that the boss was too fussy, and Konoha was not remarkable. Didn't he let them in and out? It's always okay to be careful. Let's go out of the Land of Fire first. Troda had a bad premonition in his heart, as if he was being targeted by some desolate beast. In the sack behind Troda, Juzine had already sobered up, but her eyes were a little blank, and she was called by the 9 lamas to chat. In the inner world of Juzine, Juzine stood in front of the ceiling gate beautifully, and looked at the 9 lamas with some displeasure and said, Stinky Fox, why have you been arguing with me? I still have to beat up the scoundrel who dares to sneak up on Miss Ben. Poof! With your small body, you still want to hit others? Can I tell you that the three outside are all upper-level existences, and you can't even endure them? What do you take to resist? The 9 llamas sneered, muttering in his heart, and not everyone is Lin Yu's little ghost, he will let you beat him. Juzine huffed out her little face. She also knew that she probably couldn't beat the 3 people outside, but Juzine wanted face. Can't lose face in front of the stinky fox, unhappy, then why are you calling me to come? See my jokes? Then, Jushina suddenly thought of something, her little face turned to the side, and said, Grandma Mito told me before that you will erode people's hearts with evil chakra, so I won't be fooled. That woman in Mito. The 9 llamas were a little speechless. This could not be described as unreasonable. Its chakra did have this characteristic, but as long as it was the chakra that it sincerely transmitted to the human pillar power, it would not have the slightest evil thought. But how to explain it? No, it was the Lord of the 9 llamas who did not disdain to explain it to human girls. How? Are you willing to be captured in the land of thunder? In that way, you will never see Uzumaki Lin Yu again. Maybe they will be sold to rich businessmen as maids. The 9 llamas said to Juzine in a very evil tone. Juzine's little face suddenly turned white when she heard it. Yes. If I go to the land of thunder, I may never see Stinky Lin Yu again. I definitely don't want it. Why didn't Stinky Lin Yu come to my rescue yet? Woohoo, I already knew that I wouldn't eat Xiaolongbao today. Juzine pouted his small mouth, regretting his gluttony. His eyes looked at the 9 llamas with some mist, and said pitifully, Stinky Fox, can you not erode me with evil chakra? I don't want to become bad. The old man has a name. Call the 9 llamas. If you dare to shout a Stinky Fox, the old man will not care about you. And the old man is not interested in human little fart children, and he is too lazy to do so. The 9 llamas snorted, indicating that he could understand how tired Lin Yu was from taking care of this girl. Juzine wiped her tears, her eyes were red. Then what should I do? Just stick out your fist. Is that so? Juzine stretched out his small white fist towards the ceiling gate, and touched the 9 llamas across the gate. Due to the ceiling of the gate, there was no direct touch, but a huge amount of chakra was transmitted from the 9 llamas, and Lin Yu never dreamed that Juzine actually collided with the 9 tails one step ahead of him. There was still a considerable distance from the border of the land of fire, and the 3 of Troda shuttled unhurriedly through the woods, and because they did not sense that there were pursuers, Tlita, who had always been cautious, slowly relaxed. Hey, Kanaha is just like that. It's not that he doesn't dare to offend us Union. At this moment, ISS, who was the more perceptual of the 3, frowned and said to Tlita, Boss, there are several ninjas in front of the left, and according to the chakra I perceive, it doesn't look like a Kanaha ninja. Troda stopped, his brows furrowed. He seemed to know who was coming, but he didn't want to have anything to do with them. After all, their mission had been completed, and there was no need to cooperate with each other anymore. However, the other party obviously also had a perception, and the ninja noticed them, and his figure quickly approached them, and he couldn't avoid it. After a while, dozens of brown-robed ninjas appeared in front of the 3 of Troda, intercepting their way. The men at the head were painted with oil paint, the heavy objects behind them were wrapped in bandages, and the guards of the hourglass symbol revealed their identities. It was a group of shinobi. The painted man took a step forward and said to Tlita, where are the people we need? We Yunin don't seem obligated to help you, Kanro Koro. Troda's expression remained unchanged. Kanro Koro, the oil-painted man, was unimpressed and said, the information of your Yunren is provided by us. Can't you help us plunder a ghost? Or do you Yunren not have this strength? What did you say? You, who are neither male nor female, actually insulted us Yunren. Who had always been impulsive, couldn't help but scream at Kanro Koro. Troda raised his hand to stop and said to Kanro Koro, we are not enemies, and that little devil named Uzumaki Hayashi is not at home. Besides, if I guess correctly, Kanaha should be sending a large number of people to track us now. This is a good time for your Sand Shinobu to invade. Are you sure you want to drag on with us Kumo Shinobu here? Humph. Kanro Koro snorted coldly. I have to say that Troda is right. Now is not the time to attack Yunin. They also have to complete their task. Count you lucky, this time we will let you go. Let's go. Kanro Koro waved his hand at Shinobu behind him, wanting to bypass Troda and go in a different direction to Kanaha. After all, they didn't want to help Kumo Shinobu stop Kanaha's pursuers. Is this leaving? Aren't you looking for me? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Troda and Kanro Koro's faces changed slightly. There were actually people lurking around them, and they had not yet discovered it. Lin Yu's figure slowly walked out from the shadows behind the trees, and said to Kanro Koro very curiously, your shinobi's target is me? Can I know why? Lin Yu's face was a little strange. He was actually one of the targets of being kidnapped, which was somewhat unexpected. Could it be that Sand Shinobu also did such a thing as kidnapping tickets? You are Uzumaki Lin Yu? Kanro Koro felt the portrait from his arms, compared it, and the joy in his eyes was indeed the target person, and this mission was completed. Very good. I didn't expect that we didn't go to you. You said it yourself. What a good boy. Kanro Koro beckoned to the shinobu behind him, signaling them to step forward and take Uzumaki Hayashi away. As for resistance, this time infiltrating Kanaha, Sand Shinobi sent 2 Kami Shinobi, for special Shang Shinobi, 6 Naka Shinobi, and Hikanro Koro is even more elite Kami Shinobi. If it weren't for the fact that Uzumaki Hayashi could subdue Moritsuru alone, they San Shinobu wouldn't have to make such a big move. Hey, you still haven't answered my question, why did Shinobu catch me? Lin Yu felt that the other party had some answers to the question. This feeling of being ignored was very unpleasant, and he wanted to beat people when he was unhappy. It's definitely not learning Juzin-A. Do you think you have the qualifications to ask us? The faces of the 2 sand ninja who stepped forward were full of arrogance. A little ghost, I heard that they could subdue the tailed beast, who believed it? I didn't see it, maybe Kanaha pulled it out himself. Then let me guess, is it because of the sealing technique of the Vortex clan? Lin Yu didn't care about the sand ninja in front of him at all, touched his smooth chin. All he could think of was sand ninja peeping at their Whirlpool clan sealing technique. After all, the sand ninja's method of sealing the tailed beast was notoriously rough. Kanro Koro's eyes moved slightly, and he didn't answer whether Lin Yu's guess was correct, and said sharply, catch him, don't let this little devil run. Run? Who said I was going to run? I just want to find someone to try my physical skills, don't cry when I get beaten. Lin Yu smiled at the 2 sand ninjas in front of him. The 2 shinobi didn't know why, but Kanro Koro's orders they had to obey, and the 2 quickly grabbed Lin Yu from both sides. One attacked his chest and the other grabbed his hands. If you are like this, I can sue you for illegally assaulting your chest and molesting a teenager. The 2 sand ninja pounced. Lin Yu's figure had long been gone in place. Suddenly Lin Yu's voice came from above, and the sand ninja quickly raised his head, and a flat soul in his eyes quickly enlarged. In the dense woods, 3 parties gathered, one of them, led by Troda, the 3 Yunin people watching the play on the side. In the middle was dozens of sand ninja elites confronting a 10-year-old boy, and on both sides there were 2 sand shinobi who were dragging their faces and getting up. Kanro Koro didn't expect Lin Yu to dare to resist. Couldn't the other party see this situation clearly? Resistance can only suffer more flesh and skin. Waste. Kanro Koro's face was bruised. This sentence was said to the 2 shinobi, and he was defeated by a little ghost, which really lost their face with Shinobu. Although he also heard that the boy named Uzumaki Hayashiyu in front of him defeated Xiaojuru alone, as long as he didn't see it with his own eyes, Hikanro Koro didn't believe it, and now that Renzulifo had not returned to Sand Shinobi village, they were not sure of the authenticity of the information. Uzumaki Linyu, are you sure you want to resist us? If we cripple you later, don't blame us. Kanro Koro meant to let Lin Yu think about it, but his hand was already on the bandage behind his back, and as an elite shinobi, he would not underestimate anyone in battle. Lin Yu croaked his teeth at Kanro Koro and smiled, please don't show mercy, beat me as much as you want, it's best to beat me to tears. Little ghost, you are looking for death. Black secret technique and poison needle. Kanro Koro's face flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't hold back any longer, flicked his hand to untie the bandage behind his back, and released his puppet, the first-generation crow. The pitch-black figure flew towards Lin Yu, and with Kanro Koro's manipulation, the puppet crow spewed dozens of poisonous needles from its mouth and shot at Lin Yu. The tip of the needle was slightly blackened and coated with poison. Lin Yu looked at Kanro Koro's puppet crow quite curiously, with a bird's beak face, 2 humanoid arms and 4 paws, and the shape was a little strange. Is this the puppet before the rise of the red sand scorpion? It's true that there is some slag. And why do they all like to use crows? The Kanro Koro in front of him and Kang Koro in the future have no relationship at all, at most belong to the same puppet master. Lin Yu does not have much entanglement in his heart, let alone Kanro Koro. Even if Luosha offends him, it is not wrong. San Shinobu has nothing to do with him, so that he will not evaporate the virgin radiance everywhere. As soon as Lin Yu's thoughts moved, he wanted to use the wind to blow the poisonous needle back, but before his hand could seal it, a blood-red chakra rose from Yun Ninja's side to the sky, accompanied by a coquettish snort. No one can bully my stinky Lin Yu. Juzine heard that San Shinobu was going to make a move against her Lin Yu, and at the moment, regardless of whether the 9 lamas had any bad intentions, his whole body was surrounded by red chakra, and the violent chakra instantly tore the sack and rushed into the sky. Fortunately, Troda threw the sack on the ground for the convenience of watching the play, otherwise he would have been affected by this violent red chakra, and even seriously injured. Troda looked at the red chakra rising up into the sky a little gloomy. He was too close just now, and his arm was scratched by the 9-tailed chakra. The chakra seemed to be corrosive, invading his body inch by inch. Fortunately the amount was relatively small, he suppressed it. However, looking at this 9-tailed chakra flying in the sky, the 3 of Troda were a little confused. What kind of monster did they catch out? Lin Yu is also a little sluggish. Juzine can control the 9-tailed chakra? But why is it red? Isn't that chakra with the hatred of the 9 lamas? Lin Yu was a little worried about Juzine's situation. After all, in the original work, Naruto's use of the 9-tailed chakra had side effects, and while withstanding strong power, he was also deeply injured by the power, and even his skin would be burned. However, Lin Yu looked at Juzine standing in front of him with a stunned face. His small face was full of spring breeze, and he didn't feel pain at all, so he let go of his heart a little, and whether it was a 9-tailed chakra model or not, as for the poison needle, it had long been dissolved by the 9-tailed chakra. If the 9 lamas knew Lin Yu's thoughts, he would definitely curse if he hadn't even opened the seal. What nine-tailed chakra mode did he want to open? Want to fart and eat? Do you think it's so easy to master? At present, the 9 llamas can only use the permission that Juzine has opened to it and transmit some 9-tailed chakra to her. Under the intentional control of the 9 llamas, its violent chakra was docile in Juzine's body and did not cause any effect. Juzine's small hands crossed his waist, and the 3 red chakra tails behind him danced, and he said arrogantly to Kanro Kuro, "Is that you big flower face who wants to bully my smelly Linyu? Look at me, Juzine, not beating you to death." After that, Juzine touched Xiaoxia's nose and swung his fist towards Kanro Kuro. Linyu helplessly smiled bitterly. His human flesh sandbag was snatched away by Juzine. Looking at the posture of Xiao Nizai punching the teacher to death, Linyu shook his head. Juzine could not control such a huge chakra at all, and could only wave his fist indiscriminately. But because of the existence of the tailed beast's coat, the attack of the sand ninja is not even a guasha for Juzine, and he can only escape under Juzine's fist, and also prevent being touched by the violent 9-tailed chakra. Otherwise, it was like a stunned man next to him, because he was accidentally punched by Juzine, and the 9-tailed chakra was attached to his body, and his consciousness was instantly invaded by hatred, and he cut towards the sand ninja beside him with red eyes. Linyu let go of his heart slightly, turned his head to look at the 3 of Yunren, revealed a rather cruel smile, and beckoned to them. "It's not good for the indifferent onlookers, I see you guys also have fun." On the other side, Sarutobi Hinata sent a pursuit team led by Orochimaru, led by the Hyaga clan White Eyes, to track down the whereabouts of Yun Shinobu. "Stop, there's a situation ahead. Is it the dark part?" After the 2 of them got up, a dark part wearing a cat-faced mask jumped in front of the big snake pill, nodded, and said a little ashamed, "I chased after it, and the other party seems to be proficient in the way of anti-reconnaissance." The big snake pill's expression was cold, and I don't know if the ape flying sun chop interrupted his experimental process. "Don't care, we have members of the Inyazuka clan and the Hinata clan, the other party can't run, don't say much, hunt down as soon as possible, I'm still waiting for the experimental results." "Well, Naruto-sama is still waiting for me to go back to my life." "No problem, Ja." Inyazuka nodded, touched the brown-haired dog next to him and said, "I've asked Orochimaru to remember the smell that the other party left in Konoha, and the other party can't run." Then without further ado, chase. Woo-hoo-hoo. At this time, the battlefield was divided into 2 places. One was Juzine chasing San Shinobu to fight, and the other was Linyu fighting Yun Shinobu trio. Linyu took a breath, rubbed his somewhat reddened palm, and croaked, "Your Yunren's body is really strong, and it hurts to hit my hand." Troda's face was solemn, not daring to reveal the slightest flaw. The boy in front of him seemed weak, but it was he who resisted the encirclement of the 3 of them with physical skills and unknown golden chains, and did not fall behind, and even Iz, who was relatively weak in the flesh, had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, and now only he and Wentai could fight. As the upper shinobi of Yunnan village, he didn't seem to be fighting with a 10-year-old boy when facing Linyu, but an old Yun who hid his strength as an opponent, and the other party didn't have a little panic at all, as if the battle situation was all in the hands of the other party. Linyu stared closely at Troda in front of him. Without exposing other abilities, Linyu used physical skills to cooperate with the King Kong blockade to barely be able to deal with the other 3 people, and even sneak up on one person with the agility of the King Kong blockade. However, the other party obviously will no longer fight Linyu in close combat, although Yun Ninja is a group of explosive men, but they are not all physical ninjas, they are better at Thunderdun. Troda turned his head and said solemnly to Wentai, "Wentai, hold him for 5 minutes, can you hold on?" Wentai's body of nearly 2 meters was tall and burly, with explosive muscles similar to the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows, but he was like a big enemy to the red-haired boy who only reached his chest in front of him, and muffled, "I can hold him for 10 minutes. Troda said no more, slowly took a step back, glanced at Iz, who fell to the ground and was injured, and began to condense chakra. "Oh, is there any unique job? I can give you time to make a move without holding me back." The corners of Linyu's mouth were frivolous. He wanted to see what ninjutsu Yun Ninja would unleash that could cause him to overturn. Trodali ignored Linyu and concentrated on condensing chakra. As for Wentai, he had already rushed straight to Linyu, and his burly body did not affect his fitness speed in the slightest, worthy of being a ninja village famous for thunder. "Eat me with a punch, a stack of waves." Wentai approached Linyu, his eyes were angry, and he slammed a punch at Linyu's thin body. Linyu only felt a wave of chi coming towards him, and then a huge fist enlarged in his eyes. Not daring to underestimate the enemy, Linyu's right palm was light, trying to resist the impacting giant fist. Boom! The strength of this punch was unexpected by Linyu, and there was a tingling sensation on the palm of his hand at the moment of contact. Linyu immediately retreated his strength, and when he looked at his right palm, it was already red and slightly numb. Linyu flicked his wrist and said with some surprise, "What kind of physical technique are you?" "Permian." Wentai ignored Linyu at all. Seeing that a punch did not work, the left fist that was ready to attack suddenly attacked Linyu, punch after punch, punch after punch, punch after punch. This is his self-created stacked wave fist. Linyu didn't have time to dodge, so he had to resist with his numb right palm. Duh! The strength penetrated, Lin Yu's right wrist was directly interrupted by a powerful force, and the palm was even blood red, and the strength of this punch was stronger and stronger than the previous punch. Triassic waves. Wen Tai didn't give Lin Yu any chance to breathe, and the third punch came as promised, penetrating through the gap where Lin Yu's right palm was broken and could not be stopped in time, hitting Lin Yu's chest. The giant fist hit Lin Yu's chest directly, and Lin Yu didn't have time to defend back, so he could only forcibly move his body a little distance, so that the fist that was originally in the heart fell on the ribs. Another bang. A trace of pain flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, but thinking that Juzine was still on the side of the battlefield, he didn't snort a snort. The soles of his feet moved slightly sideways, and the strength penetrated, stepping on the ground under his feet into a deep small pit, and did not retreat for half a step. After resisting, he didn't care about breaking a few ribs. Lin Yu stepped on Wen Tai's knee without hesitation, and with the gap where his stacked wave fist did not go, the next punch had not yet condensed, and flew and smashed a punch into Wen Tai's cheek. Although the fist is small, the strength is indeed no worse than his stack of waves, not to mention hitting the face door. Wen Tai's face was full of cold sweat and he wanted to dodge, but he was in the stage of alternating the third and fourth punches, and his body couldn't react at all, so he directly met Lin Yu's fist with an iron head. Bang! As if smashing on an iron pot, Lin Yu withdrew his left fist, retreated flexibly, avoided the attack range of Wen Tai's fourth punch, rubbed his fist and said, "What material are you made of, so hard?" Although his right hand was broken, and his chest was even broken with several ribs, Lin Yu was still as calm as before. On the other hand, Wen Tai on the opposite side, his muscles were swollen and painful, his face turned red quickly at an incredible speed, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out violently, and he knelt down and fell to the ground. "Hey, don't touch the porcelain, it seems to be your hand first." Lin Yu pouted, the green light on his hand surging. He also had to treat the injury, otherwise he would definitely laugh at him when Juzine saw it. After a while, except for some wrinkles in his clothes, everything on Lin Yu's body was intact. Looking at Wen Tai, who was kneeling and sitting on the ground not far away, and said thoughtfully, "Is this the sequel of your physical technique? It seems that the harm outweighs the good." Lin Yu was originally a little interested, but seeing the sequelae after the cast, it was comparable to the state of the 5th and 6th gates of the 8 gates Dunjia, and he directly lost most of his combat ability, and the most important thing was that the power of the stacked wave fist was not very great. "I don't have Tsunade's strange fist pain yet." "Hey, what kind of punch do you have? How many punches can you stack up? Can it exceed 100? If it can exceed 100, Lin, you can use it to study it." Wen Tai, who was still overflowing with blood at the corner of his mouth, heard this, and said with a bitter smile, 100 fists? You really dare to think that if I create my own 5 punches, I will collapse because my body can't withstand the 5th punch, and 100 punches can only be performed by God. Lin Yu was even more disdainful when he heard it. The 5th punch? I'm afraid it's the extent of the 4th door of the 8 doors of Dunjia, but the sequelae are similar to the 8th door of death. Garbage. Don't. Lin Yu suddenly lost interest, waved his wrist, walked forward, and said, okay, it's time to send you on the road. Go back early, maybe Xiaolongbao is still hot. Lin Yu looked around. Juzine and Shinobu no longer knew where the battle went, but the soaring nine-tailed chakra was still conspicuous, and it was not difficult to find them. Lin Yu learned the strength of his physical skills through this battle, and he could probably be compared to the elite Shangnan, but when he encountered a strange force like Tsunade, it would definitely be impossible to resist. What the? You said that even Yun Shinobu's stacking wave fist can break the ribs, and it is comparable to the elite Shangnan? Lin Yu complained, I did it on purpose. Didn't you see that I didn't even open the chakra eye? Otherwise, he can hit me too? Physical skills are not stronger than anyone's body. You can't hit me, your strength is of great use. Lin Yu walked up to Wen Tai and prepared to send him on his way. At this moment, an arrogant voice sounded, finally finished. It's not a perfect version, but it's enough. Wen Tai. Not in place yet. Wen Tai, who had been seriously injured and fell to the ground, had a flash of essence in his eyes, grabbed Lin Yu's ankle with a swoop, threw it forcefully into the air, and then his figure quickly ran in one direction. I saw that Troda and ISS were already standing in the other two directions. ISS looked at Lin Yu with a fierce expression. He was beaten by a little fart child, which made him arrogant and self-contained. He must kill Lin Yu to wash away his shame. Troda had a plan from the beginning, so he basically did not use Thunderdun ninjutsu in battle. On the one hand, ordinary Thunderdun had no effect on Lin Yu, and on the other hand, it was for this ninjutsu to save chakra. Lin Yu was accidentally grabbed by Wen Tai's ankle and thrown into the air, and on the ground below, the three of Troda looked fierce and proud, as if Lin Yu had been defeated by them. Troda shouted it is, and Wen Tai said, without further ado, take advantage of his nowhere to borrow power in the air, and launch ninjutsu to destroy him. ISS and Wen Tai nodded at the same time, and the three looked at each other and said at the same time, Lei Dun Lei Mang Lei Man. 3 arcs wrapped in electric light extended upward from the 3 people, forming a semicircle of electric balls, and below the electric balls was Lin Yu. Lei Dun Lei Meng Liren? Doesn't it take 4 people to cast? Lin Yu has some understanding of this thunder ninjutsu. After all, this ninjutsu almost destroyed Konoha, and I heard that it is powerful. Troda heard Lin Yu's whisper. Lin Yu in front of him was already dead, and he did not hesitate to explain. Of course, the full version of the Thunderman needs 4 people, and it is not something that we can cast, and the amount of chakra must be at least shadow level. This is our improved version of the Thunder people of Yunnan. The number of people is not limited, according to the amount of chakra to determine the size of the power, although it is not comparable to the real Thunder people, but with the chakra that the 3 of us basically did not consume much, a shadow level powerhouse also has to be consumed by us. Ha ha ha, little ghost, don't resent me when you go to hell, I'll leave you a grave. ISS laughed. When Tai didn't speak, not because he didn't want to say it, but because he was enduring the after effects of the self-creation technique. It turned out to be a rudimentary version. Are you sure this ninjutsu can kill me? Lin Yu's face suddenly realized, and then asked. Don't you know if you try it? Troda was no longer vigilant at this time, because Lin Yu had already entered the range of the lightning area, and he could no longer escape. Lin Yu raised his eyes and watched the thunder and lightning above surround him, and in an instant, a powerful electric current entered his body and slammed wantonly. The powerful destructive force made Lin Yu's body uncomfortable for a while, and this was just the current generated on the arc. If he was wrapped in this thunder and lightning, Lin Yu felt that he might be scorched. The thunder and lightning gradually wrapped Lin Yu, and after a fierce electric pop, Lin Yu's screaming voice came from inside. Ah, stop it, I'm about to be electrocuted. Brothers, please let the little brother go. Ha ha ha, now you want to beg for mercy? It's late. Hearing Lin Yu's screams, ISS became more and more excited. Ah, damn it. I didn't expect that I would. Lin Yu's voice gradually drowned out in the thunder, as if it had been turned into ashes by the thunder and lightning. Phew, finally solved this little ghost. Boss, when do we stop? My chakra is almost exhausted. ISS was excited and a little struggling. Wait a minute. Troda was also subconsciously relieved to see Lin Yu's voice disappear, but just in case he decided to hold on for a while. When Tai stared at the area shrouded in thunderlight, and a bad premonition arose in his heart, thinking of what Lin Yu said before, it didn't seem to be what fear should be, but like, dalliance? Not good. When Tai's pupils shrank and said to Tlita, boss, he is not dead yet, hurry. Increased chakra output. Oh, found it? Then I won't play with you. A golden light instantly tore through the thunder and lightning, and the chakra arc transmitted by the 3 people broke in response. Rumble. The golden light fell to the ground and slowly condensed into a half-body skeleton, and Lin Yu's figure was impressively wrapped in the skeleton, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. It is clear that he was pretending. Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye Ultimate Pupil Technique, Susanoo's defensive power. How can this kind of half-hanging Thunderman break? Even the second form skeleton Susa can't attack in. Lin Yu is too lazy to condense the samurai armor. We can't waste pupil power. What is this? It can actually resist the attack of Lei Meng Thunder. Troda was sitting on his knees. Chakra was heavily consumed, but his thoughts were all on the golden skeleton at this time. He had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Incredible. The same look also appeared on Wen Tai, who lowered his head and sighed. For his own life and death, he already knew the result. Only Isis's eyes were full of resentment and disbelief. Impossible. All this is an illusion. How could this imp break through our ninjutsu? Boss, Wenta, all this is an illusion. You guys get up. Lin Yu raised his hand slightly, and the golden skeleton Susa also stretched out his arm, grabbed ISS like a chicken, and carried it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu teased, now, do you still think it's an illusion? Nope. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? I don't believe. ISS roared madly, he was already crazy. Wow, Joker. Lin Yu controlled Susanoo to shake his hand slightly, and Isis was directly thrown and smashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. If you want to kill or kill you, please don't insult us. Troda was very angry, and he did not believe that the 3 of them would actually lose at the hands of a 10-year-old boy. Insult you? It seems that you guys came to Konoha to be thieves? Why do I, the victim, look like a bad person? Do you think I will respect you as a man? Oh no, I just think people like you are disgusting. Lin Yu said lightly. Aren't you afraid that we Union will wage war against you, Konoha? Troy gritted his teeth. He didn't want to die, he wanted to struggle. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid, but it doesn't matter to me. You have to tell 3 generations of old men. What can I understand as a 10-year-old brat? But you don't seem to see 3 generations of Hokage. Lin Yu teased. No, you can't do this. I want to see you Hokage. You have no right to dispose of us Yunin. Troda seemed to have obtained a life preserver, and shouted at Lin Yu like a mad dog. Why hasn't Konoha's pursuers come yet? I want to see Hokage. I can provide information about Union Village. Troda shouted into the surrounding woods, but there were no birds chirping. Lin Yu opened Kagura's heart eye. Within a radius of 10 kilometers was within his grasp. How could he give Yun Shinobu a chance? Whoever has seen him Susanoo must die. At least until he masters the eternal kaleidoscope, either become his person or send him to the Pure Land as a guest. Obviously, the 3 people in front of him were the latter. Lin Yu's eyes were shining coldly, and the golden Susa stretched out his big hand and said softly, die. In another battlefield, Kanaha's chasers, who were attracted by the nine-tailed chakra, could be reached, but there was no room for them to play. Oh no, at least they could be porters. Orochimaru stood in a messy clearing, surrounded by some red-eyed shinobi, and despite his exhaustion, he was still roaring in his throat, wanting to pick up a shuriken and cut people. The big snake pill looked at the innocent Juzine, and said softly, your name is Juzine, we met once, you should remember, I am the big snake pill. Juzine nodded his little head, a little afraid to look at the gloomy face of the big snake pill, and lowered his head and said, well, I know, you are Lin Yu's instructor. Oh? Did Lin Yujun talk to you about me? What did he say? Orochimaru is very bad at chatting with little girls, so he can only patiently provoke the topic. Juzine shook his little head and thought for a while, and said a little puzzled, I once heard Lin Yu say that his Gaiden Shangan is his pot man, and he can throw anything bad at him, but I don't know what backpot man means. Can Orochimaru-sama tell me? The big snake pill looked at Juzine's very childlike eyes, and the corners of some cold mouths twitched fiercely, and the posture of a serious person could no longer be controlled. Well, you are a whirlpool Lin Yu, you actually treat me as a backpot man. If he hadn't listened to Juzine say it today, he might have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life. I treat you as a student in my own person, but you always think that I will help you carry the pot. Have you long thought in your heart that my big snake pill judged Kanaha? Really fry me too. The big snake pill breathed a sigh of relief and said to Juzine, Lin Yu is my student, he made a mistake, and I, the teacher, naturally have to help him deal with it. Well, that's what it means. Wow. Orochimaru-sama is really a good person, can you also be my pot man? Juzine looked at the big snake pill with bright eyes, and it seemed that his cold face was invalid. The big snake pill really wanted to slap himself at this time. What kind of big truth to say? Orochimaru said a little helplessly, wait until you graduate from the ninja school. Anyway, he is the regulator of Lin Yu and Juzine, collecting one is to receive, and collecting two is also to receive. Anyway, he is only nominal, Juzine naturally has Lin Yu to take care of, so he will not bother much. Yay! In the future, when I beat people at school, someone helped me back. Jushina stuck her small waist, as if she had seen the students of the ninja school submit to her fist power. Orochimaru told himself in his heart that he must not talk to the little girl again in the future, and he would rather face Jiraiya's mental disability now than say more to Juzine. But he still needed to understand the current battle situation, and coughed, Juzine, did you do all this? Can you elaborate with me? Jushina recovered from the fantasy of the ninja school boss, dragged his small chin, and said with a serious expression, this matter is a long story, please let me speak slowly. Orochimaru, I want to go back and experiment, human girls change faces too quickly. So you were knocked unconscious and swept away by Yin Shinobu at home, and then you woke up and found that San Shinobu was bullying Uzumaki Lin Yu, and then you noticed that there was a force surging in your body, and you didn't think much about using it directly, and finally caused this situation? Orochimaru felt that he had been deceived by the little girl, but he had no proof. Yes, that's it, Orochimaru-sensei, you summed it up very well. Juzine has even called the teacher in advance, and she also wants to have one. As for the matter of the 9 llamas, Juzine will not say it, this is an agreement between her and the 9 llamas. She is a trustworthy person. The big snake pill wiped the cold sweat on his head, he who had never sweated when fighting with a shadow-level powerhouse, faced with Juzine unconsciously sweated, Lin Yujun, how much damage have you endured? Lin Yu, you don't understand Juzine's good at all. Juzine is so cute, how can you say that about her? Jiaosina, aha. Where is that vortex Lin Yu? And what about the 3 Yunin who kidnapped you? The big snake pill looked around and found no trace of Lin Yu and Yun Shinobu. Yay! Worst! It's so cool to beat people. I actually forgot brother Lin Yu. Juzine covered her small mouth and exclaimed, she is actually such a girl. She loves it. But the smelly Lin Yu will not be in danger. Juzine is a little worried. Do you want to borrow some chakra from the stinky fox? After sealing the gate, the 9 llama's ears moved, as if he heard Juzine's complaint, and roared, how many times have you said it? The old man has a name. You call the stinky fox again, the old man won't help you next time. Uzumaki Lin Yu's little devil is fine, he is much stronger than you. Juzine was shocked, he was actually heard by the stinky fox, no. She wants to strengthen the seal back. However, hearing that Lin Yu was okay, she was also relieved. The little mouth muttered, stinky Lin Yu actually secretly cultivated behind my back, it seems that I have to work hard, otherwise I won't be able to beat him in the future. The big snake pill is speechless, he is asking where Vortex Lin Yu is, not to say how the strength of Vortex Lin Yu is, you can beat you if you want, beat me hard, that kid I want to beat him when I see him now. It's infuriating. Report Lord Orochimaru, traces of battle were found dozens of miles to the west, one of them was Arcana's ninja Uzumaki Hayashiyu, and the other 3 were Yunin, confirmed to be members of the Union mission, all dead. A member of the pursuit squad ran to say, ha, is the intelligence sure? The big snake pill smiled gloomily, it was really ruthless, not leaving a single living mouth, Was this afraid of revealing any secrets? What a whirlpool forest feather. The intelligence is true. Uzumaki Lin Yu has already rushed towards this side, and it will be personally confirmed by Lord Orochimaru at that time. Orochimaru waved his hand to show that he knew, and after the ninja retreated, Yoshina said happily, "Is Lin Yu coming? He wasn't hurt, was he?" Probably not. Orochimaru doesn't want to talk to the little girl now, he's annoyed. But Lin Yu is just a subordinate, how can he beat 3 ninjas? Teacher Orochimaru, shall we pick up Lin Yu? Orochimaru-sensei, I'm afraid that Lin Yu will be injured, should we notify the medical ninja? Teacher Orochimaru, do you see if there is dust on my face, will I be disgusted when I meet Lin Yu? Orochimaru-sensei, please kill me. After sending the 3 Yunin to the Pure Land, Lin Yu was about to go to find Yoshine, but was found by the Konoha ninja who were searching nearby. Lin Yu had to lead them to Yoshine's burial, and then followed their direction to find Yoshine. I heard that the person who took the lead this time is the Great Snake Pill, which is no wonder, after all, he and Juzine are both under the care of the Great Snake Pill, although they are in name. Juzine was plundered. Lin Yu did not blame the Big Snake Pill for not protecting it at all, because this was an agreement between himself and the Big Snake Pill. The Big Snake Pill would not restrict Lin Yu's freedom, let alone supervise them. If the Big Snake Pill stopped Yunren, then Lin Yu would look at the Big Snake Pill differently. When Lin Yu came to another battlefield, he rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Yoshine is very measured. San Shinobu has not a single death or injury. In her eyes, Lin Yu is just bullied by San Shine, just like there are students in school harassing Mikato. They all have to eat her Joshine's fist. But it's just a punch. Yoshina never wanted to kill, she couldn't kill either. But the Sand Ninja who was eroded by the nine-tailed chakra almost hacked many teammates to death, and now they were tied together. Their eyes were quite unwilling, and their group of Sand Ninja were defeated by a little girl. Kanro Koro has several fist marks on his face. It seems that the size is an adult's fist, and I don't know how many of his own people have been beaten. As a puppeteer, hand-to-hand combat is his weakness, and he is still his own person. He is not good at death, and he was almost beaten to a cerebral hemorrhage. But fortunately, he saved a life. Kanro Kuro's eyes slid over the 3 figures covered with white cloth on the side, and his face was a little happy. Fortunately, the little girl was not ruthless. Although San Shinobu and Yun Shinobu are not allies, the 2 horse people who were still fighting each other at the last moment, when they saw each other, one became a prisoner, and the other went directly to the Pure Land. What a creation in deception. 3 fight 1 is counter-killed, will not play games. Isn't it fake to endure? Kanro Kuro sighed in his heart, and then frantically complained to the 3 generations of Kazekage. What kind of shit task is this? A 10-year-old boy kills 3 upper shinobi alone. I'm afraid you're not kidding me. Kanro Kuro looked at the Konoha shinobi village that was getting closer and closer, and his heart plummeted. He didn't expect that the first time he came to Konoha was actually in this posture. 3 generations of Wind Shadow Ideyu Immortal Banban. Finally back. I feel like today is a very fulfilling day. Jushina stretched out against the gate of Konoha. Her little face was bright. Today she was very proud. Not only in front of Lin Yu screamed, but also luckily found a backpot man. In the future, Jushina will also rise. The first generation of Konoha's female Hokage is none other than my Jushine. Lin Yu and the Big Snake Pill looked at Juzine's spirited back, each side. The 2 looked at each other, and the Big Snake Pill took the lead in speaking. It's hard to take care of the little girl, right? Lin Yu nodded and said, it was torture at first, but then I got used to it, and Juzine is actually not very worrying. By the way, I heard Juzine say, you treat me as a pot man. Is there such a thing? The Big Snake Pill turned his words and said in a rather gloomy tone, this. Lin Yu was a little stung by the sharp eyes of the Big Snake Pill, and he shifted his gaze slightly, and said embarrassed, yes, is there such a thing? Maybe Juzine misheard, I was talking about a good man, a word of praise for Orochimaru's teacher. Orochimaru smiled darkly, do you think you can fool me? Uzumaki Lin Yu, I remember you. After that, the Big Snake Pill no longer stayed, and directly led the team into Konoha. He still has to go and report to the 8th Flying Sun. As for the Whirlpool Lin Yu, the days behind are still long, there will always be a chance. How do I have a bad premonition? Lin Yu was aroused with goosebumps by the laughter of the Big Snake Pill. I remember that I didn't say bad things about the Big Snake Pill with Juzine. Could it be that I said it when I was talking in a dream? Or did Juzine overhear me talking to myself alone? Forget it, it's not a big deal. Lin Yu stepped forward and took Juzine's little hand and whispered to her, let's go, Xiaolin Bayo should still be hot. Xiaolin Bayo. Is the old woman's Xiaolin Bayo? I want to eat. I'm so hungry now. Let's go Lin Yu, let's go home quickly. Juzine touched his little belly, took Lin Yu's hand and dragged him forward. Fireworks rose all over Konoha village, and the smell of food came, and although a lot had happened, not long had passed, and it was noon. That's the thing, Uzumaki Hayashi Yu and Uzumaki Jushina have safely returned to Konoha, and the 3 of Yunin have been killed on the spot due to fierce resistance. The Big Snake Pill reported the situation to the 8th Flying Sun in front of the Union Messenger. and he did not say anything about the Sand Ninja, lest the cloud-hidden messenger throw the pot on the Sand Ninja. Well, I already understand the general situation, so the messenger, can you tell me whether your Union village came to my Konoha to negotiate or to kidnap people? 8Fei's gaze was very sharp, staring at the Union messenger's cold hair stood up, his expression was nervous, but he would never admit the fact of kidnapping, gritted his teeth and said, do you Konoha have evidence? I now suspect that you Konoha designed to kill our Union elite, and when I go back, I will definitely report to Lord Liege and ask you Konoha to give us an explanation. Evidence? Hand over? Hee, do we need the Konoha mountain clan to extract the memories of the dead? That's what we're very good at. The patriarch of the mountain clan stood up and sneered at the Union messenger. You. The Union messenger's face was ugly, he forgot that Konoha and the Yamanaka clan who were proficient in the mystic arts, it was not too simple for them to extract memories, and Troda they were still hot, it would be easier. This matter is not known to our Union village, it is completely the three of them in Troda who acted privately, and it has nothing to do with our Union village. Didn't you have to explain it just now? Why do you suddenly say that it has nothing to do with your Union village? Patriarch Kayeto's burly body is close to the cloud-hidden messenger, and he likes to beat the falling water dogs. The Union messenger's body trembled and said, I am the Union messenger, you can't kill me. Don't scare our distinguished guests, we Konoha are a friendly country, never do bullying, stealing chickens and dogs, I believe in the character of all Union, but it is inevitable that there will be a few moths in a village, this time it is good that we Konoha will help clean up, but I hope there will be no next time. 8Fei coughed to ask the Akimichi patriarch not to move, and then said to the Union messenger with a gentle face. Yes, Troda, they behave despicably and are not worthy of being with us at all, I will recommend them to Lord Thunder's shadow when I go back, and I must include them in the rebellion. The Union messenger wiped the sweat from his face and said with a smile on his face, well, not bad. Then our previous negotiations, said Sarutobi hesitantly. Just according to your Konoha's request, twice, oh no compensation, we Union are also peace-loving villages, no compensation. The Union messenger suddenly felt that the air around him was cold, and quickly changed his words. That's wonderful, the messenger won't stay for a few more days? I'll send someone with an emissary to enjoy the scenery of Konoha. No, I'm busy rushing back to resurrect Lord Lei Ying. Come to Japan for the long. The Union messenger waved his hand again and again, he just wanted to return to the land of thunder safely, the mission had failed, and he didn't want to lose another life. 8Fei said with a pitying face, that's really a pity, come here, send a cloud-hidden messenger. Don't dare, let's just go by ourselves, don't bother everyone in Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, the Union messenger fled out of the Hokage building with a dozen escorts, and went straight to the door of Konoha. This group of 5-year-old and 3 thick masters actually have such an embarrassed look, cool. Patriarch Chudeo laughed heartily as he looked at the Union envoy fleeing in embarrassment. The representatives of the various families of Konoha also smiled dumbly, and it was also the first time they saw Yun Shinobu so embarrassed, and they were in a good mood. Only the Nara patriarch frowned and looked at the 8 flying sun, and said softly, Naruto-sama, just let them go like this. Lei Cage is afraid that he will not recognize this verbal agreement. They didn't come with the sincerity to negotiate at all, so why would we in Konoha put our hot faces on our cold asses? 8 Sun chopped his hands on his back, looked at the smell of fireworks outside the window, and muttered, Naruto-sama, you. Patriarch Nara was a little surprised. Shikaiki, I'm not too old to tell right from wrong, let alone do anything that chills the hearts of Konoha ninjas. 8 Flying Sun cut the railway. Okay, knowing you're busy, let's all disperse. Hinata, what's looking for me, I'm very busy. Danzo was still dressed in a kimono, standing straight in front of the 8 Flying Sun, without a trace of respect. Sarutobi glanced at Tuanzang, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasant he looked, and said earlier, Yun Shinobu said that he would send us a special product to Konoha, and mocked us that Konoha is a country and has never seen good things. You called me here to tell me this? You are getting more and more naive. Tenzo was a little angry, he felt that Sarutobi was entertaining him. Hey, listen to me. We Konoha are one of the 5 major countries, we still have to have hospitality, they gave us a big gift no matter how poor our Konoha is, we have to return them a piece of Konoha specialties. 8 Flying Sun said quite meaningfully. Tuanzang frowned, as if he didn't understand the words of the 8 Flying Sun, and asked, great gift? Say it bluntly if you have something to say. What do you need me to do? 8 Flying Sun Chopper is a little speechless, do you have to make it clear? How did Tuanzang look stupid at this time, and said helplessly, I hope Tuanzang will give them a Konoha gift package in your way. My way? Tuanzang was first stunned, and then smiled gloomily, as if he knew 8 Flying Sun Chopper for the first time, and said, how? You finally agree with what I'm doing? Sarutobi said lightly, only once, and I don't want anyone to know that this is the work of Konoha ninjas. I'll do something, don't worry, as long as the two of us join forces, sooner or later, this ninja realm. Before Danzo could finish speaking, he saw Sarutobi wave his hand at him, seemingly not interested in listening to his drawing cake. Humph. Tuanzang snorted coldly. What he was most annoying was the ape flying sun, and he would drive people after using him, just like a scumbag. Remember to leave a letter delivery. Verbal promises are also promises. What if Lei Ying's brain is pumped and agreed? Tuanzang flicked his sleeves, did not return to the scumbag ape fei, and slammed the door out. Sarutobi took out the newly bought pipe from the drawer, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Today, take more puffs. At night, the moon is dark and the wind is high and murderous night. In the territory of the Fire Country, the Union Missions Group was shuttling through the woods with a panicked expression, as if some flood beast was hunting them behind. Hurry up, hurry up. It's almost the Land of Thunder, and when we get to the Land of Thunder we are safe. Damn Konoha, when I return to Union Village, I must let Lord Thunder Cage go to war against you. SHH. Let's leave the Fire Nation first, we will get this shame back sooner or later. The members of the Union Mission all had anxious faces on their faces, but the distance could not be shortened by speaking, and there were at least 3 or 4 days from Konoha to the border of the Thunder Country, and it would take at least a week to calculate the strength that they could not endure. More than a dozen Yunren ran indiscriminately like crazy, completely devoid of the arrogance and order they had come. Suddenly, several cold arrows shot out from the shadows, and the defenseless Yunren suddenly let out several screams, and then fell to the ground. His body quickly turned black, and the arrows were coated with poison. Who? When the Union messenger heard the scream, his body trembled even more. Could it be that Konoha wanted to kill them all? How dare they? Does the ape fly sun slash really have this courage? The messenger left too quickly, and forgot to take our Konoha's specialties. Tenzo's voice came from the shadows, and he directly ignored what the scumbag asked him to keep secret, because Tenzo had his own way of doing things. Konoha? Sure enough, it's you. Do you Konoha really want to start a war with us, Union? The Union messenger knew that he couldn't escape when he heard the other party say his identity. But he still had a desire to survive in his heart, and Konoha would be afraid of Kumahito's pressure. War with Union? We just came to send a Konoha specialty, how can we get involved in the war? Specialties? What specialties? We don't. You guys leave right now, I can consider not reporting to Lei Yingyu about the murder you just killed. The Union messenger said tremblingly. Tuanzang stared at Yun Shinobu with cold eyes, and mocked. Our Konoha's specialties are also what you want, and you don't want them if you want? What's more, it's still the death gift package personally sent by my Tuanzang. You Yunin are really naive, more naive than that scumbag of Ape Fei. What scumbag is ape flying? The Cloud Ninja messenger was a little confused, not knowing what this meant. Worst. Accidentally said the thoughts in his heart. Tuanzang felt a sigh in his heart. Forget it, anyway, this group of people are already dead, and he doesn't care. Keep the one who takes the lead, and don't keep the rest one. Tuanzang still decided to listen to the words of the ape-flying sun, leaving a living mouth to discuss the thunder shadow. Tuanzang liked to do this kind of shady thing the most. Yes. Screams rang out one after another, and the members belonging to the root of the regiment killed without the slightest mercy, blood splattered, and corpses were strewn all over the field. Soon, only the Cloud Ninja messenger who was kneeling on the ground and shivering was left in the woods, looking terrified, and kept saying in his mouth, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Yamanaka, destroying his brain so that he only remembers the outcome of the negotiations, and implanting him with a memory of a sand ninja sneaking up on them. Can it be done? Danzo said to Neshin, who had orange hair behind him. Yamanaka Ichine said expressionlessly, it's easy to destroy his memory, but I can't completely implant a memory that doesn't belong to him. I can only modify it slightly to make him remember that the ninja who attacked them was with a sand ninja brace. That's it. Anyway, I don't expect this to make Yun Shinobu and Sand Shinobu go to war. Clear the battlefield and then disperse. Tuanzang turned back into the shadows. He didn't have time to look at the next thing, he had more important things to do. New Duan. It's fascinating. Konoha. Ha! It's so filling. Yoshina put down a large bowl of ramen, wiped the corners of his greasy mouth with his small hands, and his face was full of happiness. Linyu was a little helpless, pulled out a few pieces of paper, helped Juzine gently wipe the oil stains on her hands, and changed a few more pieces of paper to wipe the corners of her mouth. Juzine's beautiful eyes looked at Linyu wiping for her without blinking. Wow, so warm. Linyu said quietly, I can really eat it. There were 4 empty bowls next to Juzine, and I didn't know how her little belly could hold so much ramen. Humph. Juzine immediately became angry when he heard this, and the warm man really didn't exist. The white and tender little hand touched Linyu's waist, and it looked like I would do it if you said it again. A gentleman does not move his hands, and a good woman does not move his mouth. This is the truth of Juzine's famous saying that he taught himself from books. Linyu quickly twisted his body to separate himself from Juzine, and changed the topic. Is this ramen really so delicious? Tonight, Linyu didn't want to cook and wanted to take Juzine to the old woman's Xiaolongbao to solve the food problem, but he didn't expect to come here today, and the Xiaolongbao shop actually launched a new ramen menu. It's very strange, very novel. Juzine likes this strange thing, can't wait to order one. The result is out of control, directly ate 5 large bowls. Aha! Super delicious. It would be even better if it could be a little more salty. Juzine touched her bulging little belly, and her cute face was full of comfort. Is it really that delicious? Little girl. The hostess is a middle-aged woman with a soft look. She listened to Jushine's praise for the ramen, and couldn't help but ask, according to my Jushine, this ramen is the best ramen I have ever eaten in Konoha. Jushine stretched out her small tongue and licked her lips, as if she was recalling the taste of ramen. Linyu never thought that this squinting young man in front of him turned out to be the future big tube mule. Now I am actually working as a temporary worker here, and my name is Hande, and I should be able to make ramen. Really? Little girl, do you really like the ramen I make? The young hand-hit uncle squinted, looking a little excited. Jushina nodded emphatically. She was very satisfied with this ramen. It's wonderful, I've finally taken another step forward on the path of a ramen master. Tetsuya squinted and burst into tears, and his greatest appreciation for the recognition of his ramen by customers was the greatest appreciation for him. Wiping her tears, she said to the middle-aged woman with her hand, Auntie, I want to go out and open my own shop. I want to open a ramen shop. Opening your own ramen shop has always been the dream of Uncle Handa, and it is the ideal of Uncle Han to make customers like their ramen. The middle-aged woman's happy face changed color slightly. She didn't want to stop her hand from opening a ramen shop, but to open a store you need to consider a lot of things. The choice of storefront, the price of streets with a lot of traffic is expensive, and what is the most important thing about a shop? Is the taste quality of the noodles? No, these hand-to-hand can already be done. Now for Hande, the most important thing is the customer, is the flow of people. Now Konoha has eaten his ramen almost very few, without a little network, so it is easy to fail in entrepreneurship. The sister-in-law of Handai had a sad look on her face, and her plan was to make a little fame with Handa, and then save money to rent a shop, and then start her own ramen shop, step by step, which is the safest. At the moment, the hand beat the aunt persuaded, the hand beat you are still young, I will not evaluate the ramen you make for the time being, but you have no most important funds and contacts to open a store. The choice of the store is related to the survival of the store in the future. The aunt suggests that you save more money, first beat the fame out, after a few years, the aunt's bun shop will not open, take the capital to you to open a store. Handa also knows his current situation and opening a ramen shop is definitely not optimistic. Even if it is delicious, no one knows it all, and even the cost cannot be earned. However, he is very unwilling. Opening a ramen shop has always been his dream. He has obviously worked hard to do the best ramen, but he has to wait 3 or 4 years. Linyu listened to the gossip on the side. He felt that the hand-beating aunt was right. The current hand-beat uncle is at most about 20 years old. Save 3 to 4 years of capital, and then with the fame of the past few years, the moment of opening the store will definitely be very hot. I remember that in the original memories, Kakashi, Obito, and Wave Fang Shuman all came to open the scene for Uncle Handa, and there was a long queue in line. However, Linyu has connections. Even if it is still rare, he can make many Konoha nouveau riche by beating his uncle's ramen. For example, the Pig Deer Butterfly Trio, the Hinata brothers, Little Sunwave Fang Shuman, etc. What does it take to be friends? Just treat guests to a meal. What if the meal is still delicious? That directly becomes an iron buddy. Of course, the above is only for the foodies of the Akimichi family. Linyu's latest plan is to take over, make friends with Konoha's future mainstay, or even Hokage candidates. Then there must be a place to chat with friends. Isn't the ramen shop of the hand-beating uncle the best place? As for the money, Linyu didn't. But Juzine has she is a little rich woman. This morning, the 3 yunin loot that Linyu had just harvested were touched away by Juzine's evil little hands, and now he has not a penny on him, and he has to pay for Juzine to eat. Linyu pondered slightly, and spoke, Hand big fight. Ugh, Hand hit big brother. I know a lot of friends, I can introduce them all to you, and I can definitely conquer them with the taste of your ramen. Really? But you haven't eaten my ramen, how do you know that taste can conquer them? Gee. Xiaoda looked at the Xiaolongbao in front of Linyu with disgust. He felt that Linyu was fooling him into being young. Linyu smiled awkwardly and said, this I believe in my family's Juzine's mouth light. You see that she has eaten 5 big bowls, which can only show that your skills are very good at hitting big brother. Xiao squinted and smiled. This is also said, So, if Big Brother Hand wants to open a store, we may be able to help you. Linyu stated his purpose. The hand hit a little stupidly, but touched his pocket and said shyly, Thank you for your kindness, but I have the money. Inadequate. Linyu made a look at Juzine. Juzine's eyes turned around, and his small hand compared 3 where only Linyu could see, and his mouth moved slightly. It's okay if you want me to help, but you have to serve me for 3 days. Linyu's face turned dark. He took my money, and asked me to serve you. What a vicious old landlord. Linyu nodded with a black face. Hand ahead uncle, you don't know how much I sacrificed for your cause. Ahem, leave this little thing to me Juzine. I can lend money to the big brother of the hand. Juzine slapped the table with his small hand and said angrily. You, hand-beating sister-in-law looked at the little girl's film like Juzine, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Hand-hit said, I don't accept it, I want to open my own ramen shop, someone else. Lin Yu raised his hand and quickly interrupted, Hand-dada. Brother, you listen to us, we are not borrowing you money, we are ready to pay for our 50 years of ramen in advance. This is not a loan, right? Hit your head and pay for 50 years of ramen in advance? And this operation? He was confused, and he could only faintly say, this is not a loan. Wouldn't that be nice? So decide. Juzine, pay. Juzine put her little hand into her bag with some reluctance, and a large amount of money was lost from her claws, but the thought of eating ramen for free for 50 years made her mouth drool. Lin Yu calculated in his heart, a bowl of ramen on average 80 taels, if you add ingredients, counted 100 taels, 3 bowls a day, 1 year 365 days, 50 years is more than 5 million taels. It's still a two-person portion. Then you have to get 10 million taels, of course, he 1 bowl, Juzine 5 bowls. Lin Yu leaned over to Juzine's ear and whispered the cost he calculated. Whew, so expensive? Juzine's small hand pinched Lin Yu's thigh, looking quite angry. Juzine had never spent so much money, 50 years of free ramen. The all-you-can-eat kind. Lin Yu tempted. Juzine's little face was a little struggling, but Juzine couldn't play tricks. Isn't it 10 million taels? What she has is money. The little hand felt a ceiling scroll from the bag, and with a bang, a large box appeared out of thin air, and the hand beat the ant were a little surprised. These two children are ninjas? At the moment, he did not dare to despise them anymore, and his face was a little solemn. Whoops. Han Tan was stunned by the high pile of silver tickets in front of him. He had never seen so much money. How many taels it was? Soon Lin Yu answered his question. Here is 10 million taels, which is the ramen money of me and Jushine for the past 50 years. 10 million taels. The handbeat was shocked. The two children who seemed to be brothers and sisters in front of him could take out so much money at once, and he didn't expect his ramen to be so valuable. Ahem, to be honest, this is still what we earned. In fact, if you really calculate, it is about 11 million taels. Lin Yu's face was a little red. He was not very good at mathematics. Enough is enough, my ramen is not worth the price, thank you so much. Then I can eat it in the store until I can eat it. The hand was full of gratitude and said to Juzine, as for Lin Yu, a person who has not eaten his ramen, heck, or the little girl in front of him has an appetite for him, can eat. He. Juzine laughed at Lin Yu, see how popular I am. Hand fight, since you have decided, my aunt will not say more, young people should be impulsive. Teta did not continue to dissuade Teta from opening the ramen shop, and since fate was such a thing, she chose to support Teta. Auntie, thank you for taking care of me. Handbeat bowed to his aunt, tears lingering in his eyes. This aunt was very good to him, although he was a little stubborn, but he also knew how to be grateful and reciprocate. Go kid, I hope to see the day when you become Kanaha's first ramen chef. I will definitely do it. I assure you. Lin Yu pulled Juzine to leave the old woman's Xiaolongbao. As for the choice of the store, Lin Yu did not care much, just talked to the hand. 2 days before the opening informed him that he would take the big army to the venue. The night in Kanaha village is very quiet, after all. There are very few entertainment activities now, mostly some shops, and there is no entertainment. Lin Yu and Juzine were walking on the path home. Juzine jumped, and she was very happy, thinking that she could eat free ramen for 50 years. She felt that her violent factor had decreased a lot walking around a corner. Juzine's eyes lit up, and he said to Lin Yu, "No, Lin Yu, I want to play swing." Lin Yu turned his head and looked, a little familiar. It was a park-like place, with seats, slides, sandpits, and a few swings swinging in the wind. Good. Lin Yu hasn't been swinging for a long time. Maybe his inner age doesn't allow him to swing, which is too childish. But, have a play. Yay! It's so high, Lin Yu a little harder. In the end, Lin Yu still couldn't sit on the swing. He was used as a coolie by Juzine. Lin Yu pushed the swing behind Juzine with a black face. My childhood, gone. If it was Xiao Nan sitting on the swing, it must be him holding Xiao Nan in his arms and swinging together. If it was Tsunade, it was him Lin Yu sitting in. Blah blah. If it's Mikato, it's definitely the two sitting together. There is only Juzine, and my dignified traverser can only push the swing in the back. How can it be repaired? Sue. A figure wearing a cat-faced mask fell in front of Lin Yu and them, seeing the two kidnapped today happily swinging. Even if he was in the dark department, he was speechless for the eyes of the two. Shen said, "Uzumaki Lin Yu, Uzumaki Jushine, Naruto-sama has a request." Lin Yu fixed his mind, pulled up the pouting and a little unhappy Juzine followed the figure in the dark part. At this point in time, the ape flying sun still summons us. Is it for the leakage of the nine-tailed chakra? Hokage building. Sarutobi sat on the office chair and said kindly to Jushine, who was standing in front of him, "Jushine, I heard that when you fought with Shinobu, you used a chakra that did not belong to you. How did you manage it, can you tell me? Juzine looked a little restrained, turned his head to look at Linyu, and after seeing that he gave himself a reassuring look, he swallowed slowly. I don't know what's going on, just suddenly a powerful chakra gushed out from the body, and then it was like that. Ape Fei Ri frowned and said, as far as I know, that furious chakra belongs to the Nine Tails, is it? Have you communicated with the Nine Tails? Ha! You mean that chakra belongs to that stinky fox? But every time I go to it, I fight with it, why should it help me? Juzine blinked his eyes wide and said with an innocent look, Stinky fox, quarrel. The corner of Ape Flying Sunko's mouth twitched. The person who can say such things to the Nine Tails is either stronger than it, or he doesn't know its strength. Anyway, the Ape Flying Sun Chop does not dare to say that it is a stinky fox in front of the Nine Tails. Could it be that the Nine Tails lent chakra to Jushina for self-preservation? The human pillar force death-tailed beast will also dissipate, and it is not impossible to do so. Jushine, can you communicate with the Nine Tails? Can you still get it to lend you chakra? Ape Flying Sun Chopper was curious to know the answer to this question. Juzine hesitated slightly, shook his little head and said, I quarreled with the stinky fox as soon as we met, and it was fierce and petty. Alas, okay, I see, you go home first, I'll talk to Linyu alone. Ape Fei Ri sighed, but it was good to be able to speak, it was already a good phenomenon, and he could only wait for Juzine to grow up and look at it. Linyu, you, said Juzine with some concern. Go back, remember not to lock the door, otherwise I can go to the United States. You know. Humph, don't you dare. The head is crooked for you. Juzine slammed the door angrily, not even saying hello to the Ape Flying Sun. Boom. Ape Fei Ri looked at Juzine's back in a daze, and muttered, this is the second person who dares to break my door. Linyu was a little embarrassed, and he didn't know if he should ask who the first person was. Ape Fei Ri turned back to his senses, stared at Linyu's young face, looked at it for a while, and said, how much strength are you hiding? Linyu smiled bitterly. This moment still came. He didn't want to hide it. The increase in strength also meant that he could contact more things, and he was also considered the apprentice of the Ape Flying Sun, right? Linyu decided to tell Ape Flying Sun / everything that could be exposed to stabilize his heart, otherwise in the future, there would always be an old yin who used telescope techniques to spy on him, and he would go crazy. The black pupils in Linyu's eyes disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, they became blood red, and 3 black hook jades were dotted among them, slowly turning. Rao as an Ape Flying Sun Chop already knows that Linyu has a 3-hook jade riding wheel eye, but when he sees it with his own eyes, he can't help but be surprised. It is too rare to be able to awaken the 3-hook jade at the age of 10. And what? Just riding chakra eyes cannot solve the 3 upper shinobi. Linyu was a little helpless, and showed some of the C-level and B-grade ninjutsu he copied to Ape Flying Sun Chopper one by one. Of course, it was just a seal and oral chakra operation, and with the title of Ninjutsu Doctor after Ape Flying Sun Chopping, you can see at a glance whether Linyu really mastered it. After demonstrating about 20 or 30 kinds of ninjutsu, Ape Fei Ri Chopper still frowned, and slowly said, it's not enough, with these impossible to kill 3 upper ninjas, at most you can save your life. Of course, Linyu can't directly kill Ape Fei Ri / after all, he is still his nominal master, and it is always difficult to start if he is close to his family. Linyu cast the Uzumaki clan's King Kong blockade again, and Ape Flying Sun looked at the 4 golden chains flying in the air, with some nostalgia in his eyes, remembering the deceased Uzumaki Mito, the woman who took care of him like a son. Thinking of the past, Ape Fei Ri's eyes also softened a lot, but he still said, is there anything else? These are tied at most and cannot kill them yet. Linyu's eyes were sharp, there was no way, he could only make a trick, his hands in front of him to pose a cross-like shape. Ape Flying Sun saw the pupils shrunk after seeing, couldn't help but say out loud, this move, is it? Crackled, boom, knock. The spacious Hokage office was instantly filled with people, and there was no space at all. More than 100 Linyu said in unison, how about Lord Hokage, can I win them with this move? Ape Fei Ri took away one of the feet in front of him, and just wanted to say a few words, but was covered by the sole of another shoe, so he had to say in an earned even believe, can you quickly connect, untie, the touch star, body. Boom! As a puff of white smoke drifted by, the room of Linyu instantly dissipated, leaving only Linyu Buddha who was touching his head in the middle and smirking embarrassedly. Sarutobi took out the mirror and looked at how many shoe prints there were on his face, 1, 2, 3. That's 6 shoe prints. Not to mention the Hokage robe on his body. It's all black. Ape Flying Sun Chopper now wants to throw the pipe on Linyu's stinky boy's face, but letting Linyu show his strength is his request. Ape Flying Sun Chopper can only break his teeth and swallow it into his stomach, regretting why he didn't stop it earlier when he saw that handprint. Multiple shadow avatars with the huge chakra of the Vortex family, but also can consume 3 upper ninja to death, although this kid must still have something to hide, but these are enough. The rest are no matter how strong it is at most a few A-level ninjutsu, forget it, it is barely an elite upper ninjutsu. As for why it was reluctant, because Ape Flying Sun Chopper could see that Linyu had not fully grasped the chakra attribute changes. Of course, Linyu was still young and was not in a hurry. Ape Fei Ri's thoughts flashed away, and he said to Lin Yu with a black face, "What happened today must not be allowed to spread, otherwise you will be punished for washing the toilet of the whole Konoha for a month." "Yes," Lin Yu stood up and answered. "You can go back." Ape Fei Ri shook his hand. He didn't want to see Lin Yu now, and he didn't want to see him this year. Lin Yu turned around, he was still a little happy in his heart, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. "By the way, there are many wild beasts around Konoha village, and we Konoha ninjas also took a lot of effort to escort out a cloud-hidden messenger. You little ghosts don't go out of the village indiscriminately. If you were eaten by wild beasts, then I can't blame me." The voice of the ape flying sun chopping like a story came. Lin Yu's footsteps did not stop, walked out of the Hokage office, closed the door smoothly, and the corners of his mouth turned up. "A cloud-hidden messenger, this is different from the ape flying sun / I know. It looks like it's going to be interesting in the future." In the next few days, in order to make a big scene for the hand-beaten ramen shop, Lin Yu made a big scene and looked for connections everywhere to save the scene, and even Yoshina was requisitioned by him and publicized in the ninja school. The hand fight is also very powerful. Not only the store has been selected, but the business cards have been printed and given to Lin Yu a pile. The name of the store is still Ichiraku Ramen. The store is slightly larger than in the original. After all, the current hand-fighting energy is strong, young people are ruthless, no wonder when they are old, the store only puts a row of seats, are all caused by youth. The shop needs to be slightly decorated, so Xiao Ba notified Lin Yu to officially open 10 days later. When he said this, Han Ba was a little nervous. After all, if even 10 people were dissatisfied at that time, although it would not blow him to a slump, but it would also be very disappointing. Lin Yu patted his chest and assured his hand that the people in line would definitely line up from the storefront to the Hokage building at that time. The handbeat left with a remorseful face. He felt that he should not believe Lin Yu's nonsense. At that time, he actually opened a shop like this. Alas, what to do? Lin Yu felt that his credit was hammered, and he must prove it to the hand. He whirlpooled Lin Yu. "There are still a lot of friends, that's the thing, Orochimaru-sensei, will you be free to eat ramen then?" Lin Yu even included the big snake pill in the ranks of invitations. You know how determined he is. "Eat ramen? Don't go." The big snake pill seemed to be still thinking about Lin Yu using him as a potman, and coldly refused. Lin Yu's face was pale, and he said tentatively, "I can let you meet with the members of the Immortal Organization." "Deal." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with essence. The Immortal Organization, he had been inquiring for a long time, but there was no news. This time he could eat ramen in exchange for the opportunity to meet, which was too cost-effective for him. Lin Yu didn't expect that the big snake pill actually agreed like this, and it sounded good to meet with the members of the Immortal Organization, and it was not good to let the Immortal Organization hammer the big snake pill fiercely. With the nature of the big snake pill, will obediently chat with the members of the Immortal Organization? Don't want to pry into the secrets of the Immortal Organization? Don't want to know about eternal life? This is absolutely impossible. At that time, it will definitely be exchanged for a severe beating. Lin Yu's hand will never be soft. Saying that it is a severe beating is a severe beating. Alas, if you don't eat ramen, I have to beat you up in exchange for a beating. It's really, alas, itchy. Lin Yu saw that the big snake pill was still immersed in joy, and it was not good to disturb him. Put down a business card, quietly slipped out, and stayed longer. He was afraid that he would not be able to help laughing. Lin Yu left the base of the great snake pill, walked down the street, and counted his fingers. Mikato, Uncle Dai, Tsunade, Uncle True Red, Kakashi Sensei, Orochimaru. It's only 6. Lin Yu broke his hand and counted before inviting 6 people. This is not okay. Lin Yu moves, there must be a card. Lin Yu glanced in one direction, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hinata was working, beeping, and there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Sarutobi stopped his work, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, looked at the person. This look almost didn't spray the tea out, swallowed it with a red face, coughed and said, You. Aha, I'm here again, Naruto-sama. The last person that Ape Fei Riko wants to see now is Lin Yu. As soon as he sees him, he will remember 6 dark footprints on his face. After going back that night, his wife Baiwako asked him if he fell into the ditch at night. Why are his clothes so dirty? Ape Fei Ri was confused. I didn't expect that Lin Yu actually wanted to invite him to eat ramen, but he was in the position of Hokage, and he didn't have much free time at all, let alone accompany the little fart to eat ramen. I might as well go back and accompany my wife more. Tuanzang, you scumbag apefly, I think about Konoha 24 hours a day. You actually think about being lazy with your wife. Alas, I knew that Naruto-sama would not agree. Tsunade and Orochimaru-sensei have already said it. Forget it, Naruto-sama, you are busy. Lin Yu's face was full of loss, and his eyes looking at the ape-flying sun were like looking at a scumbag. Tsunade and Orochimaru also go? Master-apprentice gatherings? Speaking of which, I haven't eaten with them for a long time. It's okay, it's not important lately. It's good to have a meal with the apprentices to remember your youth. Thinking of this, Ape Fei Ri groaned and said to Lin Yu, who turned to leave, It's not impossible. Did you say what day it is? I'll see if I can take the time. 10 days later. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Lin Yu quickly pulled out a business card and put it on the Hokage desk, and then without giving the ape-flying sun a chance to think, he left directly in an instant, walking very sloppy. Ichiraku Ramen? New stores? 10 days later, it's okay, take the time to go and see if Tsunade and Orochimaru have grown recently. Sarutobi secretly took a puff of his cigarette and put away the business card on the table and put it in his sleeve. Konoha Ninja School. It was lunch break, and a crowd of tall and low, seemed to be a mix of 3rd and 4th graders, gathered in a corner of 2nd grade B. The most conspicuous of these are Nara Shikasa with a pineapple head, Akimichi Choza with a red hedgehog hairstyle, and another member of the Inoka butterfly, Yamanaka Heike, but his long yellow hair is not very obvious compared to the first two, because next to him stood another yellow-haired little brother, with a sunny and handsome appearance and an approachable temperament, which was Bofeng Shuman. In addition, there are the white-eyed brothers. Due to the needs of the plot, the Hayaga brothers were born a few years later. According to the original book, they should be 3 or 4 years older than Inuga Butterfly, Light Spray, and some ninja school tricks. I saw them gathered around a podium, and in front of them was a little girl with long red hair sitting on the podium with a pretty face full of seriousness, like a black female leader. The pineapple-headed Nara deer said helplessly, "Hey, what did you call us to do?" "Yes, if it's something unrelated to food, I'm leaving." Akimichi Dingza grabbed a large handful of snacks and stuffed them into his mouth, looking at Juzine a little hungry. Swallowing his saliva, Juzine waved his hand arrogantly, looked at the little brothers below and said, "Of course, it's related to food. Miss Ben is going to invite you to dinner." "Oh no, it's ramen, super delicious ramen." "Super delicious ramen. Are you sure?" Akimichi Dingza's eyes glowed as he looked at Juzine, as if he had discovered a new continent. "It's definitely satisfying to you, it's a delicacy you've never eaten before, but you can only order one on the opening day." When Juzine thinks of the delicious ramen made by hand, saliva will flow out of the corners of her mouth, but as a big sister, she has to maintain her image in front of her younger brother. "Che, sorry, I'm not interested in food, I'll go first." Nara Shikaku looked afraid of trouble, he just wanted to go back to sleep. "Luyu, don't go, you also know that my pocket money this month has been used to buy snacks, so." "Hey." Nara Shikasa couldn't do anything about his friend, so he had to touch his pocket. Anyway, it wasn't the first time, he got used to it. Akimichi Dingza quickly grabbed Nara Shikasa's hand and said embarrassedly, "Shikaku, you know the amount I eat, one serving is simply not enough, so." "Hey." Nara Luyu's face turned dark, and he said helplessly, "Okay, I will accompany you then." "Heike, I want your share too." "All right." Juzine breathed a sigh of relief. Pig Deer Butterfly was done, and her beautiful eyes looked at the two brothers Hinata. Hinata pouted and said, "I'm not interested in ramen, so I won't accompany you." Hinata followed and said, "What the eldest brother says is what it is." Juzine's little face frowned. She is not familiar with these two brothers, but it is difficult to deal with it. Bofeng Shuman on the side suddenly said, "Is this a gathering of classmates? It's interesting, count me in, I also like to eat ramen." After saying that, Bofeng Shui-men smiled at Juzine Sunshine. "Hey, dead lady Cannon." Juzine muttered secretly in his heart, but nodded his head in a friendly manner. "Is there anyone else? This is super delicious ramen, count me in." "Classmates? It seems interesting, count me in. The party is full of school figures, and I want to participate too." Seeing that so many people supported her, Juzine almost laughed out of a pig bark. This time she wanted Linyu to impress her. She also has a lot of connections in Juzine. "Hey, I thought it was something, a group of children going through the house." A student wearing the Uchiha flame fan mark passed by and couldn't help but laugh when he heard Jushine's conversation. "What do you say?" Juzine puffed out her small face, her fists were clenched, she had never seen this Uchiha family. I am afraid that she had not tasted her Juzine's fist power, so she dared to be so shameless. Uchiha smiled contemptuously and said, "Isn't it? Could it be that the patriarchs of the major families would go to eat ramen that day? 3 shinobi will go? Or will we Naruto-sama go? Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death me off." Juzine's little face is red, she is going to flatten people. "Who said the patriarch wouldn't go? I'll tell my father when I go back." Akimichi Dingza is very righteous to stand up for Juzine. "Humph, what's the use of foodies? A clan like me Uchiha doesn't bother to be with you at all." Uchiha said. I changed my mind, let's go Hinata too." Hinata stared at Uchiha Yuta. Hayaga clan likes to fight against Uchiha clan. "What the eldest brother says is what it is," Hinata said. "Everyone, when did I hear this? Thank you, thank you." Juzine was a little moved, her little brothers are still quite powerful. "See you then, there are bed bugs here, very smoked." Brother Hinata waved his hand in farewell. "It really stinks, I have no appetite." "Shikaku, let's go too." The three of them left one after another. Don't you look down on us Uchiha. Give me a stop and make it clear." Uchiha Seong's face turned red and he said angrily. But no one paid attention to him at all, and the onlookers dispersed, and soon left Bofeng Shuman alone in place. He smiled gently at Uchiha, and then walked past him back to his place. This was originally his classroom, and class was about to start. "You stop." Yellow-haired that you just ignored me. Uchiha Seong saw that everyone ran away, and he could only catch the seemingly easy bully. Me, Bofeng Shuman was a little speechless. He just didn't want to quarrel with others, but he didn't expect to be treated as a soft persimmon. There's kind of going out and singling out. Only in our Uchiha powerhouse can we speak, Uchiha said defiantly. If you have to, I wouldn't mind a friendly match. Bofeng Shuman spread his hands. The news that Naruto-sama was going to eat ramen quickly spread through the school. Of course, it is not to the point of being known to everyone. Most of them are members of the classmate association who agreed to the classmate association last time, such as Inigo Butterfly, Hinata and other major family members. They will not have a big mouth in school, but they will definitely have a big mouth in the family. Juzine watched the little brothers scatter, spread news for her, gather people, and her little face was full of pride. My Juzine is not bad at all, brother Linyu is quality. Then I will use the quantity to make up for it, and it will definitely surprise the stinky Linyu at that time. The teacher of the ninja school was very puzzled today why the students below the class today were absent-minded, even the top students Feng Shuman, although they were not as impatient as others, but their faces also revealed a look of nervous expectation. Mr. Amino held the chalk and couldn't figure it out, so in a state where both teachers and students were a little fugue, the bell for the end of school rang. Jingle bells. See you Heino-sensei, quick! Go home and tell your parents that big secret, Shh, don't talk about it. At that time, too many people will not have our share. Teacher Heino only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and before he could say the end of class, there were only 3 or 2 kittens left under the podium, and even his favorite top student Feng Shuman quietly slipped away with his bag. Mr. Amino casually grabbed a kitten that was still in the classroom, and said with a sharp look in his eyes, "Has anything happened in the class recently? Takia, how did they run so fast? Even Watergate didn't say hello to me." "No, I don't know, I don't usually play with them." Teacher Amino said sharply, "Classmates should get along with each other. I hate small group behavior the most. Remember that you will have to integrate into them from tomorrow, got it?" No. Akimichi clan land. Father, quick. I found a super delicious ramen shop and we're going to camp and line up right now. Akimichi rolled into the living room with his hands and feet, shouting at his father. What? Super delicious ramen? In Konoha? And a meal I haven't eaten? Patriarch Akimichi swallowed a giant chicken leg in one bite, chewed it in 3 or 2 bites and swallowed it. Patriarch Akimichi didn't believe it. What kind of food had he not eaten in Konoha? If nothing else, we're in Konoha village and what kind of food comes out, his Akimichi clan must be the first to know. It's a real father, let's hurry up and camp and line up. Akimichi Dingza is already sorting out the equipment, and his love for food is greater than his father's. It's okay to line up. What is camping? Is it in the deep mountains and old forests? Then I'm not going. Patriarch Akimichi was a little hesitant. Although he loved food, his favorite thing was meat, and ramen was honestly not very interested. That shop hasn't opened yet. It is said that it will not open until 10 days later, so we will go to the queue now, and we will definitely be the first to eat it then. Akimichi Dingza looked frenzied, completely oblivious to his father's increasingly dark face. Dingza, am I usually too indulgent of you? What a stupid thing to do. Patriarch Akimichi is very disappointed with this eldest son, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of his demeanor. But, at that time, Konoha Sanchin will go, as well as Shikaku Aiki and them. It is said that Naruto-sama will also be there. Akimichi Dingza said sticky. Quick, what are you still doing there? Ready for the father. Akimichi Dingza was dumbfounded. He was only talking for a moment. His father was already carrying a large bag on his back, quite a posture of going out to travel. The fire in Akimichi Dingza's eyes burned, worthy of his father. The love for good food is no less than his. Worthy of my son. With my demeanor back then, Patriarch Akimichi said proudly in his heart, how delicious it would be to make both Sanchin and Hokage popular. The Nara family. Naruto-sama is going to eat ramen? 3 shinobi will also go? Nara Shikaku looked a little dazed. How did he, the secretary of the Hokage, not know? But his son Shikaka knew in advance. That's the case, father. Do you say this will be a special mission? Nara Shikaka touched his chin and mused. Special mission? Are you saying that there is a problem with that ramen shop? Nara Shikaku touched his chin and said, all the clans of Konoha, the 3 shinobi, and even the Hokage have come to the scene. That ramen shop is definitely unusual. Father, do you know what dangerous people have appeared in the ninja world recently? Nara Shikaku's expression at this time did not look at all like a 12-year-old child. It can be said that it was the head of an adult, the body of a child. They are all crossers of the Nara family. Nara Lu's face changed, and he blurted out, Black Robe Man? Nara Shikasa said, is that mysterious black-robed man who crisscrossed the battlefield. Father, that's right, it's not just about crisscrossing the battlefield, he is simply like a god. Ordinary ninjas are simply invincible, and the number is useless in front of him. As soon as Nara Shika heard Patriarch Akimichi talk about that battle, he felt that the other party was very terrifying just by describing it in words. Then father, do you think this is a trap set by Naruto-sama? Well, father? Nara-Lu didn't hear Nara Shikaike's response for a long time, looked up, suddenly felt speechless, and held his forehead. Daddy, how can you repent of chess? And aren't we talking about what matters? Ah, you found it. Nara Shikaike didn't feel embarrassed at all, and even moved the chess pieces in front of Shikaku and said, these are not things you can consider now, take your studies well, the ninja world will soon be stormy again. Shikaku pulled his head, looking like you said it to you but I didn't listen. Nara Shikaike rubbed Shikaku's head fiercely and said, what do you want to do so much, let's go and see together when the time comes. Daddy wants ramen too. Gourmet who doesn't? Hey, what are you doing with my chess? All the big and small families in Konoha have received the news that Naruto-sama is going to eat ramen, and the wind and waves are calm on the surface, and they are secretly planning how to win the favor of the Hokage. Even if the 3 generations of Hokage can't do it, they can win the light of one of the 3 shinobi of Konoha. That is also the matter of the Mitsujo Ieyasu. The Konoha family basically knew the news, except for one family, Uchiha. Brother Fuyu, you must help me take revenge, that little yellow hair beat me so badly. Uchiha Seong cried and flicked his snot, and Fugaku, who was watching, hurriedly took 2 steps back, his eyes quite disgusted. As a member of the noble Uchiha clan, it was really a shame to be bullied like this by a commoner, and Fugaku said with a gloomy face, do you know the name of the person who bullied you? No. His name is Wave Feng Shuiman, and he is a second-year student at the ninja school. Students of the ninja school? That's not very hands-on. The ninja school is an important institution in Konoha, and they won't let Uchiha come around. Fugaku hated the iron a little and said, you a 4th-year student was actually beaten by a 2nd-year student, you said you are not a waste. Brother Fuyu, I'm wrong, but the one called Bofeng Shuman didn't give us Uchiha face at all, and he was so ruthless, I couldn't even recognize my mother when I got home. Uchiha Seong's spirit flashed, and he quickly said, Brother Fuyu, I heard them say that they want to have some kind of fraternity party, they want to eat ramen, when the time comes, we can. Just know this kind of thing in your heart, dare to bully us Uchiha, this breath can't help but find back. By the way, who else will go then? I remember that there seemed to be the Inyazuka clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Hayaga clan. Time passed quickly, 7 days passed, the ninja world was temporarily calm, no large-scale war broke out, and the 5 major powers were afraid of the mysterious immortal organization and the black-robed people, and they were unwilling to be the first birds until they understood their situation. The ninja world was temporarily calm, and Konoha village was about to move inside at this time. Konoha Underground, Root Base. Tuanzang, who had been in the laboratory for 3 days and 3 nights, dragged his exhausted body and opened the door, and an indescribable smell of rotting trees mixed with blood wafted out from inside, which was extremely disgusting. Has anything happened in Konoha in recent days? Tuanzang's hoarse voice sounded underground, empty and accompanied by echoes, although there was no figure visible to the naked eye, but Tuanzang did not feel anything wrong at all. Hearing Tuanzang's inquiry, a ghostly figure peeled out of the shadows, pitch black, without revealing a trace of skin, and a machine-like voice sounded, without the slightest emotion. Back-sama, nothing has happened to Konoha lately. Then did I search for the information I wanted about the mysterious black-robed man who appeared in the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Back to my lord, the black-robed man seems to have suddenly appeared in the ninja world, and there was no trace of it before, but a bounty branch in Konoha was destroyed more than a month ago, and it is suspected that the black-robed man did it, but the reason has not yet been ascertained. Did the Immortal Organization find out? Lord Hui, the Immortal Organization and the black-robed people did not show the slightest trace in the ninja realm before the Great War of the Rain Country, and even the word Immortal Organization is the first time we have heard it. This organization is more mysterious than the black-robed people. Humph. A bunch of waste, except for some information on the surface. You haven't found anything in recent months. What am I raising you for? Such a waste, simply go to the laboratory to do human experiments. Tuanzang was very angry, and he couldn't find out the origin of a person for months, which made him more and more jealous of the black-robed man and the Immortal Organization in his mouth. There is no shadow, no trace, this is the last thing he wants to see. He has always liked to control everything in his own hands, and does not allow the slightest accident. The Root Ninja saw that the group was uncertain, as if he was going to send him to the laboratory for human experiments. Even if he was trained as an emotionless machine, he swallowed. He knew very well what experiments were carried out in the laboratory, and some of the captive criminals were sent in by his own hands. He was not afraid of death, but there were some things more terrible than death. He had seen a captive lose control of his experiments, and a large tree grew directly from his body, nourished by his flesh, and grew rapidly, until the captive was sucked dry. No way. I must not turn into a tree, I want to save myself. Gento racked his brain, suddenly thought of a news he had heard these days, thought about it and respectfully said, Master Tuanzang, there is a strange thing that has happened these days. Weird? Say it and listen. Danzo is not impressed. Who has the final say in Konoha's strange affairs? He. The subordinate overheard, Naruto-sama seems to be going to eat ramen. Roused Tuan Zhang's heart, and when he heard this news, he was also confused. This is called a strange thing? Is it weird to eat a ramen noodle in Japan? Isn't my root ninja going to train stupid? Tuan Zhang took a deep breath, forced to hold back his anger and said, "This is the strange thing you said? You'd better give me a reason, otherwise." Moto's expression changed, and he quickly said, "According to the information I heard, it seems that the major families of Konoha will also go to the scene. It seems to be a newly opened ramen shop." Oh? A new ramen shop? Could it be that big clans like Inuga Butterfly and Hinata would also go to the scene? Yes, my lord, it seems that Uchiha is also a little moved, and will go to that ramen shop to take a look. Uchiha, it's probably okay for something to pull them on. Seeing that the situation was somewhat stable, Nito added a little bit of oil and vinegar. "Sir, you say, could it be that Lord Naruto invited the Konoha families to gather? Party? Is it possible? Did our roots receive an invitation?" Tenzo took a cup of tea and took a sip. He felt that Hinata would definitely not forget him. "The subordinates have not received any notice, my lord, you see." The teacup shattered in response, and Danzo's bloodshot eyes widened, and he said angrily, "Good you ape flying son, I have put so much effort into Konoha's future, you even invited people to dinner without taking me a single one, although my Danzo disdains to participate in such gatherings, but I can refuse, you can't not invite. You retreat first." Danzo waited for the Gen Shinobu to retreat, and Danzo left the base and walked towards the Shinura clan. "Ape Fei, you scumbag actually secretly invited someone to eat ramen behind my back, and did not invite me. You wait, I'll make you unable to even drink the soup then. That's what you paid for me." Sarutobi Flying Sunko. "I'm a man with a wife." Linyu is very distressed these days, because his monthly tasks have pitted him, again. Monthly mission, Task 1, help the grandmother cross the road 100 times, 0/100. Rewards 8 doors Dunjia Raw Gate, Wounded Gate. Mission 2, become Shinobu Konoha. Reward Chakra Attribute Fusion, any 2 types at once. Mission 3, be the first customer to eat Ichiraku Ramen, limited time for 3 days. Bonus, double the printing speed. Cumulative mission, 3/10 mission, earn a title from Uchiha Madaraka. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission, bump fists with the 9 llamas. Reward, Yang Power Refinement. Missions, complete 100 D-level missions, 18/100. Reward 8 doors Dunjia, open the door, close the door. Limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation eye access, 1 hour, 39 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, frozen. No consumption of reincarnation eye access, 2 hours remaining, frozen. Linyu looked at the newly refreshed monthly tasks without tears, and 100 D-level tasks were still far away. Another one to help the grandmother cross the road 100 times, Pit Daddy. Where is he going to find 100 grandmothers who want to cross the street? Is this forcing him to become Konoha's good old man? He is not Uchiha with soil. Every time he can meet the grandmother to cross the road, Linyu is very busy, okay. Alas, Linyu felt that this task could not be completed without taking 2 or 3 years. As for letting him go to the side of the road every day to squat? Your reward is not the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye, nor is it a non-consumption to open the door of death. Linyu can't look at it. Linyu no longer thinks about this task, let it be. But the latter one becomes a Shangnin. It shouldn't be difficult. Ape Flying Sun Chopper already knows that I have the strength to become a Shangnin, and when the time comes, I will talk to the big snake pill, open a back door, and it should be done soon. The system task requirement is to be the first customer to eat Ichiraku Ramen. Linyu feels that he will definitely not be able to complete the task if he eats now. Forget it, go to the queue a day in advance. There should be no one more frustrated than me. Ichiraku Ramen Shop, Hanta is making the final renovation adjustment in the store. This is the first important moment in his life. He must not be sloppy, he has to check every subtlety, he wants to bring customers a good dining experience. In the early hours of midnight, I finished inspecting the last place and gently wiped the sweat from my forehead, and I was finally able to wait for the opening day. The hand hit was about to close the door, when suddenly a thunder sounded, and the frightened hand snorted, almost inserting the keyhole backwards. Handa's face was very helpless. It seemed that it was not the first time to hear it. Turned his head to look at the 2 tents in front of him that were bulging like a small mountain bag, and there was a thunderous snoring sound from time to time. Boom! Toot toot woo-hoo! The 2 purrs are not the same. It's really love and hate the hand fight. In the 2 tents, of course, Akimichi Dingza and his father, who had found this place the other day to set up camp on the spot, vowing to be the first to eat ramen. It is precisely because of this that Handa was moved by their sincere love for food, and went with them in a confused way, and now he is more and more regretful. He really doesn't know what to do, or go to Linyu tomorrow to think of a way. Boom! Toot toot woo-hoo! Never mind. Tomorrow, I can't stay here, and the figure of the hand beating will disappear into the night. Tap tap. Who? This early morning knock on the door. Linyu rubbed his eyes and staggered to the door, not noticing the big sun outside the window. Ha! Its hand hit big. Brother, why did you come to me so early? Did the ramen shop open early? Lin Yu patted his cheek to sober himself up. If the ramen shop opened early, it would disrupt a lot of his arrangements, so he had to ask clearly. No, it's not this thing, the opening time has not changed. Han-ta pointed to the sun again and said, now that the sun is sunning, you kid is getting up too late. Aha, I worked to the task yesterday, and I overslept this time. Lin Yu touched his conscience and said, it hurts, but it shouldn't be sudden death. Han-tai saw Lin Yu's gaze change slightly, and said, I didn't expect Lin Yu that you still have this kind of awareness, then I won't bother you, remember to come on the opening day. Lin Yu saw that Han-ta was really leaving, and quickly stopped him. Han-ba big brother has something to say, and I have rested, it is enough to do 7 or 8 more tasks today. Mikato, I'm sorry for you, come on. Seeing that Lin Yu really did not have a tired posture, he organized the language, and said after a while, I don't know what to say, you come with me to see for yourself. Lin Yu, then you will still be silent for a while. Lin Yu followed a little helplessly, no way his task still expected the other party to open the back door to complete it. Doubling the sealing speed still improved his combat power, although his strongest combat power almost did not need to be sealed. The hand-hit ramen shop is some distance away from Lin Yu's house, but Konoha village is so big, no matter how far away it is nothing for Lin Yu, but it is a little difficult for ordinary people to fight against each other. Lin Yu couldn't help but think about why the ninja world had computers, radios, and all kinds of sophisticated instruments, but there were no telephones. It seems that in the future, I will urge the big snake pill to study it. Orochimaru, I'm engaged in scientific research, but I don't engage in science and technology. Coming to the door of Ichiraku ramen shop, Lin Yu looked at the 2 small mountain bags in front of him a little stunned. What is the situation? Are you so frustrated that you can line up directly in a tent? As for who it was, Lin Yu felt that Konoha had no one else except the Akimichi clan. This made him Lin Yu how to complete the task. Seeing Lin Yu's thoughtful look, Han-ta stepped forward and asked softly, how, is there any way for them to eat ramen noodles without queuing? I also want to know this method. I want to be the first to eat it. It's not about watching a concert and buying tickets. Tickets! Lin Yu suddenly thought of a good idea. If it can be done, his task will definitely be completed, and the problem in front of him can be solved. Lin Yu leaned in to hit his ear and said softly, we just need this. You can solve the queuing problem. Han inquiring about the advice given by Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good method, not only to solve the 2 mountain bags in front of him, but also to prevent the crowding caused by the queue. It is simply the best of both worlds. The hand beat Lin Yu's shoulder hard, and laughed loudly, good boy, why didn't I see that you had such an idea before? Oh, isn't it just because I didn't order your ramen last time? Lin Yu complained in his heart. Big brother, how many seats do you have here? There may be a lot of big names coming then. Lin Yu said. Big shot. Hand beat laughed, thinking that Lin Yu had introduced the ninja he knew, and said unimpressed, I can seat about 15 people in this shop, rest assured that it will be enough. If it's just the people I invited, that's really enough, but there's also Jushine, it's a group of potential stocks, and Lin Yu always has a bad premonition, this time Ichiraku ramen will open a lot. Lin Yu was a little uneasy, and said, Han big brother, there may be a lot of people at that time, I suggest you rent this vacant land in front of you first, and set up some tables and chairs when the time comes. Are there really that many people? Tan Tan was a little surprised, the rental fee was not expensive. He was just a little surprised that Lin Yu could have so many ninja friends. Probably. Lin Yu felt that there would only be more at that time, and he knew that he would not tell Juzine that the 8 flying sun would also go. Harm. I hope nothing will happen then. For Ichiraku ramen, Lin Yu is still very optimistic. Bah. You Lin Yu are optimistic about this, optimistic about that, why don't you see which one you are not optimistic about? Lin Yu, anyone can whitewash. But it just can't be washed. Tuan Zhang's black pot is set. 8 Fei can't save you, Lin Yu said. What? Don't let us stand in line. What is a number plate? Akimichi Dingza was woken up from the tent by hand beating. As for his father who was no longer in the tent, he was also the head of the clan, and he didn't have much free time, but for the sake of food, he had to let his son take a seat for him. The hand called Akimichi Dingza to explain the meaning of the seat number, and his eyes lit up when he listened, and he spoke, that means that as long as I get this number plate, I don't have to queue here, and I will still be the first customer on the opening day. Akimichi Dingza's eyes lit up, although skipping class was very cool, but he hadn't gone to Luyu for a treat for a few days, and he missed it a little. Yes, as long as the first 10 are the first guests, you can eat first, Shouta said with a smile. He very much agreed with Lin Yu's suggestion, so that his workload was not large, as long as he gave priority to the dining situation of 10 people, and he could also take time to rest, it was perfect. That's wonderful. Then I'll ask for that number plate now, and my daddy's copy. Akimichi Dingza said anxiously. This. The number plate is still on its way to delivery, and it should arrive tomorrow. Lin Yu smiled and helped to solve the encirclement. That's right, then I'll stay another day. Lin Yu drew the style of the number plate to the hand, and secretly told him that the first number must be left for him. Then under the strange gaze of Akimichi Dingza, he fled as if to leave. Linyu was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to resist going to the ninja school to arrest Juzine, which was too infuriating. After saying goodbye to the hand, Linyu walked aimlessly on the streets of Konoha, looking at the people around him in a hurry, and he had a feeling of I am a salted fish. But recently, he really has nothing to do, or go to the road to squat, or go and accompany Mikato to do D-level tasks? Alas, I don't want to go. Sure enough, I am only suitable for systems that can become stronger while lying down, and this second-hand system should be rebuilt. Hey, Uzumaki Hayashi? Linyu turned his head and glanced at the two white hairs, and said in surprise, Senior Shuumao, how come you have time to come out shopping? Still with Kakashi? Kiki Shuumao was very fond of this young man who cherished Konoha, and smiled a little helplessly. There is no way. Naruto-sama gave me a long vacation and asked me to stay in the village, so I had to take Kakashi out and walk. Linyu looked at Kimo Shuumao with deep meaning, and pondered slightly in his heart. It seems that soon Kimo Shuumao will be distressed by the choice between the task and saving people, and finally he chose to save people and give up the task. He was abused and condemned by the villagers and ninjas, and the teammates he saved accused him of his mistakes, and he left his only son Kakashi with a strong personality to commit suicide. This also caused Kakashi's personality to change drastically, and if it weren't for Obito and Rin's company, it would not have been so easy to get out of the pain. It seems that Kakashi is even more tragic later. Obito died to save himself, and he killed Rin with his own hands, even if it was Rin voluntarily sacrificed, but it is undeniable that he died at his hands. Thinking about it, the first half of Kakashi's life was really a tragedy. Linyu glanced at his but twice, a little arrogant Kakashi, his eyes were quite playful. Little one, your good life is not a few years away. Ha! Linyu, do you also know my child Kakashi? Did Dai mention it to you? Kiki Shuumao was a little surprised. He didn't seem to have talked about Kakashi to Linyu. Aha, yes, Uncle Dai told me when he was on a mission last time. He said that there is an excellent talented child in the senior family of Shuumao, named Kakashi. I have always wanted to meet after hearing it, but I didn't expect to meet it so soon. Linyu scratched his hair and said with a little rejoicing, really? Ha, Kakashi is not that talented. I just hope that he can grow up safe and happy. Kiki Shuumao touched Kakashi's head, his face full of love. Sorry, your wish is doomed. Linyu is not ready to intervene in the bond between Kakashi and Obito. At most he will call Madara to enlighten the White Fang who wants to commit suicide in the future. The triangle between my brother Toko and Kakashi, Mat Kai, no, the deep bond Linyu is looking forward to it. Linyu thought for a while, and said to Kimo Shuumao, Senior Shuumao, do you have time the day after tomorrow? I would like to invite you to eat ramen, and there will be many Konoha acquaintances who will be there, and Naruto-sama may also come. Naruto-sama will go too. Kimo Shuumao was a little surprised. What was that important day? But he didn't remember the custom of eating ramen on important days, and Kiki Shuumao was a little puzzled, but with a bold personality, he was not good at refusing, and nodded, okay, can I bring Kakashi with me then? Of course. Linyu handed the business card of Ichiraku Ramen to Kiki Shuumao, and after a few more pleasantries, the two said goodbye. Land of Thunder, Union Village. Above the towering mountain peaks, the clouds and mist are pervasive, and from time to time there is a deafening thunder, which is Union Village, one of the 5 great powers. In the huge circular building engraved with a thunder plaque, a group of Yunin gathered in the hall, and in front of it sat the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, next to his cronies Tutai, and on the middle stretcher lay a maniacal-looking man, who was the Union messenger of Konoha. Tsukade, how is the investigation in the Dark Department? The 3rd generation of Lei Ying asked Tutai with a gloomy face. Back to Lord Lekage, Nakahira's brain has been strongly stimulated, and his memory has been confused, and there is no way to extract specific memories to know what happened. Tsukade, who wore a Thunderword blindfold, replied respectfully, and Nakahira was the name of the Union messenger. Humph. The other party deliberately put Nakahira back, so that we are sure that we do not know what happened, but one thing is certain, it must be related to Konoha. No matter who did the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, but this happened in the territory of the Fire Nation, then Konoha can't get rid of it. Lord Lei Ying, what should we do? Yes, Lord Lei Ying made Zhongping so miserable, we must not let them go. Simply press the realm directly and let Konoha hand over the murderer. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were full of anger. Konoha was provoking them Union Village, but he was not good at thinking, turned his head and asked Tsukade, Tsukade, what do you think? The one-eyed Tsukade pondered slightly, and said softly, first of all, we are not sure that Konoha did it, and secondly, our mission to Konoha was not successful this time. In other words, Konoha has already known our purpose and has stopped it, and we Union are not on the reasonable side at this point. Tsukade continued slightly, moreover, in the tiny memory fragments extracted from the dark part, we can see that the attacker is wearing a Sand Ninja forehead, but this cannot deny that it is Konoha's hands and feet. After all, they have a Yamanaka clan who is proficient in spiritual ninjutsu, and it is not difficult to do this. And in terms of strength, although we Union stabilized Konoha, we did not occupy a great advantage, and the two countries will only lose both sides when they fight, giving the other three countries the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. I don't recommend going to war against Konoha. Then this breath, we Union swallowed like this. The three generations of Lei Ying were a little unwilling. Lord Lei Cage, don't worry, according to reliable sources, San Shinobu village seems to be in some turmoil recently, we can wait for a while. After understanding the situation of San Shinobu, point the spearhead at Konoha. When the time comes, let San Shinobu provoke a war for us, and then drag Iwa Shinobu into the water, then it will be the time for us Union to make a move. Good. Just do as you say. The third generation of Lei Ying clenched his fists, and he couldn't wait for a hearty battle. Sarutobi, Onaki, I hope you don't disappoint me. At this time, Sarutobi Hinata was sitting in the Hokage office, leisurely smoking his pipe. There was some smoke in the office, and the smoked Tsunade's eyes almost burst into tears, covering his nose with one hand and fanning in the air with the other. If it weren't for the fact that this old man in front of her was her teacher, she would have punched him a long time ago. 2 days passed quickly, and finally it was the day of the opening of Ichiraku Ramen. Linyu held the number plate number 1 to number 8 in his hand, his expression was quite comfortable, and a task was about to be easily completed by him. As for the Akimichi father and son, the two of them got the number 9 and 10 cards. After all, a group of 10 people, the first and 10th are not much different. As for the others, they will have to wait until the opening time to receive the number. Linyu counted, not counting himself. The people he invited were exactly 8 people. Kakashi and Matkai were not still young. As for Juzine, she didn't have to queue at all, and the hand specially prepared an exclusive seat for her. Linyu could only silently complain in his heart, dog big household. Linyu took Yoshina to the door of Ichiraku Ramen shop early in the morning, and when the new store opened, they were ready to help the lining hand to see if there was anything that needed help. Of course, the premise was that Linyu was the first to eat ramen. Not far from the ramen shop, Linyu saw a yellow-haired figure at the forefront of the line. It was Xiao Sunwei Feng Shuman, but he didn't expect that he was the first to arrive except for the Akimichi family. Handa had already put up a sign at the door, with the function of the number plate and its explanation, and everyone could see at a glance, and they were waiting to start issuing the number plate. It's still early, and the people in line are all the members of the ninja school, Inyuga Butterfly, and Hinata, let alone Sanchin and Naruto. Watergate, I didn't expect you to be the first. Linyu greeted Bo-Feng Shuman. Hey, are you? Senior Linyu, it's nice to meet you. Bo-Feng Shuman smiled at Linyu very politely. He had seen Linyu once, and he often heard Juzine mention Linyu at school, so he knew about this ninja world poison milk that he had heard of for a long time. Haha, I didn't expect you to like ramen noodles in Watergate, so positive. After hearing this, Bo-Feng Shuman scratched his head a little embarrassed. He just wanted to see Hokage quickly, but he didn't expect to be the first one. Naruto-sama didn't seem to have come yet, secretly glanced at Juzine, and found that the other party didn't look at him at all. He had to pluck up his courage and whispered to Linyu, Senior Linyu, I don't know if you know Naruto-sama. And I'm about the same age as you can just call me Brother Linyu. Linyu raised a finger and signaled that the Watergate was at ease. Linyu, Juzine, you are here. When he saw Linyu and Juzine arrive, he quickly stretched out his head to look behind them, and his face was a little lost after finding that there was no one. Linyu saw the action of the hand fighting, and quickly stepped forward to whisper in his ear, Don't worry, Uncle hand fighting, they will arrive soon. The hand stared at Linyu speechlessly. Uncle? Am I that old? Oops, said leaked mouth. Forget it, Linyu, you go and put a cannon fight for me, I still have to prepare the ingredients. As for the little princess of Juzine, I will trouble you to issue them number plates. Hand punched Juzine with a gentle smile. Juzine heard others call herself Little Princess, and Lee's little hand kept lighting Linyu's waist, as if to say, see it, see it. Others have more vision. Linyu pouted, and his hand was differentiated. Taking a long list of red firecrackers from his hand, Linyu found a slightly spacious place, and with a little finger, a small flame burst out of his hand, lighting the firecracker as if by magic. In the blink of an eye, crackling sounds resounded all around. The ninja students who were lining up next to him covered their ears and rushed to the side, their eyes full of excitement, and they could see Hokage up close immediately, which was great. Which bastard put on a cannonball early in the morning? Noisy to death. Across the street, the door of a dessert shop suddenly opened, and a cursing voice came, quite annoyed. Shinjuxiang walked towards Linyu imposingly and cursed angrily, Little ghost. It's you who set off firecrackers early in the morning. Do you believe that I asked the guards to arrest you for a few days? I'm sorry, our new store is open. Put a cannon fight to make a joy, please understand. Linyu felt that it was his own problem to make noise with the other party, and said quite politely, a broken ramen shop, the program is still so complete, do you really think that someone will come to visit? Shinjuxiang is a little unreasonable. It's our fault that I disturbed you, and we apologize, but it's a bit unkind for you to say this. Linyu put away his smile and said lightly. He has already apologized, and the reason has also said, if the other party has to say to him, if an apology is useful, what do you want the Konoha garrison to do? that Lin Yu didn't mind letting him open his eyes. Forget it, it's okay to put a firecracker when people open a business, don't you also put it when you open it. The owner of a fruit shop next to it couldn't stand it and ran over to pull the frame. He saw that Shinjesho was embarrassing a teenager, busy standing up to persuade. He felt that this boy's temperament was not simple, he should be a ninja. He and Shinjuxiang were old neighbors, and he didn't want to see him cause big trouble. Humph. A small broken shop to engage in such a big battle, do you think there will be many people coming? It's ridiculous. Shinjuxiang was dragged away by his neighbors, cursing and cursing as he walked. What a clown. Lin Yu didn't mean to be aggressive. Today is a good day for the opening of Ichiraku Ramen. He doesn't want to be troublesome. If this new Juxiang jumps out later, Lin Yu doesn't mind playing with him. Shinjuxiang, who was pulled away by the neighbor, said to the fruit shop owner with a calm face, "Look, there must not be much traffic when they open today." "Oh, what are you doing? The other party didn't offend you, is it necessary?" The fruit shop owner was a little helpless. "Don't you know I have a nephew? He also runs a ramen shop, and I don't want this guy across from me to rob him of his business, not to mention they bothered me today," Shinjuxiang said indignantly. "Everyone opened the door to do business, don't do any sabotage." "Don't worry, I'm not a reckless man, I'm not good at using knives and guns, the merchant has his own businessman's method. I sold all the pastries in the store today at 7% off, do you say anyone will eat their ramen?" "Ha ha ha," Shinjuxiang said and laughed out loud at the end. "Is it necessary to do this, The fruit shop owner tried to say something, but was interrupted by Shinjesho. "Don't worry, I'm just giving a discount, and I'm still losing money. I bet they won't have 20 customers today." Shinaisho glanced at Ichiraku Ramen, and there were probably only 8 or 9 student-like children lining up. Here, Tsunade, Mikato. This big and small two shadows are Tsunade and Mikato, both of whom are quite proud of their curves, but Mikato still has great shortcomings in front of Tsunade. After all, one is only 12 years old, the other is an adult, graceful, mature and attractive. We're not late." Tsunade's beautiful eyes scratched Lin Yu and said casually. Mikato stood quietly on the side, looking at Lin Yu with a smile, and secretly winked at Lin Yu when Tsunade was not paying attention. "The time is just right, it will be open for business in a while." Lin Yu looked at the two stunning beauties in front of him, both of them have their own merits. Mikato is full of youthful atmosphere, and Tsunade is full of seductive peach smell, plucky. "Then let's hurry over to line up. By the way, is there anyone else?" Mikato said obediently. Tsunade also looked at Lin Yu. She knew that Orochimaru and the 3 generations of old men were coming, and she didn't know where they were squeezing out their spare time, and would come to accompany a little devil to eat ramen. Especially Orochimaru. Tsunade couldn't believe it. She knew very well about the personality of this best friend, and she would not be interested in any ramen at all, let alone accompany the imp to eat ramen. I don't know how Lin Yu invited him. If Tsunade knew that Lin Yu had exchanged him for eating ramen, he had seen a member of the Immortal Organization beating Orochimaru, Tsunade would definitely be fried. She didn't get any important information at all yesterday in the 8 Flying Sun, and the Immortal Organization and the Black-Robed people had no trace at all. This makes Tsunade very disappointed if she knows that the black-robed man she dreamed of finding is standing in front of her and invites her to eat ramen. She will definitely put ramen on Lin Yu's head and slam Lin Yu's head with a shovel. "Not good at your black-robed man profession, let you eat ramen." "Let you eat ramen. No need to queue, I've already lined up for you, come here is your seat number." Lin Yu randomly pulled out 2 number plates from 1 to 8 and handed them to them, and explained the use of the number plate. "This is really convenient, I don't know who came up with it. Mikato thinks this method is very good, so that it is not easy to cut the queue." "Aha, well, that's him, it's that little yellow hair. Brother Fuyu, teach me a lesson." An angry voice interrupted Lin Yu's conversation, and looking up, there were more than a dozen ninjas dressed in Uchiha costumes pouring on the side of the road out of nowhere, and it was Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Fugaku who walked in front. Among them, Uchiha Zayanda, with a bandage on his face, was pointing viciously at the queue of Bofang Shuman, and his expression was as if Bofang Shuman had failed him, both angry and resentful. Angry that Bofang Shuman was so ruthless that he couldn't even recognize him. The grudge is that the other party always punches him in the face. This is jealousy of his handsome appearance of Uchiha. "I must beat this little yellow hair today, even his mother can't recognize it." Uchiha swore in his heart that he wanted revenge. The 5 senses of Bofang Shuman's ears moved, as if he felt that someone was watching him, and, "Little yellow hair? Is this talking about me?" Bofang Shuman looked around. "Well, just me with yellow hair, that's right. It's you who bullied us Uchiha people, right?" Uchiha Fugaku ignored Lin Yu and Mikato and walked in front of the Wei Feng Shui gate. Although he pretended not to see it, he still felt a throbbing pain in his heart, seeing more of Uchiha's bear-like, and now seeing Mikato's appearance. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his chest tightly. "Ah, my Mikato. Damn Uzumaki Lin Yu, I'll clean you up later." Uchiha Fugaku also superimposed his anger at Uzumaki Lin Yu on the Wei Feng Shui gate. He wanted to stand up here and let Lin Yu see what was the end of offending his Uchiha clan. Let Mikato see how heroic and handsome his Fugaku brother is. When Bofang Shuman heard Fugaku's words, his eyes looked at Yushibo Zayanda for a long time, and he said with some uncertainty, "You are Yushibo. Majestic? Abominable. Bofang Shuman, you are so hateful. You beat me like this, you still don't recognize me. It's really me off." Uchiha Zayanda was so looked at by the initiator of Bofang Shuman, he almost didn't recognize him, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood, so angry that internal injuries attacked. I'm sorry, I rushed home last time, I didn't have time to stop it, Chief Seong, I'm really sorry. Bofang Shuman smiled apologetically and said. This sentence made Uchiha Yuta completely break the defense. Is this connotating that a 4th grade senior can't beat a 2nd grade junior? Wave Fang Shuman. You deceive people too much. I, Uchiha Yuta, want to fight you to the death. Uchiha Zayanda couldn't help it anymore, his throat was sweet, a wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were blood-red staring at the Wave Fang Shui gate. This is not opening the chakra eye, but the chi eye is red. Captain Seong, you vomited blood, are your bodies too weak? Do you want to eat a bowl of ramen to replenish your body first? Bofang Shuman saw Uchiha Seong vomit a mouthful of blood, and said with a concerned look, don't stop me, today either you fell down the Fang Shui gate, or I Uchiha went out sideways. Fugaku grabbed Uchiha Zayanda, who lost his mind and wanted to rush forward, frowned and looked at the Wave Fang Shui gate. This son is so insidious, he actually did not bloody blade, and he flattened Uchiha Zayanda with his mouth. Could it be that he is also my Uchiha Fugaku's great enemy? Guessed right, people are 4 generations of Hokage. Fugaku frowned and said tentatively, Bofang Shuman, you hurt the children of my Uchiha clan like this, and just now you were vicious, you have to give us an explanation. Bofang Shuiman felt that it was really not right for him to beat people like this, but he felt that there was no problem with his words, and said softly, this ninja senior. Fugaku senpai. Fugaku Uchiha, hasn't this kid heard my name? Don't you know I'm a young patriarch? Bofang Shuman continued, Senior Fuyu, there is a friendly discussion between me and President Seong, and it is the challenge that President Seong launched to me. As for not grasping the strength well, it is my fault, I can be responsible for the medical expenses of President Seong, but what I said just now is all about the meaning of President Seong, without the slightest mockery. Medical bills? Do you think we Uchiha will lack that little medical bill? Boy, I hope you get acquainted. The people who hit us Uchiha want to do so? A group of Uchiha ninjas around spoke up. So what do you want? Bofang Shuman is a little helpless, he doesn't want to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble. Fugaku pondered for a while, and said softly, in this way, we will not bully you. I brought 12 subordinates of the Uchiha clan today, as long as you can beat them, this matter will be written off. 12 shinobi? Aren't you Uchiha too much of a bully? Yes, we are only students of the ninja school, not even Shimo Shinobi. How can we beat Shimo Shinobu, and we are still 12th? You Uchiha clan are too arrogant. The ninja students who followed spoke up for the wave of Fang Shuman, and they also felt that Uchiha was too bullying, and actually asked for 1 to fight 12 in the Watergate. If their parents are there, they will definitely not let them say so. Offending Uchiha will not have good fruit to eat, but it is a teenager who is still hot-blooded, will encounter injustice and speak out for justice. Bofang Shui Gate looked at the 12 ninjas in front of him with a solemn face, and spoke, I agree, but I want to fight one with them 1 and 12 in a row. He likes to challenge the strong, but he is very clear about his strength. 1 to 4 is already his limit, 12 lower patience, absolutely not long to hold on to defeat. Okay. Fugaku thought for a while, feeling that 1 by 1, Bofang Shuman still had no chance of victory, so he nodded and agreed. Oh, today is the opening day of Ichiraku Ramen, are you bullying the friends I invited so much? Are you too bad for me to give face, or will you count me as one? Lin Yu walked out of the crowd with a smile, he felt that the time had come to brush a wave of good feelings in front of the Wave Fang Shui Gate. Uzumaki Lin Yu, do you still dare to appear in front of my eyes? If I don't go to trouble you, you will steal the fun, and even dare to manage our Uchiha's affairs. Fuya didn't see Lin Yu okay. As soon as he saw him, he remembered that he was holding Mikato's little hand, his brain was buzzing, although he couldn't look at Mikado now, but I don't know why, when he thought of that scene, his heart throbbed, and he couldn't wait to hang Uzumaki Lin Yu to vent his hatred. Lin Yuguan smiled and said, your Uchiha disciples are not as good as others, and if you can't beat others, you will go home to your mother and cry your nose. Is this also considered the temperament of a big clan? Sharp-mouthed little ghost, our Uchiha's dignity is indisgraceable, whoever bullied us Uchiha members, we will definitely find the field. Get back the field, get back the field. The ninja brought by Fugaku looked at Fugaku excitedly, with such a young patriarch present, how could they ask for it? They are proud to be born in Uchiha. Without further ado, come on, solve you guys as soon as possible, the ramen shop is just open. No problem, Watergate? Lin Yu said. Watergate glanced at Lin Yu gratefully and said, Senior, I want to fight 5. Lin Yu and Bofang Shuman walked to the side of the open space, and they couldn't let a group of pink-eye patients spoil the opening of the ramen shop. Not far away, Shinjisho said to the owner of the fruit shop with a stunned face, "Well, there is actually a Uchiha family to smash the field, this ramen shop is really unlucky, ha ha ha." The owner of the fruit shop is also a little emotional, he encountered this kind of thing for the first time he opened, and if he didn't handle it well, maybe he would have to close tomorrow. Fuya took Uchiha and his group to follow Linyu and them, it didn't matter where the venue was, all they had to do was beat Linyu and Bofeng Shuman like Uchiha Zayanda, even his mother couldn't recognize it. Fuya stood aside with his hands on his chest and joked, "The big clan has the style of a big clan, I can let you choose people first. The Konoha family doesn't have the style of your Uchiha." A rather majestic voice came, and a path was revealed among the onlookers, and the white-eyed group wearing white practice clothes arrived. Hinata Hayashi walked out of it and looked at Uchiha on the opposite side faintly. "We Hyuga don't have your hobby of bullying more and less like Uchiha, 12 fight 2, one of them is shinobi, and the other is still a student." Laugh at. Hinata. "Let your daddy come and talk to me, you don't have enough weight," Fugaku said with a gloomy face. Hinata Hayashi sneered, "If it is against other races, the Hyuga is really not good at for tat, but it is precisely the Uchiha clan, then there is no need to worry about it, to death." Konoha's high level did not want the major families to live in harmony, which would seriously threaten their status, among which Hinata and Uchiha were the most prominent, and the furtat of their two high-ranking officials was also secretly acquiesced. "You Uchiha Fugaku is such a big shelf, I don't know, I thought you had become a patriarch, I am a young patriarch with you, what weight is not weighty? Hinata Hayashi is our private matter of Uchiha, are you sure you want to intervene?" Fugaku said coldly, he is not afraid of their Hyuga clan, in terms of comprehensive strength. The Uchiha is definitely the first family of Konoha. Hinata Hayashi said, "I was invited to eat ramen with my classmates today, and you bullied my classmates in front of me, is it really good to bully me Hinata? Linyu glanced at Hinata Hayashi slightly, and was surprised in his heart. "No, when I was a child, Hinata was quite dragged, how did I become cowardly when I grew up, and even sacrificed my own brother to protect myself? Does being a patriarch make people stupid? That's right. We came to eat ramen together, and you Uchiha bullied Watergate, that is to look down on us. That's right. Moreover, there will be big people coming later, and you Uchiha better converge a little." Fugaku sneered, "Big man?" He really wanted to see what a big person they were to make Uchiha avoid the edge for a while. "I'd rather see who else is going to eat this broken ramen. I, Uchiha Fugaku, will put this here today, who ate this ramen noodles, I Uchiha." The crowd quickly dispersed 3 roads, and the 3 major families of the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the Akimichi clan of the Hokage faction arrived. It was the patriarch of Akimichi who spoke. Facing the junior of Uchiha Fugaku, he could speak without thinking through his brain, and besides, with Shikaike next to him, what was he afraid of? Although he had long heard Uchiha say that Inokaku Butterfly would also be present, how could Fugaku have expected that the patriarch of the 3 Inokamai butterfly clans would form a group to eat ramen, and he thought at most that it was Shikaku and Ding's generation. How can you eat a ramen and pull your own patriarch, really, how can you repair it? Fugaku's face was ugly, and he pretended to be calm. "Could it be that your 3 patriarchs of the pig deer butterfly are also here to eat ramen?" Uchiha Fugaku, he doesn't believe that this ramen shop will attract so many people, he doesn't believe it. "That's right. We've been queuing for days, and if we don't eat, it's not a blank line." Akimichi Dingza sprang out from behind his father's burly body, holding 2 number cards in his hand, and said proudly. As for the Yamanaka patriarch and the Nara patriarch, they did not speak. With their personalities, the fights between the juniors did not pay attention at all, nodded slightly towards Tsunade on the opposite side, and then joined the team receiving the number plate. "Ho ho, it's really lively here, Lin Yujun. There is no one else in Konoha who can make this kind of laughter except Orochimaru. Teacher Orochimaru, if you come one step later, your students and I will be beaten by the crowd." Lin Yu pretended to be bullied and said to the big snake pill, "Is that so? Then I really want to see Lin Yujun's strength with my own eyes." The big snake pill didn't care about the strange gazes of the people around him at all. Compared to this, he was very curious about the strength of Vortex Linyu, and even wanted to personally. The big snake pill. Fugaku's expression tightened. Among the 3 ninjas, what he was most afraid of was the big snake pill in front of him. Tsunade had 1,000 hands involved, although there were few clansmen, but he was not alone. Needless to say, there is no need to say that the fool of Zyraya, only the big snake pill, strong strength, ruthless, anyone can use it, there is no concern, and it is the most incorrect choice to be an enemy of such a person, but he is the apprentice of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and he stands on the opposite side of their Uchiha on the bright side. Even the 3 ninja have to be involved in the grudge between the juniors? After Fugaku finished speaking, he schemed his eyes at Tsunade, who was watching the play on the side, and seemed to say, "Tsunade, who is at the same level as you were watching the play on the side, do you have the face to help Uzumaki Linyu back? I'm just here to be invited to eat ramen, please continue." After the big snake pill finished speaking, he walked to the side, and the people who were originally standing there instantly scattered, and within 2 meters around the big snake pill, no one should enter. "You're here for ramen too?" Fugaku gritted his teeth. The level of the three ninja was not something he could fight against, he could only break his teeth and swallow it. Boy, no one can save you now, are you ready to be beaten? Fuya couldn't help others, so he could only spread his anger on Lin Yu and Bofeng Shuman. Yo, are so many people coming to eat ramen? Looks like I'm still late. At this time, another voice came, and the angry Fuya just wanted to curse, but when he saw the person coming, he directly petrified. 3 generations of Hokage. Naruto-sama, why are you here? Oi, it's the 3rd generation of Hokage himself. Hello Naruto-sama, I'm from the ninja school. Lin Yu held back a smile and said to Fugaku, how? I seem to have heard someone say before, if anyone eats this ramen noodles, what are you doing with Uchiha? You, Naruto-sama. I have something to tell you, just now Uchiha. Lin Yu beckoned towards the ape flying sun and shouted loudly. Fugaku saw that Sarutobi turned his head to look at this side, and he didn't have time to think about the gains and losses, and quickly shouted, Uchiha, have a treat today. Everyone is happy to eat. Oi, great, you can eat for nothing. The one who said this is naturally Akimichi Dingza, and at this time he is dancing and thinking about how many bulls he should eat later, 10 bulls? 20 bulls? Since the arrival of the 3 major families of pig deer butterfly, the great snake pill, and finally even Lord Hokage, not only Fugaku's face changed wildly, and not far from the next door, Shinja-sho's face was as uncomfortable as eating show. Shinjuxiang didn't believe what he saw in front of him at all, he felt that he had fallen for illusion. Impossible, I must be dreaming, how could Naruto-sama come, this is impossible. The fruit shop owner on the side patted his old friend's back, and said, Xiang, recognize the reality, this is all true, let's go back. Nope. I don't believe it, even if I add the families present, that is, about 50 people, only half the number, I haven't lost yet. Shinjuxiang shook off the fruit shop owner's hand and said a little devilishly, people didn't bet with you at all, it's just wishful thinking on your part. The owner of the fruit shop looked at Shinjuxiang with some distress, the two of them have known each other for more than 20 years, not relatives, better than relatives. He silently accompanied Shinjuxiang on the side, not leaving an inch. Wait a minute, we Shimura clan have something to say. A hoarse and low voice sounded, and I saw the figure of Shimura Tenzo at the end of the horizon appear first, followed by a large wave of members of the Shimura clan. It seems that the whole staff is on a big move. Shimura Danzo ignored everyone around him, his indifferent eyes only saw the figure of Ape Flying Sun chopping alone, slowly walked to the Sarutobi Flying Sun chopper, wearing a gray kimono, he and Sarutobi Flying Sun in a Hokage robe were opposed. System, kiss it, kiss it. Lin Yu, snap. I knew you were a second-hand product. Kill. Tuanzang watched the Ape Flying Sun chop for a while, and said lightly, alright chop, you didn't expect me to come. A question mark appeared on Sarutobi Hineda's head, nonsense, of course I didn't know you were coming, how would I know if you ate ramen, but still spoke, how, do you like ramen too? I like ramen? That's right. Today is ramen day for my Shimura clan, and the whole clan has to eat ramen. Tuanzang saw that the ape was flying in the sun, and there was no remorse, and his tone gradually became excited. Ramen day? How did I not know that your Shimura clan still has this special festival? Another question mark appeared on Ape Fei Arai's head, and he felt a little strange today's Tuanzang. You don't know. Of course you don't know, you only know the major families of Konoha, Nara, Akimichi, Hineda and even Uchiha, you know everything, only I. Danzo paused and did not continue. Only you? Ape Flying Sun Chopper felt that there was a fake group in front of him, it should not be someone impersonating. You don't need to know, you just need to know that I'm here for ramen today, and in high demand. You are careful to wait until you will eat. Tunzo saw that the scumbag pretended to be confused and simply ignored him, beckoning the Shimura clan to go to the queue. It's really strange, I haven't provoked him recently. Sarutobi pressed the Hokage Dokeda, no longer thinking, chuckled and walked towards Tsunade and Orochimaru, he wanted to reminisce with his disciples. Senior Lin Yu, thank you so much just now. Bofeng Shuman was stunned and thanked Lin Yu, he felt that this was more rapid than the battlefield, and the fight directly changed into a treat. Could this be the friendship between men? You were invited by Jushine, and besides, the guys from the Uchiha clan, I have long wanted to beat up. The latter sentence Lin Yu said very quietly, not for fear of being heard by Fugaku, but Ichiraku Ramen officially opened, he didn't want to cause trouble anymore, and afterwards, the task mattered. Lin Yu, we're not late. Mater Dai, the day is learned, the sunset is really red hand in hand, and I don't know how they came together, bumped into. There are so many people outside, the 3 of us finally squeezed in after meeting outside, how, did something happen? Hineda Sueshin pushed his glasses and said. On the side, Mater Dai was like Grandma Lu walking into the Grandview garden, his eyes glanced around, and he muttered in his mouth, Nara, Yamanaka, Hineda. There was even Uchiha, wow, it was Orochimaru, one of the 3 shinobi, next to it. Naruto-sama is actually here. Matt Dai seemed to be a fan seeing a star, excited, and Matt Kai behind him was also curious to look around, as if looking for the white-haired Sundara he saw before. As for Sunset True Red, he still had a serious face, but after seeing that Sanchin and Hokage were also present, there was also a significant excitement in his red eyes, and this time it was not in vain. Lin Yu looked around and didn't find Kima Shuumao's figure. Probably he hadn't come yet. Forget it, eat it first. Lin Yu took the three of Mater Dai to Tsunade's side, gave them the tickets, and briefly explained the usefulness. Sarutobi subconsciously made a smoking gesture with the number plate, and after finding that he didn't have a pipe, he touched the beard on his chin and said, "This queuing method is really new. I think we can consider popularizing it to all merchants in Konoha." The ape flying sun has cut the old capitalist, and he can see the advantages of the number plate at a glance. Of course it's fine, but this is what I came up with, should you always? Hey! Lin Yu thought that a small cheap is also cheap, and the little knock ape flew into the sun. Ape Fei Ri glanced at Lin Yu and said angrily, "Go to the secret library and pick a B-grade ninjutsu. Can it be cashed out?" Lin Yu asked weakly. He is not too little ninjutsu now, and there are not many B-level ninjutsu to see. If it is above a level, he can still consider it. How did you talk to Naruto-sama? Gremlin. Tsunade raised his hand as a hairy chestnut. This little devil still wants to discount. If I can discount, Tsunade will not have to take the money to go to the casino. Can't. Ape Fei Ri looked at Lin Yu with a little headache. He remembered the 6 footprints on his face, and said with a black face, "It seems that you can enter the store. If I don't leave, I will go back to deal with official business." Lin Yu also knew that this was impossible, and took the lead to walk in front, leading the ape flying sun to chop a few people into Ichiraku ramen. But Lin Yu seemed to feel that there was one less person. What about Mikato? At this time, Mikato was helplessly issuing the number plate, and she was pulled over by Juzine to top the bag. Mikato's eyes schemed towards Lin Yu, who had just entered Ichiraku ramen, and there were some tears in her heart. "Didn't you find that there was one missing?" "Ha! Juzine! You're not outside." As soon as he entered the store, Lin Yu found that Juzine was actually holding chopsticks and preparing to eat. Who was the one who handed out the number plate outside? He, Gollum. Juzine touched her little belly, holding her little face and said, "I asked Mikato to help me. I was so tired of issuing the number plate. I was hungry when I was tired, and then I smelled the fragrance, and I came in early." "So, the one outside is Mikato? Aha! I'm going to get going." Saying that, Juzine broke the chopsticks and was about to take a mouthful. Autumn bean sack. Lin Yu carefully protected the first bowl of Ichiraku ramen in his arms, which was even more attentive than holding Juzine, and he didn't dare to move at all. Lin Yu, you grab my ramen." Juzine's hand holding the chopsticks had not stopped, and the ramen on the table in front of him had disappeared, and he quickly turned his little head and said to Lin Yu with a puffing mouth, "Aha, Juzine, I'm so hungry, let me eat this bowl first." Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he almost failed to be forced by the system to delete an ability, but he didn't expect that the task of just eating ramen was so thrilling that he almost overturned. Humph. Juzine puffed out his little face, but saw that Lin Yu actually didn't take the chopsticks, and directly took the bowl and ate it. The little face is quite disgusted, and the smelly Lin Yu is really not ashamed. Tsunade and the others on the side were dumbfounded. This is not very Lin Yu, or this is completely different from the usual Lin Yu. Even the big snake pill squinted, feeling that the Lin Yu in front of him was someone casting a transformation technique. But the person in Konoha who was proficient in the transformation technique to hide his eyes, except for his teacher Sarutobi Hibiki, there was no one else at all, so this possibility was ruled out. So what was the situation? Is it really ramen that is so delicious? Compared with the confusion of the big snake pill, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is very calm, and he has gradually gained awareness of Lin Yu's character of not playing cards according to the routine, grabbing a bowl of ramen, and not using multiple shadow avatars to grab ramen. It seems that Ape Flying Sun Chopper has a deep grudge against the multiple shadow doppelganger. What? Can't take it away. You also have to go outside and line up to get a number plate. "Do you know I'm she?" said a ninja from the Shimura clan with some indignation. However, as if remembering the identity of the person standing on the side, his voice was slightly lowered, and he approached his hand and hit the side, and said softly, "Boss, can't you be accommodating? We can pay double the price." Nope. Hand beat to prepare the materials, but strictly refused. His task today is very heavy. There is no time to idle with this person. Lower his head and seriously cook ramen. The ninja of the Shimura clan was angry when he saw this, and he held his breath in his heart, very helpless. He had never met such a stubborn businessman. The seating style of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant is still a half circle of rounded tables, and inside the circle is a handmade live cooking demonstration stage, so that customers can see that his ramen is definitely sold on the spot, never overnight. On the side of the round table, there is also a face-to-face children's seat that belongs to Juzine, and Lin Yu is sitting on it at this time, eating ramen noodles face-to-face with Juzine. "Everyone, please take a seat." Even in the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, the hand fight did not show a trace of embarrassment. In front of ramen, he can definitely be called Atsuki Ichiraku, and no one can distract him. Sarutobi beckoned the two apprentices to take their seats, and Matt Dai waited for Hokage and Sanshin to take their seats before sitting on the other side of the curved round table, with a few empty seats in between. Finally you can eat ramen. What a fragrance! Akimichi Dingza led his father, the patriarch of Akimichi, into the ramen shop, smelled the tempting fragrance, and licked the saliva that came out of the corner of his mouth. Point of convergence. Dingza, Naruto-sama is here. Patriarch Akimichi patted Akimichi Dingza's head, walked over to say hello to Sarutobi Hiki, and led his son to find a place to sit. Whew, I'm not late. Mikato walked into the ramen shop with a red little face, staring at Lin Yu and Jushine, who were sitting face to face. Good guy. I'm issuing number plates for you outside. Yu Juzine is actually so leisurely. And Lin Yu invited me to eat ramen, but actually forgot about me. Also sit face to face with Juzine as a couple. The quiet and gentle Mikato is gone. She is now like a very jealous girl, walking over with a gloomy face, dragging Lin Yu up with her small hand, and then sitting opposite Juzine with her own care. Her face returned to her usual softness, and she looked at Juzine with a smile. Juzine, Mikato, are you going to grab my ramen too? Lin Yu, is it easy for me to eat ramen? Ha ha ha. At that time, Zi Lai was indeed a trick-or-treating ghost. Sarutobi laughed heartily, and they were just talking about being tied to a pillar during the bell-grabbing test. Sarutobi Hinata Hokage Dokeda has been taken off, and a smile is clearly visible on his slightly vicissitudes of face. Here he is not the third generation of Hokage, he is just a teacher, a Konoha ninja. If it weren't for Jiraiya's stupid old support for our hind legs, I would have been able to Tsunade a long time ago. Orikimura quietly listened to Tsunade and Sarutobi next to him talking about the past, and his cold pupils couldn't help but fluctuate a little. Those days were quite nostalgic. Ha ha ha, now you've all grown up and become a real ninja, teacher you give me out. Tenzo's voice interrupted ape-flying Sunko's emotion, and after a while, Danzo, who was dressed in a kimono, pushed the door and entered, and his eyes looked coldly at ape-flying Sunko. Ha, Tenzo? Are you in line? Ape Fei Ri turned his head and wondered. Tuanzang snorted coldly without explaining. God knows what price he paid for the Shimura clan to buy the number 12 seat ticket from someone else. As for why it wasn't the 11th, that little yellow hair didn't sell it to him, what could he do? Tuanzang ignored everyone else. Yuguang glanced at the big snake pill, quickly withdrew, walked to the vacant seat next to Ape Flying Sun Chop and sat down, staring closely at this scumbag. Ape Fei Ri Chopper was a little strange to be stared at by Tuanzang. Just now I felt it outside. Today's Tuanzang is very wrong. However, he was not easy to say directly, smiled and turned his head to fight and said, Boss, can you let him eat with us? No matter how stubborn the character is, Naruto-sama still has to give face, and besides, there are extra seats in the store, and 10 people at a time or just a maximum of 10 ramen at a time, and the taste of ramen will be imperfect. He is a person who gives ramen with all his heart. Big deal, the last one to do is again. Tuanzang saw that the ape-flying sun chop was very familiar, and even the cold snort was a little smaller, sitting next to the ape-flying sun chop and closing his eyes and no longer speaking. He also felt that what he did today was a bit excessive. Why should he lose his character for a scumbag? He was very busy in the darkness of Konoha. Come, you eat Danzo first. Isn't today the ramen day for your Shimura clan? You've been looking forward to it for a long time. Sarutobi kindly brought his ramen to Danzo. As soon as I heard Sarutobi say ramen day, Tenzo's 30-year black pot face can't bear it. How did I say this stupid thing just now? Danzo didn't snort coldly, picked up the hot ramen, and took a sip of soup. Woohoo, this is the best ramen I've ever had. Akimichi Dingza, who was sitting on the side, was moved to tears. This is the result of his hard work in line for many days, and now he finally eats it. It is really delicious. No wonder even Naruto-sama came to the scene. Dingza, let's eat more than anyone else. Good father. The owner brought me another 10 bowls. Hand beating. Ahem, open today, order up to 2 copies per person. The hand unconsciously rubbed his wrist. He felt that the future life would be very sad, his wrist may suffer. Alas, both father and son sighed, but considering that the boss had just opened today, and there were still so many people queuing outside, the two of them would be embarrassed if they ate all the ingredients, and the delicacy should be shared with everyone. What a red. Learned. Where? Do you only eat 1 bowl? Can you give me your other portion? Of course, I will pay for the money. No, I almost forgot about Uchiha Charter, ha ha ha. For Sunset True Red and Sunrise Learning, the Akimichi Patriarch is still relatively familiar, but Mater Dai has only met a few times and has heard a little. But for the food, in order to be full, he's open, too. The 3 of Mater Dai were stunned, looking at the hot gaze of the Autumn Road Patriarch. The 3 of them nodded unconsciously. At this time, don't refuse, the Autumn Road Patriarch's gaze is a little scary. Akimichi Dingza on the side saw that his father had taken the initiative. His face couldn't help but change. He turned his head to look at Linyu, Jushine, and Mikato, a little hesitant. I don't know if to speak, damn it. If only Shikaku and Heike were there. I'm full after eating a bowl, and I can give you another chance, Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu, whose task has been completed, is quite relaxed, although Ichiraku ramen is indeed delicious, but with one ramen noodles can make friends with the future Akimichi patriarch, it must be earned in blood. Mine can too, Mikato said softly. She didn't have much food, one bowl was enough. Humph. I don't want it, I want to eat 5 bowls. Juzine faced Ding Zie's gaze, schemed his little head, and squeamishly snorted, just you, the little fat man, still want to take food in my Juzine's hands? There are no doors. Akimichi Dingza was a little frustrated when he heard this. Alas, did he still lose to his father? Little ghost, my share is good for you. Tsunade's bold voice came from next door. She was not much interested in ramen, she preferred to drink. Really? Thank you so much, Tsunade-sama. Ha ha ha, then my share is also good for you, Ding Zhao. I am very optimistic about you. Ape Fei Riko laughed loudly. He still knew the amount of food of the Akimichi clan. Ape Fei Ri turned his head and said to Tuanzang, do you have enough to eat? Or your share? Humph, whatever you want. Danzo's intention is not to eat ramen, he just doesn't resent why Sarutobi invited so many people, but he missed him. This scumbag. If Sarutobi knew Tuanzang's thoughts, he would definitely scold, I'm not an inviter. And also, I'm a man with a wife. Tuanzang wants to fart and eat it. Then Orikimura saw that everyone was like this, and he had to. Hand hit, you guys are enough. It's not you who make ramen, so you guys are high. Let's do it individually. The time for a bowl of ramen passes quickly, but Sarutobi Hinata feels that today is very comfortable, chatting with his apprentices about the past, eating delicious ramen, and there is Danzo next to him. If this little day can be every day, then what kind of Hokage should I be? Isn't it nice to enjoy life? But the reality can't be like this. After eating ramen, he has to go back to the office, and he has to stay up late until the early hours of the morning to approve documents. Alas, this day is really a dog. Should I find a successor sooner? Sarutobi thought so, and walked out of the ramen shop side by side with Danzo. Ah, Naruto-sama, I finally see you. I am your loyal supporter, little fan. A yellow-haired boy stared at the figure of the ape flying sun with sparkling eyes, and said excitedly, Ha, you are students of ninja school, right? Ape Fei Ri looked at the Wave Feng Shui gate and seemed to have some impressions. Yes, Hokage-sama, my name is Wave Feng Shuiman, and my dream is to become a great Hokage like you, protect Konoha, and give everything for Konoha. Ape Fei Ri stared at the Wave Feng Shui gate for a long time, and found that what this child said did not look like a perfunctory look at all, stretched out his hand and rubbed the little yellow hair of the Wave Feng Shui gate, and said with a smile, where Konoha flies, the fire is also endless. My duty is to protect Konoha, protect your generation to grow up safely. Little one, you have to grow up quickly. Maybe I will find you to take over my shift. Yes, I will definitely work harder. Bofeng Shuman is like chicken blood, his fair cheeks are red. Xiao Zhengtai is full of appearance, bows deeply to the ape flying sun, and walks into the ramen shop like entering the battlefield. He feels that it is worth the trip. Humph, another naive guy. Tuanzang waited for the Wave Feng Shui gate to leave, and snorted coldly. Tuanzang, that's not what I said. A child with dreams, and can persevere for this. Maybe he can really take over my shift in the future. Sarutobi admires a child like Watergate and has an appetite for him. Sunko, if you can't, let me come. Why expect a ghost? I think I can do it for another 20 or 30 years. The ape flying sun cut the old god freely. Abominable. Tuanzang threw his sleeves away. The hateful sun chopper, wouldn't he say something he was happy to hear? If you go against him like this, your feelings will change. Time goes back 20 minutes. Shinjuxiang saw a group of people coming under black pressure at the end of the horizon. A trace of despair rose in his heart, and he muttered in his mouth, no, it's impossible, they're just passing by, right? Pass by. But the next second he heard words that made him desperate. Today is our ramen day for the Shinura family. The next word Shinjusho can no longer hear, he only echoes the word ramen day in his mind. How could it be? How can it be? How could there be such a strange festival? Which broken clan came up with this? It simply made his new residents desperate. Alas, Sho, let's go. This shop is not something you and I can afford to mess with. The fruit shop owner stroked Shinjuxian's back and said with some concern. He was afraid that Shinjuxian's brain would be hot and he would do unspeakable things. Meow, do you say I really want to eat Xiang? Shinjuxian looked at Yamanaka Meow a little lonely. Hey, you are confused, you just said eat bananas. Go eat big bananas in my shop. Eat enough. Yamanaka Meow said proudly patting Shinjusho's shoulder. So full, so full. Today is happy Juzine again. Hiccup. Juzine touched her round little belly, cute burped, and then immediately covered her mouth with her small hand. Her little head looked around, and only after seeing that no one noticed her did she put down her little hand and exhale. Juzine is very reserved. Lin Yu, then Zhenhong, and I will go first. We still have business. We will get together next time. Hinata Gakasei and Sunset Maka said hello to Linyu and left one after another. One of them was the attending doctor of the ninja hospital, and the other was Konoha Kamishinobu, and things were still very busy. As for Matt Day, he is now an old salted fish, and after the funding of Linyu, the unjust big head, he has a very moist life, and he will do tasks when he has time, and usually take Kai to run around Konoha, so that Kai can feel the vitality of youth since he was a child. How? Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Linyu looked at Mikato and Tsunade, with some anticipation on his face, and fear. Mikato should not quarrel with Tsunade. Humph, come home with me. Juzine held Linyu's arm with both hands, his small face looked at him fiercely, and the threat in his eyes was self-evident. If I don't go home, I will be tortured at night. Che, what's the point of being all little ghosts? I'm going to cultivate. Tsunade pouted, her beautiful eyes scraped Linyu, and left with a burst of fragrant wind. I took a D-grade assignment and I want to finish it this afternoon, so, next time. Mikato and Tsunade said softly to Linyu after leaving. The tone was a little weak, and he looked at Linyu with a little expectation in his watery eyes, but after seeing Juzine's little face, he still changed his mind. No hurry, Uchiha Mikato is best at boiling frogs in warm water. She and Linyu came to Japan to grow. Now you're happy, they're gone. Linyu looked at Juzine helplessly, stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Humph, that's not how it should be. Hee. Juzine laughed happily. She felt that she was victorious. Sure enough. My Juzine is due to success. Okay, let's go home. Nope, I'm going shopping. Good. Linyu seems to have forgotten who to say hello to. Forget it, it shouldn't be a very important person. Orochimaru went directly to the laboratory after Sarutobi went out. Eating ramen is just a deal for him, he only has science in his eyes now. Eternal life. The ultimate power of ninjutsu. Although it evokes a wave of memories with Jiraiya, it is only slightly fluctuating and fleeting. Jiraiya, I don't know what happened to you in the land of rain. And the other Mater Dai, who was forgotten by Linyu, was shouted by an acquaintance at this time, and the two were chatting leisurely. Ha, Dai, are you here to eat ramen too? Kiki Shuumao said as he held Kakashi and said to Materdei, who was also carrying Kai. Ah, it turned out to be Lord Shuumao. Did you also come to eat ramen? Naruto-sama just left, but you're one step late. Mater Dai pulled Mat K in front of him, and the two Konoha widows seemed to feel a little sorry for each other. Dai, how many times have you said it? You just call me Shuumao. I've always thought of you as a friend, just call it a friend. Mater Dai hesitated for a while, looked at Kai, who was a little stupid in his arms, and said heavily, okay, Shuumao. You're babbling, K? Dai, can you already speak? Kimo Shuumao looked at Kai and Mat Dai's arms with a surprised expression. According to common sense, babies will probably learn to speak around 1-year-old, but Kai does not look like he is about 1-year-old. Could it be that Mater Dai has some unique way of educating, then he has to learn it well? Ha! Mater Dai also looked surprised. Kai usually has 2 sentences of ah and babbling, but this time you can obviously hear a U sound. Mat Dai suddenly said to Kai excitedly, Kai, you can speak? You will shout, no daddy. Mat Kai completely ignored Mat Dai, his big eyes only had white hair with his back to him, and continued to babble at the moment. You babbling. Perhaps it was because of the silence of Mat Kai. Kakashi turned his head and saw the old Mat Kai on the opposite side staring at him, quite arrogantly. What are you babbling? Shuumao, listen. Your Kakashi seems to know a few simple words. Really, do you hear what they're saying? Kimo Shuumao said a little excitedly. Seems to be greeting each other? Hello? Or are you good? Mater Dai was a little puzzled. Ha, it seems that the two of them have a very good relationship. They know how to make friends at such a young age, and they will definitely have a deep bond when they grow up. Kimo Shuumao said cheerfully. That's for sure, Kai will definitely become a good Konoha ninja and inherit all my passion for youth. Then I'll wait and see. You see, they're saying hello to each other again. It seems to be said more this time. Materde, I knew that my Kai must have a unique talent. Kimo Shuumao, it is worthy of being my child, smart since childhood. And the two held in their arms. Mat Kai and Kakashi talked more and more. Kakashi even stretched his legs to Mat Kai, hitting the handsome little face was very angry. On the other hand, Mat Kai on the other side has been giggling. Mat K, look at me. Kakashi, what are you looking at? Medi, look at you. Kakashi, try another one. Medi, try it. Omega, staring. The bond is seen from now, and for some reason, Matty took a look at this white-haired boy at a glance. Although he is a little arrogant and has been ignoring him, Metkai, who is often infused with youthful blood, understands a truth. The more difficult it is, the more he has to use his youth to step over him. All he gives. It's done. Okay, Dai, Kakashi and I went to eat ramen first. We'll meet again when we have time. Kiki Shuumao changed his hug to make Kakashi more comfortable, and said in a loud voice. Good. I'm also going to take Kai for a lunch break. First run around Konoha for 1,000 laps to warm up. As soon as Mat Dai flicked his hand, Kai turned around Mat Dai 180 degrees for half a circle, just staying in the position of his back, which shows that he is skilled and has no difference in strength. Ah, this. Good. Kimushuumao smiled awkwardly. You run 1,000 laps around Konoha to call a lunch break? Babble. Kakashi poked his head out and laughed at Kai behind Maturde. Aha. Matt Kai shook his head at Kakashi's arrogant look. Kakashi, your dad is quite skillful and has suffered a lot. Matty, I'm going to sweat for my youth, goodbye. Yes, I know it's out of line, but I really want to do my part for Konoha. The implication is that it doesn't matter if our own people go through the back door, right? This made Linyu think of a sentence, my rules are rules. Sarutobi pondered for a while and saw that no one else was there, picked up the pipe in the drawer and took 2 sharp puffs, spitting out a few smoke rings towards Linyu. So he hesitated. Your strength has indeed reached the upper ninja level, but you are now just a lower ninja, directly promoted to upper ninja. Konoha has never had such a precedent. Deliberately. Absolutely deliberate. Ape Flying Sun is really careful to slash his eyes, and he is definitely revenge for the soul print last time. Linyu still did not avoid the encounter of secondhand smoke, waved his hand, coughed twice, and said, it's still in a time of war, there are many upper ninja in the village, there are many deployments, although I have the strength of upper ninja, but the authority of lower patience is still too low. That's right, although the Second Ninja World War has ended, from the intelligence detected by the Dark Department in recent times, some ninja villages already have signs of being ready to move, especially the Sand Ninja Village. One don't know what's wrong with them. The garrison in the village has been strengthened dozens of times, and there will be demons if something goes wrong. It seems that the ninja world will not be calm for long, and Sarutobi took another puff of cigarette and said, although you have the strength of the upper ninja level, whether you can have the qualifications to become a superior ninja still needs to be investigated, and the strength of the upper ninja does not mean that you can definitely become a superior ninja. You should be clear about this. Nonsense. Of course I know, otherwise how could Mater still endure? According to the comprehensive strength, at least it has to be a superior forbearance. If it is the strongest strength, the hard Ape Flying Sun Chop may be hammered, but as the Ape Flying Sun Chop said, you have the strength of the shadow level, does not mean that you are the shadow level. If Ape Flying Sun Chopper wants to kill Matt Dai, he will not be given the opportunity to open the door of death at all, and even if you open the door of death, Ape Flying Sun Chopper has hundreds of ninjutsu dragged until you yourself exhaust your life force and die. All of them are shadow level strength, and even Matt Dai's attack power is stronger, but it is not the opponent of Ape Flying Sun Chopper at all, if it is replaced by Kai Huang. Ape Flying Sun Slash, even if you know 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu, it is for nothing. The above is just Linyu's personal thoughts. If he wants the Matt father and son to become enemies of Ape Flying Sun, then it may have to be Sarutobi kill Kiki Shuumao and Kakashi in front of them. Hey, why should I think so? Something is wrong, something is wrong. Linyu's expression tightened, and he said seriously, I am ready, I can start the test at any time. Ape Flying Sun Chopper spat a smoke ring at Linyu again. Without speaking, he was pondering who should be arranged to assess Vortex Linyu. The Yamanaka clan can't, they are more suitable to be auxiliary ninjas. The Nara family is not very good. Linyu's multiple shadow doppelgangers are simply their nemesis. The Akimichi family? It can be considered, but it seems easy to roll over. What a headache. Why can't so many Shangnin find a suitable candidate for beating Uzumaki Linyu? Linyu, why don't I remember that you Ape Flying Sun Chopper is such a vengeful person? How about I go into battle myself? That's not good. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is a little moved. He hasn't made a move in some days. I don't know if it will be a little jerky to cast ninjutsu, or take the whirlpool Linyu to try it. Or, I got it? At this moment, the sound of pushing the door sounded, and the big snake pill walked in with a cold face, and there was an expectant look in the golden vertical pupils, and the words just now were what he said. Orochimaru? Ape Flying Sun Chopper didn't think about the big snake pill, but he understood the nature of his apprentice, and the other party was not interested in this kind of assessment task at all. At this time, the accident suddenly came, and for some reason the big snake pill actually changed his temperament and took the initiative to ask for the assessment of the whirlpool Linyu, and the big snake pill sentence, otherwise, I'll come. When Sarutobi heard this, his mind automatically changed to I'll beat him. It's really, that's great. Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru with some joy, and both of them could feel an emotion called happy in each other's eyes. The two actually felt a little sympathetic to each other, and at the same time couldn't help but think in their hearts, you won't be in by Linyu, right? Big snake pill, Linyu secretly treats me as a pot man, this is really unbearable. Ape Flying Sun Chopper, that kid dared to kick me in the face 6 times. How can it be repaired? Good. It's up to you, Orochimaru. Sarutobi agreed to Orochimaru's suggestion without the slightest hesitation, and said with a smile on his face, when the time comes, Tap is also your student. The big snake pill smiled darkly and said, Lin Yujun is my student, and he can also be regarded as your teacher's apprentice. Of course I won't heavy hand. Linyu, 2 old yin critics, think I can't hear it? Wait and see. Linyu looked at the 2 masters and apprentices whispering to each other, looked at each other and smiled, and seemed to determine that the direction of the 2 was the same, that is, to beat the whirlpool Linyu to death. Linyu smiled bitterly, and couldn't help but think of Jiraiya of the Land of Rain. If the system released a task of Zilaya and the Great Snake Pill in the future, then Linyu would definitely complete the goal 100%. No, is overdone. As for the ape flying sun chop, the system should not be so frustrated as to arrange a group cache. After all, it is a person with a wife. Tuanzang, what break system arrangement do I want for Guoying? I'm on my own. After determining Linyu's assessment object, Ape Fei Rico was quite happy, and said to the big snake pill, "Why do you have time to come and see me as a teacher today?" What to say? Of course, Orochimaru won't come to the Hokage building for no reason, or he doesn't want to go anywhere else except his laboratory, but the laboratory is a gold-swallowing beast. He's here to punch money. The big snake pill took out the laboratory material list from his arms, handed it to the ape flying sun, and said, "Teacher, this is the list of research materials last month, and I want to double the amount this month." Ape Fei Ri took a puff of his cigarette, looked at the price on the list, and frowned. 2.5 million taels? For the big snake pill to establish an underground research base, he also knows, he is not too in favor, but also not against, but he does not want the big snake pill to be too attached to this. The most important thing for ninjas should be their own cultivation, their own strength is the right way. However, 2.5 million taels is indeed a little less, and adding to 5 million taels is also a drop in the bucket for the experiment, so it should be cultivated for the big snake pill to cultivate an interest in love. I hope he can return to the right path as soon as possible. Ape Fei Ri took the list, signed a word, and said, "Take the list and go to the finance department to get 5 million taels. Orochimaru, you remember, you are a ninja, usually necessary cultivation do not fall." 205? No wonder the big snake pill would ask for an increase. This number is not too auspicious, Linyu thought to himself. Don't worry, teacher, I know how to arrange it. Time? Now, you can find a training ground and go straight to the actual combat test. The big snake pill doesn't have so much time to prepare for the assessment method, and it's all over by beating Linyu directly. It just makes him feel better, maybe the experiment will go much smoother. As for those anti-investigations, the issue of decision in case of incident is still left to a later stage. In addition to strength, IQ is also very important, but this can be seen from actual combat, and a real battle can see many shortcomings and advantages of a person. Orochimaru is indeed in a good mood. This is probably the longest thing he has said in his life. Ape Fei Ri took a puff of his cigarette, extinguished his pipe, and nodded. "Just do as you say, just when I am free now, I will accompany you." "Good fellow. You can't wait to see me get beaten." However, my vortex Linyu is not so good to be beaten, although the whole card cannot be used, but I can also take advantage of this to find out the strength of the big snake pill. When you beat him in the future, you can also control the force, don't break him. As for beating him to death, Ant Snake is not top-notch, and her life-saving ability is definitely one of the best in the ninja world. Outside Konoha village, training ground number 37. The two figures were tens of meters apart, facing each other from a distance. It was Linyu and the big snake pill. Considering that this was the upper ninja test, Sarutobi ordered the dark part to guard 5 kilometers around the area to prevent Konoha ninjas from entering by mistake, so as not to cause damage and affect the assessment. "Linya-jun, let's shoot. Let me see your true strength." Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth, and his golden vertical pupils were full of excitement. Linya didn't make a sound. He knew that with his current exposed strength, it was almost impossible to be the opponent of the great snake pill. The kaleidoscope could not be used, and Linyu's combat effectiveness directly dropped by 2 notches. Although the current great snake pill has not mastered so many forbidden techniques, such as dirt rebirth, Yagi technique, etc., it is not to be underestimated, and it is also a quasi-shadow level strength. Besides, how many battles has Linyu experienced since the advent of the system? Go to the Land of Rain once, fight Morizuru once, Sanshin became famous and fought a soy sauce, and Jushina was tied up once. There are only 3 real battles, up to 4 times, counting Uchiha Tanika's rookie chicken, and almost all of them are crushed. There was no fight with Hanzo that time, it was called Old Six Sneak Attack. As for the battle using the Eye of Reincarnation, it was completely crushing and had no experience at all. Compared to the big snake pill that had experienced at least hundreds of life and death battles, Linyu was as immature as a newborn baby. Linyu slowly exhaled, but he also had an advantage. He knew that the weakness of the great snake pill was illusion. Ape Fei Ri smoked his pipe and stood under the tree on the side, slowly exhaling a piece of smoke. "Uzumaki, Linyu, let me see your skills. Is it really known as the insidious poisonous milk of the ninja world?" The big snake pill saw that Linyu was not moving. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what tricks Linyu could use. "Sensei Orochimaru, let's compete in physical skills first." "How?" Linyu stepped forward a few steps, croaked his teeth and said with a smile. The big snake pill didn't understand what tricks Linyu wanted to make, but he was confident that he could solve them one by one. "Just do it as you like." "Okay, I'm going to go." "Come on, let me." Swoosh! 2 golden chakra chains suddenly burst out from Linyu's back, directly hitting the big snake pill face door. King Kong blockade does not need to be sealed. This vortex family's brother BA level sealing technique is unpreventable. Rao as the big snake pill did not react. Didn't it say that the physical skill contest? What do these two chains mean? But the disadvantages of King Kong blockade are also obvious. The speed is not fast, and when encountering a ninja with dexterous and changeable body like Orochimaru, he can't keep up with his speed at all. The big snake pill leaned back, borrowed the force of his right foot to the ground, and panned out backwards in a strange posture, perfectly avoiding the sneak attack of the King Kong blockade. Chains of this speed can't bind him at all. Yikes! As soon as the big snake pill stabilized his figure and looked up, a bunch of shurikens flew towards him, and he saw Lin Yu's hands on the opposite side turn into an afterimage, and waves of shuriken burst out, as if he didn't have to spend money to buy it. The big snake pill just wanted to say in his heart, can the NM body technique also throw the dark device like this? The thought flashed in his heart. The big snake pill's hands swung back and forth, and his light and agile figure shuttled through the shuriken in the sky, and not a trace of the corners of his clothes was wiped, which was the scientific running method of the exclusive snake ant. The other ninjas are running with their arms back, only Orochimaru is the only one who has been ahead of them for decades. The figure of the big snake pill was getting closer and closer to Lin Yu, and he seemed to abide by Lin Yu's rules and did not use ninjutsu other than physical skills. Got you, Lin Yu-jun. The big snake pillion smiled and stretched out an arm to grab Lin Yu, and shrunk his head slightly to avoid the entanglement of a chakra chain, and his golden vertical pupils were full of confidence. Seeing that plan A had failed, Lin Yu was not discouraged in the slightest, raised his hand to block the arm that the big snake pill attacked, and the blood red in his eyes and 3 black hook jades slowly jumped, staring closely at every move of the big snake pill. As for the King Kong blockade, he has already taken it back, and in this kind of hand-to-hand combat, the King Kong blockade is really cumbersome, unless it can restrict the enemy's movement. Uchiha's Sharingan? The big snake pill was still the first time to see Lin Yu's chakra eyes, and he was not too surprised. As the supervisor of Lin Yu and Juzine, he had already learned about Lin Yu's information from the 8 Flying Sun, including his background. Then let me see it. The big snake pill did not spare the slightest hand. The punch he swung became an afterimage, and the place of attack was also some key points, such as the eyes, neck, chest, lower body and other places. Of course, he was always on guard against the illusion of the chakra eye. The big snake pill is not worried that attacking these places can cause irreparable injuries to Lin Yu. With the other party's medical skills and the physique of the Vortex clan, it is only a matter of time before he recovers, of course, if his eyes are poked blind. That's the right time to try the transplant I recently studied. Lin Yu dodged the dense attacks of the big snake pill, and he also cursed angrily in his heart, how to pick these places to fight. What if they break Juzine? Lin Yu dodged a punch sideways, took the opportunity to kick out the big snake pill with his right foot, and took a few steps back, panting slightly. Just for a while, there were several more fist marks on his body, although with the strength and resilience of his immortal body, this injury was the same as nothing. But Lin Yu had also seen the quasi-shadow level physical skills, and it was still a little difficult to deal with. Compared to the previous teasing battle against Uchiha Taiki and Yun Shinobu Kami, this is a completely different feeling. Pressure. Lin Yu-jun, do you have this strength? I was disappointed. The big snake pill calmly dodged Lin Yu's attack, and slapped a palm on Lin Yu's back, but Lin Yu didn't care. He endured it, and punched the big snake pill in the chest, exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom! The attacks of the two fell towards each other at the same time, and Lin Yu slapped the big snake pill solidly, and there was a hot pain in his back. Hiss! Big snake pill, you wait, the start is so heavy, you are not welcome to blame me in the future. The painful expression on Lin Yu's face flashed away, and he smashed a heavy punch towards the big snake pill. The big snake pill did not have a physique like him. If he completely withstood his punch, it would not be good. Wow! The imaginary knockback sound did not come, as if a punch hit the air, and there was no feeling of touching the big snake pill at all. Software makeover. How could it be? Has the big snake pill been mastered at this time? Didn't he just start experimental research? Without having time to think deeply, Lin Yu quickly retracted his right fist and dodged to avoid the big snake pill's gutter foot. A trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and Juzine's happiness was almost gone. How can it be repaired? Fire escape. How fireball technique. Lin Yu's hands quickly sealed the seal, forming an afterimage. He had already received the reward, and the sealing speed was doubled. Oh, is it time to enter the ninjutsu competition? Why didn't Lin Yu-jun say it? Wind escape. Great breakthrough. The big snake pill was talking, but the sealing speed was not slower than Lin Yu. As we all know, the fire is windy, the attributes are comparable, and the best response to the big snake pill should be to use water dun, but he uses wind dun ninjutsu, which shows his confidence in his ninjutsu. It is also a C-level ninjutsu, but the power used by Lin Yu and the big snake pill is comparable to B-level ninjutsu, and the violent storm swept the blazing fireball, and the two collided to produce fierce friction, and no one was humble to anyone. Rumble. The fierce wind mixed with Mars blown violently around, and a circle of air rippled out and gradually dissipated. Droll, but Lin Yu knew that the big snake pill was still superior, because of the fire wind. However, now is not the time to think about this kind of thing. The wind and waves have dissipated, and Lin Yu's figure has already touched the big snake pill. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. After a burst of white smoke, there were 100 more Lin Yu surrounding the big snake pill in the field, and each Lin Yu was rapidly forming a seal in his hand. Water escape, water chaos. Although it is a sea-level ninjutsu, 100 Lin Yu cast, which is more than the water flow of the great waterfall art, but the amount of chakra consumed is also unimaginable. The big snake pill's eyes narrowed slightly. The technique of multiple shadow doppelgangers? It was a bit troublesome to cooperate with the huge chakra of the Vortex clan, but it was only trouble. And what is Uzumaki Lin Yu doing? Splitting so many shadow doppelgangers just for a sea-level ninjutsu? Some thoughts flashed in the mind of the big snake pill, thinking that the big snake pill was not slow, although he was not sure what Lin Yu wanted to do, but it was always right to destroy the ninjutsu he performed. The figure of the big snake pill quickly shuttled between Lin Yu's shadow doppelgangers, poof, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of shadow doppelgangers who were casting water escapes were burst. But after all, there were many people, and the ground was gradually covered by the flow of water, and after the big snake pill burst more than 50 forest feathers, the water in the field had submerged to the ankles. Ape Flying Sun Chopper had already jumped onto the tree, frowning at the more and more gathered water, thinking in his mind, should I tell him the way of the 4 seals? Isn't it tired to tie so many seals? Lin Yu, tired. But that's all I copied. After the big snake pill burst most of the Lin Yu in the field, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Water dragon technique. Lin Yu used the amount of water condensed by nearly 100 doppelgangers to cast the water dragon bullet technique. Chakra swung outward. The power was close to A+ level ninjutsu, more than 50 meters of fierce water dragon condensed in the air, roaring towards the big snake pill swooping. The momentum was amazing. The look of horror on the face of the big snake pill flashed. He seemed to feel that this power was no worse than Hanzo's, but Lin Yu was only 10 years old, and he could already have such power. The future was really unpredictable. Tudun Tuliu Wall. In the face of this powerful ninjutsu, the big snake pill did not dare to resist head-on. His hands quickly slapped on the ground, and an earthen wall quickly rose up, just in time to meet the water dragon that swooped down. Boom! The earth wall could not stop the impact of the water dragon at all, and it turned into mud and fell back into the ground in less than 3 seconds. Without the obstruction of the soil wall, the huge body of the water dragon quickly rushed straight to the big snake pill, without giving it the slightest chance, swallowing it in one bite. Phew, Lin Yu's forehead was sweating. Rao couldn't eat such a large-scale ninjutsu cast with his chakra, but it seemed that the ending was good. Oh? So that's the case. Use the shadow avatar to cover the orientation of the body, and then use the avatar to cast a water escape to confuse me, and the body hides in the shadows to condense chakra to perform the water dragon bullet technique? Lin Yu just wanted to walk over to check the situation of the big snake pill. The cold voice of the big snake pill suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yu, and before Lin Yu could react, a cold palm pinched his neck and lifted him up. Lin Yu's face was full of disbelief. How could it be? How could the big snake pill appear behind me, and who was that person just now? As if seeing Lin Yu's doubts, the big snake pill looked at the figure that was flooded by the water dragon. Oh no, it had turned into a pile of mud at this time. This was his soil doppelganger. Lin Yu looked at the big snake pill's gaze, his face darkened, and said, "This time I lost, big snake pill teacher." The big snake pill ignored Lin Yu and said to himself, at the beginning, he first used words to confuse me, then suddenly launched a sneak attack, then pretended to be a physical confrontation, and in the middle suddenly launched ninjutsu, and then this time used multiple shadow avatars to avoid the field of vision, cast water dragon bombs. If it is an ordinary ninja, here, he has done a very good job. But the palm of the big snake pill grabbed Lin Yu's neck and shook it suddenly. Boom! A puff of white smoke drifted away, or a shadow doppelganger. A white palm with a blue chakra drilled out from the bottom of the big snake pill's feet, and the speed was unstoppable. However, you are Vortex Lin Yu, how can I not guard against your hand? The big snake pill's body stretched and contracted at an incredible angle like an unknown prophet, avoiding Lin Yu's chakra scalpel that slashed at him from the ground, and after Lin Yu's whole person broke through the ground, he didn't give him a chance to react at all. Latent snake limbs. Several black-scaled snakes came out of the sleeve of the big snake pill and wrapped around Lin Yu's limbs, binding him tightly. The big snake pill looked at Lin Yu playfully and said, "Lin Yujun, do you still have any means?" The illusion technique cast from a distance. Lin Yu is not sure that he can control the big snake pill. The big snake pill will definitely guard against him in close combat, only by letting the big snake pill be careless. Thinking that he has won the battle, Lin Yu can look at each other face to face like now, and perform the chakra eye illusion without hindrance. This is also Lin Yu's plan. The front is all paving the way, seducing the big snake pill step by step, allowing him to see through all his thoughts, and finally just for this moment. In other words, if it were someone else, Lin Yu would not lay so much foreshadowing, and acting was very tiring, but as the big snake pill said to Lin Yu, "Because you are the big snake pill, I believe Lin Yu will see it." The big snake pill's eyes suddenly became dull, and the snakes that bound Lin Yu were also scattered on the ground, and Lin Yu rubbed his arm and was about to greet the ape flying sun to slash over, when a dark laugh sounded. "Lin Yujun, is this leaving?" What the? Lin Yu hurriedly took a few steps back, looking at the big snake pill in horror. This time did not pretend, it was true. How could it be? The big snake pill actually broke free of my illusion so quickly. Lin Yu originally thought that the weakness of the big snake pill was illusion, and his resistance to illusion was very weak. He knew that his illusion cultivation was not high, but he was proficient in basic illusion, and Yahiko who dealt with civilians was more than enough, but it was a little difficult to deal with the big snake pill. So Lin Yu has worked very hard to lay out the layout, striving to cast illusions at close range, but he didn't expect to be broken free. How many seconds is this? 1 second or 2 seconds? It turned out that it was not that the big snake pill was weak in resistance to illusion, but that the weasel's illusion attainment was too high. Let Lin Yu subconsciously think that the big snake pill is very weak, and he was dealt with by Uchiha with a single look, and his arm was cut off. But in fact, not anyone's illusion can kill the big snake pill in seconds. Lin Yu's 3-hook jade blood will no. Or maybe the current great snake pill has not yet studied the immortal rebirth, the soul strength has not been damaged, and the effect of ordinary illusion is very small. If you change to a kaleidoscope, I don't know if it can work, the illusion cultivation is not in place, then let's make up the quality. The illusion cast by the kaleidoscope is much stronger than the 3-hook jade writing wheel the two are not a level, the 3-hook jade is the bottleneck, and the kaleidoscope is a qualitative change. Lin Yu looked at the big snake pill with some solemnity, and thought in his heart, it seems that a protracted battle is about to be fought. Lin Yujun, shall we continue? The big snake pill's face was a little ugly. Although the big snake pill broke free of the illusion, he knew that he did fall into Lin Yu's illusion, and it took about 1.2 seconds to get out. Don't look at this time, if it was really in the battle, his big snake pill might have died, but it's hard to say, after all. He still has that technique, although it's not perfect. As soon as Lin Yu wanted to answer, the figure of the ape flying sun slash fell between the two, and said, no need to continue, Uzumaki Lin Yu, congratulations on passing the assessment, from now on, you will be a superior shinobi of Konoha village. Lin Yu exhaled heavily, although he will not lose if he continues to fight, but he has less chance of winning. Such a result he can still accept. After all, he still has a whole card not out, but this whole card can't be played. 3-hook jade writing wheel ape flying sun chopping they can still accept, but you a 10-year-old boy opened a kaleidoscope. Hang up. Definitely hang up. Ape Fei Ri chopped on the side to see the battle between the two. For Lin Yu's untrustworthy behavior he is more recognized. In the real battle, your opponent said to compare with you to test the physical technique, then you really compete with him to test the physical technique? This is not a competition between ninja schools, this is a ninja test. Caution, subtlety, decisiveness, and surprise are the psychological qualities that Shangnin should master. Lin Yu is very good, although it is a little yin, but the good villain has mastered these conditions. Just now, Lin Yu's sentence, I lost this time, Sensei Orochimaru. Even his ape flying sun slash almost believed it, really thinking that Lin Yu was defeated in the hands of the big snake pill. The main thing is that Lin Yu's action expression was interpreted to perfection at that time, and I don't know how the big snake pill saw through it, and he directly hit the cruel hand. If it was the real Lin Yu, then he might go directly to the Pure Land. And Lin Yu too, the chakra scalpel cut straight to the heart, that is also life-threatening. Orochimaru, people with connections to the immortal organization will be so weak? Besides, if you die, you can't be resurrected. Immortal organizations have reincarnation eyes. Lin Yu others may die, but Ant Snake may not be. So the ape flying sun chop stopped the assessment. God knows if these two people continue to compete will be gone. One is his most optimistic apprentice, the other is his apprentice, both are rare geniuses. It is a pity to lose which ape flying sun chop. Even if the two sides fought for a short time, ninjutsu had only performed 5 or 6 types. But the ape flying sun slash looked very meaningful. Whether it was Lin Yu's old 6th behavior or the confidence and caution of the big snake pill, it made him feel that he was old. The apprentices have grown up. I don't know what happened to that idiot. Within the land of rain, Aazili also rubbed his somewhat reddened nose, wrapped in a thick blanket, and sat by the fire with a little wet hair, shivering on the fire to keep warm. Jiraiya-sensei, did you catch a cold? The orange-haired Yahiko asked with concern. This afternoon, they also returned to the cabin drenched. The three of them were a little surprised. After these months of training, they knew that the white-haired man in front of them was strong, although it was a little out of tune, but it still gave people a sense of security. Jiraiya did not explain to them at that time, only saying that he accidentally fell into a puddle while walking. As for the real reason, he will not say that he fell into the pool from the high platform when he felt the natural energy because of his unstable mind, and because he was coated with toad oil. He must expel the natural energy in his body in time, otherwise he will become a toad. Fortunately, I just absorbed a little, and I can change back to the original form, otherwise my handsome face disappeared. I don't know how many girls will cry. It should. Nope. I don't think he looks like he has a cold, but some bastard is secretly nagging him. Is it a big snake pill? Damn it. I knew that he was still worried that I didn't go back in 2 months. Was he worried about me? It's good to be handsome, my damn temperament. Yahiko, Jiraiya-sensei looks like it's okay, let's go back to cultivation. Nagato pulled Yahiko's sleeve. He wanted to be alone with Yahiko. For some reason, with Yahiko his heart will be very calm, and the speed of cultivation will increase. Is this the embodiment of love? Nagato. It's okay to practice, but can you stay away from me and almost lean on me every time? Yahiko remembered that he had been too involved in cultivation once, and when he woke up, he found that Nagato almost leaned against him, and directly a flying thunder god rushed up the tree. He wants to sleep in separate rooms with Nagato these days. Nagato is getting more and more wrong. The wooden house was very simple, maintaining the appearance before Linyu left, and Yahiko Nagato slept in the same room, but for a small part of the time, he was not there, and only Nagato was alone with him at that time. Yahiko, I just want to protect you. Nope, I don't need your protection. Yahiko covered her ears, turned her head and ran out. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm going to chase Yahiko, you have a good rest. Yahiko, wait for me. Nagato followed Yahiko all the way. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two of them, and the shadow of running faded away. Shang Shinobi. Finally become a shinobi. Linyu was very excited in his heart. It's not because I'm excited to become a shinobi, it's because I'm excited about completing the task. New Duen, Land Duen, Melt Duen, Boiling done, Ice done. I'm coming. But it seemed that he could only choose one, and Linyu remembered the line of text in his mind. Mission 2, become Shinobu Kanaha. Reward Chakra Attribute Fusion, any two types at once. It's a pity that you can only choose two, but in this way, Linyu has no hesitation, it must be Mu Duen. However, there are two kinds of Mu Duen, Mu done between the 1,000 hand pillars and other people's Mu Duen. The truth is so cruel. Linyu didn't know exactly because the immortal body between the 1,000 hand pillars was powerful, which made Mu Duen's power increase so much. It was still because of the attachment of Ajura Chakra to the body between the 1,000 hand pillars, which caused a qualitative change in its wood. If it was because of the latter, then Linyu's choice of Mu done would be at that level at most, and he would be tired half to death when he performed a 3-room, 2-hall technique. But Linyu Chakra is sufficient, and he should be able to perform a luxurious manner technique. That doesn't seem bad either. Essential skills for field combat. Bah! What to think? Strength. Strength is the key. My dream of Susatori Buddha cannot be shattered. Others have to join forces to be husband and wife to perform, such as Madara between pillars, or Naruto Suzuki's Susa set Big Fox, but Linyu is normal. This must not be the case. I just hope that the system will be a little more powerful, and don't really become a construction worker. Maybe, when you get the perfect immortal body, you can cast that level of wood between the 1,000 hand pillars. It's not easy to say. Immortal art also improves Mu done very much. Then if immortal art plus perfect immortal body plus reincarnation eye, then you can't go to heaven. What if you fuse the reincarnation eye again? Hiss. Perfect immortal human body, the ultimate of yang, the eye of reincarnation, the ultimate of yin. The combination of two is yin and yang. Seeking jade is the product of yin and yang, and it is also a sign of the 6 levels, and then the other 5 attributes chakra and yin and yang are fused to become a blood snare, a level of powerhouse of Datumu Kagaya. Syllable. Linyu gave himself a punch. Why did he think so much? If you don't hurry up and try your 3-room, 2-hall technique, if you learn it, won't you immediately become the richest man in Konoha? But, how do you integrate? The broken system also has no manual to guide it, and it is completely self-groping. Linyu had to try to fuse the earth attribute chakra and the water attribute chakra first. Rumble. Boom. Linyu's bedboard directly exploded a hole. The fusion failed. Chakra was not controlled at all, and when it first began to blend, Linyu did not feel the breath of Mu done at all. But there was a little taste of dissolution. Linyu suddenly remembered that water plus soil seemed to be able to fuse into dissolution. No way. No way. Don't. But why did it fail? Linyu looked at the line of text in his mind again, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It turns out that I haven't received it yet. Receive. Linyu meditated in his heart. Don't dissolve. Don't dissolve. Don't dissolve. The 2 chakras in his hands fused again. This time Linyu felt the difference, and realized that his chakra seemed to carry a life force. The water attribute and the earth attribute chakra were wrapped in this life force. There was no fury just now, similar to the trend of water and fire incompatible. This time the chakra fusion was unusually docile. It seemed to be like a sapling, nourished by this life force. Soon, the 2 attributes chakra merged, and it seemed that he had inspiration. Linyu stretched out a palm, pointed to the bedboard that had just broken a hole, and whispered in his mouth, Mu done, repair the bedboard technique. Whoosh! A small wooden branch grew out of Linyu's hand and quickly wrapped around the bedboard, and as Linyu's heart moved, the wooden strip blocked the hole in the blink of an eye, as if a green patch had been made on the bedboard. Good. We are finally ninjas who know how to make a wooden escape. It's also a face. But, what to do with Mu done ninjutsu? Do you practice and create by yourself? It was some simple wooden escape. Linyu should be able to use it by using his memory and then groping and groping. But if it is a ninjutsu like the art of the wood dragon, the birth of the tree realm, and the descending of the flower tree realm, it is not something that can be learned by memory alone. As for the real thousands of hands, then you have to master the fairy art, that is, absorb the natural chakra. It's nerve-wracking. It is really tiring to grope for these things alone. If only there were a big snake pill to use as a tool man. Thinking of this, Linyu complained to the system again, "What are you doing so early?" A few years later and the scientific research knowledge of the big snake pill is almost the same, then won't Linyu be able to receive the goods directly? What a second-hand one. System, I don't know if I should say it, MMP. Linyu's joy of fusing Mu-Dun gradually dissipated. He felt that his Mu-Dun was not weak, whether it was toughness, the regeneration speed was not slow, but it was not strong, so. Could it be that from this moment on, Mu-Dun would be divided into 3 genres? Mu-Dun between the 1,000 hand pillars, Linyu's Mu-Dun and other people's Mu-Duen. I don't know what Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1,000 hands pillar, will look like when I master Mu-Duen. Tsunade will definitely eat it. That's right. Tsunade. Isn't Tsunade the granddaughter of Senju Kyuma? Maybe there are still wooden ninjutsu scrolls in the 1,000 hands clan. Anyway, they can't learn how to let me, their own people, take a look. This own person has 2 meanings. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are distant relatives. Everyone is relatives. Ninjutsu borrow to see if it doesn't get in the way. As for the latter one, wait for Linyu and Tsunade later. Isn't the Senju clan his mother-in-law's family? However, most of the Senju clan seems to have been integrated into the civilians of Konoha, and now there are only more than 10 clansmen left at most, and they are all led by Tsunade. As long as Tsunade agrees, it is not a hand-to-hand capture. As for how to get Tsunade to agree, do you want me Linyu to use the color seduction technique again? Tsunade, the old lady, is not interested in imps. Land of Thunder. Suki, have you found out what happened in Sand Shinobi Village? Back to Lord Lei Ying, the Sand Ninja Village is much more heavily guarded than before, and our people have only heard some rumors. I don't know if they are true or false. Say. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying was only wearing a white imperial god robe, standing in front of the window with his chest open, enjoying the scenery of the clouds below. The young Tutai hesitated slightly, sorted out his words, and said, according to the news from the informant, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows he seems to be missing. Missing. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying turned back in surprise, and the 3rd shadow who was evaluated as the strongest in all generations with him actually quietly disappeared. Are you sure you're really missing? The intelligence says that it is suspected to be missing, or it may be injured, and the specific situation of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows cannot be determined. Find Tsunade. Find Tsunade. Linyu couldn't wait to learn Mu-Dun ninjutsu, and Susanoo always felt that something was missing without Mu-Duen, just like Uchiha couldn't do without the Senjutsu. Linyu was walking on the way to the 1,000 hand clan, thinking about what needed to be done recently. First of all, the easiest and most able to improve oneself is, of course, the wood-dun that has just been obtained, so this 1,000 hand clan must go to the terrain. If there was really no scroll or information about Mu-Dun left between the 1,000 hand pillars, then Linyu could only visit Grandpa Uchiha in the future and force him to hand over Mu-Dun ninjutsu. As a lifelong opponent between the 1,000 hand pillars, and implanted with the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, Uchiha will definitely use the wooden ninjutsu between the 1,000 hand pillars, such as the arrival of the flower tree realm, which is reflected in the original work. Taking advantage of Ban Yi Lao, he will blackmail him to death, and it is a big deal to pay him 1,000 hands in the future. Senju Kyuma, are you polite? 1,000 hands land. Tsunade practiced as usual in the personal training ground that the Senju clan came with. The beautiful body was sweating, and when he was seriously cultivating, Tsunade was really completely different from his usual grinning appearance. Tsunade-sama, someone outside is looking for you, saying it's called Uzumaki Hayashi-yu. A maid trotted over and said, Uzumaki Linyu? What is this imp coming to meet for? He still wants to date me, but he can't even drink alcohol, which is very boring. Tsunade calmed down a little, and Hide-suke stretched out and put on his coat. It just so happens that she has been a little stuffy recently, and it is good to confide in someone, otherwise the progress of this cultivation is too slow. After a while, Tsunade came to the house, took a towel to wipe the sweat from his cheeks, and his beautiful eyes glanced at Linyu and said, Little ghost, what are you coming to me for? I won't accompany you on a date again. Linyu smiled awkwardly. He had something to ask for, but he didn't dare to tease Tsunade now. After pondering slightly, he still felt that it was good to be straight to the point. Tsunade, I want to learn Mu-Dun. Mu-Dun. Tsunade was shocked. She had thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that Linyu actually came for Mu-Duen. Tsunade frowned lightly, pursed his lips, and said, As far as I know, except for my grandfather, no one in Konoha has ever been able to awaken Mu-Duen, and it is useless for you to come to me, although I am the granddaughter of my grandfather, but even I have not mastered Mu-Duen. Is that so? Alas, I've been asking all over Konoha recently, and there is no information about Konoha at all. Linyu lowered his head with some disappointment. Tsunade nodded his head, suddenly clapped his hands, and said, If it's just information, I remember that Grandpa seems to have left some scrolls, and I don't know if there will be records in them. Ah, this. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Little ghost, do you want to see it? The corners of Tsunade's rosy mouth turned up slightly, and she seemed to know the purpose of Lin Yu's coming to her. But she didn't think much about it. New Duan. Who's exclusive? The representative ninjutsu of the senjutsu pillar of the ninja world, who does not aspire to possess. But which ninja have you ever seen learned? In the past, there were not 1,000 or 800 who came to the Thousand Hands clan to seek advice, but no one had mastered it at all. It's not impossible for Lin Yu to see it, but it depends on his performance. Tsunade thought to himself. Can I watch it? Wouldn't that be bad? Lin Yu stretched out a hand towards Tsunade, saying that it was not good, but his body was still very honest. Humph. It is also the secret scroll of my Thousand Hands clan, how can it be seen if others want to? Tsunade clasped his hands to his chest, completely ignoring Lin Yu's appearance as if the subject and object were reversed. She was the true master. So what do you want? Say yes first. I'm only 10 years old. Lin Yu tightened his clothes and looked at Tsunade with a wary expression. Poof. With your figure thinner than the bedboard, I will look at the old lady? After speaking, Tsunade's face was a little lonely, and he whispered to Lin Yu, chat with me. Tsunade didn't wait for Lin Yu to reply, and said to himself, I have been training myself every day and night recently, morning, afternoon, and evening without stopping for a moment, thinking that one day I can stand in front of the black-robed man with my strength. But the last time I went to the old man and asked him about the Eternal Life Organization and the black-robed man, I got very little information. I know that the old man can't hide from me in this regard, but it's been more than half a year. There is no information about the black-robed man. Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages, but we can't even figure out the whereabouts of the other party. Can I really find him? What about after finding the black-robed man? Lin Yu asked. Resurrect the rope tree. Tsunade said immediately without the slightest hesitation. Lin Yu was silent. The death of the rope tree hit Tsunade hard, and he was too optimistic before. Lin Yu was wondering if it was a good thing to resurrect the rope tree during this period. The Third Ninja World War was about to break out, and this time it was much more intense than the Second Ninja World War. Not only the combination of Union Village, that is, AI and Kiribi officially debuted, but the mist-hidden village far away overseas will also intervene and raid Konoha, thus achieving the prestige of Matte's 8 Doors Dunjia. Not to mention the age spots that appeared in the Battle of Shen Wubi Bridge later. Of course, Konoha also showed its first village in the ninja world in this battle. A series of new generations of Konoha, such as Yellow Flash Wave Feng Shui Gate, Instant Water Stop, etc., are also unstoppable in the battlefield, achieving their great name. With the nature of the rope tree, if he is resurrected, will he honestly stay in the village and retire? But he still has the dream of becoming a Hokage, and he can't sit still. It can be said that rope tree is Naruto without the 9 tails, with average talent, naive personality, and easy to be impulsive, which also led to his tragic death on the battlefield. If it were not for Naruto's protagonist Aura, carrying the 9 tails, and the strongest ninjutsu mouth done would have long ago lost I don't know how many times he died. And your rope tree has nothing. You can only rely on my Lin Yu, the future brother-in-law, to cover you, but I haven't fully grown up yet. I really can't cover you. Moreover, it has been almost a year since the death of the Thousand Hands rope tree, and after such a long time, I don't know if the reincarnation innate art can still resurrect him. You must know that the longer time passes, the chakra and life force that need to be consumed, that is 2-carat growth, you have been dead for almost a year, God knows how much it will cost to be resurrected, but one thing is for sure, the reincarnation of sacrificing life use can resurrect any ninja life, except of course soul annihilation. The Uchiha spot during the 4 Wars period is the best example. Reincarnation innate can also be divided into several levels. The first is the lowest level, only need to consume a lot of chakra and life force, can resurrect the newly dead, of course, the premise is that the body is complete. The second level is the outer path reincarnation innate technique used by Nagato, summoning the King of Yan to resurrect all those killed by himself within a certain period of time, consuming chakra and life force dozens of times that of the first level. If Nagato is at its peak, using this kind of ninjutsu will not exhaust the life force and die. And the third and highest level of reincarnation innate, ignoring the difference between the two levels, sacrificing the caster's own life and chakra in exchange for the rebirth of another person, in layman's terms, is 1 for 1. Of course, all of this requires physical integrity or rebirth of filthy soil as a medium. Anyway, resurrecting a person, the price to pay must not be less. No matter where it is, resurrection is taboo, and the toucher will not have a good result in the end. But, what do you have to do with my non-consumable reincarnation eye? Do you understand what non-consumption is? It's like, what does your de-living spring have to do with my bee fly? However, Lin Yu felt that if he could not resurrect the rope tree, Tsunade's right to speak was the greatest, and he had no right to interfere, so find an opportunity for the black-robed person to meet her. Anyway, as long as Lin Yu thinks, it is completely fine to resurrect the Thousand Hand Pillar now, and the Thousand Hand Pillar, the premise is to learn to reincarnate in the soil. Lin Yu's head was confused, as if he suddenly thought of something. The system rewards me for not consuming the Eye of Reincarnation. It won't be to let me resurrect the Thousand Hand Pillars, so as to complete Uchiha, but his lovesickness in the past few decades. Lin Yu, what are you stunned little devils? Did you hear what I just said? Tsunade waved his hand in front of Lin Yu, and seeing that he didn't react, his backhand was a heavy hammer and knocked up. Syllable. Lin Yu rubbed his head, returned to his senses, and grabbed Tsunade's silky arm, feeling quite angry in his heart. Well, you Tsunade, I still want to help you resurrect the rope tree. You actually knocked my brain case so hard, Juzine, because she is a little girl, Lin Yu humbled her. And you're an adult, and I'm not going to get used to you anymore. Eat me with a snap of your fingers. Tsunade didn't expect Lin Yu to suddenly grab her hand, and the delicate body that had been leaning forward moved forward again. Lin Yu's beautiful little face was close in front of him, and there was a warm breath blowing on his white little face, leaving a touch of crimson that gradually spread around. Before Tsunade could break free, her beautiful eyes caught a glimpse of Lin Yu slowly reaching out towards him, gradually approaching her cheek. What is Lin Yu going to do? Is he going to touch my face? Do you want to refuse? Damn it! Is this kind of problem still to be considered? Of course, give him a painful foot with a backhand, plus a 360-degree roundhouse kick, give him a strange force massage, and then, Tsunade's white and flushed cheeks seemed to feel the temperature of Lin Yu's palm, and her beautiful eyes slowly closed. Syllable. Hiss. A sharp pain came from the forehead, and Tsunade's smooth white forehead quickly reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually spreading to the roots of the ears. You can imagine how much strength Lin Yu used. Tsunade exclaimed in pain, and his right hand quickly withdrew from Lin Yu's hand, gently rubbing his forehead. Lin Yu, this little ghost. It's all swollen. The old lady. Tears are falling. Lin Yu looked at Tsunade's somewhat reddened forehead, and that snap-finger divine skill that had not yet been stretched back froze in the air, and his heart trembled. It's over, it seems to be too much force. Lin Yu originally thought that with the physique of the Thousand Hands clan, the strength should be able to withstand it, so he added a little strength, but he didn't expect to be swollen by him. Little ghost. See what good you've done. It's all swollen. Tsunade's eyes were a little red, she almost cried when she was shot. Does it hurt so much here? She will see who is not happy in the future, and she will play people like this. The first one is Uzumaki Lin Yu. Who told you to hit me first? I call this the way of the other to give back to the other. Lin Yu decided to be tough for once. It's also Tsunade's hand that moves first. Although Tsunade didn't understand where Lin Yu's words came from, the general meaning could still be understood, which meant that she deserved to be shot. All right, it doesn't seem to be very understandable. Tsunade said angrily, I came to chat with you, but you were in a daze there, can I not wake you up? I didn't. Lin Yu retorted, I was thinking about whether to resurrect the rope tree, which is called a daze. Did you hear everything I just said? Tsunade's hand surrounded by green light, gently stroking his forehead. Is this all done with palm cactus? Isn't it? Does it hurt that much? With the physique of your Thousand Hands clan, you will recover in a few minutes. Lin Yu pouted and said, isn't it just about finding the black-robed man to resurrect the rope tree? When Tsunade heard this, the cold in his eyes became even worse, and he gritted his silver teeth and said, you actually started sleepwalking at that time. I just said so much about myself, and even asked if you want to see the scroll left by my grandfather. Whew, Tsunade gasped and said, no need now, you've been pulled into the blacklist by me. Lin Yu was suddenly anxious, this is not okay. He also had a daydream of Susatoru Buddha, and quickly said, oh, Tsunade, with your broad mind, you must not be angry about this little thing, right? I'm angry. I treat you to Ichiraku ramen. I don't like noodles, I like to drink. I treat you to 10-year Ichiraku ramen. I think, yes. Discount it. Well, it doesn't hurt that much. Lin Yu scratched his head to hide his contempt for Tsunade at this time. Gambler. Can I go and see the muted scroll? Lin Yu croaked his teeth and showed Tsunade a smile that he thought was very handsome. No way. Tsunade flicked his fingers, as if he also wanted to test the power. Lin Yu hesitated, forget it, since it can't be clear, then come secretly. Explore the land of the Thousand Hands at night. Lin Yu has already thought about it, and by the way, he can beat the big snake pill to complete the transaction between them. Not bad. But, if you can make me flick 100 times on the forehead, I can meet your request. Tsunade stretched out his pink tongue and licked the corners of his mouth, his fingers trembling slightly. What the? Under 100? No way. Absolutely not. Isn't this allowed to be bounced into a big pig's head? Then I might as well visit Tsunade's house at night. Lin Yu strongly disagreed. Syllable. Boom. A figure flew out of the house, smashed on the wall, and fell into it with a bang. Lin Yu, didn't it say that it's okay to just play it, and the rest of the installments? Tsunade, you are going too far, 100 strokes of force condensed into one? Lin Yu's head was a little dizzy, he felt as if his head had been hit by a truck, and his eyes flashed Venus. Whew, cool. Tsunade put away his finger-snapping posture and exhaled heavily. It turns out that the bullet man's forehead is so refreshing? What cool. Don't take me to see the new done scroll yet. Be careful, I let you compensate for medical expenses. Lin Yu rubbed his slightly raised forehead, hissing, "It hurts." If he didn't have the wooden dragon art, the wooden man art, the rank technique, and other signature ninjutsu among the 1,000 hand pillars this time, then he would have lost a lot. "Hey, before I can exert my strength, you will fall." Tsunade snorted, turned around and left Lin Yu with the back of his head in 2 dangling golden ponytails, and walked towards the back room. I seem to have heard this line somewhere, where is it? Lin Yu had some impressions in his mind, but it seemed that he couldn't remember it for too long. Forget it, Mu done mattered. Whoops. Tsunade pulled out a large rusty box, lifted it up with one hand and shook it, pouring out a bunch of messy items, including dice cups, several tattered scrolls, wine bottles. Lin Yu's face was a little dark. What kind of stuff are these? What the hell is that wine bottle? It seems that there is still liquid in it, and the pillars did not finish drinking it back then. Tsunade looked at Lin Yu's gaze, his face turned red, raised his plain hand and threw the wine bottle out, and said in a low voice, "I accidentally threw it in when I was drunk." "Good fellow. You're using the box that stores the relics between the 1,000 hand pillars as a trash can. But why do you open this box when you drink?" "Oh yes, dice. This grand couple really loves this." Lin Yu was a little worried. "Did you store your grandfather's relics like this? Then even if there is a ninjutsu scroll, it will not rot into slag." Tsunade didn't reply, bent down and fumbled in the large iron box for a while, and after a while, a black sealing scroll was touched by Tsunade. "Lin Yu, how do you feel? A little bit of an award?" Tsunade glanced at Lin Yu, threw the black scroll to him, and said, "Mom, remember to come back after reading it. I can't learn it anyway, it's a waste of time." Lin Yu took the scroll, carefully placed it in his arms, looked at Tsunade's rather disdainful eyes, and pretended to be arrogant. If others can't do it, doesn't mean that I can't." "Whirlpool, Lin Yu, or let's make a bet?" "How to bet?" Tsunade said with interest. "Just bet on whether I can learn Mu Duen. If I lose, you can dispose of it at will, but if I win, I want you to promise me one thing in the future." "Yes. But I'm going to set a time, or you'll learn for the rest of your life." 3 months, I'll give you 3 months. Tsunade stretched out 3 white fingers and said proudly, "I'm finally going to win a gamble. I promised. Just 3 months. After leaving the 1,000 Hands clan, Lin Yu rushed back home non-stop. He wanted to hide in the bed and secretly look at the Mu Dun scroll, so that outsiders could not find out. Cough. Be serious. Lin Yu returned home, first opened Kagura's heart eye to check if there were dark parts around, although the 3 generations had handed over the custody of him and Jishina to Orochimaru, but it didn't hurt to check it. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu opened his eyes and retracted his mind, and did not find any suspicious chakra around him. Lin Yu took out the black scroll that Tsunade handed him from his arms, placed it on the ground and spread it out. Lin Yu whispered, "Solution." Boom! Above the scroll appeared a wooden box, quaint and rough, seemingly handmade, with a slightly yellowed bark on the outside, some years old. If it weren't for the sealing scroll, I'm afraid it would have rotted long ago. There is no lock on the wooden box, only a small button to fasten. Lin Yu gently opened the wooden box. There was no golden light, a dazzling aura appeared, and there were several dark green ninjutsu scrolls quietly placed in the wooden box, and the word "wood" was written on the cover. Lin Yu's heart suddenly became hot, and he carefully took out the scroll and slowly checked the ninjutsu recorded on it. The birth of the tree world, the arrival of the flower and tree world, the art of the wooden dragon, the art of the wooden man. What thousands of hands! Unexpectedly, the 1,000-hand pillar actually recorded his big moves. Really? Good man! My daydream of Susakata Buddha has finally come true. But why are there no scrolls that record fairy arts? Forgot? Still can't be recorded? The immortal pattern between the 1,000-hand pillars is very mysterious. Some say that they are born or comprehended by themselves, and some say that they are learned from the wet bone forest, one of the 3 holy places. However, Lin Yu didn't care how he learned it. The important thing was that he didn't leave a record at all. Gan. Am I going to study at Miyama Mountain or Longdi Cave? Never. The immortal mode of both is too aesthetically influential, and if you don't master it, you will either turn into a toad or a stone carving. The consequences will be too serious. Lin Yu will not gamble. So what about the great Buddha? Did he become a Susa Takeji? Or Susa Kuryu? It's not impossible. Find a chance to give it a try. Lin Yu put away all the scrolls. The learning of Mu Dun ninjutsu did not happen overnight. Even if he had mastered Mu Duen, he would not be able to do it overnight. Susatora Buddha can't be realized for the time being. Lin Yu is a little depressed and irritable in his heart. What do you do when you are in a bad mood? Of course, find someone to vent out. Who to look for? Orochimaru, of course. Haven't you always wanted to meet the members of the immortal organization? Then it will be you. Today, what kind of mask to buy? At night, the moon and the dark wind beat people at night. As always, the big snake pill is exploring the mystery of the human body in the laboratory. Of course, now he is not so mad as to use the human body as an experiment. His experimental object is himself. Of course, it is not a random experiment, it is all based on Ant Snake's own science. Nope. The structural differences between other species and humans are still too great, and ordinary situations can be controlled, but once it comes to cell-level technology, it is impossible to be 100% successful. It seems that either cooperate with Tuanzang or we can only wait for another breakthrough in this project. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill were full of obsessively looking at a petri dish. Inside was an embryo, the size of a fist, still in the experimental stage. He made it with his own cells. The purpose was to complete a big project, cloning. Lin Yu, big snake pill, you can't create a person yourself. You can consult with Jiraiya, maybe it will be done. Syllable. Bite. A kunao entered through the door, shot towards the test bench of the big snake pill, and nailed it to the table, and a note was tied to the circle at the kunao's handle. The big snake pill first checked the test bench and found that there were no broken utensils, then pulled out the kunao and looked at the note on it. Tonight, 3 o'clock, 200 miles southwest, it's not too late. Is it finally here? Immortal Organization. The big snake pill crushed the note. The golden vertical pupils were full of desire and madness, slightly converged his expression, simply put on a trench coat, out of the underground base, and the figure flashed into the night. I hope it's not that black-robed man coming in person this time. If it's other members. Ho ho ho. Konoha's perimeter garrison was useless in the eyes of Orochimaru. After all, he knew how the garrison was armed, and he was also one of the participants. The big snake pill was very fast, and after leaving Konoha village, the figure quickly rushed to the southwest, this direction. Is it the land of the wind? Could it be that the character we met this time will be Shinobu? Orochimaru's brows frowned slightly. San Shinobi village does not seem to have any powerful characters except for the 3 generations of Kazekage. Is it Cho or Kaizo? It's not very likely, no matter. Maybe this time there will be a bigger harvest. 300 miles southwest of Konoha, there is a high slope similar to a cliff, and the surrounding vegetation is gradually thinning, but it is not too barren. After all, it is still a long way from the land of wind. On the cliff, the figure of the big snake pill appeared, took off the dark black hood, looked up at the sky, calculated the time, and there were still 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Orochimaru looked around with his back to the cliff, trying to find out the traces of the members of the Immortal Organization, and he believed that the other party must have arrived before him. 2 minutes passed, and the big snake pill still found nothing, and his face gradually became a little ugly. Could it be that I was released with pigeons? Came quite on time, Orochimaru. What? The big snake pill's body trembled, quickly turned around, and saw the figure walking slowly in the sky, and the golden vertical pupils were full of disbelief. Impossible. In the dark sky, only a round of half-moon overflow points lit up the surrounding light, and under this moonlight, a figure stepped on the moonlight, walking slowly. Orochimaru looked at the familiar black robe, and felt a huge pressure coming towards him. Was it the black-robed man of the Rain Country? No, it's not right. The mask pattern is different. The Rain Country is gold, and this is the crescent moon in front of you. The big snake pill thought of Susanoo, who flew away again, and his cheeks twitched. Could it be that everyone in the Immortal Organization could fly? Flying ninjas rarely appear in the ninja world, but Orochimaru will not be surprised by this. He is surprised that the black-robed man in front of him can actually walk freely in the sky. What kind of strength does this require? Ignoring gravity? As a scientist, Orochimaru must figure out what is going on. He also wants to fly. Hee, Your Excellency must be a member of the Immortal Organization. I wonder what your code name is. The big snake pill put away all his emotions and smiled darkly at the black-robed man. The black-robed man is naturally Lin Yu, who thawed the reincarnation eye. In order to install a wave in front of the big snake pill, he spent his strength to control the repulsion force on his feet, creating a posture of walking in the air, flying easily. It's hard to walk. The big snake pill remembered the other party's gesture that seemed to have come down from the moon just now, and it was indeed a bit like a moon god. But soon, Orochimaru shook his head and smiled, daring to call himself the moon god. Could he still control the moon? He didn't believe that there would be so many nameless powerhouses suddenly appear in the ninja realm, and the other party might be able to walk in the air with the help of a special blood succession limit, and his combat power might just be a superior ninja. However, he still needs to confirm that his big snake pill will never capsize in the gutter. Oh? Core member? I wonder what your status is in the Immortal Organization. Vortex Lin Yu can mobilize you to come and see me. Is his status higher than yours? The corner of Lin Yu's mouth under the mask twitched. The bastard big snake pill was provoking hatred for him, but he made a mistake in this calculation, and he also had to invite himself a beating. Lin Yu and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. What is the purpose of your coming here? I can't answer questions about a kid like you." Little kids? Some people even said that my big snake pill is a child's family. Can this be tolerated? The big snake pill's pale face became more and more cold, and the hand hidden in his sleeve moved slightly, and he spoke. "It seems that your excellency is in a hurry. Then I also made it clear that I want to join the Immortal Organization." The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill stared closely at Lin Yu, but he could only see a pair of black pupils that were not shocked. Odd. Wasn't it still sky blue eyes just now? Could this be his blood succession limit? Sky blue eyes? What is this pupil technique? The big snake pill's brain bank frantically searched for information about the sky blue pupil, but in the end he found nothing. Join the immortal organization? Do you deserve it? Lin Yu stared at the big snake pill coldly, and the blue light in his eyes flashed away. Whether you deserve it or not is not just a matter of lip service, Lin Yajun. The big snake pill looked at the masked man playfully, and suddenly called out the name of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression was indifferent, he was now just a moon god, not a whirlpool Lin Yu. Lin Yu said, rudimentary temptation, since you want to join us, then, be prepared to die. Ho! Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger. The hands hidden in the sleeves of the big snake pill were already ready, and the moment Lin Yu could finish speaking, a huge shuriken flew towards him, and as the big snake pill drank loudly, his hands were sealed, 1 changed 2, 2 became 3. In the blink of an eye, thousands of shurikens appeared in the sky and shot towards Lin Yu, and there was no way to avoid it. The Great Snake Pill is a self-created ninjutsu of the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sun Slash, with a wide range and great lethality, although he has not killed anyone, has already reached the A-level ninjutsu level. This is completely different from Lin Yu's previous assessment, and the big snake pill shot with the mentality of killing the other party from the beginning, without leaving a hand. Hey, it's just a toy. The sky blue light in Lin Yu's eyes reappeared, and he raised forward with one hand, and an unimaginable invisible repulsive force acted on the front, and the shurikens in the sky were all crushed into slag, without causing Lin Yu a single injury. Control repulsion and gravity. One of the abilities of the Reincarnation Eye is similar to the Shinra Heavenly Sign and Diantian Heavenly Guidance of the Reincarnation Eye. How is it possible? Orochimaru exclaimed, and the ninjutsu that was ready to be performed stopped when he connected, because this move he had seen was the sealless ninjutsu used by the black-robed people on the battlefield of the Land of Rain before, except that one was to repel the object and the other was to attract the object, and the two were similar. What the hell is this ninjutsu? The big snake pill suppressed the strange look in his heart, his face was heavy. If this guy codenamed Lunar God was also as strong as the black-robed man, then it would be difficult for him to go back alive today. Psychic. Boom. A large purple snake appeared at the foot of the big snake pill, and the purple-black scales were shining with cold light. It was the psychic beast of the big snake pill, the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru. Call Uncle Ben over so late. This time, Uncle Ben wants 200 sacrifices. 10,000 snakes twisted their bodies to express their current dissatisfaction. After defeating him, I will give as many sacrifices as you want. The big snake pill's face has long lost confidence, his brows are locked, he is already thinking of a way back. As for the sacrifice? He owes more than 2 or 3 times, and he owes more. Ha, that's what you said. Uncle Ben wants 1,000 sacrifices this time. 10,000 snakes danced their bodies excitedly, and as soon as their brains were hot, they rushed towards Lin Yu with a large mouth of blood. Lin Yu ignored the 10,000 snakes that rushed towards him, put his hands on his chest, and sealed the seal according to the message in his mind. Wow! Lin Yu's body was wrapped in a soft green chakra in the blink of an eye, and the whole person slowly floated into the air, and then black seeking jade floated out from Lin Yu's eyebrows and surrounded him. Reincarnation Eye Chakra Mode. 9 seeking jades. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to have returned to the feeling when he used completely Susanoo. Godlike power. Obsessive. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and pointed at the 10,000 snakes that pounced on him, and the unparalleled repulsion was released. Burst. 10,000 snakes didn't have time to think about why the masked man in front of him suddenly seemed to have changed his clothes. His entire body had already flown into the sky, and the surrounding scenery was like riding a tram backwards madly, and soon turned into a point of light and disappeared. At this time, 10,000 snakes had only one thought in their hearts: the current human race is so terrible, more terrifying than Xinya. The body of the big snake pill fell slowly, and just now he was almost about to fly into the sky with 10,000 snakes, but in the end, he used the almighty avatar technique to avoid a catastrophe. The big snake pill did not worry about the situation of 10,000 snakes at all. The psychic contract is still there, it should not be dead yet. The most important thing at the moment is to deal with the moon god. Now, let me ask you again, are you worthy? Lin Yu's indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the big snake pill, deeply stimulating the pride in his heart. Is he worthy of the big snake pill? Ask yourself, if the immortal organization is all of the level of black-robed people, then his great snake pill really does not have that qualification, but the strength displayed by this moon god is not invincible, and he still has a chance. As if seeing the unwillingness in the heart of the big snake pill, Lin Yu slowly shook his head and said, you still haven't recognized the gap between us. Saying that, Lin Yu stretched out his hand, and the 3 Dao jades floating around him merged into his palm, and a silver aperture formed in Lin Yu's hand, and then a cold voice came out of Lin Yu's mouth: Silver will rebirth explosion. Boom! The huge storm urged by the 3 Dao seeking jades instantly swept the entire cliff. The trees were leaving the roots, the mountains and rocks were cracking, and the yellow sand was all over the sky. In such a violent storm, whether it is lower patience, middle patience, or upper patience, it will be torn apart like an ant, and it will be as small as an ant. Countless boulders were swept into the air, and the moment they touched the storm, they were broken down into countless debris, and the big snake pill was no exception. At this moment, his broken body was crumbling in the huge tornado, and it seemed that it would soon disintegrate into pieces. When the great snake pill fused the Dao Jade into Lin Yu's palm, he felt a gaze of death in his heart. If he couldn't block this move, he would die. Without the slightest hesitation, the big snake pill slapped the ground with one hand. Tudun Tulia wall. Boom! A thick earthen wall rises in front of the big snake pill. Not enough. And more. Psychic Rashomon. The hideous ghost-faced giant gate rose out of thin air from the ground, and the red barbed image made people chill in their hearts, as if there were bursts of ghost cries, which was a simplified version of the five-fold Rashomon between the original Hokage Senju pillars. The great snake pill has only now developed the first weight, but with this first heavy defensive power, it is enough to resist most of the ninjutsu. But it's a pity that Lin Yu's silver wheel rebirth explosion is not included in this. A huge storm swept in, the small earthen wall was crushed into powder without any effect, and in the blink of an eye the tornado hit the hideous Rashomon, and it didn't last long. The first Rashomon was torn apart by the violent tornado, and the big snake pill hiding behind Rashomon was instantly swept into the hurricane. But fortunately, Rashomon resisted the power of a part of the silver wheel rebirth explosion, so that the body of the big snake pill was not torn apart in the first time, but it was also devastated in the air and was already covered in scales. The big snake pill felt the broken body, his heart was full of unwillingness, he still had a lot of ninjutsu that he didn't have time to perform, and there were a lot of strategies that were not deployed, but he couldn't even catch the other party's move. Is this the gap in strength? I'm not convinced. When the storm ended, the broken body of the big snake pill fell on the cliff, and it seemed that it had lost its life. Lin Yu floated to the approach of the big snake pill, frowned, and said indifferently, "Come out. In front of my eyes, all your tricks are useless." Poof! As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, the big snake pill lying on the ground suddenly rolled over with a carp, his cheeks bulged, his mouth opened, an arm coated with mucus stretched out, and then a slimy body slipped down. It was the exclusive ninjutsu of the big snake pill, the big snake flow substitute technique. Woo-hoo-hoo! The big snake pill gasped. There was no blood on his pale face. It took a lot of chakra to perform this move, not to mention that he had summoned 10,000 snakes in Rashomon before, and the amount of chakra, which was not rich, had already bottomed out. The big snake pill is now suddenly very envious of the huge chakra physique of the Senjutsu and Uzumaki clan. Ninjutsu is not fatally thrown out, and it is almost recovered after the loss. It is really envious. It seems that it will have to be studied and studied in the future. Ahem. Why not kill me? The big snake pill struggled to stand up, and the eyes looking at Lin Yu were very complicated, with horror, hatred, unwillingness, and desire. Lin Yu didn't know why the big snake pill had so many emotions, and said lightly, "An ant crawled over on the ground. Do you have to step on him? You?" The big snake pill's pale face rose a trace of blood red, and his clenched fist nails were deep in the flesh and skin, and his big snake pill was actually described as an ant one day. How can it be repaired? Isn't it? Keep your eyes open to see clearly. This is the power of God. Lin Yu's indifferent eyes froze, stretched out his right hand and made a move to the sky, and the big snake pill looked at the sky with Lin Yu's gesture in confusion. He didn't know what the hell Lin Yu was doing. After a while, the big snake pill's pupils contracted, and a flash of fire gradually enlarged in his pupils. What was that? It's a meteorite. How can it be? He was able to summon meteorites. In the air, a bright fire became more and more conspicuous in the dark sky, approaching, and the fiery red tail flame cut through the sky leaving a deep crack, which was the trace of the clouds being broken. This. The big snake pill was no longer speechless, because the meteorite had come to the top of his head, and the suffocating feeling of death pinched the big snake pill's throat. Oh, it's not over yet. Lin Yu withdrew his palm and quite leisurely admired the meteor shower caused by his hand. The big snake pill looked at the sky again, his expression turned dead gray in an instant. This blow, he will die. In the night sky, it was like a meteor shower falling meteor rain, not big, 10 times smaller than Banyi's celestial shock star, the number, quite a few, just a dozen. Enough to envelop this area. There is no escape. There was no accident, there was no big nose like Oniki, and the meteorite burned with air and streaked a red line in the air and went straight into the earth. Boom! The violent explosion sounded throughout the 4 fields, and the sky-high fire was particularly conspicuous in the dark night, and countless rocks shattered into slag to obscure the view. When all the dust settled, 2 figures fell from the air. It was Lin Yu and the large snake pill that he held up with gravity. At this time, the big snake pill looked around blankly. What about the cliff just now? It's gone. The big snake pill looked at a deep giant pit in front of him. He found that he really didn't know anything about power. No wonder the other party asked me if I was worthy. My big snake pill was really unworthy. Lin Yu saw the big snake pill with a lonely face, and said in his heart, "My golden will rebirth explosion is useless, you are closed?" Lin Yu turned off the reincarnation eye chakra mode, and after freezing the reincarnation eye, he didn't look at the big snake pill who was stunned in place, and the figure in black robe gradually blended into the night. "With your strength, you are not worthy to join the immortal organization, but Your scientific research ability is not bad, but you can become a scientific research member of my immortal organization. Keep up the good work, little one. The big snake pill's originally dead gray face moved, and there was no sound. After a while, after the big snake pill's state of mind finally calmed down, the golden vertical pupil took a deep look in the direction Lin Yu left, turned, and melted into the darkness. One day, my great snake pill will also gain this godlike power. Call. After beating a big snake pill, Lin Yu was in a much more relaxed mood. Of course, this beating is more of a mental beating. The beating makes the big snake pill doubt himself. Lin Yu also wants to inspire the big snake pill, let him concentrate on scientific research, don't care about those miscellaneous conspiracies, no fart. In the face of strength, all intrigues and tricks are floating shadows, broken with one blow. Lin Yu put the black robe and crescent mask into the scroll, and pondered slightly, should I find someone to create a set of exclusive clothes? The cheap goods bought on this roadside street do not reflect the temperament and majesty of the immortal organization at all. Speaking of building, it seems that the people of the country of craftsmen have a bit of a saying, go and see if there is a head in the future. Lin Yu sank into his heart, looking at that line of text and feeling slightly distressed. No consumption of reincarnation I access, 1 hour and 27 minutes remaining, frozen. What a waste. I already knew that I wouldn't summon meteorites. Isn't it good to directly cut the earth with a golden will reincarnation explosion, saving effort and time? Lin Yu regretted it. Every minute and second he lost would never come back. The golden magic array in Lin Yu's eyes flashed away, and the figure had disappeared. A figure appeared next to Juzine out of thin air. Without making any sound, Lin Yu saw that Juzine was still asleep, exhaled softly, tiptoed open the door and walked out. It seems that the girl's special induction. Juzine squinted her eyes hazily, saw a vague and familiar back walk out, and immediately felt a lot of relief, turned sideways and kicked the freshly covered quilt, continuing to have the sweet dream of taming Lin Yu. Morning. Wow, good morning. Juzine yawned and said to Lin Yu. Today the ninja school is on holiday, so Juzine is wearing a light green cartoon pajamas, her messy red hair is not taken care of, and she sits obediently on the chair and rubs her eyes. She is waiting for feeding. Soon, Lin Yu walked out of the kitchen, holding a pot of hot porridge, which was the nutritious special breakfast. Radish and green vegetables have their own love porridge that he learned from Mikado. He took a small bowl and filled it for Juzine. Who's so fragrant? Lin Yu, your cooking skills have improved again. Juzine sniffed hard, exhaled, and blew 2 more breaths, and his small mouth came close and took 2 sips. Hiss. So hot. Eat slowly, this pot is all yours. Lin Yu pulled out a few pieces of paper and handed them to Juzine. Wow. It's delicious, Lin Yu, where did you learn it? It's delicious. Juzine squinted her small eyes, very happy. Her smelly Lin Yu finally knew that chasing her Juzine was going to conquer from her stomach. Really? That's great. I'll go find Mikato another day to learn a few recipes. Poof. The mouthful of porridge that Juzine had not swallowed was all sprayed on Lin Yu's face, and her little face coughed, and she almost lost her breath. Mikato again. Stinky Lin Yu knows Mikato every day, and Jushina is also very cute, okay. Juzine seemed to have thought of something, his big eyes grunted, he didn't eat the porridge, and ran upstairs with his bare feet. Lin Yu twitched the corner of his eye, and a green vegetable slipped from his face and fell to the ground with a snap. Am I too doting on Juzine, always looking at her as a little girl, getting used to her and everything, and not putting me in my eyes more and more? It seems that I have to let her understand who is the boss in this family. Oops. After a while, Juzine ran down the stairs holding a mahogany box, snapped it on the table, and looked at Lin Yu with beautiful eyes. Juzine, come here, I have something to do. Lin Yu, this is what Grandma Mito left me, saying that it can be used as my dowry in the future. Juzine's voice became softer and softer, and in the end, he covered his eyes even more shyly, and his beautiful eyes stared at Lin Yu tightly from between his fingers. Did Uzumaki Mito leave it to you? Lin Yu was attracted by the mahogany box in front of him, and if he guessed correctly, it should be the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. It was the night Grandma Mito handed over the stinky fox to me, and asked me to keep it in good custody and open it after I graduated from ninja school. Mentioning Uzumaki Mito, Kushina's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Uzumaki Mito was the best elder she had treated her since coming to Konoha. Lin Yu hugged Juzine and said softly, okay, there is still me, I won't leave you. Juzine nodded heavily, reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes, and said to Lin Yu, shall I give it to you? Juzine's voice was very soft, his face was very red. Lin Yu did not mean to be ape, he knew that what was stored inside should be the vortex sealing technique, no matter which one he and Juzine got it, he would not hide it from the other. Lin Yu said, open it, I should have guessed what is inside. Juzine, you will have to work hard in the future. Juzine, it's time to grow up, I listened to you. Juzine's voice was sticky, and she seemed to be shy about Lin Yu accepting her dowry. Lin Yu reached out and touched the wooden box, the texture was very delicate, with a smell of grass and flowers. Without too much hesitation, Lin Yu opened the mahogany box. Snap! Ding! Golden legend! Lin Yu only felt this sentence echoing in his mind. If it weren't for the daytime now, Lin Yu could be sure that he would definitely be stunned by this box of golden gold. What kind of sealing technique is this? This is obviously a box of wealth. At the top of the mahogany box was a scroll tied with red string, and the rest of the place was shining with gold, all gold, although of different sizes. It seemed that it had not been polished and smelted. Lin Yu felt that it was impossible to have a whole box of gold, reached in and touched it, and when he reached back, a stack of silver tickets was already in his hand. Boy, can the 1,000 taels of silver tickets only be at the bottom? Is Uzumaki Mito so rich? This box can not only buy a street, but also the ownership of the residential houses around the Hokage building can hang the name of Juzine. But, why is it all left to Juzine? Isn't my Vortex Lin Yu from the Vortex clan? Make chalk of one and cheese of the other. Lin Yu suddenly had some small emotions in his heart. Why didn't you Uzumaki Mito be so rich and help me in Juzine earlier? I was tired of working as a doctor in a small clinic for 4 years. However, this was only Lin Yu's grumbling, and when he saw Uzumaki Mito placing the sealing scroll at the highest level, he understood. Ninjas, only their own strength, are true. These golden things outside the body can only play the role of icing on the cake, and the strength is weak and cannot be kept. The strength is strong, there will be no shortage. As for why he didn't give things to Jishina until after the handover of the 9 taels, it should be impossible to say that it was a test for Jishine. After all, with Jishine's character, Uzumaki Mito should be able to find out in a month. She was testing his whirlpool Lin Yu. It's been 4 whole years. Sure enough, the most reassuring thing for women is men. Uzumaki Mito treats Juzine as his own granddaughter, and Lin Yu is Juzine's childhood sweetheart, and the Uzumaki family is only left with the 2 of them. If there is no problem, Juzine can only marry Lin Yu to continue the bloodline of the Uzumaki family. So Uzumaki Mito spent 4 full years observing Lin Yu, from his character, attitude towards people, way of doing things, and most importantly, his attitude towards Juzine. There is no doubt that Uzumaki Mito has passed this level, but she also has a message left for Lin Yu, that is, the sealing technique placed at the top, in other words, strength. You Uzumaki Hayashi Yu is good at everything, kind to civilians, humble to ninjas, and spoiled to Jishine, but in the eyes of my Uzumaki Mito, these are all manifestations of your lack of strength. In other words, your approachable and kind actions in the past 4 years have caused you to become more and more cowardly in your heart of Vortex Lin Yu. Cowardly? Lin Yu asked himself. When playing the role of Uzumaki Lin Yu, he seemed to be really easy to tolerate. Whether it was Yamamoto Ichiro at the beginning, or Shinjesho when Ichiraku Ramen opened, he chose to rest in peace. Perhaps the image of the good old man in the past 4 years penetrated into his heart, so that he subconsciously did not offend people. Lin Yu reached out and opened the scroll with the red thread. King Kong Blockade, Ghoul Seal, Contract Seal, Locktail Law Seal. There are also many ordinary sealing methods, and this scroll represents all the glory and achievements of the Vortex clan. After receiving the scroll, he and Juzine will carry the glory and mission of the Uzumaki clan. Lin Yu is not afraid, but Juzine. Wow! A lot of gold. Bright gold. Juzine didn't even look at the scroll. Her big eyes were full of golden figures, and her pupils turned golden. Juzine picked up a handful of gold, raised his hands high, and shouted, "Yay! A lot of gold, a lot of gold." Juzine became rich. Well, Lin Yu felt that he had raised Jishine, and he didn't know if Uzumaki Mito would get up and smoke him after he found out. Ahem, yay! Gold is so shiny. Ahem, yay! Get rich. Lin Yu, are you sick? Go back to bed. Juzine seemed to have thought of something, holding the mahogany box tightly with his small hand, staring at Lin Yu with a vigilant face. Lin Yu, it seems that someone just gave me all this. Lin Yu was helpless. He seemed to be a little helpless with Juzine, or should he call Mikado over to live for a few days? Juzine, you come and see this. Juzine sniffed her nose. She seemed to smell a conspiracy. It was left to you by your grandmother Mito, so you must cultivate well. Lin Yu had no choice but to move the whirlpool Mito out. Swish! Lin Yu's hand was cold. The scroll that recorded the sealing technique had disappeared, and when he looked up again, he saw that Juzine had gone upstairs holding the mahogany box barefoot. Instantaneous? When did Jousune learn? Ninja school? It seems that the departure of Uzumaki Mito is also a great blow to Juzine, and the small wealth fan Jishina is also working very hard behind the scenes. As soon as Lin Yu sighed, he saw Juzine running down again, this time changing into a pale yellow skirt and white flat shoes, running to Lin Yu, stretching out his little hand to him and saying, Go shopping. I'm a treat. Snap. In the end, Lin Yu still couldn't help but give Juzine a brain melon crash, forcing her to change into a ninja suit and go to the training ground to practice. This good day. Do not practice shopping every day. What a system. Salted fish can only be made by me. Lin Yu and Juzine did not have a separate cultivation place, and they couldn't go to the public training ground after practicing the secret method of the Vortex clan, so they had to ask the Great Snake Pill and borrow his training ground. After all, the 2 of them were also students of the Great Snake Pill. It's just that the big snake pill doesn't seem to be in a good mood, and his face is gloomy and scary. As for the reason, of course, Lin Yu knew best, hurriedly said hello to the big snake pill, and without waiting for him to respond, he took Juzine to escape. Konoha Training Ground number 417. Lin Yu doesn't know how Konoha's training ground number was compiled, number 417? Can Konoha have more than 400 training grounds? Lin Yu doesn't believe it, more than 400 public toilets can still believe it. The training ground of the Great Snake Pill was deep in the mountains behind Konoha, a very remote place, and there were few people. After Lin Yu came with Juzine, his expression was stunned. This is definitely a training ground and not a random enclosure in the wilderness? This weed is almost as tall as Juzine. How long has it been since Orochimaru came to training? Have all the funds been invested in scientific research? None of them are personally cleaned. But fortunately, the range is large enough, targets, arrows and other tools are available, although it is full of holes, but it can also be used. Juzine pouted, looking aggrieved. Stinky Lin Yu actually dared to hit her. Wait, when my Juzine cultivation is successful, I must use the great bed sharing technique to seal you in the bed. Juzine, from today onwards, in addition to the necessary ninja school courses, you will also receive my guidance alone, and I can't let you continue to be decadent, Lin Yu said with a serious expression. Juzine pouted and muttered, I don't think Lin Yu, you may not be able to beat me. Oh? Juzine, you are very confident, it seems that you have secretly learned a lot of ninjutsu. Lin Yu pretended to be surprised and said, Humph. Stinky Lin Yu, you are optimistic, I have been letting you before. Juzine's small face raised, his hands were folded, and he said coquettishly, King Kong blockade. A golden chakra chain burst out from Juzine's back, flew in front of Lin Yu, and slapped Lin Yu quite screamingly. Hey! Will Juzine already use King Kong blockade? This kind of talent, it is no wonder that he is regarded as a candidate for the first pick. But, why put your hands together? It seems that the King Kong blockade does not need to be sealed. Lin Yu voiced his doubts, and Juzine blushed and said, because this allows me to concentrate. Stinky Lin Yu, that's a trick you will. Juzine raised her little face proudly. He. Lin Yu did not speak, nor did he clasp his hands together. Swish! 4 golden chakra chains burst out from behind him, and in Juzine's incredulous eyes, 4 golden chains had already tied her whole person, holding her in the air and slowly pulling closer to Lin Yu. Juzine looked back at his somewhat shameful posture, and said angrily, Stinky Lin Yu, let me go. Ahem. Lin Yu didn't know why, his way of blocking Juzine was somewhat unique, and the current Juzine was completely undeveloped, otherwise he would definitely be able to feast his eyes. Lin Yu awkwardly withdrew the King Kong blockade, touching his head a little embarrassed. Stinky Lin Yu, when did you learn this trick? I want to teach it to you when I learn it. Juzine puffed out his mouth and said a little sullenly. I'm not as lazy as you are all day, but I practice seriously every day. Lin Yu's face was not red or breathless when he said this, as if it was just like the real thing. You're so lazy. I'm going to cultivate. Juzine secretly said in his heart, Stinky Lin Yu, you wait, when I cultivate into that move, you will definitely not be able to eat and go. Good. Then let's start by sealing the tail seal, just enough to use the 9 llamas as experimental subjects. Lin Yu said maliciously. 9 llamas, I'm not human, but you Lin Yu is a real dog. Don't. I already know that trick. That ghoul. This is not good, contract seal? Lin Yu, do you have a psychic beast? Lin Yugong wanted to say, I use a kaleidoscope to control the 9 llamas, and then give you practice whether it is okay to use the contract seal, but in the end, he still endured it, he still wanted to complete the task of colliding with the 9 llamas, and he didn't want to die. Lin Yu thought for a moment, as if he had no other ninjutsu suitable for Juzine other than the multiple shadow doppelganger. I don't know what Juzine's chakra attribute is, it's really bad. Unplanned arrangements are full of mistakes and omissions. Lin Yu scratched his head, is there any attributeless ninjutsu suitable for Juzine? The Vortex clan has a strong physique, chakrado, or the 9-tailed pillar force. Spiral pills. Right. It's a spiral pill. Lin Yu was a little remorseful. He should have thought of it a long time ago. The difficulty of cultivation is not very difficult, but the power is strong, the upper limit is high, and it can also fuse various attributes to increase the power, or Wuji ninjutsu. This kind of golden oil skill. Lin Yu actually thought of it now, really want to slap himself. Lin Yu thought for a while, and decided to teach the multiple shadow doppelganger to Juzine first, and he first learned the spiral pill, and then taught it to her, so thinking about Lin Yu felt a little strange. Juzine, spiral pills, Juzine, spiral pills. Watergate, you shouldn't blame me. Although Lin Yu thought so in his heart, the movements on his hands were not slow, and he showed Juzine the seal gesture hand in hand, and then told the way chakra operated. Juzine was shocked by Lin Yu's sudden serious appearance, his small hand let Lin Yu fiddle with it, and his beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yu's serious side face. Really? My Stinky Lin Yu looks the most handsome when he is serious. I, Jushine, must work hard to cultivate into the Hokage and defeat the little Mikato and the old woman Tsunade. Linyu saw that Juzine was stunned, but his fighting spirit seemed to be getting higher and higher. Although his mind was full of questions and there was nowhere to ask, he was still quite relieved that his Juzine was going to grow up. During the day, Juzine went to school, Linyu pulled Mikato over to practice together, and in the afternoon, Linyu sent Mikato to do a task, and by the way, Juzine was released from school, and the two had dinner to continue cultivating. The days passed like this. Linyu's spiral pill was also a preliminary cultivation success, not Naruto's kind that needs the help of a doppelganger. We can master it with one hand. Please don't think crooked. Linyu has not forgotten to cultivate Mudun for most of the month. After all, this is the fastest way for him to improve his combat power now, and Susatao would Dragon is close at hand. On this day, Linyu brought Tsunade to the training ground. Hey, little ghost. What are you going to show me? So mysterious? Tsunade was wearing a green trench coat as always, wearing a white vest underneath, and a certain treasure became more and more rounded, and Linyu sighed in his heart. His exclusive secret recipe finally began to work. Little ghost, where are your eyes looking? Tsunade turned sideways to block Linyu's line of sight, his pink fist clenched slightly. Did Linyu, this kid, want to be beaten again? Ahem, Tsunade, you have finally grown up, and you have not wasted my years of hard work. Linyu's face turned red, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze and said. Tsunade became even more angry after hearing this. What is his effort? This is obviously grown by the old lady herself, and it has nothing to do with Linyu's secret recipe. Humph, tell me your purpose. I'm busy. Busy rolling dice? Linyu muttered secretly. Without further ado, Linyu stretched out a hand towards Tsunade, chakra condensed, and a branch slowly grew out of Linyu's palm. Tsunade's face changed suddenly, and Mima stared closely at the branch in Linyu's palm, and the surprise in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. How can it be? This little devil actually learned Mu Duen. How many days has it been? Could it be that I fell for illusion? Right. It must be an illusion. Tsunade put his hand behind his back and secretly made a seal solution. A crow floats past Ga. Ga. The corner of Linyu's mouth twitched. Do you think I can't see it when I put my hand behind my back? Tsunade, you're blind to me. Tsunade calmly stretched out his hand back, not caring about Linyu's mocking expression, and said in a deep voice, This is Mu Duen, Linyu. How did you learn it? Linyu scratched his head and said, How did you learn it? Just watch and learn, it's very simple. Linyu put away Mu Dun and touched his chest. Fortunately, it didn't hurt. Just watch and learn? Little ghost, who are you fooling? Do you think I'm a good liar? Tsunade puffed out as he held his chest. Linyu glanced at it. It's really deceptive. But these words can't be said. Linyu spread his hands and said, I really just watched and learned it. Maybe I have a great talent. Tsunade stared at Linyu for a while before waving his hand and saying, Forget it. As far as your half-hung Mu Dun is very different from my grandfather, there is nothing to care about. Linyu admitted that his Mu Dun was indeed not comparable to the pillars, but it was not a half-hanger. Believe it or not, a wooden dragon art teaches you to be human. Tsunade seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and said a little embarrassed, What, I still have to leave beforehand? Linyu, you. Well, practice well. You will definitely become a wooden ninja as powerful as my grandfather. Come on. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, he wanted to slip away under Linyu's nose. It seems that running away in arrears was learned by Tsunade when he was a child. Linyu looked at Tsunade, who wanted to run, and said helplessly, I won't eat you now. Why are you so nervous? Only now, not necessarily later. Tsunade turned his somewhat blushing face and quipped, I'm really in trouble. Little ghost, you don't think I'm going to pay the bill? It's funny. Linyu nodded silently. Yes, I didn't think, I decided that you would pay the bill. Looking at Linyu's face full of disbelief, Tsunade seemed to have lost his family, and said gloomily, Well, I lost the bet. What do you want? As long as I can do it, provided that it is not too much. Linyu smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet, let's talk about it later. As for Tsunade's last words, Linyu selectively ignored them. Abominable. Tsunade suddenly felt a coolness hit her, and couldn't help but tighten her body, as if she had a hunch that in the future, she would definitely regret very much that she didn't let Linyu make his request today. However, she couldn't force Linyu to execute the gambling contract immediately, in case he made some messy request. Later, we'll talk about it later. Tsunade shook his head, his beautiful eyes looked seriously at Linyu's slightly immature face, and said softly, Does this matter need me to keep secret? Linyu put away his playful smile, pondered for a while, and said, No need, I will personally explain it to the 3 generations of Hokage at that time. Tsunade's hand holding his chest trembled slightly, and he hesitated for a moment and said, Linyu, the old man will not embarrass you. If he dares to do something to you, I will be on your side. Isn't it Mu Duen? It's not as powerful as the first adult, Tsunade, you can rest assured. Linyu grinned, not taking this matter to heart at all. The ape flew to the sun. Lin Yu was still sure to deal with it, but if Tuan Zhang knew that Lin Yu would be mu done, 200% would come to the door, soft, let him join the route, hard, and directly kidnap. Lin Yu returned to the training ground after seeing off Tsunade, sitting cross-legged on the ground and pondering the consequences of exposing Mu Duan. It is clear that the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. Regardless of the power of Lin Yu Mudan, exposing Mudu means that he has one less whole card in the battle, and how many people in the ninja world peep at Mudan between the 1,000 hand pillars? This is a special ninjutsu for the god of ninja realm, who doesn't want it? If the ninja world learned that Mudan had reappeared in Konoha, then Lin Yu would definitely fall into the list of countries to be eradicated or captured, and it was the top 3, either captured or killed. This is the attitude towards Lin Yu outside Konoha. There can never be a fawning intolerant one, it must be to kill them all, and the study of captives is the bottom, and the ninja world must not appear between the second 1,000 hand pillars. In Konoha, Lin Yu may be able to rub the heat for a while, making his name resound among Konoha ninjas, but it will also attract the prying eyes of Danzo, lightly joining the route to plant the seal of Tungbane, and at worst, secretly imprisoned for experiments to solve the secret of Mudu. Of course, Lin Yu could not become an experimental product for studying Mudun like that is, the future Yamato. But exposing Mudun also has the advantage of gaining the trust of 3 generations of Hokage, actively speaking out and passively discovering, which is completely different. Moreover, Lin Yu's current Mudun is really not powerful. Maybe Susa can have a miraculous effect with the wooden man, but the lack of immortal energy Mudun is still not powerful enough. With his primary immortal body cast, Mudun can be regarded as S-level ninjutsu at most. Maybe you think that Mudun is very powerful, but to be honest, ninjutsu also depends on who casts. Can Kakashi's multiple shadow doppelgangers compare with Naruto? There is no strongest ninjutsu, only the right person performs his most suitable ninjutsu, the power will be unimaginable. So, exposing Mudun can. But you must not let too many people know. Tsunade, Sarutobi, Big Snake Pill? Do you need to let him know too? Last time it seemed to blow the pride in his heart, maybe now he can't look at Mudun, forget it. As for Tuan Zhang, there is no need. Lin Yu is not interested in asking for trouble. Lin Yu suddenly felt that he was very much like a person now. Uchiha stopped the water. He actually stupidly told the Konoha high level about his awakening kaleidoscope chakra eye, and also said in public that his kaleidoscope pupil technique don't heavenly god can quietly change and modify a person's thinking and will. This silly operation also stunned all the high-level people in Konoha. It's strange that Danzo doesn't kill you. In other words, any person in power does not want this level of pupil art to be in the hands of outsiders, let alone you Uchiha, even if you are heart to Konoha, but your identity as Uchiha is something you can never change. It is impossible for them to let their lives and will be in the hands of a Uchiha clan's love for Konoha, it is too unstable. Lin Yu's way of exposing Mudun now is similar to Yusaibo's water stopping, but one is to expose his true whole cards, and Lin Yu only exposed one of his whole cards, and the result caused by the difference between the two words is also very different. What's more, would Lin Yu really tell the truth about his Mudun's strength? The night slowly fell, and unconsciously Lin Yu had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, and the bends of his legs were a little sore. Well? It seems that she forgot to pick up Juzine. Forget it, anyway, no one who does not have long eyes dare to provoke her. Lin Yu rubbed the sides of his calves, intending to end today's practice and go to find Ape Flying Sun tomorrow. Suddenly, it seemed that he had a feeling in his heart. Lin Yu's heart sank into the depths of his mind, and lines of text gradually emerged. Monthly mission, Task 1, abduct Zilla and peek at the big snake pill to take a bath. Reward, natural energy extraction method. Mission 2, become a special teacher of the ninja school. Reward, wind escape spiral shuriken. Task 3, eat 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen at a time. Bonus, chakra recovery speed increased by 5%. Cumulative mission, for 10th mission, earn the title from Uchiha Madara Mouth. Reward, perfect immortal body. Mission, bump fists with the 9 llamas. Reward, Yang power refinement. Missions, complete 100 D-level missions, 41/100. Reward, 8 doors dungeon, open the door, close the door. Task, help the grandmother cross the street 100 times, 11/100. Rewards, 8 doors dungeon, raw gate, wounded gate. Limited time reward, no consumption of reincarnation eye access, 1 hour, 39 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, frozen. No consumption of reincarnation eye access, 1 hour and 27 minutes remaining, frozen. Lin Yu, on purpose. Definitely on purpose. What is the situation of Jiraiya peeking at the big snake pill bathing system? Is something really wrong with you? But, I like it. Lin Yu hasn't forgotten the last time Ape Flying Sun slashed and the great snake pill wanted to beat him, and now it's okay, the system has issued tasks. Then I, Lin Yu, have to act according to orders and must exceed the quota, otherwise how can I be worthy of your hard work by teacher Big Snake Pill? However, it seems that Jiraiya is still in the land of rain, right? Wouldn't it be a few years before he came back, and by then, would Uncle Snake have already become Aunt Snake and Ji-Lei? Syllable. Lin Yu slapped himself and secretly said, Lin Yu, how can you have such evil thoughts? Is it broken by the second-hand system? I know that this second-hand system is not serious, and I don't do personnel every day. But this scene really wants to see. Lin Yu's immature face unconsciously showed an ant-like smile, which was completely inconsistent with his current age and temperament. Lin Yu had to complete this task, not only because Lin Yu wanted to take revenge, but the reward was too tempting. Natural energy refining method, isn't that fairy art? I didn't expect the dosing system to bring me pillows. Intimate. Good bro. System, boom. I don't have you as a face-changing brother. Jiraiya. Whether I can or not Saseta Buddha is up to you. Jiraiya, who was far away in the land of rain, suddenly sneezed. AAA weird. How weird. Why did I sneeze again? This time I didn't get wet. Zi Lai also rubbed his nose and sucked in a fierce breath. AAA strange thing. Something bad must have happened, and Zi Lai's expression suddenly became solemn. Could it be that the war was about to break out again? Or was the person who stared at Nagato's reincarnation I said last time that the black-robed man was coming? Either way, I can't leave Nagato now, at least until they can protect themselves. Thinking of Nagato, Jiraiya suddenly felt very gratified. This is the most talented child he has ever seen, strong learning ability, humble, not proud, always able to take into account the feelings of his companions, although the object is Yatako, and the purpose is not very clear to him, but Jiraiya can also feel that Nagato is sincere about Yatako. Alas, I don't know when I, the Toad Immortal, will find true love. Lin Yu didn't know when Jiraiya would return to Konoha, although he really wanted to fly to the land of rain now to bring Jiraiya back to complete the mission, but it was too deliberate. Since he is not a fool, uzumaki Lin Yu suddenly appeared in the land of rain, and then let him return to Konoha for some reason, and then created a series of accidents to let him peek at the big snake pill bathing. This discerning person knows at a glance that it is Lin Yu's ghost. At that time, Lin Yu will accept the double anger from the great snake pill and Jiraiya. Lin Yu has gradually gained experience in this kind of thing, and they pay attention to one word in this line, let it be. Moreover, Lin Yu's goal is not only to let Zi Lai visually enjoy, his starting requirement is that the two have physical contact. But to get to this point, it's hard. It takes layout, it takes time, it takes an opportunity. Alas! If only my kaleidoscope pupil technique were other gods, how could there be such a troublesome thing? I don't know when Shisui was born, if only I could seal his pupil technique in my eyes with a transcription seal. As for the second task, hey! Why should I obsessed with when Shisui was born? Whether it's Shisui or Obito, or Kakashi and Matkai, they all go to one place when they grow up, ninja school. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He found a reason to make them defenseless and contact them. The system is worthy of the system, that is, there is a high opinion. As for the third task, go, pick up Juzine for dinner. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Hand-beating big brother, long time no see. Yo, it's Juzine, I haven't seen you for a long time, it's strange to miss it. Lin Yu's hand stretched out in the air froze. Obviously I'm saying hello to you. Isn't it the first time I haven't eaten your ramen? Juzine took Lin Yu's hand and smiled sweetly. Hee, hello big brother, I'm going to eat miso ramen today. Ha! Right away. That, hand hit big brother, I also want to eat ramen. I'm going to eat 10 bowls. Lin Yu pulled Juzine to sit on the left side, looked at the few guests around, and there were no acquaintances, so he stepped forward and whispered to the opponent. What? Are you going to eat 10 bowls? Are you sure you're not kidding me? The hand that was hitting the ramen trembled. What happened to this Konoha? Yesterday a red-haired fat man came and ate 15 bowls at once, his hand was shaking yesterday ramen pulling, and today there is another red-haired one, actually eating 10 bowls, it's a hell. Hanta glanced at his wrist with distress, and then looked at the seats around him, thinking to himself, should I make the store smaller? How can I withstand this day? Hinata of the future. Please advise me in the future. Lin Yu nodded, yes, hand hit big brother. I'm going to eat 10 bowls. Seeing that Lin Yu's expression was very serious, he unwillingly added 2 portions of dough, kneading vigorously, and seemed to vent the dough as a red-haired person. Juzine looked at Lin Yu with bright eyes on the side. Eating 10 bowls of smelly Lin Yu is more handsome than serious stinky Lin Yu. Her Juzine's vision is indeed right. Good. She's going to make a deal today, too. Hand beat big brother, I also want to eat 10 bowls, all miso food. Juzine patted his cheek with his small hand to cheer himself up. Are you going to eat 10 bowls too? Hantat felt that this was embarrassing him. I finally stayed up until the time of closing, but 2 big stomach kings came. Could it be that the red hair was his lifelong enemy? Good. Handhit weakly replied. He hoped that no new redheads would appear in his shop in the future. 3 was already his limit. Soon after, the delicious Ichiraku ramen was served. Lin Yu, who had been struggling with his mind for a day, had already moved his fingers. Although he hadn't practiced for a long time today, he felt more tired than any other day. Suck, wow. It's so fragrant, it's delicious. Lin Yu and Juzine said in unison. Handbeat, _ please hurry up and leave after you 2 eat. somewhere underground in the ninja world. Hey Ju, what's going on outside? The old but domineering voice echoed in the darkness underground, and the reverberations were chilling for a long time. A ray of moonlight seemed to shine through the cracks of the trees into the ground, bringing a touch of coolness to this dark environment. In the afterglow of the moonlight, a head that looked like a black and white pitcher plant surfaced on the ground, and bowed to the figure that melted into the darkness. Everything is planned, Madara-sama. How's Nagato? The voice in the darkness came again. As expected, he already had companions by his side, and his relationship deepened, but he seems to have become the apprentice of Jiraiya, one of the 3 shinobi? Hey Ju said. 3 shinobi? What is that? A new generation of strong? Kuro explained, it seems to be a ninja recognized by the demigod Yamasho Hanzo, and called Konoha-sanshin. Hanzo? What kind of goods can also give others a title? This ninja realm has no pillars, and sure enough, Heiju's face changed slightly, and said, Madara-sama, are you okay? How long can your body last? Do you want to implement the plan in advance? Ahem. Without further ado, did you find the chess piece I want you to find? There is no suitable object yet, but I heard that the next patriarch Uchiha Fugaku's talent is not bad, shall we? Kuro never continued, but he knew that Madara could understand. Continue to investigate. What I need is someone who can complete the plan 100%. Yes, the black figure slowly sank into the ground, and the figure that had been blending into the darkness from beginning to end did not appear, and seemed to have become accustomed to blending into the darkness. Ahem. Between the pillars, without your ninja realm, what is the difference with this darkness? Wait, peace will be in me. Ahem. On the moon, the Hamura clan of Atsuki separated. Did you get it? The fluctuations of the reincarnation a few days ago? Back to Elder, the time for the target to appear is too short, and our giant reincarnation disappears before it has time to locate the fluctuation. Keep checking for me. The other party appears once, definitely the second time, the third time. Definitely find out this person. Yes. San Shinobi Village. In an old house. Under the dusk-like light, a handsome boy with red hair gently stroked a puppet, without the slightest mood swing on his immature face, and after a long time, his thin lips moved, as if to say, soon, soon. Snap. You 10-year-old imp is going to teach at a ninja school. Ape Flying Sun Chop felt that the whirlpool Linyu was getting more and more outrageous, and he could reluctantly agree to the operation of the lower ninja directly ascending to the upper ninja. After all, Linyu also had the strength of the upper ninja. But you're only 10 years old, and you want to be a teacher, isn't it unreasonable for you? And some students in the ninja school are just as old as you. The more the Ape Flying Sun Chop looks at Linyu, the more unhappy. This is embarrassing him. Ape Flying Sun Chop. You are your home as Hokage, you can do whatever you want. If I agree to you today, I will immediately abdicate the throne to make way for Xian, and support Tuanzang to ascend to the throne. Linyu coughed and said, Naruto-sama, in fact, I did this for Konoha's sake. Let's take a step to speak. Ape Fei-Ri looked at Linyu with a somewhat mysterious look, and said angrily, this is the Hokage office. Do you think anyone can snoop? Ape Fei-Ri took a sip of tea with a calm face, joking, there are dark parts around the secret defense, who can peek silently. Linyu's expression straightened, and his hands pretended to be sealed. Then please watch my operation. The art of turning seeds into big trees. Drink. Snap. As Linyu drank loudly, a seed fell into the ground and quickly took root and germinated. The hard stone slabs around the seed quickly cracked, spreading and spreading around. A breath of life flowed, and in the blink of an eye the seed had turned into a sapling, and in the blink of an eye it was already the size of a person, and then in the blink of an eye. Stop, stop. Don't grow any longer, my office will be ruined by you. Ape Fei-Ri Chopper eased his shock from the beginning, looked at the growing and larger sapling, and quickly interrupted. It turned out to be New Duen. Incredible, where did this little guy Linyu learn it? But, looking at the situation, it seems that the power is very weak. It is better to say that it is New Dun than to say that it is a tree planter? How? Naruto-sama, this is the ninjutsu I recently studied. I have collected a lot of information. Konoha no one else except the original Hokage can master. Linyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a tired face, Sarutobi Flying Sunko. You're enough. The acting is so fake, who will show it? Ape Fei-Ri looked at Linyu speechlessly, took a puff of his cigarette and said, how did you master Mu Duen? Hehe, I borrowed a little information from Tsunade, and I learned it by looking at it. It's easy. Linyu scratched his head and said rather embarrassed. Just watch and learn? Easy? You're not beaten up like this. Sarutobi took a few puffs of smoke to show that he was not calm in his heart. Mu Duen. He saw Mu Dun coming to life again, the blood succession limit that made Konoha the first village in the ninja world, and once again descended on Konoha since the death of the first immortal. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? How powerful is Mu Duen? He cannot be clearer about the ape flying sun, the tailed beast that the world fears. In front of the original Mu Dun is only 3 or 2 kittens, can be caught at will, can be caught anywhere. But this wooden dun of Vortex Linyu seems to be a little crotch-pulling. Ape Fei Ri asked in a deep voice. Lin Yu, what other wooden ninjutsu do you have? How powerful is it? Lin Yu was a little embarrassed. He had been practicing spiral pills recently. Mudun ninjutsu really hadn't learned a few. To tell the truth, no, I haven't learned any of them. The first generation of adults Mudun ninjutsu is too difficult to learn, and I always have a feeling that my Mudun is not very suitable for learning the first generation of adult ninjutsu. Ape Fei Ri nodded. He felt that it was also, if Lin Yu's Mudun could be comparable to the first generation, it would be strange. However, even if Lin Yu's wooden dun power is average, it is not comparable to other single-attribute ninjutsu. Moreover, Mu Dun cooperated with the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. Isn't this the perfect human pillar force partner? Ape Flying Sun Chopper suddenly thought that Lin Yu still had a nine-tailed human pillar force in his family, and now that Vortex Lin Yu has mastered Mu Duen, and he can also use the Whirlpool sealing technique, then in the future, Juzine can't control the nine tails, and Lin Yu can play a role in suppressing the auxiliary. The two of them work together enough to become a big killer in Konoha. Although Ape Flying Sun Chopper is still curious about how Lin Yu mastered Mu Duen, but he is not Tuan Zhang, his desire to control is not so strong, and it is not some ninjutsu that permanently controls the will of others. Mu Dun is just that. He is also a person who has seen strong winds and waves. Lin Yu and the other Ape Flying Sun slaughtered for a while, and then spoke. Naruto-sama, I have a little experience of awakening Mu Duen. I think I can pass it on to the students of the ninja school, so that Mu Dun can bloom its light in our Konoha again. Ahem. Sarutobi Hinata suddenly had a violent cough, not excited, but speechless, and passed on Mu Duen's knowledge to the students of the ninja school, and also thanks to you Uzumaki Lin Yu made it out. Are you a fireball artist? Is it a stunned person who can learn it? Ape Fei Ri breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Lin Yu again, and said, Vortex Lin Yu, I wonder what your real purpose is. Don't perfunctory me with that boring excuse to teach Mu Duen's experience. Lin Yu spread out his hands, looking like he had been seen through, and said dejectedly, well, I'll tell you the truth, I feel that my strength has encountered a bottleneck, and I need to sort out the knowledge I have learned. And the best way is to go to a ninja school to become a teacher, teach and solve students' doubts, and see their own path clearly. The green tendons on Ape Fei Ri's forehead are slightly bursting out, and he has encountered a bottleneck? Before, your Uzumaki Lin Yu was the strength of the upper ninja level, and now you have mastered Mu Duen, not to mention that you have also reached the elite upper ninja, right? So don't you go back and ponder your Mu Duen, and come to me and tell me that you have encountered a bottleneck and want to preach and teach? Is it that you will directly step into the film level after the completion of the course? Then my Ape Flying Sun chopping these decades have not lived in vain. Nope. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate your Mu Duen, Lin Yu. I am very optimistic about you. Whether you can let Mu Dun re-overpower the ninja realm, it depends on you. Ape Flying Sun said solemnly. Lin Yu, now the biggest obstacle for Mu Dun to re-overpower the ninja world is that you ape flying to the sun. But what you said about preaching and teaching karma solves some truth, solves the confusion of others, and can also see the path you have traveled over the years. Not bad, but you are too young now, wait a few years. Sarutobi touched the beard on his chin and pondered slightly. Preaching and teaching karma to solve confusion, why didn't I expect it when I was flying into the sun? Ora Kimaru, Tsunade. How about calling Jiraiya's idiot back and trying? Forget it, there should be no gain from playing the piano to the cow. Maybe I should also go to the ninja school to give more speeches and teach the will of fire. After sending Lin Yu away, Ape Fei Riko looked at the small tree that grew on the floor, raised his hand and folded half of the branch and held it in his hand. Such a rich vitality, it seems that it is not much worse than the first generation of adults. Lin Yu, you are really a cautious little fellow. Are you worried that the partition wall has ears? Or something else? Sarutobi smiled bitterly. Could it be that I, the Hokage, make you feel so insecure? Since you don't want others to know, I'll follow your wishes, and I want to see what level you can play Mu Duen. Perhaps sensing the change in Ape Flying Sun Chopper, Lin Yu chose to disclose Mu Duen's situation to Ape Flying Sun Chopper. He didn't know what the consequences of doing so would be, and he didn't know if it would bring him or Juzine any trouble. Lin Yu remembered that in the future, Yamato, that is, the A of the root, was also cut from the root by the Ape Flying Sun, and gave the codename Tianzang to join the dark part. It can be seen that the Ape Flying Sun Chop does not have so much greed for Mu Duen, otherwise he could have joined forces with Tuan Zhang to study Yamato's Mu Duen. Or maybe as the big snake pill said, Yamato's wooden dun is a miracle. How he fused the cells between the columns is not even clear to him, the initiator. Maybe this is the lucky one produced by tens of thousands of people, and there is no value in research. No matter what the reason was, Lin Yu had already revealed Mu Dun to Ape Flying Sun Chopper, and he was also ready to retreat, in case Ape Flying Sun Chopper developed jealousy, greed, and a sense of crisis towards his Mu Duen. If you want to unite with Danzo to eradicate him or study him, then his first actual battle of Susatachi may be placed in Konoha. In fact, Lin Yu cannot tell the Ape Flying Sun Slash at all, but he just wants to try. Can this village bring him a sense of belonging? Is it really as hopeless as he knows in his mind? Lin Yu is he likes to challenge the dark side of human nature. Syllable. Lin Yu gave himself a punch in his thoughts. Lin Yu is not invincible. Be more meticulous and stop doing stupid things. First complete the task of Jiraiya and then wave. Roger that. However, Linyu, pay attention to what I do, the water comes to fruition. It doesn't seem like this idiom I said last time. When night fell, Linyu, who was walking around outside, finally walked to the door, gently pushed the door open, and shouted inside, I'm back. Oops. As soon as Juzine heard Linyu's voice, he ran to the door with his bare feet, and with a flying pounce, he pressed Linyu to the ground, and said aggrievedly, Stinky Linyu, why are you only coming back now? I'm so hungry. Linyu croaked his teeth and touched Juzine's head, make you a big meal today. When Juzine heard the big meal, he was immediately happy. Really? Wouldn't it be Mikato who taught you again? How so? I taught myself. Linyu sat up and pulled Juzine towards the back room. Really? But the dishes you make yourself are so unpalatable, or make Mikato teach you. Juzine, you. Cluck, I'm kidding, Linyu, you do it quickly. Jushine, you should also learn to cook by yourself, look at the people Mikato. Humph. Who said I can't cook? I'm delicious, next time I will show you. All right. Linyu always felt that something was strange, it seemed that this sentence would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Time never stops, and the spring breeze never stops. 2 years later, due to the provocation of the village of Kumahai, the village of Sunahai took the lead in waging war against Konoha, on the grounds that it was suspected that Konoha had assassinated their 3 generations of Kazekage, and Sarutobi sent Tsunade to the border of the land of wind to fight against Shinobu, and Jirei was also recalled to Konoha. Since Hanzo had already been killed by Linyu, the death of Yahiko in the original book did not occur, and Jiraiya also received news of the death of the 3 Nagato. However, under the coordination of Ape Flying Sun, Zi Lai still accepted Bo Feng Shui sect as an apprentice and took him to the front line to practice. After another 2 years, during which Union Iwane and Mistyan joined the war one after another, besieged Konoha, and Ape Flying Sun sat firmly in the rear, and successively sent Orochimaru, Uchiha and his clan to the Land of Thunder, and the battlefield of the Land of Water to face Yunin and Mist Shinobu. As for the battlefield of the Land of Earth, Jiraiya and Bo Feng Shuman, who have been trained outside, will face each other, and the Third Ninja World War is about to break out. But these have nothing to do with our protagonist Vortex Linyu. The war has just entered the early stage. Linyu does not need to enter so quickly, master the rhythm, in order to master the battlefield. It's spring again, and the ninja school has expanded to recruit new people, but this time it is the teacher. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Oops. I'm going to be late again today. I blame that strange person for being scolded by my grandmother. The boy was wearing a blue-green coat similar to a small vest-style coat, and orange goggles pinned to his forehead, and he was pouting at this time, complaining about someone quite angrily. Swish! The teenager quietly opened the classroom door. First the little head poked in, looked left and right, and found that the teacher had not yet come. A trace of joy flashed on his face, and today there was finally no need to stand up. Obito, why are you late again? A gentle girlish voice sounded in Obito's ears, light and gentle with a little sigh. Uchiha looked at the girl in front of him with a rather panicked expression. His short brown hair covered his ears, and a pair of large dark brown pupils were looking at him with the meaning of hatred of iron is not steel. Obito's face slowly reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his words trembled. Linear, beautiful jade. I today, support. Is it another lame reason to help the grandmother cross the road? Can you take the soil and change it to a new trick? On the desk next to him, the white-haired boy wearing a mask glanced at Obito out of the corner of his eye and said with disdain, Kakashi, what did you say? I didn't lie. I really helped a grandmother cross the street today. If not for a weirdo, I'll never be late. Obito saw Nohara Rin looked at him quite scrutinized, and immediately shouted at Kakashi in annoyance, this damn white-haired Sundara. Kakashira shrugged her eyes and said lazily, weird? So why are you weird? Crane tail, what do you say? Dead white-haired Sundara, dumb crane tail, dead white-haired Sundara. Lin looked at the two with red faces, her face full of helplessness, and she hurriedly stood between the two to dissuade. Okay, you two don't argue, it's still class time, and the teacher will come later. Obito and Kakashi snorted at the same time and turned their heads away, no longer paying attention to each other. In the back row, a watermelon-headed boy stared at Kakashi with fiery eyes, his white hair to be precise, and muttered in his mouth, sure enough, it is worthy of the opponent I want to defeat, and I have never even lost to scare people. Youth burned, challenge him after school today. After Obito followed Rin back to her seat, her head tilted to the side, as if she would feel disgusted at the sight of Kakashi out of the corner of her eye. Obito, what is the situation with the weirdo you just said? Can you tell me about it? Lin said in a very gentle tone. Of course, Rin. Obito turned his head with a slightly red face, but found that the white-haired Sundara on the other side moved his ears, and seemed to be interested in the weirdo in his mouth. Obito saw that Kakashi didn't speak, and stopped provoking him, slowly telling Rin what he saw today. Anyway, now the teacher hasn't come yet. Lin, you may not know I met a super weirdo today, and this matter starts when I wake up. I wake up at 5:20 in the morning, get dressed at 5:21, and at 5 o'clock. Kakashi couldn't help it. Ben was eavesdropping on the side. He heard a bunch of nonsense. How could he stand it? Hey, Kakashi, I didn't say it to you. What are you in a hurry? Besides, Rin didn't speak. Obito, can you say the point? Rin wiped the sweat from her forehead and said softly. Well, Obito stared at Kakashi rather resentfully, blaming this white hair for making him less time to talk to Rin. Obito coughed and continued, I went out early today because I didn't want to be late, of course. I usually get up very early to go to school. I walked to school as usual, and then when I was crossing the road, I saw an old woman waiting quietly on crutches on the side of the road, and I wondered if the old woman was going to cross the road. Although my grades were a little worse than I was in Uchiha Obito, I was caring, willing to help people, sunny and cheerful, lively, positive, and I had a great dream, that is, to become Hokage, I tell you. Obito unconsciously left a drop of cold sweat on his face, and hurriedly fast-forwarded. Then I went to help that grandmother cross the street, but I didn't expect that she was actually very excited, and asked me if I knew any milk support maniac. I wondered how I could know such a person, and then I didn't think much about it when I rushed to school, and after helping my grandmother across the street, I wanted to go to school quickly. Obito swallowed his saliva and smirked a few times. Guess what's next? People around plus Rin Nohara, degree. Obito's expression froze. How could he all come around, patted his chest, and pretended to be serious? When I helped the grandmother across the road and was about to leave, suddenly a strange person came out from the side, and helped the grandmother back. I saw that the grandmother was very angry at that time, but helplessly helped back by the strange man. I didn't think so much at the time, and rushed across the road to help the grandmother over, but I didn't expect that the grandmother grabbed my arm, pointed at me, and kept saying, you are a gang. You guys are in a gang. When Obito said this, his face was very angry. I explained for a long time to make the grandmother believe me, and when I walked to the classroom, I figured out that that weird person is that milk support maniac. It's because of him that I'll be late today. Obito looked around and asked, have any of you heard of this milk support maniac? No, how could there be such a strange person? Yes, the milk helping maniac should not be someone who specializes in helping grandma cross the street. Is this a new profession? Everyone talked about it, but no one had heard of it. After all, except for bringing soil, they would not have nothing to help the grandmother cross the road. Boom! Sure enough, it's a stupid crane tail, boring. Kakashi tilted his head arrogantly. He thought it was some kind of weirdo. It turned out to be a boring gossip. Dead Sundara white hair. What are you talking about? Obito that angry he wasted so much saliva in exchange for the other party's boring. How can this be endured? It is you who wants to listen to me, and you are the one who is bored after listening. Kakashi. I'm Uchiha with soil and you're not finished. Lin. What do you think? You agree with me, is that person a weirdo? Nohara Rin's face was quite embarrassed, and she didn't know what to say, so she had to say, but don't be late next time. Dry, OBT. When Obito heard this, he looked like he was hormonal, clenched his fists and said, I will, Rin. At this time, the classroom door was pushed open again, and a figure with red hair walked to the podium and took a look at the students in the seats, especially paying more attention to white, black, brown and a watermelon head. The red-haired boy picked up the chalk, wrote 4 big characters on the blackboard, turned his head and said loudly, my name is Uzumaki Linyu, and I am your future tutor. Please advise. Obito looked at the red-haired figure who walked into the classroom with dumbfounded eyes, not noticing what Linyu said. After Linyu turned his head, he stared carefully for a while, and then stood up and said loudly, oh, it's you. You're the milk maniac. I saw you this morning. Jing. The class instantly fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to Obito who stood up, some with schadenfreude, some with sympathy. The corners of Kakashi's mouth under the mask were crooked. Stupid crane tail. Lin also helplessly pulled down the corner of Obito's clothes, wanting him to sit down, but he couldn't pull it, really doubting if he was given by the body-fixing technique. At this time, Obito had not yet understood the situation, and said to Linyu with a small face that was quite angry, it's because of you that I will be late today. I want you to go with me to explain it to the teacher. Linyu looked at Obito angrily. This kid must have been deserting just now, spread his hands and said, I'm the teacher, just tell me what explanation you want. Obito instantly turned into beanie eyes, turned his head to look at Rin. Rin nodded silently at him, and Kakashi next to him sneered, a little gloating. That isn't our teacher Amino-sensei? How could it be? Obito lowered his head a little weakly. Senior Amino is your theory teacher, while I am in charge of your actual combat assessment, and I will also tutor some students, such as those who rank low in the class. Linyu said slowly. Yes, that's right, Private Marseille. I was wrong, teacher. Obito clasped his hands together and bent down towards Linyu to apologize. Linyu pushed the bridge of his nose, although he didn't have glasses, but as a teacher, this action must be there. But in fact, what you said is not wrong. The person you saw today is me. Obito's expression was stunned, and he scratched his head a little embarrassed. Yes, then teacher, you. Lin Yu's face changed, and he suddenly said to Obito seriously, I didn't expect that there are ninjas who are as helpful as me among my students. I am very optimistic about you. Recognized by others, Obito is very excited, and finally someone believes that he is really helping the grandmother cross the street. Lin Yu, you are real, I am fake. Teacher, I will definitely keep up the good work. Lin Yu, well, whether I can get rid of the title of lactation maniac depends on you, Obito. For years have passed, Lin Yu's originally immature face has gradually become angular, and his gentle temperament still exists, but it is a little different from 4 years ago, and it seems that there is a little harshness in the mildness. And Lin Yu's strength has changed drastically. God knows how many pit daddy tasks like helping grandma cross the road 100 times in the past 4 years. The 8 doors of Dunjia are only the last door of death to be fully mastered, and Mudun is even more handy in use, except for the real thousands of hands that need the cooperation of immortal arts. All other Mudun have mastered, and they can be used together with Susanoo. As for the advancement and attribute changes of the spiral pill, this is Lin Yu's biggest gain in the past 4 years. He already has the confidence to fight against Uchiha without using the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Rebirth. Ding bell bell. Okay, that's it for today, class. As Mr. Amino finished class, the students in the seats dispersed. Groups of 3 and 2 ran out of the classroom, and from time to time they politely said to Amino, "See you, Heino-sensei. Be careful on the road. Stay safe." Umino-sensei instructed as he always did. These students, like his children, sent away batch after batch, and welcomed batch after batch. He did not know how the students he sent away were doing. He would not inquire. As long as he could occasionally visit him for the rest of his life, he was satisfied. Hey, Kakashi, is something wrong? Umino-sensei, I want to apply for early graduation. There was a hint of hesitation in Kakashi's eyes, but he quickly firmed up his goal to surpass his father, Konoha White Fang. Ninja school can't teach him anymore. He can't continue to waste time here, and although he has a little reluctance for some people, he still chooses to graduate early. Kakashi, are you serious? You graduated early in less than a year of school? Umino said quite seriously. He couldn't decide on this. Kakashi was not a civilian ninja. He needed to report to Naruto-sama. Yes, teacher, the ninja school can no longer teach me anything. On the contrary, it has bound me. I want to see the wider sky. Kakashi said seriously. In that case, come with me to see Naruto-sama. I can't do anything about it. You're in trouble. Kakashi followed behind Amino-sensei with his arms folded. As the two passed the playground, a red-haired teenager called out to them. Ha! Umino-sensei, Kakashi? Umino-sensei, what's wrong with you? Did Kakashi make any mistakes? Lin Yu was wearing sportswear, sweating profusely, and it seemed that he was exercising just now. It's Elder Lin Yu. Teacher, Kakashi didn't make a mistake. I was about to take him to the Hokage building. Kakashi, he wanted to graduate early. Teacher Heino looked at the young man about 14 years old in front of him. The teacher Lin Yu was very difficult to speak. The other party and his age difference was too big, but the identity was the same as him. It really made people sigh that the years were not spared. Early graduation. Lin Yu was stunned. What kind of line? You Kakashi graduated early. What should I do with my family with soil? I've already missed a Jiraiya. I don't know how long to wait. I can't make any more mistakes on your side. Lin Yu frowned and continued, this doesn't seem to be good. Kakashi is still young. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to graduate in such a hurry. Humph. There was nothing left in ninja school for me to learn, and it was a waste of time to stay any longer. I only did it to grow faster. Kakashi looked at Lin Yu arrogantly. He finally remembered who this red hair was, the representative figure of the younger generation that his father Kiki Shuumao had been praising on his lips, Uzumaki Lin Yu. Lin Yu touched his smooth chin and looked at Kakashi playfully. It turned out that his skin was itchy and beaten. This is easy to do. Lin Yu said to Umino-sensei, I don't approve of Kakashi's early graduation. There are still many things in ninja school that he has not learned, and growth cannot be achieved overnight. I believe you also understand this truth. What you said also makes sense, but... Umino-sensei looked at Hayashi and Kakashi with a look of embarrassment. This kind of thing that is difficult to do on both sides, he hates it the most. Let me convince him. If in the end he still wants to graduate early, then I will take him to meet the 3rd generation of Hokage. Lin Yu glanced at Kakashi and smiled. Boom! Kakashi tilted his head, not expecting anything at all that Lin Yu could convince him. He was Kakashi. It's not the tale of the crane with soil. You can be fooled in 3 or 2 sentences. Umino-sensei pondered for a long time, decided to throw this hot potato to Lin Yu, slapped his palm and said, then I will entrust Kakashi to you. Lin Yu-kan. How to say it is the same as Togu. Kakashi, my dad isn't dead yet. Konoha Gozen. Lin Yu took Kakashi to walk on the bare rocky mountain, and did not tell Kakashi the destination, so he kept walking aimlessly. Hey, where the hell are you going to take me? This is not the way to the Hokage building. Kakashi put his hands in his trouser pockets and stared at Lin Yu with malicious eyes. This red hair must be uneasy. Lin Yu looked up at the top of the mountain and did not answer Kakashi's question, but said, "What hey, you should call me Lin Yu Senior or Lin Yu eldest brother. Your father and I have known each other since you were born." Kakashi disagreed and pouted, "It's not much bigger than me, maybe the strength is not as strong as me." Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Strength is not lip service, go, almost to the top of the mountain. Shhh. I'd rather see what tricks you play." Kakashi pulled down his mask and quickly followed Lin Yu. After a while, the two walked to the top of the mountain. Hey! The scenery seen from standing high is really different. Lin Yu stood on the top of the mountain and stretched his posture, looking at the bustling Konoha village not far away, and couldn't help but sigh a little. What's so beautiful, this can't be seen every day. Although he said so, Kakashi stepped forward, feeling the blowing of the spring breeze and the chirping of birds, as if the fatigue of the day had been blown away. After a while, Kakashi's heart calmed down, his eyes looked at Lin Yu, who was slightly dashing next to him, and said lightly, "Now you can say your purpose." Lin Yuguan smiled and said, "Purpose? What purpose do I have? I just want you to calm down, adjust your state, and beat you up later to be satisfied." Lin Yu stood on a high place, standing against the wind, and a trace of coldness was revealed on his originally soft face at this time, and he spoke, "How? Didn't you just say that my strength is not as good as yours? My biggest hobby is the beauty of adulthood. I will meet your requirements, let you beat me, and then prove that you have the strength to graduate early." Kakashi's face suddenly turned blushing. How could a ninja who could be hung by his father all day long be weak? He was just a little unconvinced in his heart just now. Obviously he is also so good, but my father never praised me. Kakashi pretended to be calm. "Okay. I would like to see what kind of strength a ninja can be praised by my father." "As you wish." Lin Yu turned his head, 3 pitch-black jades appeared in his eyes, and said softly, "Come on, let me see the genius of the Kimo family, the strength of Kimo Kakashi. Is it really okay to be with anyone? This is writing wheel eyes." Kakashi saw that Lin Yu's pupils turned blood-red, and quickly took out the kunao from the ninja bag, rolled over a few times, and distanced himself from Lin Yu. "Don't worry, I can't use illusion against children." Lin Yu winked at Kakashi and motioned for him to relax. "Abominable. Don't underestimate me." Kakashi quickly took out several shurikens from behind his back and threw them at Lin Yu, and his figure disappeared in a flash. "Oh? Have you learned the instantaneous technique? It is worthy of being the son of Shuumao's predecessor." Lin Yu's eyes turned, tilted his head slightly to dodge a shuriken, reached out and caught another shuriken that was thrown behind by the way, and the two collided with a spark, and both shurikens shot into the open space on the side with tricky horns. How is it possible? How did he know I was hiding here using transfiguration? It must have been a coincidence. Kakashi, who turned into a rock using his transformation, hurriedly lifted his transformation and rolled to the left, dodging the attack of the shuriken. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. "It seems that you still don't know what a chakra eye is. Be serious, otherwise, you might die." Lin Yu's last word remained in place, but the person had disappeared into Kakashi's field of vision. Kakashi was shocked and secretly said, "So fast. Worst. Which side?" Kakashi's dark eyes swept around frantically, judging which direction Lin Yu would attack from, and his steps retreated slightly, trying to find a favorable defensive environment. "Syllable. It's the left." Kakashi held Kuwu's hand and waved to the left. The imaginary sound of weapons colliding did not come. Kakashi's pupils shrank. How could it be? Lin Yu's figure appeared next to Kakashi, stretched out 2 fingers to clamp Kakashi's kunao. No matter how much force he used, he couldn't take it back, and said contemptuously, "Consciousness is okay, but the movement is too slow." Lin Yu's 2 fingers were slightly forced, and with a clang, Kuwu was caught in 2 and fell to the ground, and an indifferent voice also came, "Not calm enough for the enemy. In other words, on the battlefield, you are stunned, you have already lost your life. Abominable." Kakashi came back to his senses, jumped back a few times and withdrew from distance, his face full of irritation, and his hands quickly froze. Wei Shin Hainun in. Fire escape. How fireball technique. Kakashi threw his head back, put his right hand in front of him, chakra condensed in his throat, and the mouth wearing the mask spit out gently, and a yellow flame rushed towards Lin Yu, very imposing, just a little small. Lin Yu was a little dizzy. How can he always be a fireball technique? This ninjutsu seems to have never injured anyone, let alone used to defeat the enemy. Can't he come up with some new tricks? Lin Yu stood in place and pondered. This Konoha's ninjutsu is too little. Shouldn't he have learned to reincarnate in dirt earlier, summoned the senjutsu back to invent a little more ninjutsu? This can be. Lin Yu touched his chin, and didn't care about the oncoming fireball, as if it was just a small flame. Soon, in Kakashi's perspective, the how fireball technique enveloped Lin Yu without hindrance. Kakashi was anxious. Damn. How could this stupid teacher be so contemptuous of the enemy, and actually stand in place and take my ninjutsu? Kakashi was a little flustered and didn't know what to do, so he could only think cranky water should be able to extinguish the fire. Hope it's time. Water rush. Kakashi spat out a stream of water from his mouth and hit Lin Yu. Fire and water merged with each other to make a shrill sound of stinging, and a puff of white smoke slowly rose from Lin Yu's position. Kakashi suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to have roasted Linyu. SHHH. This water escape is really the finishing touch. Just after the sauna, I will soak in the hot spring, comfortable. Linyu's voice came from the smoke as if he had made a horse killing a chicken, and Kakashi's face twitched when he listened. Listen to this human language? Say as if Kakashi did that. Hey, are you alright? Do you need me to bring you some pants? Kakashi watched Linyu come out in rags, and immediately gloated, and said with a poisonous tongue. Linyu pulled off a burnt vest corner from his body, revealing the fair skin inside, without a trace of scars at all, not even a print. This time, Linyu did not use any ninjutsu to resist, purely relying on the flesh to resist. Yes, after 4 years of hard work, Linyu's immortal body has been upgraded to a high-level immortal body, which is completely comparable to the physique between the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillars, and is only one step away from the perfect immortal body. This is also Linyu's confidence that he can fight against Uchiha Spot, although he still can't do immortal arts, but Uchiha Spot also has no reincarnation eye, his eyes are still stored in Nagato. Not bad, although it's not even shinobi, the power of ninjutsu can be compared to that stunned son of Uchiha Teneki. Linyu looked at Kakashi with some approval. He was worthy of being a genius who wanted to graduate early at the age of 5, and he was already proficient in using instantaneous arts and sea-level ninjutsu. No wonder he didn't want to stay in the ninja school anymore, but it was me. Forget it, I haven't been to school yet. Only then did Kakashi see that the skin under Linyu's ragged clothes was smooth as jade, without a trace of marks, and couldn't help but be shocked. You, what kind of body are you? I can't actually cause you a little harm. Linyu didn't answer Kakashi, and tore the tattered vest. It was not completely broken, and it could cover a little. Now it's my turn to strike. Kiki Kakashi, get ready to die. You wait, you are a teacher, how can you bully students? Kakashi's face flashed with panic, knowing that if he was defeated, he would have to hold on to that called Obito, so Kakashi would not be like this. Didn't you decide to graduate? So what do I keep my hands for? After a wave of shaking, Kakashi's screams continued to be heard. After a while, a dark shadow appeared in the shops on Kanaha Street, took a random set of clothes, dropped a bag of coins and fled. If someone with sharp eyes might be able to see it, the black shadow seemed to be rubbing his butt. Kanaha Back Mountain, Rocky Peak. Linyu showed a sturdy posture with a shirtless upper body, and I don't know why, the skin color of the Whirlpool family is so white. Linyu still prefers the skin color like wheat, it looks mature and healthy, and attractive. Whoosh! Clothes! A gust of wind blew, and Kakashi's figure appeared behind Linyu, clutching a set of clothes in his hand, and his originally arrogant little face was full of shame, as if Linyu had done something angry to him. Linyu took the clothes and put them on his body, and whether they fit or not, he turned his head and smiled at Kakashi. This is not a hit. What are you kid panicking? You still say. As soon as Kakashi heard Linyu mention what happened just now, his little face turned even redder. Kakashi had never met such a brazen person. Linyu clapped his hands towards the open space next to him, and after Kakashi hesitated slightly, he still stepped forward and sat next to Linyu, his head not to the side, and stopped talking. Tell me your reasons. Linyu suddenly spoke. Ha! What the? Kakashi seemed still embarrassed by what had just happened. The reason why you are in such a hurry to graduate early. Kakashi tilted his head and whispered, what's the reason for this? I can't learn anything in the ninja school, of course, I have to graduate early, isn't that right? That's right. If it were Linyu's own words, he would have chosen to do so, but his purpose was to let Kakashi continue to stay in the school and accompany Obito, so naturally it was impossible to agree with him. Linyu paused slightly, took a fallen leaf from nowhere in the air, and spoke, do you know why the leaves flutter with the wind? Kakashi froze, he really didn't know this, and asked in a low voice, why? It's because there is no goal. Then you find a leaf with a target and I'll take a look. Syllable. Linyu knocked on Kakashi's head with a brain, pretending to be angry and said, well Wanzi, don't punish. Abominable. Kakashi rubbed his head, his eyes stared at Linyu viciously. If Linyu was a little older, this would be an evil uncle who bullied Xiao Shota. Linyu continued, everyone has their own goals, and with goals there is a way forward, and goals can bring us motivation and belief. Kakashi, what is your goal? My goal? White hair. Kakashi thought of another white hair in his heart, and pouted, beyond one person, let everyone know that I am not the son of anyone, I am Kakashi of Konoha's flag. Beyond Kiki Shuumao? Linyu didn't expect that Kakashi's current goal turned out to be this, so it would be easy to do. So your goal is to surpass your father, Kiki Shuumao? So you're thinking about graduating early? Of course. There are no better ninjas in the ninja school than my father, and it would be a waste of time for me to stay any longer. Kakashi talked about his father's strength. He was also quite proud. Konoha White Fang. Who doesn't know who doesn't know? Maybe the ninja school is a place where dragons and tigers are hidden, such as. Linyu deliberately delayed. Kakashi glanced at Linyu with disdain, like you. I admit that you are better than me, but if you are much worse than my father. Hey, you kid, why don't you believe it? Walk. Let's go and ask Senior Shuumao to compete with me. Let you see my real strength. Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was looking for Kimu Shuumao to compete. Boom! My father went out of the village on a mission. You must not have done it on purpose, right? Kakashira shrugged. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Kimu Shuumao went out of the village to carry out a mission? Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. He really didn't know. He had rarely interacted with people in recent years. He had been practicing hard, and he had some contact with Mikato, Tsunade, and they had some contact, and even Materdai had not seen him for a long time. Could this mission be the beginning of the White Fang's suicide? Lin Yu couldn't help but think of this possibility. For Kimu Shuumao, Lin Yu still admired in his heart, giving up the task to choose to rescue his teammates. This has to gamble on the career of a ninja, but the rescue object is 2 nests of waste, which is a pity. No way. I have to inform Matt Dai to go to Kimu's house to squat. Lin Yu doesn't know when Kimu Shuumao came back, and when he committed suicide, he didn't want to wait until he found out. The system said to him, "Well, it's hot. Let's take a reincarnation innate." However, it should be too late, and let's solve Kakashi's problem now. Lin Yu suddenly stood up, carried Kakashi's back collar, and ignored the latter's look of shame, and swept towards the depths of the forest. Hey, it's a shame to look like this, okay? Put me down. Snap. You. If you don't let me down, I'll be unkind to you. Snap. Never mind. Snap. Sorry, knock it on. Kakashi, you really are not a person. It was getting dark, and Lin Yu carried Kakashi for an hour in the direction of Konoha to the north, and after making sure that this place was far away from Konoha, Lin Yu put Kakashi down. Kakashi silently counted the extra bags on his head, and secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely find the field in the future. It should be okay here. Lin Yu opened Kagura's heart eyes and looked around. What are you bringing me so far for? You can't be a human trafficker. The torture along the way has made Kakashi lose his mind and say such stupid things that Obito would say. Let you feel what is called strength. After speaking, the momentum on Lin Yu's body changed abruptly, and his approachable temperament disappeared instantly, clasped his hands together, and shouted fiercely, "Mutatree realm birth." For years later, Lin Yu is no longer afraid of the problem of violence and not being exposed, and now he is now. Who else in the ninja world can threaten him besides Uchiha? At most, count the Sixian, who now does not know which corner to hide in to recover his strength, that is, the big tube with style. With the launch of Lin Yu's technique, the earth began to tremble, branches broke out of the soil, and in the blink of an eye, trees rose one after another, and the already dense forest became even more crowded. Lin Yu miscalculated, and he knew that he would take Kakashi to the wind country, and the surrounding trees were luxuriant, and they couldn't have a shocking effect. But Kakashi was really shocked at this moment. It turned out to be Mu Duen. Having fully mastered the knowledge of the ninja school, he will also read some ninja world secrets, the most prominent of which is the Ninja World Thousand Hand Pillar Mu Duen. This is the exclusive ninjutsu of the first Hokage in their Konoha village, and teacher Lin Yu actually does. At this moment, Kakashi finally admitted in his heart that Uzumaki Hayashi was qualified to be a teacher at the ninja school. Previously, Lin Yu's behavior was as naive as a child. If it weren't for his strength being stronger than him, Kakashi, he would have turned his face and ran away. Kakashi deftly dodged the large tree that suddenly appeared from the ground on the tree. His expression became more and more frightened. How many chakras would it take to spawn so many trees? It was incredible. Lin Yu held aloft a transparent chakra energy body shaped like a giant shuriken with one hand. This was not a spiral shuriken that Naruto had only completed 50% of when he fought Kakuto. Not only could not be thrown from a distance, but also damaged the meridians and bones of his arm. With the blessing of the high-level immortal body, Lin Yu can use a spiral shuriken with 100% power without entering the immortal mode without damaging himself. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on the transparent windmill-like ninjutsu in Lin Yu's hand, and the harsh sound generated by the high-speed rotation made him can't help but cover his ears. The powerful air flow generated by the violent friction of the air made Kakashi's body can't stop retreating. Hateful. Did the air flow from ninjutsu alone make me back off? What level of ninjutsu is this? Grade A? Or S class? Kakashi was a little frightened in his heart. If this blow hit him, he would be dead, and teacher Lin Yu would be terrifying. Is he really just a teacher at a ninja school? Lin Yu steadied the spiral shuriken in his hand. This was the reward he had just received, and he was a little unskilled. Compared to the other spiral pill form changes he had studied in the past 4 years, it was still quite unfamiliar, but the power was indeed not small. Lin Yu raised his hand and flipped the spiral shuriken in his hand. The weight was okay, and the amount of chakra could be increased. Lin Yu's death behavior saw a drop of sweat on Kakashi's forehead. He was afraid that Lin Yu accidentally hit him, and he would become the first ninja to kill himself. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at the messy trees around him. Let's trim it for you, it's too unsightly. Airplanes. Lost, thrown out. Such a high-quality chakra could actually be thrown out casually. Kakashi didn't know how many times he had been surprised today, probably more than he had since he was a child. Swoosh! The high-speed rotating spiral shuriken flew towards a forest that Lin Yu had just created with a piercing buzzing sound, which may be called self-production. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and a violent wind suddenly swept in. Kakashi only felt that the neckline behind his back was tightened, and the whole person had been lifted, and when he came back to his senses, it was already thousands of meters away. Kakashi struggled to get down from Lin Yu's hand, the violent wind blew the corners of his clothes, he was thousands of meters away, he could still feel such strong fluctuations, I really didn't know what it would be like on the spot. As if seeing what Kakashi was thinking, Lin Yu picked up Kakashi's back collar again, and after Kakashi's hairstyle changed a few times, the two appeared next to a giant pit. Kakashi stared blankly at the circular giant pit hundreds of meters in diameter in front of him, not even caring that the back collar was still being carried, and muttered, "How can there be such a powerful ninjutsu? It's unbelievable." Is that surprising? You have to know that the ninja world is very large, and there are many ninjas who can perform this level of ninjutsu. Lin Yu put down Kakashi and patted the dust on his clothes. Kakashi stared at the circular giant pit for a long time, his eyes became more determined, and he clenched his fists and said, "That's why I should graduate early, only in this way can I learn this level of ninjutsu as soon as possible." Aha, Lin Yuman, this plot is not right. Hayashi's ideal look would be like this. Kakashi, wow. Senior Lin Yu is so powerful, can you take me as an apprentice and teach me such advanced ninjutsu? Lin Yu, ahem. The old man looks at your appearance, and he will definitely have a marriage relationship with a boy wearing orange goggles in the future. If you can accept this fate calmly, it is not impossible for the old man to make an exception to teach you. Kakashi, please accept my knees. Snap, disillusioned. Lin Yu scratched his head in trouble. Kakashi's arrogant nature is really difficult to change, wanting him to ask for someone is more uncomfortable than killing him. Lin Yu just wanted to say something, but suddenly frowned, his Kagura hard eyes detected a few strange chakras. It seemed that the fluctuations generated by the wind-escape spiral shuriken were too large, attracting some ninjas. Lin Yu felt it slightly, it didn't look like the chakra fluctuation of Konoha ninja, this taste seemed to be a bit like Yun Shinobu. Taro, are you sure the chakra fluctuations you feel are in this direction? Absolutely, Boss Hunshan, just now I sensed a huge chakra fluctuation disappearing. Absolutely not wrong. Nohara Taro wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the gray-haired man in the lead, "Boss Hunshan, will there be fraud? We are just a reconnaissance team, there is no need to go deeper." Nohara Taro had some heart palpitations, no one would believe it if he didn't personally perceive the chakra fluctuation, it was simply comparable to the pillar power of their village. However, his captain Yokoyama Damang did not believe it, and had to come to find out, thinking that this was Konoha doing a special experiment, and if he could find out what secrets to report,